Chapter 1. The Phantasmagoria of Leviathan. A tumultuous rush of seawater surged into the darkened chamber with a cacophonous splash. Gurgling, a series of choking sounds resonated through the darkness, followed by the splashing of arms as a figure struggled to break free from the depths. Cough, cough. Zhou inhaled deeply, gasping for air before succumbing to another fit of coughing. What on earth, cough, has my home flooded? As he coughed, he surveyed his surroundings, only to find himself enveloped in darkness, half of his body still submerged in water. Before he could comprehend the situation, the water around his waist began to recede rapidly, and soon it vanished entirely, leaving only a damp floor beneath him. What is happening? Zhou felt utterly bewildered. However, he quickly realized that he was not at home, for this space was shrouded in impenetrable darkness even at night. His room could not be this obscured. As he took tentative steps, he noticed the peculiar texture beneath his feet, reminiscent of walking on rubber, soft and yielding. Just as he prepared to explore further, a notification chimed in his mind. Ding! Welcome to the survival world within the giant fish. From now on, you shall coexist with the Leviathan and explore this unknown realm. Ding! Initial supplies are being distributed. In the next moment, Zhou felt something drop at his feet. In the enveloping darkness, he crouched down to feel around, discovering a wooden box, which he promptly opened. Ding! Acquired bread, X3. Acquired bottled water, X3. Acquired hand crank, flashlight, X1. The instant the box opened, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Zhou paused momentarily before seizing the hand crank flashlight and switching it on, casting a dim, yellowish light that dispelled the darkness before him. Though the illumination was feeble, barely extending 2 or 3 meters, it allowed Zhou to discern his surroundings. The walls were composed entirely of a blood-red, fleshy substance, confirming the system's prior assertion was indeed within the belly of a giant fish. Zhou was momentarily taken aback, yet he soon regained his composure. The system had indicated that they shared a symbiotic relationship with the Leviathan, suggesting that he was in no immediate danger within its stomach. Ding! Initial supplies have been fully distributed. We hope all survivors can thrive. Following this, his mind fell into silence, devoid of further sound. During this interval, Zhou utilized the light from his flashlight to survey the gastric chamber. The space was not vast, and he quickly formed a general understanding. The stomach measured approximately 5 by 5 by 3 meters, and at the far end lay a pool filled with a yellowish liquid, emanating a foul odor. Zhou surmised that this was the giant fish's digestive area. Having initially grasped the current situation, a translucent blue screen materialized before Zhou, divided into 4 distinct channels: communication channel, trade channel, biological encyclopedia, and physical attributes. The communication and trade channels were self-explanatory, serving the purposes of conversing and exchanging items. The biological encyclopedia appeared to catalog various species, but was presently largely blank, documenting only one creature. Transmuted Leviathan age, 1-day stage, neonate length, 30 meters weight, 180 tons food type, algae feeding method, filter feeding evaluation, a 180-ton infant. Goodness, Zhou exclaimed, astonished after perusing the entire entry. 30 meters and 180 tons, and it is merely a newborn. Just imagine its size upon reaching maturity. This transmuted Leviathan was evidently the entity with which he shared a symbiotic relationship, and the sole creature he had encountered in this world. Subsequently, Zhou accessed the physical attributes section. Zhou normal human attributes are rated at 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 7 constitution, 9 speed, 11 evaluation, a relatively healthy individual. As he scrutinized his physical statistics, he compared them to his own, confirming their accuracy. Zhou's profession as a beleaguered programmer meant he spent his days seated before a computer, resulting in his strength being below the average human level. Nonetheless, Zhou placed significant importance on his physical health, committing to daily runs to ensure he did not become excessively frail. Hence, his speed attribute slightly surpassed that of an average person, while his constitution remained comparable to the norm. At that moment, the headlamp's battery depleted, plunging Zhou back into darkness. Fortunately, the headlamp was hand-cranked, so he remained unperturbed, sitting upon a supply crate, cranking the device while accessing the world communication channel. At that time, Numerous messages were being dispatched across the World Communication Channel. Help! I was just eating fish, and in the blink of an eye, I was devoured by a fish. Is this retribution? Indeed, there exists a survival world akin to the settings of novels, however. I wonder if anyone possesses an auxiliary system. Great ones, I seek your guidance. Damn it, I hit the jackpot for the first time in my life, and now I'm being thrust into another world. That is truly unfortunate. How much did you win? $5. Heh, $5, and you're making such a ruckus? I thought you won $5 billion. Wait, what are you all discussing? Shouldn't we consider what to do next? Having just arrived in this world, who knows what to do? The world system hasn't provided any guidance. It's best to refrain from hasty actions. The messages in the world channel flashed by with remarkable speed, leaving Zhou Wen momentarily overwhelmed. However, once the thought crossed his mind, the messages in the communication channel ceased their rapid appearance, allowing him to scroll through them at his leisure. As Zhou Wen observed these insipid messages, he couldn't help but shake his head. Yet, some of the comments held a kernel of truth. Given the uncertainty of the current situation, it was indeed prudent to exercise caution. Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble, and the surrounding fleshy walls quivered slightly. Zhou Wen lost his balance and fell to the ground, but fortunately, the soft surface cushioned his fall, sparing him any injury. The tremors persisted for several seconds before significantly diminishing, and the gastric space became more tranquil. Though there remained a slight vibration, it did not greatly affect Zhou Wen. He surmised that this was the manifestation of the Leviathan beginning to stir. A rushing sound of water surged from the direction of the esophagus, and Zhou Wen sensed impending trouble. Clutching the supply box, he pressed against the stomach wall. In the next moment, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, and a torrent of seawater flooded into the gastric space. Even though Zhou Wen was prepared, he was nearly swept away by the turbulent waters. The seawater in the gastric space rose to waist level before the surface began to recede. This time, equipped with a headlamp, Zhou Wen noticed that the seawater was being expelled through the digestive pool. Following the drainage of the seawater, a wooden box identical to the initial supply box appeared before Zhou Wen. A supply box? He exclaimed, rushing forward to open it. Ding! Acquired bread X1, acquired mineral water X1. So this is how one obtained supplies, Zhou Wen murmured, casually opening the global communication channel. Many others were in a similar predicament, experiencing only a slight time lag. Are we to wait each day for the Leviathan to seek out supply boxes? A question arose in Zhou Wen's mind. After a while, the sound of flowing water echoed again from the esophagus. This time, Zhou Wen, having learned his lesson, did not stand but crouched down to brace against the incoming water. As the surface began to rise, he slowly stood up to avoid being submerged. Once again, the seawater was fully expelled, but this time, instead of a supply box, a plethora of algal plants appeared. For the next stretch of time, seawater continued to flood into the gastric space, accompanied by an abundance of algae, which quickly came to occupy 2/3 of the space. Then, the entire gastric area fell into tranquility, ceasing its slight vibrations, as if the Leviathan had halted its activities. Oh dear, I'm full time to digest, a childish voice inexplicably echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. Zhou Wen's expression shifted as he utilized the dim light of his headlamp to search the remaining third of the space, finding nothing. Where did that child's voice come from? Alone in a dark space, the sudden emergence of a child's voice sent a chill through Zhou Wen, leading him to suspect something sinister. Chapter 2. A Reckless Act. Zhou Wen was consumed by suspicion for a time, but then he recalled that this was a survival world, devoid of any filth. Reflecting on the voice he had just heard, a hypothesis began to form in his mind. Could it be that the Leviathan is speaking? To confirm his suspicion, Zhou Wen reopened the global communication channel, hoping to find someone else experiencing a similar phenomenon. However, the channel was abuzz with discussions about whether algae were edible, with no mention of a child's voice. Was I mistaken? Zhou Wen scrutinized the messages in the global channel once more, and indeed, no one had mentioned it. Yet he was certain he had not misheard. Surely, I cannot be the only one who can hear this. Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled with realization, indicating that he was indeed a unique being. Could this be my golden finger? Am I the protagonist? The more he pondered, the more exhilarated he became. Feeling increasingly distinct from others in that fleeting moment, He perceived himself as the sovereign of this world. However, he swiftly regained his composure, for upon further reflection, he concluded that this ability seemed rather inconsequential. Despite his attempts to communicate with the Leviathan, he received no response, signifying that he was unable to command it, only capable of hearing its voice. In such a case, this ability offered little assistance. As Zhou contemplated how to harness this newfound power, he noticed a gradual, rhythmic movement within the gastric space, where the seaweed accumulated began to inch toward the digestion pool with each contraction. Yet this process was exceedingly sluggish. Zhou observed for quite some time, enough for the headlamp's battery to drain, and the seaweed had only shifted slightly. At this rate, it would take at least 7 or 8 hours to push the seaweed into the digestion pool. This digestion process is absurdly slow, Zhou remarked, but suddenly his expression changed. The Leviathan has ceased all activity to digest its food, and this process is painstakingly slow. What would happen if I were to assist it in hastening the digestion? With this thought in mind, Zhou sprang into action, gathering a substantial amount of seaweed and swiftly moving to the digestion pool, tossing the seaweed into it, where it quickly submerged. Back and forth he went, tirelessly working for an hour until he had relocated all the seaweed from the gastric space. Hadaha! Why is it so difficult to breathe? Zhou gasped. Yet despite his attempts to regulate his breathing, he still felt a sense of suffocation. At that moment, he realized a crucial issue. From where was the oxygen in the gastric space derived? If the gastric space did not autonomously produce oxygen, then his previous actions had evidently accelerated the consumption of oxygen. Could it be that I am courting disaster? The thought struck Zhou with a wave of dread, as the diminishing supply of breathable oxygen enveloped him in fear of death. Sometimes, intelligence can lead to folly. Now, Zhou was filled with regret, collapsing to the ground in an effort to minimize his physical exertion. However, as the oxygen continued to dwindle, his breathing grew increasingly frantic, and his mind began to cloud from lack of oxygen. What a fool I am! He berated himself internally, feeling the specter of death looming closer. Just when Zhou felt he might succumb to asphyxiation, the gastric space began to tremble violently, and the Leviathan stirred once more, followed by a surge of seawater. Gasp! Zhou burst forth from the surface, inhaling deeply, the influx of seawater accompanied by a rush of fresh air. After taking several deep breaths, he managed to stabilize himself, leaning against the gastric wall to recuperate from the weakness induced by his earlier oxygen deprivation. As the seawater receded, Zhou found himself nearly restored. That was close. Zhou sank to the ground, a sense of trepidation washing over him as he contemplated the thin line between life and death. At that moment, his headlamp flickered and extinguished, prompting him to manually recharge it. Once the light illuminated his surroundings, a brand new supply crate appeared in the near distance. A new supply crate? Zhou rose and glanced for his 2 previous supply crates, which, due to the lack of oxygen and the influx of seawater, he had been unable to secure now. Their whereabouts remained a mystery. However, the crate before him was unmistakably pristine, untouched. Zhou embraced this new supply crate and then set off in search of his earlier finds. The previous crates had not been swept away far by the waves relying on the beam of light. He soon located them. Now, he possessed 3 supply crates. Zhou opened the new crate. Ding! Acquired wood X10, stone X10, soil X10. All materials, Zhou mused, gazing at the box brimming with basic resources, a tinge of disappointment washing over him. For he was uncertain how to utilize these materials at present. Food and water remained paramount. With little else to occupy his time, Zhou opened the global communication channel to observe the exchanges among fellow survivors. After perusing the information, he discerned a significant issue. It appeared that the other survivors had not received additional crates from the illusory Leviathan, as it was currently in a state of digestiona process occurring at a painfully slow pace. The survivors, unable to hear the Leviathan's words, were oblivious to its digestive state, thus failing to consider the notion of aiding the digestion. It seems my ability to comprehend the Leviathan's speech is indeed advantageous. While others had secured only a single crate from the Leviathan, he had already acquired 2 moreover. His Leviathan still retained an active state, potentially yielding a 3rd crate. Thus, his pace of progress would be thrice that of the other survivors. Zhou Wen was resolute in not disclosing his ability to assist the Leviathan in digestion, along with the resultant extra supply crates. To anyone else, this was his unique advantage. In this uncharted world, conflicts with other survivors might arise in the future. Maintaining a significant lead in development was essential for his continued survival. One may not harm others, but one must possess the capability to defend oneself. Zhou Wen pondered silently. After a while, the entrance to the esophagus once again echoed with the sounds of surging seawater. Zhou Wen promptly secured the supply crate beside him, bracing for the oncoming tide. He could only wonder whether the sea would deliver sustenance for the illusory Leviathan or yet another supply crate. With a splash, the water receded, and Zhou Wen immediately shook the headlamp to survey the area. Not seeing any seaweed indicated that this was not a feeding time for the Leviathan, but rather a supply crate. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he began to search with the aid of the light, quickly discovering the new supply crate. Impatiently, he opened it. Ding! Acquired algal oxygenator blueprint. Upon hearing the prompt in his mind, Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback, only for a wave of exuberance to wash over him. The algal oxygenator, as the name suggested, was designed for the production of oxygen. Zhou Wen was troubled, pondering whether he should assist the transformed Leviathan in expediting its digestion during its next feeding, especially considering that he had previously come perilously close to death due to asphyxiation. He certainly wished to avoid a repeat of that harrowing experience. To his astonishment, the third supply crate revealed a blueprint for oxygen production. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen utilized the blueprint, which manifested as a blue light that seamlessly integrated into the system interface, unveiling a new section dedicated to blueprints. Upon opening this section, he discovered a solitary blueprint design for an algal oxygen generator. Blueprint for algal oxygen generator requires 10 stones, seawater, algae. After reviewing the materials required for the blueprint, Zhou Wen's expression brightened considerably. He possessed all the necessary components. The 10 stones had already been retrieved from the materials crate, and as for the seawater and algae, he merely needed to await the Leviathan's next feeding to acquire them. Oh dear, I am so tired I shall retire for the night. At that moment, the voice of a child echoed once more, and Zhou Wen clearly discerned it, firmly establishing that he could indeed hear the transformed Leviathan's voice. With the vibrations within the gastric chamber ceasing, it indicated that the Leviathan had also halted its activities and had presumably entered a state of rest. Chapter 3. The algal oxygen production chamber starved. It was time to seek sustenance. The innocent voice of a child echoed in Zhou Wen's mind, rousing him abruptly from his slumber. Enclosed within the confines of his stomach space, he was oblivious to whether it was day or night. Adhering to the rhythm of the Leviathan's slumber, Zhou Wen mimicked its rest, ensuring their schedules were in harmony. Suddenly, the walls of his stomach quaked violently. The Leviathan was stirring. With food and water in scarce supply, having consumed a solitary piece of bread yesterday, Zhou Wen awoke to the insistent growl of his stomach. Resigned, he devoured another piece of bread and drank half a bottle of mineral water. Now, only 2 pieces of bread and 3 bottles of water remained, a meager supply that filled him with trepidation. Should the next supply crate yield no sustenance, he would find himself in peril. He silently prayed for food to be among the forthcoming provisions. After a while, the sound of surging seawater reached him from the direction of the esophagus. A torrent of seawater poured in, and having endured several waves, Zhou Wen had gained some experience encountering the force of the sea. He shielded the supply crate with his body to prevent it from being swept away, while the beam of his headlamp illuminated the bounty that the seawater had brought. It was seaweed. Upon seeing the seaweed swirling in the water, Zhou Wen eagerly opened the system interface, accessed the blueprint for the algal oxygen production chamber, and initiated its creation. In an instant, a blue light illuminated the space, and the stones from the supply crate levitated and rearranged themselves, forming a stone trough measuring 1 meter in height and half a meter in width. Under the influence of the blue light, seawater automatically filled the trough, accompanied by strands of seaweed that took root among the gravel at the bottom, their slender bodies swaying gently in the water. Was that all? The construction process had been remarkably swift and rudimentary. Zhou questioned whether such a simplistic apparatus could truly generate oxygen. According to his knowledge, algae required sunlight for oxygen production, yet the stomach's interior offered not a sliver of light. However, as he directed the beam into the trough, his doubts dissipated. Tiny bubbles began to emerge among the fronds of the seaweed, signifying the production of oxygen. It seemed that it indeed had the capacity to generate oxygen. A smile graced Zhou Wen's face as he leaned over the trough, positioning his nostrils above the bubbling surface, greedily inhaling the air. Ah, this clear essence, the scent of oxygen. A look of indulgence washed over his features. Yet, in reality, he felt nothing. It was merely a psychological effect. The newly introduced seawater had ample oxygen content, while the oxygen produced by the algal chamber was minimal. In such a situation, the abundance of oxygen rendered any noticeable sensation moot. Soon, the seawater began to recede, revealing a wealth of seaweed. This time, Zhou Wen had learned his lesson. He did not wait for the Leviathan to finish its meal before he began to gather the seaweed. As soon as the water retreated, he set to work, collecting the seaweed with determination. The amount of sustenance required by the Leviathan of transformation in a single day occupies 2/3 of its gastric wall space. This quantity necessitates several feedings, each of which replenishes the gastric wall with fresh oxygen. Thus, as long as it moves swiftly, it can avoid succumbing to the hypoxic crisis that plagued it the previous day. Although an oxygen-generating device is now at its disposal, whether the produced oxygen suffices for its personal respiration remains uncertain. To ensure success, Zhou Wen devised a method he deemed prudent. However, this approach carries inherent risks, as the Leviathan will soon consume seaweed multiple times, subjecting Zhou Wen to several rounds of tumultuous seawater. Should he inadvertently be swept into the digestive pool, it would spell disaster. Therefore, Zhou Wen must act with alacrity, remaining ever vigilant to the sounds emanating from the esophageal opening. At the slightest indication of seawater, he must immediately retreat from the digestive pool. Zhou Wen commenced a series of swift runs, fortunate that prior to his arrival in this realm, he had maintained a running regimen, thus preserving his stamina. After several back-and-forth sprints, he finally succeeded in depositing the seaweed into the digestive pool. With a sigh of relief, Zhou Wen leaned over the algal oxygenation tank, inhaling deeply. Given the limited quantity of seaweed consumed this time, the oxygen within the gastric wall remained plentiful. After a few moments of vigorous breathing, the rhythm of his lung contractions began to stabilize. After a period, the Leviathan partook in another feeding, and Zhou Wen, having sufficiently rested, resumed his task of transporting seaweed. In total, the Leviathan fed 5 times, with only brief intervals in between. Zhou Wen found himself somewhat fatigued, tirelessly running back and forth, his energy waning. By the time the Leviathan completed its feeding phase and entered a state of digestion, approximately 1/5 of the seaweed remained unrelocated. Yet, Zhou Wen felt no urgency. Today had proven significantly quicker than yesterday, when he only began transporting after the Leviathan had entered digestion. Today, he commenced his efforts immediately after the Leviathan's feeding, and with just 1/5 remaining, he was confident that he could finish swiftly once he regained some strength. Moreover, having altered his strategy for transporting the seaweed, the oxygen within the gastric wall remained abundant, eliminating the need for haste. After resting sufficiently, Zhou Wen prepared to complete the transfer of the remaining seaweed, but an unforeseen incident occurred. Just as he reached into the pile of seaweed to grasp it, something within unexpectedly grazed his arm, followed by a sharp pain. Startled, he instantly withdrew his hand, and the light revealed a crimson gash nearly 5 centimeters long. Blood seeping from the wound, trickling down his forearm to his palm, with droplets falling from his little finger. What could this be? Zhou Wen pressed his hand against the wound and quickly distanced himself from the seaweed pile. In the next moment, the pile trembled, and a creature sprang forth from within. A surge of dread gripped Zhou Wen as he retreated several paces, fearful of what unknown entities might be lurking within the seaweed, poised to launch an attack. This realm was inherently mysterious, and the Leviathan, which had coexisted with him since its birth, already measured 30 meters in length, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this world. The other beings inhabiting this aquatic domain were undoubtedly formidable as well. Zhou hesitated to approach recklessly. He removed the headlamp from his forehead and began to wind it up, ensuring a steady illumination to avoid being ambushed by an unknown creature lurking in the darkness. The sound of shells striking flesh echoed through the cavernous space of his stomach, resonating ominously. The mysterious being, having emerged from a tangle of seagrass, appeared to be bouncing in place, showing no inclination to advance toward Zhou. The light from the headlamp barely reached 2 or 3 meters, rendering the unknown creature invisible. After a brief pause, Zhou summoned his courage to venture closer. It was not a matter of recklessness. Rather, his injured arm continued to bleed profusely, necessitating urgent attention to staunch the flow. However, with the threat of the unknown creature looming nearby, he dared not divert his focus to tend to his wound. Holding his breath, Zhou, when cautiously inched forward, the beam of his headlamp sweeping across the ground ahead. At last, he caught a glimpse of the enigmatic being's form. Was it a shrimp? Chapter 4. The enormous shrimp. This shrimp was remarkably large, comparable in size to the forearm of an adult. Its body of vivid crimson hue, adorned with a dagger-like spike protruding from its head. The injury on Zhou's arm had been inflicted by this very spike. Upon realizing it was merely a colossal shrimp, Zhou's fear subsided significantly. Despite its imposing size, the creature displayed no aggression, merely bouncing in place. As his trepidation faded, it was swiftly replaced by anger. He had been minding his own business with the seaweed when this massive shrimp had lacerated his arm, and without any medical supplies. The risk of infection loomed large, potentially leading to dire consequences. Damn it! Zhou's frustration escalated as he seized a nearby supply crate and hurled it at the shrimp. However, the impact proved negligible. The ground was soft, and the shrimp's resilient exoskeleton absorbed the force of the blow. After several fruitless attempts, Zhou, exasperated, kicked the shrimp away to prevent it from inadvertently stabbing him again with its sharp spike. Determined not to squander any further time, Zhou tore a strip of fabric from his undershirt and began to apply a rudimentary bandage to his wound. Once he had tended to his injury, he resumed gathering seaweed, taking precautionary measures by kicking the foliage beforehand, clad in his shoes, to detect any lurking threats that might remain concealed within. After several minutes, he completed the task of collecting all the seaweed, having encountered no additional colossal shrimps during the process. With the most pressing task accomplished, he now awaited the transformation of the Leviathan to commence its digestion. However, before that could happen, Zhou needed to deal with the shrimp that had harmed him. He contemplated simply kicking the creature into the digestion pool, yet hesitated, reluctant to part with its robust shell and the lethal spike atop its head. Given its considerable size, the intact exoskeleton could serve as protective armor for his forearm against potential threats in the future, while the sharp spike could function as an effective cutting tool. After a moment's deliberation on how to subdue the shrimp, Zhou sprang into action. He opened the lid of an empty supply crate and positioned it atop the shrimp to restrict its movement. He then tore another strip of cloth from his attire, binding it around the shrimp's body. Preparations for its demise were now underway. The shrimp continued to bounce about, unaware of the impending fate that awaited it. Grasping the other end of the cloth, Zhou began to whirl his body, the centrifugal force causing the bound shrimp to follow suit. When the rotational momentum reached its peak, he forcefully flung the shrimp towards the algae oxygenation chamber. With a resounding thud, the exoskeleton collided with the stone, producing a sharp crack that echoed through the air, signaling the potential shattering of its shell. Zhou felt a surge of exhilaration and promptly halted his movements to ascertain whether the shrimp had met its end. The resilient shrimp had not succumbed to death. However, its exoskeleton was marred by numerous fractures, and with the fierce impacts it had endured, its demise was imminent. Zhou persisted, once again swinging the shrimp and causing it to collide with the oxygen-producing algae chamber twice more, at which point the shrimp finally perished. Yet, the next challenge arose: how to peel the shrimp shell, as Zhou lacked any cutting tools. Employing a strategy of using one spear against the opponent's shield, Zhou contemplated the sharp spike at the shrimp's head. He placed the shrimp's body atop a supply box, securing it with one foot while pressing down on the spike with the other. With a forceful exertion, he broke the 7 to 8 centimeters long spike. Zhou then grasped the spike to commence the shelling of the shrimp. The exoskeleton on its back proved exceedingly tough, leaving him with no choice but to begin at the softer abdomen near the tail. The process of peeling the shrimp was far from effortless. Although the spike served as a makeshift cutting tool, it lacked the efficiency of a true knife. After a laborious half-hour, Zhou finally managed to remove the shell from the shrimp's tail. Phew, that's done, he exhaled, collapsing onto the ground, clutching the jagged remnants of the tail shell. While it may not have been aesthetically pleasing, it was functional enough. Wrapping the shell around his forearm, it fit snugly, albeit marred with cracks due to the shrimp's demise from impact, yet it still provided a degree of protection. Now, only the shrimp's head and tail meat remained. Zhou gazed at the translucent shrimp tail meat, swallowing hard. If only I had fire. He had no habit of consuming raw meat, especially not that of an unknown creature from an alien world, which deterred him even more from eating it raw. But could he create a fire here? He surveyed the space within his stomach wall and shook his head. Even if he possessed the means to ignite a flame, the oxygen within the stomach wall was far too scarce to sustain a fire unless he wished to suffocate. At that moment, the digested Leviathan began to stir. Zhou placed the remaining shrimp head and meat into the emptied supply box to prevent them from being swept away by the sea. He glanced at the makeshift bandage on his arm, noticing blood seeping through the fabric. He realized this rudimentary treatment was inadequate. Thus, he accessed the World Trading Channel on the system interface, seeking medical supplies to staunch the bleeding. 10 wood for 1 bread. I have no food left. I implore the affluent to trade some sustenance. 10 stones for 1 bottle of mineral water. My initial 3 bottles were accidentally washed into the digestion pool, and I have gone a day without water. If the exchange materials are insufficient, feel free to message me privately. Zhou quickly perused the listings, noting that most were exchanges of materials for food, as it appeared the majority of individuals had open supply boxes containing resources. After further searching, he finally stumbled upon an offer for medical supplies. 1 medical tourniquet for 3 breads. Medical supplies are life-saving essentials. First come, first served. 3 loaves of bread? That seems rather exorbitant, Zhou mused. Zhou furrowed his brow, for his arm had begun to seep blood. This was the only medical item capable of staunching the flow, and he had no choice but to exchange it. Yet, with only 2 loaves of bread at his disposal, he found himself lacking sufficient resources for a fair trade. Resolutely, he tapped on the trader's avatar and decided to negotiate. My friend, your medical bandage is priced too high at 3 loaves of bread. Would 1 suffice? Before long, a response arrived from across the digital expanse. That is not feasible. This is a life-saving item. You can see the trading channel. There are other medical supplies available. What is the matter, brother? Are you injured? Not at all. In the belly of the phantasmic Leviathan, it would be difficult to sustain injuries. I simply possess a strong sense of crisis, which compels me to prepare in advance. Upon noticing medical supplies on the trading channel, I thought it wise to stockpile. Zhou refrained from disclosing his injury, wary of the other party's potential price hike. Indeed, you make a valid point, brother. I shall forego the trade for the medical bandage and keep it for emergencies. Thank you for the reminder. Upon reading this message, Zhou felt a surge of urgency. His arm required prompt attention. If left untreated, the relentless bleeding could claim his life before the wound had a chance to become infected. Please, my friend, how about 2 loaves? Haha, brother, you are indeed injured, aren't you? Cursed be the realization. He had been found out. Upon reflection, it was clear. Today marked only the 2nd day, and the majority were exchanging food, while he alone sought medical supplies, a telling sign indeed. 2 loaves and a bottle of mineral water. That is all the sustenance I have left. If you refuse this offer, I shall have no recourse. Zhou's message bore a tone of finality, for it represented all that remained of his provisions. Only 2 bottles of water awaited him. Should the 3 supply crates of the day yield no food, he would be left to survive solely on water. Chapter 5. Small Planting Box. Oh dear brother, do not perceive humanity in such a negative light. I assure you, I will not inflate the price. Zhou remained silent, patiently awaiting the continuation of the conversation. How about this? a loaf of bread, and a bottle of mineral water in exchange. Upon receiving this message, Zhou Wen felt a surge of elation, yet soon after, a wave of skepticism washed over him. Had he truly encountered a benevolent soul? Or had he merely underestimated the nature of mankind? Zhou Wen had always believed that in such an uncertain world, particularly amidst a scarcity of sustenance, individuals tend to act out of self-interest. Otherwise, survival becomes exceedingly challenging. After perusing the trading information once more, he confirmed that the offer indeed consisted of a loaf of bread and a bottle of water. Without hesitation, he clicked to accept the trade. The bread and mineral water within the supply box shimmered with a cerulean glow, which faded to reveal a roll of medical bandage for hemorrhage control. Zhou Wen swiftly grasped the medical bandage, unwrapped the cloth tied around his wound, and, wincing in pain, used half a bottle of mineral water to cleanse the injury before applying the bandage, finally staunching the flow of blood. At that moment, a notification appeared on the system interface, indicating the arrival of a private message. "Dear brother, I see you have obtained the hemorrhage bandage. I hope it proves useful." "Thank you," Zhou Wen replied, appreciating the fact that the other party had not reneged on their offer, thus meriting his gratitude. "Ha, it is a fair transaction. No need for thanks. Dear brother, I noticed you did not take advantage of my predicament. Might you share how you sustained your injury?" What a perceptive individual. Zhou Wen chuckled softly upon reading this message. Clearly, the other party sought to cultivate a goodwill exchange, wishing to glean the circumstances surrounding his injury. In truth, Zhou Wen had not been entirely mistaken. Within the gastric cavity of the Leviathan, surrounded by soft flesh, sustaining an injury was no easy feat. The story behind his injury was indeed significant. Zhou Wen opted for transparency and recounted the incident involving the large shrimp, albeit with slight alterations. He refrained from mentioning his act of transporting seaweed to hasten the Leviathan's digestion. While the Leviathan was consuming seaweed, my supply box was inadvertently swept away by the sea. Thus, I ventured into the seaweed pile to search for it, only to discover that it concealed a shrimp the size of an adult forearm. I received a gash on my calf from the shrimp's sharp pincers. A shrimp the size of an adult forearm. It seems the creatures in this world are quite colossal. Indeed, they are. Do exercise caution in the future, although the shrimp are not inherently aggressive. Being caught off guard and receiving a cut in the seaweed pile can still be perilous. Zhou Wen offered this warning, recognizing that while the other party sought information from him, he had also managed to conserve food, rendering the exchange equitable. "Thank you for the advice. I will be careful. Perhaps we can stay in touch and assist one another moving forward?" "Certainly." As their conversation concluded, Zhou Wen was alerted to the sound of seawater near his esophagus. He quickly repositioned the oxygenation chamber beside the diaphragm, ensuring it would be minimally affected by the incoming tide. Zhou Wen placed all 4 supply boxes atop the algae oxygenation chamber, ensuring that the seawater barely submerged them. This way, he no longer needed to physically secure the boxes each time. The latest wave brought forth a new supply box, which he eagerly opened. Ding! Obtained 10 stones, 10 soil, and 10 hay. Why is it all just materials? I need food, Zhou Wen lamented, for he was down to a single loaf of bread. Without food, he would face hunger. After some time, the illusionary Leviathan swallowed the second supply box. Ding! Obtained blueprints for a small planting box. A planting box. Zhou Wen was filled with astonished delight. With this, he could cultivate his own food and no longer worry about sustenance. He promptly utilized the small planting box blueprint, watching as it transformed into a blue light and entered the blueprint section of his system interface. Materials required for constructing the small planting box: 10 wood, 10 soil. He possessed all the necessary materials. Time to build. Zhou Wen clicked to construct, yet nothing happened. What's going on? Why is there no response? I have enough materials, Zhou Wen exclaimed, bewildered by the lack of activity despite the ample resources in the supply box. Reluctantly, he clicked to build once more, but again, there was no reaction. What was happening? He pondered various solutions, removing materials from the supply box and arranging them to match the structure depicted in the blueprint, yet construction remained impossible. Is this some kind of joke? Zhou Wen felt frustration rising. Receiving a blueprint yet being unable to construct it was utterly perplexing. Ultimately, he surrendered. shattering his dreams of self-sufficient food cultivation. Zhou went opened the trading section, perusing the available exchanges. This was already the second supply box of the day. Should the final box yield no food, he would have to trade materials for a loaf of bread. Wait, watermelon seeds for a loaf of bread? Upon seeing this trade offer, Zhou immediately envisioned his small planting box. Once constructed, he would need crop seeds to plant. Trading a single watermelon seed for a loaf of bread seemed quite advantageous. However, Zhou refrained from trading, as he had only one loaf left. Trading it would leave him without food, and given that he had to gather seaweed daily, his energy expenditure was significant. That remaining loaf would barely last him until tomorrow. Otherwise, his body would not withstand strain. For a normal person, a single loaf of bread per day was hardly sufficient. He had endured hunger for the past 2 days, and food was exceedingly scarce. This was precisely why Zhou longed to construct the small planting box. The sensation of hunger was truly unbearable. Several hours later, the final supply box was washed ashore by the waves. Once the water receded, Zhou hurriedly carried the box next to the algae oxygenation chamber. "Please grant me food," he pleaded, placing his hand upon the box's lid. Ding! Obtained 1 apple and 1 banana. Well, it was indeed food, but it hardly sufficed to quell his hunger. He had only just arrived in this world for 2 days, and his craving for fruit was not yet pronounced. Rather, he yearned for bread. However, just because he did not desire fruit did not imply that others shared his sentiment. With this thought in mind, Zhou decided to place 2 pieces of fruit on the trading platform, hoping to exchange them for 2 loaves of bread. Before long, the trade was successfully completed, and he had traded his 2 fruits for 2 loaves of bread. It seemed there were many who were well off in terms of food, Zhou mused softly. Now, he possessed 3 loaves of bread and a bottle and a half of water, which would barely sustain him until the day after tomorrow. He felt fatigued and was ready to sleep. The voice of the Leviathan echoed in his mind. Upon hearing it, Zhou prepared to rest. Yet his entire body was damp, and the ground retained traces of water, making it quite uncomfortable to sleep. Furthermore, his injured arm could not come into contact with water. After pondering for a moment, Zhou turned his gaze towards the supply boxes piled atop the algae oxygenation tank. A few minutes later, 7 supply boxes were arranged side by side on the ground. Zhou stripped off his clothes and lay down on the relatively drier supply boxes. Ah, what bliss! Chapter 6. The spiny shrimp. The walls of the stomach space began to tremble violently as the Leviathan of illusion stirred to life. Zhou roused from his slumber, having been enveloped in a dream filled with an abundance of delectable dishes. He rose from the makeshift bed crafted from supply crates, instinctively moistening his lips at the thought of the culinary delights from his dream. Uncertain if there were any items within the supply crate to heat food, he immediately recalled the shrimp meat from the previous day, but found himself unable to consume it in its raw state. He settled for a piece of bread and washed it down with the remaining half bottle of mineral water he had used to clean his wounds, a meager attempt to quell the gnawing hunger in his belly. After inspecting the injury on his arm, he found, whether due to the efficacy of the medical bandage or his own robust constitution, that the wound had not become infected, an unexpected stroke of luck amidst his misfortunes. Having redressed the wound, he piled the supply crates onto the algae-filled oxygen tank, now awaiting the Leviathan of illusion to partake in its meal. During this interlude, he opened the World Communication Channel to peruse the exchanges among other survivors. "Hey everyone, I'm out of food. I only have a watermelon seed left. Can anyone help me? I'll trade it for a piece of bread." "What use is a watermelon seed? I don't even know how to plant it now. And you think you can trade it for a piece of bread? You're dreaming. Stop shouting, man. You've been at it since yesterday. Right now, each person only gets 1 supply crate a day, and whether you find food is purely a matter of luck." The trading information in the channel suggests that most people are severely food deprived. Who would trade food for a useless watermelon seed? I'm begging you. I haven't eaten in a day. I'll trade anything edible. Today's the day to receive a supply crate, right? Just hang in there. That's in 5 or 6 hours. I'm completely drained of energy right now. It was he who had traded a piece of bread for a watermelon seed in the trading channel yesterday. Zhou, upon seeing the messages, contemplated briefly before clicking on the user's profile and sending a private message. The reply came swiftly. Are you looking to trade a watermelon seed? Yes, but I'm not trading it for bread. That's fine, as long as it's something edible. What exactly is it? Raw shrimp meat. Shrimp meat? Where on earth did you get shrimp? The other party was clearly taken aback, prompting Zhou Wen to succinctly recount the circumstances of acquiring the shrimp meat. A shrimp the size of an adult's forearm? That must weigh 3 to 4 pounds. About that. I'm not accustomed to eating raw meat, and it will spoil in a few days, so I thought I might as well trade it for your watermelon seed. However, I must caution you, in this unknown world, that shrimp meat might be toxic. Are you certain you want to proceed with the trade? After sending this message, the other party hesitated for a considerable time. Let's trade. I have no other food and nothing else to barter with. I'll take the risk with the shrimp. In the next moment, the other party promptly sent him the watermelon seed through a private message. Upon confirming the identity of the watermelon seed, Zhou Wen promptly dispatched the shrimp meat, exchanging it for a diminutive watermelon seed with Jiang Haida. To an onlooker, this transaction might appear rather disadvantageous, for the watermelon seed cannot yet be cultivated. However, for Zhou Wen, who possesses a small planting box, it resembles a crucial piece of a puzzle. The seed is an indispensable element for self-sustaining production. Furthermore, as he does not consume raw shrimp meat and is uncertain of its toxicity, trading something unnecessary for something he genuinely requires seems to him a worthwhile bargain. After a while, the Leviathan began to feed. Zhou Wen, as he had the day prior, commenced the laborious task of transporting seaweed. Due to an earlier encounter with a large shrimp hidden within the seaweed, he fortified his forearms with shrimp shells, hollowing out the shrimp heads to envelop his palms. Before proceeding with the seaweed, he cautiously probed the interior with his shell-encased hands to ensure no creatures lay in ambush within the seaweed. The shrimp shell proved effective in its protective function, as he soon discovered 3 large shrimp concealed among the seaweed. He identified one in advance, while the other 2 launched an assault, yet were repelled by the shells, leaving him unharmed. Upon completing the transport of the seaweed, Zhou Wen began to process the 3 large shrimp, employing a different method than the previous day. The earlier technique had damaged the shells excessively and was a last resort. Today, however, with the sharp spines of the shrimp heads as his tools, he devised a more delicate approach. He secured the large shrimp in an empty supply box and, using the sharp spines, pierced the vulnerable connection between the head and tail. This point is arguably the most fragile part of the shrimp's anatomy. With precision, he sliced through the thin shell at this juncture, then grasped the opening firmly to separate the head from the tail, thereby preserving the integrity of the shell. After approximately half an hour, he successfully processed all 3 large shrimp. Drawing on his experience from the previous day, the shells remained largely intact and were in far better condition than before. With no further tasks at hand, he carefully stored the shrimp meat and shells within the supply box, eagerly awaiting the Leviathan's consumption of the container. Once digestion was complete, the creature began to stir, and shortly thereafter, the first supply box was engulfed by the seawater and transported to the stomach chamber. Ding! Acquired canned yellow peach X1. To Zhou Wen's delight, there was even canned yellow peach. This was a splendid find, rich in sugar and capable of providing substantial energy. He cheerfully secured the supply box, acknowledging that the canned peaches contained both fruit and syrup, making it a potential lifesaver in this world. While awaiting the arrival of the second supply box, a message from Jiang Haida arrived. Brother, do you still have that spiny shrimp meat? Spiny shrimp meat? Zhou Wen paused for a moment, quickly realizing it was the shrimp meat he had traded to Jiang Haida. How do you know the large shrimp is called spiny shrimp? He inquired, perplexed. It's in the illustrated guide. I stumbled upon it by chance. The illustrated guide? Zhou Wen immediately opened it, discovering indeed a second page had been added. Spiny krill, measuring between 30 to 40 centimeters in length and weighing approximately 5 to 6 kilograms, primarily subsist on algae. Their sharply pointed head is notably formidable, and the flesh is both delectable and elastic, rendering it edible. The exoskeleton can be fashioned into protective gear. Although the guide's description of spiny krill is succinct, it nonetheless provides Zhou Wen with some insights. It is no wonder they tend to conceal themselves amidst the seagrass, for their sustenance consists solely of algae. The food of the Leviathan, too, comprises algae, When it consumes its meal, it inadvertently engulfs a few unfortunate spiny krill as well. However, Zhou pondered, why has no one else encountered them? This question suddenly emerged in his mind. After some contemplation, Zhou speculated a possibility. Could it be that my assistance in accelerating the leviathan's digestion of seagrass allows it to roam far longer than other leviathans, thus leading it to the habitat of the spiny krill? It seems plausible. By this logic, I have significantly outpaced others. Yet, this revelation did not bring Zhou joy. Instead, it instilled a sense of unease. As a leviathan strays further from its birthplace, it will inevitably encounter a greater variety of marine life. If it were to accidentally ingest a marine creature measuring 3 to 4 meters, it could spell disaster for him. Brother, are you still there? Yes. I was just perusing the guide. Spiny krill flesh is a prized delicacy. Consuming it can enhance one's strength. Hence, I wish to trade for another piece of spiny krill flesh using the blueprint I just obtained from the supply crate. Chapter 7. Strength 1. Zhou was utterly astonished as he perused Jiang Haitao's message. The spiny shrimp meat, which he had previously been reluctant to consume, could actually enhance his physical attributes, and notably, it could augment his strength. Upon receiving this revelation, Zhou's gaze shifted towards the storage box containing the spiny shrimp meat. He had resolved against trading it. The consumption of these 3 pieces of spiny shrimp meat would bestow upon him an additional 3 points of strength, thereby elevating him to the level of an average person. In the days to come, he anticipated the continued availability of spiny shrimp, and he envisioned his strength growing indefinitely, rendering him invincible. However, Zhou quickly dismissed this absurd notion. While spiny shrimp posed a certain degree of danger, with adequate precautions, they could be dispatched quite easily. If the strength increment were indeed limitless, it would imply that he had not even emerged from the novice village yet was already invincible. This was evidently illogical, leading Zhou to speculate that the enhancement from spiny shrimp meat was constrained. To validate his hypothesis, Zhou resolved to trade 1 piece of spiny shrimp meat with Jiang Haitao. What blueprint did you acquire? It is a blueprint for armor called the spiny helmet, seemingly crafted from the shell of the spiny shrimp. What a fortuitous coincidence. This was precisely within his area of expertise. With the armor blueprint presented before him, Zhou unhesitatingly agreed to the trade. Once you've consumed this spiny shrimp meat, let me know if you can still continue to increase your strength. Sure thing, brother. I will eat it shortly and inform you afterward. By the way, brother, what is your name? I forgot to ask earlier. After imparting his name to Jiang Haitao, Zhou concluded the conversation and proceeded to utilize the armor blueprint he had just acquired. Materials required for the spiny helmet: complete spiny shrimp shell X3, cloth pieces X5. He had just enough shrimp shells, yet he lacked the necessary cloth pieces. Zhou decided to wait for the remaining 2 storage boxes. If neither yielded any cloth, he would venture in the trading channel to procure 5 cloth pieces. I shall also indulge in this spiny shrimp meat. Zhou retrieved a piece from the storage box. Given its potential to enhance strength, he disregarded whether it was raw and took large bites of the spiny shrimp meat. The flavor is quite acceptable, Zhou remarked with mild surprise. The spiny shrimp meat was firm and tender, devoid of any fishy odor, and possessed a subtle sweetness. However, he was indeed unaccustomed to eating raw meat, finding its texture somewhat peculiar. Upon finishing the entire piece, Zhou felt a bit full, marking it as the only satisfying meal he had enjoyed in the past 3 days. Ding! Consuming spiny shrimp meat, strength 1. Upon hearing the system notification, Zhou hurriedly opened his physical attributes panel. Zhou average human attributes: 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 8 speed, 11 constitution, 9 evaluation, a relatively healthy individual. His strength had indeed increased by 1 point. Zhou flexed his arms. Apart from a slight hardening of his muscles, he did not observe any significant changes. It appeared that the enhancement was minimal, hence the lack of a pronounced effect. A single spiny shrimp had already filled Zhou to the brim, leaving only 1 remaining for consumption on the morrow. A couple of hours later, the second supply crate surged into the stomach space, accompanied by the tide. Ding! Acquired stones X10. Wood X10, cloth scraps X10. The cloth scraps had arrived. Zhou promptly opened the blueprint for the spiny helmet and initiated the crafting process. 3 spiny shrimp shells and 5 cloth scraps transformed into a radiant blue light, swiftly coalescing into a helmet enveloped in an outer layer of shell, adorned with 3 prominent spikes atop. Upon donning the helmet, it fit perfectly, with a soft lining separating his head from the shell, making it quite comfortable without causing discomfort. Indeed, it was rather fitting. Zhou carefully removed the helmet and placed it atop the pile of supply crates in the corner, ensuring it remained dry from the encroaching seawater, intending to utilize it when he harvested grass tomorrow. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent a message. Brother One, I consumed the spiny shrimp meat, but this time I did not gain any power points. It seems that the spiny shrimp meat only provides a boost to power attributes upon the first consumption. Subsequent intakes yield no benefit. Haha, that seems to be the case. Brother Win, the blueprint I traded you earlier is rather rare. Could you possibly part with another spiny shrimp meat? I feel a bit shortchanged. Previously, Jiang Haitao was willing to trade the blueprint for the spiny shrimp meat, believing that it would grant him a slight increase in power, making the exchange seem fair. However, upon realizing that the second consumption of spiny shrimp meat would not yield power points, he felt the transaction had turned exceedingly unbalanced. Yet, the irony lay in the fact that he had initially requested the trade himself, and now wishing to renegotiate felt rather audacious. The crux of his unease stemmed from the fact that today's crate had yielded a blueprint, while he still lacked food provisions, leaving him quite apprehensive. There were only 2 today, one I traded with you, and the other I consumed myself. Let us see about tomorrow. If I come across another, I shall give you one. Zhou was not overly concerned. Indeed, a piece of armor blueprint held significantly more value than a single spiny shrimp meat, making Jiang Haitao's request quite reasonable. Nonetheless, Zhou could not ascertain the veracity of Jiang Haitao's claims. What if he consumed the second spiny shrimp meat and still gained power points, then deceitfully misled him? Such a possibility lingered in his mind. Therefore, he resolved to reserve the remaining spiny shrimp meat for the following day, consuming it himself first to verify whether it would indeed yield no further power points before considering a trade with Jiang Haitao. The sound of crashing waves echoed from his esophagus, heralding the arrival of the final supply crate for the day. Ding! Acquired heating pack X1. A heating pack. This suggests that tomorrow I might be able to cook the spiny shrimp meat. The mere thought of indulging in warm, cooked food brought Zhou immense joy. Coincidentally, he had also discovered a tin of canned yellow peaches today. Once the peaches were consumed, the tin would serve as a perfect vessel for cooking. At the moment Zhou beheld the heating pack, a cascade of essential items began to materialize in his mind. However, as this thought crossed his mind, he swiftly dismissed the notion of consuming cooked food. No, that would not do. The heating pack was intended for singular use, and the only viable option for cooking was the delicate meat of the Antarctic krill, which felt rather extravagant. Zhou sensed that this situation was too rudimentary. With but one opportunity at hand, it was imperative to elevate the occasion. Furthermore, the canned yellow peaches were meant to be preserved for dire times when sustenance was scarce, as a mere bowl of boiled shrimp meat would be a gross misappropriation of resources. In this moment, Zhou, a seasoned player of survival games, experienced a surge of his hoarding instinct. He believed that all valuable items should be retained until the most crucial of moments. He carefully placed the heating pack and the canned yellow peaches into a supply box, recognizing the worth of these 2 precious items, ensuring they were stored in an elevated position, far from the threat of water damage. Chapter 8. Shadows in the water on the 4th day since arriving in this world. The transformed Leviathan began to stir, and Zhou awoke from his slumber. The first thing he did upon awakening was consume the remaining portion of the spiny shrimp meat for breakfast. Jiang Haitao had not deceived him. It was indeed impossible to augment his strength further. Zhou felt a tinge of disappointment. He had hoped to elevate his strength to at least 10 points, reaching the level of an ordinary person. After some time, it was nearly the hour for the transformed Leviathan to feed. Zhou donned the spiny helmet he had crafted the previous day and positioned himself in a corner, waiting to assist in transporting the seaweed. Just then, an unexpected sound emerged from the transformed Leviathan, a childish voice expressing irritation. How vexing! Why must it be this creature stealing my food? The tone of this utterance indicated the Leviathan was quite agitated, seemingly contesting its meal with another organism. Could it be the spiny shrimp? Zhou pondered, recalling from the illustrated guide that spiny shrimp also fed on algae, and the seaweed the Leviathan had been consuming these past few days was indeed a type of algae. It appeared that today's seaweed was likely teeming with spiny shrimp, necessitating caution during the transportation. In the previous days, spiny shrimp had been entangled within the seaweed. Yet the transformed Leviathan had not expressed itself as it did today, suggesting that their numbers were not as significant then. Today, however, their presence seemed sufficient to disrupt the Leviathan's feeding. Suddenly, without warning, the entire gastric cavity began to tremble violently, and the space started to tilt. The digestive pool rose abruptly, causing the entire stomach chamber to nearly stand upright. Zhou, caught off guard, fell to the other side, colliding against the fleshy wall. Fortunately, the wall was soft, and aside from feeling slightly dizzy from the jolt, he sustained no injuries. However, the algae oxygen chamber, situated nearby, began to spill seawater due to the tilting of the gastric space. Moreover, the 10 supply boxes he had accumulated over the past few days were now scattered haphazardly. Zhou lunged toward one of the supply boxes, which contained the precious canned peaches and heat packs he had acquired yesterday. These invaluable items could not afford to be compromised. What was happening? Clutching the supply box tightly, his mind swirled with confusion and panic. Could the transformed Leviathan be under attack by another creature? Zhou instinctively envisioned the worst. Alas, this world was an enigma to him. Even after several days, he remained oblivious to the nature of the external environment, and the unknown breeds fear. Although the Leviathan was not insignificant in size, measuring a full 30 meters, such dimensions would dominate the oceans on Earth. Yet this was not Earth, and the Leviathan had only recently emerged. It was conceivable that it might encounter even larger beings that could pose a threat. Boom! A thunderous crash reverberated through the body of the transformed Leviathan, penetrating into the gastric cavity. The sound was deafening, and powerful sound waves coursed through Zhou's entire being, causing his internal organs to vibrate, and his head felt as though it had been struck with immense force, resulting in a splitting headache. Fortunately, the sound was but a fleeting moment, strikingly sudden and swiftly vanishing. Snatching my meal, I swatted it away with a flick of my tail. The voice of the phantasmal Leviathan resonated at that instant, enlightening Zhou, whose mind was still clouded to the peculiarities of the recent events. Goodness, it turns out it was merely a shrimp being swatted. This revelation eased Zhou's anxious heart. As long as it wasn't an assault from other colossal fish, all was well. The commotion was overwhelming, nearly sending me away. My stomach had now returned to its normal state, and Zhou sat on the ground, offering a wry smile as he spoke. After resting for a brief moment, feeling less dizzy, Zhou propped up the algae oxygen chamber that had fallen to the ground. The seawater within was nearly depleted, but it was of little concern. Soon, the phantasmal Leviathan would be feeding, and replenishing the seawater would be straightforward. Zhou gathered the scattered supply boxes one by one, arranging them neatly atop the algae oxygen chamber, placing the most precious box at the highest point. A familiar sound of surging seawater emanated from the direction of the esophagus. The phantasmal Leviathan had begun to feed. As seawater surged into the stomach's cavity, Zhou promptly accessed the system interface, located the blueprints for the algae oxygen chamber, and clicked on repair. The seawater automatically filled the stone chamber, and the repair was swiftly completed. Once the seawater receded, Zhou commenced his task of transporting seaweed for the day. Throughout the process, Zhou was exceedingly cautious, continuously sifting through the seaweed with his shrimp shell-clad arms. Only after confirming that the pile of seaweed he was handling contained no spiny shrimp did he lift it to transport it to the digestion pool. What is this? A spiny shrimp? As Zhou rummaged through the seaweed, he encountered something hard, a sensation he recognized as the touch of a spiny shrimp shell. However, this particular spiny shrimp, upon contact, did not flick its tail but remained motionless among the seaweed. Parting the seaweed, the beam from his headlamp illuminated the creature, revealing indeed a spiny shrimp. Yet, it was evidently lifeless, its head spike broken, its shell shattered, exposing the shrimp meat within. Today, it seemed, he would find plenty of dead shrimp. Zhou chuckled to himself in delight. The sound of the phantasmal Leviathan's tail, thrashing moments ago, nearly knocked him senseless. The force was unimaginable. Many spiny shrimp must have met their end under such a blow, and with the Leviathan feeding here, it was certain that the seaweed was mingled with numerous dead shrimp. Those spiny shrimp could not augment power points. Zhou could trade them for rare items. Subsequently, he began merrily transporting seaweed while collecting the deceased spiny shrimp. Upon completing the first round of seaweed transport, he had gathered a total of 13 dead spiny shrimp and 2 half-alive ones. Wow, just from the first round of feeding, I've already collected 15 spiny shrimp. Once the feeding concludes, I could amass 70 or 80. Zhou marveled at the heap of spiny shrimp. However, if left piled like this, the seawater would surely wash them away in the second round of feeding. Zhou began to ponder the issue of storage, casting his gaze toward the algae oxygenation chamber nestled in the corner. Perhaps it would be prudent to construct an additional algae oxygenation chamber. Zhou envisioned positioning 2 such chambers in a V shape against the wall of the stomach, allowing the triangular space between them to serve as a repository for the spiny shrimp. After all, with ample materials at hand, the addition of another oxygen-producing apparatus could only be advantageous. Before long, the second feeding cycle commenced. Zhou carefully arranged the spiny shrimp in the corner, using his body to shield them from the onslaught of seawater, ensuring the safety of the 15 fragile creatures. He then unfurled the blueprints for the algae oxygenation chamber and commenced construction. The 2 chambers were arranged as planned in a V formation, effectively encircling the spiny shrimp and thwarting the impact of the sea's currents. Excellent. The spiny shrimp harvested later can be temporarily stored here, Zhou remarked with a sense of satisfaction. However, at that moment, a flicker of movement caught the corner of his eye, revealing a dark shadow within the water. Zhou's heart tightened as he instinctively directed his light toward the anomaly, his pulse quickening in response. He was acutely aware that this shadow was no mere spiny shrimp, for it measured a daunting 3 to 4 meters in length. Chapter 9. Monsters in the Dark. Fortunately, at that moment, Zhou found himself ensconced within a triangular space formed by 2 algae oxygenation tanks, alleviating his concerns about an impending attack from the shadow lurking beneath the water. His gaze remained fixated on the surface of the water, as the beam of his headlamp swept back and forth across the undulating surface. With his right hand, he retrieved a sharp spike from his waist, gripping it tightly. Zhou waited in silence, anticipating the receding of the seawater. However, misfortune struck at this critical juncture. An unexpected event occurred. The headlamp's battery faltered, and the already dim light grew even fainter, beginning to flicker ominously. Damn it! To run out of power now is a cruel jest, Zhou silently cursed. Yet, he dared not free a hand to manually recharge the lamp. Instead, he squinted, relying on the flickering glow to continue observing the water's surface, feeling as if the wait for the water to recede stretched into eternity. At last, the headlamp's power was extinguished, plunging the space into utter darkness. In the fleeting second before the light vanished, Zhou's expression shifted dramatically as he glimpsed a flesh-colored, elongated creature in the water ahead, something that resembled both a serpent and a tentacle. Bang! Splash! Before Zhou could contemplate the lurking creature, the water's surface erupted violently, as something surged forth from beneath. In the oppressive darkness, fear enveloped Zhou entirely. He strained his eyes, desperate to discern his surroundings, but to no avail. The unknown terror expanded exponentially in the inky blackness. Crack! Suddenly, Zhou's head was struck violently, as if a creature's claw had latched onto his spiked helmet. The claw seemed to bear barbs, exerting tremendous pressure on the helmet, producing the chilling sound of sharp objects scraping against armor. Overwhelmed by sheer terror, Zhou felt his body become numb, his right hand trembling uncontrollably around the spike beyond his command. Calm. Stay calm, Zhou implored himself. Only by regaining composure could he hope to regain control of his body. At that moment, he sensed something coiling around his neck, a slick and clammy touch that sent a shiver down his spine. What is it? A tentacle? In the profound darkness, Zhou could not discern the nature of his assailant. As panic surged within him, a vision of a colossal creature, equipped with 2 claws and legs adorned with tentacles, invaded his mind, and the dread lingered interminably. The tentacles around his neck began to constrict, making it increasingly difficult to breathe, and his face flushed with blood. Am I about to die? Wait. Why do I say again? Zhou recognized the suffocating sensation as eerily familiar. On the very first day in this world, he had nearly perished from asphyxiation due to lack of oxygen. Curse you! Perhaps sensing the imminent threat to his life, Zhou's fear dissipated significantly, replaced by an overwhelming surge of rage as adrenaline coursed through his veins, reviving his numb body. With a fierce thrust, Zhou swung his right hand, plunging the spike into the tentacle, constricting his neck, disregarding the possibility of inadvertently wounding himself in the process. Squeak! Squeak! The unknown creature, upon being attacked, emitted a piercing shriek that resonated from its head. At this moment, Zhou was engulfed in a state of fury, disregarding the details, and began frantically slicing the tentacles gripping his neck with sharp spikes. Although the tentacle skin was remarkably resilient, it proved no match for the blades, and soon, the appendage was severed. The severed tentacle thrashed wildly in Zhou's grasp, spewing a copious amount of putrid liquid that sprayed all over him. After a period of time, the creature lay completely still, yet its claws remained firmly latched onto his spike helmet, albeit devoid of strength. As his rage subsided and the effects of adrenaline waned, a wave of fear washed over Zhou once more. He swallowed hard, hesitating to make any sudden movements, and remained motionless, waiting for the tide to recede entirely. It must be dead, he pondered, uncertainty gnawing at him, for the creature's claws still clung to his head amid the encompassing darkness, obscuring his vision of the surroundings. After a while, gathering his courage, Zhou removed his helmet light and began to crank it for power. The light flickered a few times before casting a dim, yellow glow that illuminated his immediate vicinity. Before him lay a gruesome sight, a multitude of bloodstains and a severed tentacle, which drooped over a bed of algae, still dripping blood from its severed end. This tentacle must be the main body, he thought, directing the light towards it, only to discover a long, slender form measuring approximately 3 meters, about the width of a bowl. Suddenly, Zhou recalled the eerie shriek that had emanated from the head, realizing something crucial, and promptly removed the helmet. On the helmet, for claw-like appendages resembling ship anchors clung tenaciously to it, their tips embedded with tiny barbs that had pierced into the helmet itself. Between these 4 anchor-like claws was a circular mouth filled with curved, razor-sharp teeth. What if that had bitten into my head? Zhou thought, a cold sweat breaking out across his back as he beheld the creature's overall appearance. The fact that the monster had not penetrated his skull was sheer luck. The helmet's shell was utterly incapable of withstanding the creature's sharp fangs. His survival was solely due to the 3 spikes atop the helmet, which had prevented the creature's 4 anchor-like claws from fully pressing against his head, maintaining a safe distance between the toothy maw and the helmet itself. This spike helmet has saved my life, Zhou silently reflected, still shaken. He then remembered the creature's information should now be recorded in the biological database. With a sudden thought, he opened the system interface and located the entry for the creature. Anchorhead worm, length 2 to 3 meters, weight 30 to 40 kilograms, diet, blood description, a parasitic worm residing within the bodies of colossal creatures. Its sharp mouth can easily penetrate an adult skull. The 4 anchor-like claws are akin to the scythe of death. Without a sturdy helmet for protection, capture is a certain death. The anchor-like claws can be fashioned into tools. After reading the description of the anchorhead worm, Zhou felt an increasing sense of dread. His survival this time was entirely a stroke of luck. He had obtained the blueprint for the spiked helmet in advance and had crafted it just in time to thwart the attacks of the anchorhead worm. The sound of surging seawater echoed within the esophagus. It was then that Zhou recalled that the Leviathan's feeding had yet to conclude. He hastily removed the anchorhead worm's head from the helmet and cast it aside, donning the helmet once again. Zhou did not venture out of the triangular space of the algae oxygenation chamber, for he suspected that more anchorhead worms might be lurking within the seawater during this feeding. He deemed it safer to remain within this sanctuary. It was only after the Leviathan's feast had ended and no further anchorhead worms were detected that Zhou cautiously departed from the area where the spiked krill were stored. Chapter 10. A bountiful harvest while transporting seaweed and collecting spiny shrimp. Zhou periodically recharged his headlamp to ensure an ample supply of power for any unforeseen circumstances. The recent encounter with an unknown creature in the darkness was an experience he wished to avoid repeating. After approximately half an hour, all the seaweed in the stomach space was transferred to the digestion chamber, during which he encountered no more anchorhead worms. He successfully gathered a total of 58 spiny shrimp, 8 of which were fresh and intact, having evaded the attack of the phantasmal Leviathan, making them suitable for crafting spiny helmets. The remaining 50 were severely damaged, rendering their shells unusable. Zhou decided against peeling them and opted to trade them in their shells through the trading channel instead. Remarkably, he felt no signs of oxygen deficiency, indicating that the algal oxygen generator was indeed effective. Breathing deeply, he relished the smooth flow of air, confirming that the oxygen levels within the stomach space were abundant. Once his tasks were completed, Zhou rested atop the supply crate, opened the system interface, and sent 3 spiny shrimp to Jiang Haitao. Surviving the encounter with the anchorhead worm was largely due to the crucial role of the spiny helmet. And since he had an ample supply of spiny shrimp, he considered this a gesture of gratitude towards Jiang Haitao. Wow, did you send the wrong amount, Brotherwin? Why did you trade 3? I did not send the wrong amount. I am indeed giving you 3. Really? Thank you, Brotherwin. It seems you had quite the fruitful day, Brotherwin. Indeed, but I came perilously close to losing my life. Are you all right, Brotherwin? What happened? Zhou then recounted the incident involving the anchorhead worm to Jiang Haitao. Is there such a dangerous creature? Jiang Haitao's demeanor changed drastically upon hearing Zhou Wen's tale. If Zhou Wen had encountered it, there was a possibility that he too might face such a creature in the future, yet he lacked the protective spiny helmet. Brotherwin, could I trade 2 spiny shrimp with you for a spiny helmet? Before Zhou Wen could respond, Jiang Haitao sent another message. Don't worry, Brotherwin. I know the value of 2 spiny shrimp is insufficient. If I find more seeds in the future, I will give them to you directly, or, if you need materials, I will provide them to you as well. I will simply give you 1. The blueprints Zhou, when acquired from Jiang Haitao, fortuitously saved his life. And since he was most familiar with Jiang Haitao in this strange world, gifting him a spiny helmet would also serve as a favor, fostering friendship that might prove beneficial in the future. Is this appropriate? Not all. It won't consume much material. Brotherwin, you are like a brother to me. Thank you so much. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Zhou turned his attention to the carcass of the anchorhead worm. He pondered whether its flesh could enhance his attributes. However, he quickly dismissed the thought, recalling that the creature's entry in the biological compendium made no mention of its meat being edible. The risk of toxicity was too great to ignore. After some time, the first supply crate arrived, and Zhou opened it immediately. Ding! Acquiring iron or X1, copper or X1, and sand X10. Zhou expressed mild surprise at the unexpected discovery of metallic ore. In the ensuing hours, he planned to barter the spiny shrimp meat with other survivors. Yet he needed to wait for 3 to 4 hours. He intended to await the arrival of the first supply crate of the day, which would allow him to exchange the spiny shrimp meat for more valuable items or a greater quantity of resources. Zhou calculated simply that today marked the 4th day, and each survivor could only obtain 1 supply crate daily, totaling merely 5 crates among them, which did not amount to much. In truth, to maximize returns, one should wait several more days, perhaps 10 to 15, which would undoubtedly yield a greater abundance of supplies. However, the spiny shrimp could not be preserved for such an extended period, as he lacked refrigeration. The crates could only serve as containers, offering no preservation capabilities. Furthermore, Zhou speculated that in the coming days, some might encounter spiny shrimp, due to his assistance in accelerating the digestion of the illusory Leviathan. Its daily movement was 3 to 4 times that of other survivors. Zhou had encountered spiny shrimp on the 2nd day, and according to his conjecture, someone should have already stumbled upon them today. With this thought in mind, Zhou promptly opened the global communication channel to see if anyone was discussing it. Wow, have you encountered shrimp measuring 20 to 30 centimeters? Brother, are you hallucinating from hunger? Indeed, it's clear you're delirious from starvation. If such large shrimp existed, we would have to endure hunger. I wake up starving every day. Stop talking. Just thinking about shrimp that size makes my mouth water uncontrollably. What do you want about? I'm speaking the truth. If what you say is true, then you're in luck. You could have a hearty meal. A hearty meal, you say? That shrimp has spines 7 or 8 centimeters long, quite sharp. It ripped my pants. Had I not noticed in time, I would have had a gash on my leg. Really? There's shrimp that big? Do you think I'm joking? That shrimp was bouncing not far from me. Well, find a way to kill it. That is shrimp meat, edible even raw. The subsequent discussions revolved around methods to eliminate the spiny shrimp, prompting Zhou to close the global communication channel. Indeed, some had already encountered spiny shrimp. A sense of urgency welled within him, as in a few days, all survivors would likely come across spiny shrimp, diminishing the value of what he held. 3 to 4 hours later, the other survivors obtained the first supply crate of the day. Zhou swiftly divided his 50 spiny shrimp into 5 trading options and listed them on the trading channel. The first trading option was a blueprint, 1 blueprint in exchange for 1 spiny shrimp, totaling 10 shrimp for trade. The second option involved food, 1 can of food, 1 loaf of bread, and 1 bottle of water in exchange for 1 spiny shrimp, also totaling 10 shrimp for trade. The third transaction involves medical supplies, exchanging 1 spiny shrimp for a total of 10. The fourth transaction pertains to metal ores, wherein 10 units of metal ore could be traded for a single spiny shrimp, also totaling 10. The fifth transaction concerns basic materials, with 50 units of such materials required for 1 spiny shrimp, summing up to 10. Spiny shrimp meat for sale. Available in the trading channel. Consuming spiny shrimp meat can enhance one's strength slightly. Quantities are limited and available on a first-come, first-served basis. As Zhou message was broadcasted across the global communication channel, it ignited a fervor akin to cold water splashed onto boiling oil. Are you out of your mind playing this game? Gaining strength points? Really? I don't know if others are foolish while playing, but you're truly Navi. The system interface clearly displays character panel data. Isn't the purpose of that panel to allocate points? Isn't that spiny shrimp the same one I saw, measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters? Is it true? I just checked the trading channel, and honestly, it's a bit pricey. However, if it truly measures 20 to 30 centimeters, there should be a decent amount of meat, and coupled with the slight strength enhancement, it might be worth considering. Consequently, many began to deliberate whether to make a purchase, discussing which trading method would be more advantageous. However, at that moment, an ill-timed message emerged in the communication channel. Wait, do you really believe him? Just because he says it can enhance strength, does that make it true? Who can prove it? Moreover, have you considered that if it genuinely could enhance strength, why would he sell it? He could simply consume it himself to gain even more strength. Wouldn't that be better? With the emergence of these two messages, the once fervent atmosphere in the global communication channel diminished significantly. Chapter 11. The wooden platform. Zhou gazed at the messages from this individual, his visage betraying no sign of anger, but rather adorned with a hint of amusement. This person, after posting 2 messages in the global communication channel, promptly utilized 200 units of basic materials to trade for 4 portions of spiny shrimp meat in the trading channel. What a cunning maneuver! It was evident that the individual was apprehensive about the influx of traders, thus deliberately casting doubt in the global channel to secure additional time for trading more spiny shrimp meat. Having traded 4 portions at once, he might even be contemplating a role as a middleman. One could only wonder where he procured 200 units of basic materials. Presently, others possessed merely 5 boxes. Aside from the initial supply box containing food issued by the world system on the first day, even if the remaining 4 boxes yielded only basic materials, the total would not exceed 120 units. Could it be that this fellow had also conceived a method to hasten the digestion of the illusory Leviathan? Yet, Zhou swiftly dismissed this notion. If the other party had indeed discovered such a method, he would have encountered spiny shrimp long before and would have no need to trade for basic materials. Upon reflection, only one possibility remained. He must have collaborated with an acquaintance to pool together 200 units of materials to acquire the 4 portions of spiny shrimp meat. After consuming 1 each, they would then sell the remaining 2 for greater resources. At that moment, a private message arrived, sent by the very individual who had raised doubts in the global channel. Apologies, my remarks did not hinder your trading, did they? Not significantly. Zhou glanced at the trading information. All 10 portions of spiny shrimp meat intended for exchanging basic materials had been traded away. That's good to hear. I would like to pose a question to you. Go ahead. Zhou chose not to dwell on the earlier comments, recognizing that while they had some impact, the individual's decision to trade 4 portions of spiny shrimp meat would likely encourage others to follow suit. After all, at this juncture, basic materials held little value. Without acquiring blueprints, they were merely a pile of refuse. Trading 50 units of useless basic materials for a spiny shrimp measuring 20 to 30 centimeters, which contained 3 to 4 pounds of meat, was hardly a loss, even if it did not confer any strength points. I wish to know, does the spiny shrimp meat only grant strength points upon first consumption? Indeed, the second portion will not confer any additional points. Zhou replied candidly, as the other party had evidently surmised and sought confirmation through private message. He refrained from mentioning this information in the global communication channel, as he wished to allow those fortunate individuals, such as those possessing multiple blueprints, to believe that consuming more spiny shrimp would yield an increase in strength points. This way, he could acquire more blueprints. Had he revealed the truth prematurely, these individuals would surely be disinclined to continue trading their blueprints. Thank you immensely. My name is Cheng Yoming. May I inquire your esteemed name? There is no need for such formality. I am Zhou. I am grateful for your generosity, Zhou. Should I come across any blueprints in the future, I shall prioritize trading with you. Having concluded his conversation with Cheng Yoming, Zhou glanced at the trading information. Of the 50 spiny shrimp meats he had listed, 43 had already been traded. He cast a look at the global exchange channel, where numerous individuals attested to the fact that spiny shrimp meat indeed provided a slight boost in strength, which explained the brisk pace of transactions. The remaining 7 were earmarked for trading blueprints. It was evident that blueprints were quite scarce, and most individuals who acquired them likely utilized them for personal gain, leaving only a select few for trade. After a 3-hour wait, the phantasmal Leviathan had consumed its second treasure chest, yet no one had exchanged for blueprints. Should the third supply box of the day yield no trades either, he would resort to trading for basic resources. Zhou sighed with a sense of resignation as he casually opened the second supply box. Ding! You have obtained 3 bottles of mineral water. 3 bottles of mineral water. Not bad. Although I am no longer in need of water, Zhou mused as he surveyed the substantial resources he had acquired, a smile gracing his lips. In the ensuing moments, Zhou began to examine the items received from trades. He had only acquired 3 blueprints: the wooden foundation blueprint, the iron dagger blueprint, and the spiked greaves blueprint. The spiked greaves blueprint? It appears to be part of set. I wonder if I can complete the ensemble. He pondered momentarily before chuckling to himself. Zhou promptly utilized all 3 blueprints and then proceeded to inspect the materials required for their construction. Wooden foundation blueprint requires 20 units of wood. Iron dagger blueprint requires 1 iron ingot, 1 piece of wood. Goodness, an iron ingot? Where on earth might I procure that? Zhou realized that crafting the iron dagger would not be feasible in the short term. Spiked greaves blueprint requires 8 spiny shrimp shells, 10 pieces of cloth. 8 shells are required, yet I currently possess only 5. I should be able to craft it by tomorrow, Zhou calculated in his mind. Today, he had acquired 8 shells, but had used 3 for crafting a spiked helmet for Jiang Haitao, leaving him with just 5. Having reviewed the blueprints, he then turned to the food he had exchanged: 10 cans, along with 10 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of mineral water, meant that Zhou would need not worry about food for the foreseeable future. The 10 cans were all metallic containers of fruit: canned peaches, coconut meat, mandarin oranges, and so forth. Although there were no meat cans, Zhou was nonetheless delighted to carefully stow these treasures away, recognizing their value. As for medical supplies, Zhou glanced over them and was astonished to find 9 units of medical tourniquets, with the remainder comprising a box of anti-inflammatory medication. Although predominantly consisting of bandages, they were invaluable in emergencies, and Zhou meticulously stored them in a high place, away from water. The traded metal ores totaled 100 units, 50 iron ores and 50 copper ores. Lastly, he had gathered a total of 500 units of basic materials, opting to refrain from categorizing them until later in the evening when he could exchange the remaining spiny shrimp for basic materials and classify them all at once. With the remaining time, Zhou decided to craft a wooden foundation to see what it resembled, confident in his ample supply of basic materials. Allowing himself a moment of indulgence, he opened the blueprint and clicked to construct. The moment the wooden foundation was constructed, a look of astonishment spread across Zhou Wen's face. He had assumed that the wooden foundation would be laid directly on the ground, only to discover that it was actually supported by 4 1-meter-long wooden stakes, elevated a meter above the surface, just high enough to remain untouched by the encroaching sea. No longer would he have to endure being submerged in water daily. Zhou exclaimed joyfully, recalling the countless times he had been battered by waves over the past few days, his body perpetually damp and sticky, a sensation too difficult to articulate. Now, with the wooden foundation in place, he could comfortably remain above the water while the Leviathan manifested to feed and consume the supply crates, only descending to attend to tasks once the tide receded. Amidst his elation, Zhou felt a twinge of concern regarding the stability of the wooden foundation, wondering if it would withstand the force of the sea. He pushed against the foundation, only to find that the 4 stakes seemed to be integrated with the walls of the space, immovable and steadfast. Although the underlying principle eluded him, it mattered not. The structure was complete. Zhou proceeded to construct 6 wooden foundations, each occupying an area of 1 square meter, forming a platform of 2 by 3. He relocated all the supply crates onto the platform, free from a worry of them being swept away by the tides. Chapter 12. Glowing Eyes by the Way. Was the inability to construct the small planting box previously due to the lack of a foundation? With this thought, Zhou eyes sparkled. He found it quite plausible. Without delay, he commenced the construction of the small planting box. Was it successful? Indeed, it was. Just as he had anticipated, the small planting box was successfully erected upon the wooden platform. Zhou, exhilarated, danced with joy. He could finally achieve self-sufficiency. It was a splendid day, and everything he wished for seemed to come to fruition. Overjoyed, Zhou began to sing, then retrieved watermelon seed from a storage box and planted them in the small planting box. What a bountiful day it was, he mused, though he remained uncertain about the time required for the watermelons to ripen. Subsequently, with nothing else to occupy his time, Zhou reclined on the dry wooden platform, awaiting the arrival of the 3rd supply box. 3 hours later, when the 3rd supply box arrived, Zhou sat on the wooden platform, waiting for the tides to recede before he leapt down to open the box. Ding! Acquired the Accelerated Growth Food Codex for the Illusory Leviathan, 110. Accelerated Growth Food Codex? As the name implies, Zhou surmised the purpose of this codex. It likely documented the types of food that could expedite the growth of the Illusory Leviathan. However, currently, he possessed only a fragment, rendering it temporarily ineffective, so he carefully stored away. Glancing at the trade channel, Zhou noted that no one was trading the blueprints for spiked krill, so he directly exchanged the trade items for basic materials. Within a few minutes, all 7 pieces of spiked krill meat were traded away. 17 pieces of spiked krill had yielded 850 units of basic materials, comprising 200 units each of stone, wood, and soil, along with 100 units each of sand and hay, and 50 units of cloth. Earlier, he had consumed 120 units of wood for the construction of the wooden foundation, and the small planting box had required 10 units of wood and 10 units of soil. Now, Zhou's inventory of basic materials stood at 90 units of wood, 210 units of stone, 210 units of soil, 110 units of sand, 110 units of hay, and 50 units of cloth. The consumption of wood was quite substantial. He contemplated that he would need to trade for more wood in the future. After a while, the Illusory Leviathan ceased its activities, indicating that it was time for rest. Having consumed only a single bread today, and now, with an abundance of food, Zhou decided to indulge in a can of food to enhance his quality of life. With a satisfying pop, he peeled back the can's lid, releasing a sweet, cloying fragrance, mingled with the scent of yellow peaches that wafted into his nostrils. Zhou leaned in, inhaling deeply, reveling in the aroma, then eagerly took a hearty sip of the sweet broth. For a moment, the long-forgotten sweetness flooded his mouth, captivating his taste buds. Ah, how wonderful it is to be alive! Zhou had never imagined that a mere can could elicit such a heartfelt exclamation. With no chopsticks at hand, he wiped his hands on his clothes and pinched out a half piece of succulent peach flesh from the can, slowly placing it into his mouth. The juicy peach flesh filled his entire mouth. With each chew, the flavor intensified, and the lingering sweetness was delicately intertwined with a hint of tartness, creating a delightful balance that was both refreshing and unforgettable. Soon, Zhou finished the canned peaches and drained the syrup completely. He gazed at the empty tin can, licking his lips, feeling a lingering desire for more. Yet he resolved not to indulge further. He tucked the tin can away and lay down on the wooden platform, swiftly succumbing to a deep slumber. In his dreams, he envisioned a ripe watermelon, relishing its sweet flesh with great delight. As dawn broke, Zhou was roused, as usual, by the rumblings of his empty stomach. This slumber had been the most restful he had experienced in the 5 days since he arrived in this world, resting on the dry wooden platform that effectively shielded him from the damp ground below. The first thing he did upon awakening was to approach the small planting box to check if the watermelon seeds had sprouted. To his dismay, there was no sign of growth after a night's time. Surely, the growth rate of watermelons here cannot be as slow as on Earth, Zhou muttered with disappointment. He had anticipated that in this world, where survival was paramount and food scarce, crops would mature at a significantly accelerated pace. After all, if crops did not ripen swiftly, one could easily starve before harvest. Could it be an absence of sunlight? Zhou pondered this possibility as he surveyed the pitch-black surroundings. His daily activities relied solely on the illumination from his headlamp, as there was no natural light to speak of, and plants required sunlight for growth. If the lack of sunlight truly impeded the germination of the watermelon seeds, then my agricultural ambitions would be doomed, he thought, staring glumly at the barren planting box. With no chance of sunlight penetrating the confines of his stomach space, he wondered if he would need to relocate the planting boxes outside. Clearly, that was an implausible notion. He mused about the possibility of acquiring a blueprint for a grow light, but without sunlight, the only means to foster plant growth would be artificial light sources. However, with his current materials, even if he had such blueprints, fabrication would be impossible. Thus, the once enthusiastic Zhou, eager to cultivate the land, was suddenly deflated, his dreams shattered. He reclined slowly, becoming akin to a lifeless fish. After a while, the Leviathan began its feeding for the day. Lying despondently, Zhou recalled the harrowing encounter with the anchorhead worm from the previous day, and instantly, he steeled himself, donning his spiked helmet and recharging his headlamp. Though the inability to farm weighed heavily on him, he had no desire to meet his demise. The memory of yesterday's peril was fresh in his mind, and he knew he must remain vigilant. With a splash, seawater surged into the stomach space, prompting Zhou to retreat to the farthest corner of the wooden platform, creating a 2-meter distance from the water surface to evade being dragged into the depths by the worm's pincers. Utilizing the light from his headlamp, he scanned the water's surface repeatedly, finding no evidence of large creatures lurking beneath. Just when Zhou believed this feeding would pass without the threat of the anchorhead worm, suddenly, 2 points of light flickered in the water. 2 luminous orbs, perfectly round and roughly the size of a fist, resembled a pair of eyes, intently fixed upon him from beneath the water. Zhou was seized by a chill and quickly crouched down, pressing his back against the wall of the vessel, positioning himself within the blind spot of any aquatic menace. What in the world is this creature? Zhou silently cursed, instinctively adjusting the spiked helmet atop his head to ensure it was securely fastened, which provided him with a modicum of reassurance. He refrained from making any sudden movements, opting instead to wait for the retreat of the seawater to assess the situation. In this realm, all life forms were marine, and the presence or absence of water made a significant difference. Without the obscuring seawater, he could discern the true size of the fist-sized creatures that harbored those glowing eyes and ascertain whether he possessed the capability to confront them. The wait for the water to recede felt interminable, and beads of sweat formed on Zhou Wen's forehead, a testament to his mounting anxiety. His body remained in a crouched position, ready to evade any potential assault from the underwater entity. At long last, the seawater fully withdrew. Gathering his courage, Zhou Wen approached the edge of the wooden platform with cautious steps, directing the beam of his headlamp towards the shimmering objects below. To his astonishment, the horrific leviathan he had envisioned was nowhere to be found. The previously glowing eyes were, in fact, two radiant spherical objects. Were these? Zhou Wen pondered, observing that the two luminous spheres exhibited no signs of aggression. With curiosity piqued, he leaped from the wooden platform, advancing to within 2 or 3 meters of the glowing orbs. Are these merely light bulbs? The spheres emitted a soft white glow, albeit with a brightness that was somewhat less than that of his headlamp, illuminating a radius of only about 1 meter. Chapter 13. Sunlight Ciliates. Zhou Wen cautiously approached, then gently prodded the glowing orb with the tip of his spear. The luminescent sphere rolled a few times before its radiant body gradually dimmed, revealing an orifice resembling a pinhole at its base, along with 4 tentacles designed for adhesion. Instinctively, Zhou Wen took a few steps back, wary of any potential offensive maneuvers from the glowing orb. Yet, it appeared indifferent to him, as the 4 tentacles stirred slightly, reorienting its body to adhere once more to the gastric wall, its dimmed form beginning to emanate light again. What manner of creature is this? Suddenly, Zhou Wen recalled the biological compendium and promptly accessed the system interface. Sunlight Ciliates. Length, 10 centimeters. Weight, 1 kilogram. Diet, blood evaluation, a luminescent parasite with little to no aggression, perhaps useful for illumination. Another parasite, yet this one is far more charming than the anchor-headed worm, Zhou Wen murmured to himself while observing the 2 glowing Sunlight Ciliates. According to the information provided by the compendium, Sunlight Ciliates measure 10 centimeters in size, but the 2 before him were only 6 or 7 centimeters, indicating they had yet to reach maturity. Wait, Sunlight Ciliates? Could they possibly provide sunlight for the watermelon seeds? Zhou Wen suddenly grasped the significance, and his spirits soared. He removed his clothing, wrapping it around his palm, and carefully scooped up the Sunlight Ciliate from the ground. Unable to consume blood, the Sunlight Ciliate's glow dimmed again, its 4 diminutive tentacles flailing about, while its pinhole mouth seemed to seek blood, probing the surroundings. After a brief moment, seemingly realizing it could not reach the gastric wall, the Sunlight Ciliate withdrew its needle-like mouth, retracting its 4 short tentacles and transforming completely into a sphere. Quite endearing, Zhou Wen thought as he ascended the wooden platform, directing his steps toward the location of the small planting box. Positioned conveniently near the gastric wall, Zhou Wen brought the Sunlight Ciliate close to its side. Sensing the presence of nourishment, the ciliate extended its 4 tentacles, adhering to the gastric wall, and punctured the wall with its pinhole mouth. As it began to siphon blood, the Sunlight Ciliate's body illuminated once more, casting light throughout the small planting box. I hope this proves effective, Zhou Wen silently prayed. Subsequently, he captured another Sunlight Ciliate and placed it against the gastric wall beside the small planting box. The overlapping glows provided ample illumination. After some time, the Leviathan entered a digestive state, and Zhou Wen had already transferred all the consumed seaweed into the digestive pool. Today was remarkably tranquil, devoid of encounters with aggressive creatures like the anchor-headed worm. Zhou Wen encountered only 5 spiny shrimp today, which he promptly killed and shelled, trading the remaining 5 shrimp meat from yesterday for 250 basic materials. During the process of transporting seaweed, Zhou Wen stumbled upon a sunball creature, bringing the total count to 3. He instructed them to provide sunlight for the watermelon seeds, eagerly hoping for swift germination. While awaiting the digestion of the Leviathan, Zhou Wen opened the global communication channel to gauge the situation of other survivors. As he had surmised, several hundred survivors discovered the spiny shrimp today. Among them, those who had traded significant resources for the spiny shrimp just yesterday now felt profound regret. They realized they had exchanged a considerable amount of goods for something they could have acquired themselves, and a few even saw Zhou Wen's explanation in the World Channel, demanding a refund for their traded resources. Naturally, Zhou Wen refused to reimburse them and offered a reasonably justifiable rationale. I had no idea you all could encounter spiny shrimp as well. At the time I found them, none of you had done so, making my sale entirely reasonable. Although this statement did not quell the persistence of those individuals seeking a refund, Zhou chose to disregard them. Despite the fact that many survivors had discovered spiny shrimp today, an even greater number had not, ensuring that the spiny shrimp retained its market value. His statement was not addressed to the refund seekers, but was rather intended for the broader audience in the World Channel, providing a logical explanation to prevent others from perceiving him as a swindler, which would jeopardize his future business endeavors. Soon enough, the World Channel fell silent regarding the few troublemakers, as many had come to realize that slaying spiny shrimp was a formidable challenge. The shrimp's exoskeleton was remarkably resilient, adorned with a sharp spine that could easily inflict wounds if one was not cautious. Without weapons, it was exceedingly difficult to vanquish the spiny shrimp. Consequently, some individuals turned their attention to Zhou Wan, the one who had sold a considerable number of spiny shrimp the previous day. "Boss, you sold 50 spiny shrimp yesterday. Could you share how you managed to kill them?" "Yes, please tell us, Great One." Zhou Wan did not withhold his method of slaying spiny shrimp during his first encounter, suggesting that they utilize the sharp spines as tools for shelling the shrimp. This approach was not a complex secret. With a bit of contemplation, anyone could arrive at it. Zhou Wan generously shared this information, thereby garnering the goodwill of other survivors. After discussing the methods of killing spiny shrimp, the survivors in the World Channel began to engage in casual conversation. One individual proposed an intriguing idea. Upon reading this person's suggestion, Zhou Wan furrowed his brow, for the proposal involved aiding the Leviathan's digestion to prolong its active duration. After observing for the past few days, I have noted that the Leviathan's gastric motility is quite slow, yet the digestive pool processes seaweed with remarkable speed. The lengthy process of moving seaweed into the digestive pool via gastric motility leads me to a hypothesis. If we were to transport the seaweed ourselves and cast it into the digestive pool, could we bypass the peristaltic process of the stomach and thereby expedite the digestion of the Leviathan? This, in turn, would allow the Leviathan more time for activity. And might this surplus of time yield additional resource chests for us? This individual's hypothesis immediately captured the attention of everyone in the Global Channel. Indeed, there is merit to this idea. It is evident that there exists a disparity among individuals. I had never considered such a notion. Perfect timing. The Leviathan has just fed. We could experiment. Some found the hypothesis quite plausible and prepared to test it, but another intervened. Please refrain from attempting this just yet. While the hypothesis is indeed compelling, there's a grave concern. What concern? The oxygen levels. Many had likely experienced the sensation that during the interval following the Leviathan's digestion, when it begins to move, breathing becomes labored. Only when the Leviathan consumes resource chests does this discomfort dissipate. Is that so? It appears to be the case. Some survivors, upon reflection, recognized this truth. This indicates that the oxygen levels within the stomach's cavity can only sustain static respiration, proving inadequate for the dynamic action of transporting seaweed. While the hypothesis proposed by that individual holds considerable validity, it is crucial not to engage in any experiments until the issue of oxygen levels has been addressed, lest one risk suffocation. Chapter 14. The advantage will vanish. Zhou Wan observed the discourse of the two individuals, a sense of impending crisis swelling within him. His current edge over the other survivors lay in the ability to expedite the transformation of a Leviathan through the transportation of seaweed, thereby acquiring additional resource boxes. However, it had come to his attention that others had already discerned this strategy and raised alarms regarding the peril of oxygen deficiency. It would not be long before someone else conceived a similar method, rendering his advantage null and void, and he would soon be caught up to. With a furrowed brow, Zhou Wan found himself in a quandary, unable to devise alternative means to maintain his lead. As he pondered his options, the first resource box of the day was washed ashore by the sea. Ding! Acquired steel-armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher X1. The steel-armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher was about the size of a 100 yuan bill, resplendent in golden hues, seemingly forged from gold itself. Upon grasping the voucher, a notification echoed in his mind. Steel-armored Leviathan Pest Control Voucher. Upon usage, One may enter the body of an adult steel-armored leviathan and eradicate all parasites within the gastric cavity. Upon completion of the task, one may return, and any items obtained within the leviathan's gastric cavity may be retained. It appeared to be akin to a ticket for a game dungeon. From the mental notification, Zhou grasped its purpose and the potential rewards. However, he refrained from hastily utilizing it. The notification had made it abundantly clear that he needed to enter the leviathan's gastric cavity to eliminate the parasites. Yet, given his current strength and equipment, even confronting a single anchor worm proved challenging, let alone an abundance of parasites. The newly birthed leviathan had only been alive for 4 days. Yet aggressive parasites like the anchor worm had already infested it. The thought of the sheer number of parasites within an adult steel-armored leviathan sent shivers down his spine. Stowing the pest control voucher away, Zhou returned his attention to the discussions of other survivors in the World Exchange Channel. The issue of oxygen deficiency should have a solution. As long as one can acquire the blueprints for producing oxygen, the hypothesis of transporting seaweed can be implemented. Someone proposed a remedy for the oxygen shortage. Upon reading this individual's remarks, Zhou's gaze immediately shifted towards the algae oxygen generation tank nestled in the corner. At this juncture, he found himself torn. On one hand, he contemplated seizing the opportunity to sell the algae oxygen generation tank at a premium, while on the other, he wished to delay the other survivors from swiftly transporting seaweed. After considerable deliberation, Zhou reached a resolution. He would seek to sell the algae oxygen generation tank at a high price, demanding blueprints in exchange. The rationale behind this decision was clear. Even if he chose not to sell now, eventually someone would procure the blueprints for producing oxygen, thereby diminishing the value of his algae oxygen generation tank. Moreover, human nature dictates that once a goal is established and hope ignited, individuals will go to great lengths to achieve their objectives. If he refrained from selling the algae oxygen generation tank, once other survivors became aware of the method to acquire additional resource boxes through seaweed transportation, it was inevitable that others would devise strategies akin to his own. Due to Zhou's method of transporting seaweed during the feeding of the Leviathan, it is not a particularly difficult concept to conceive. Their inability to think of it now stems primarily from an initial inertia of thought. Initially, they believed that only one supply box existed per day and had never considered the idea of transporting seaweed to expedite the Leviathan's digestion. However, with the proposal of acquiring additional supply boxes, some astute individuals will undoubtedly shatter their previous rigid thinking and devise methods to prevent asphyxiation. Zhou's sale of the algae oxygen generator serves another purpose, to temporarily distract them from pondering solutions to asphyxiation. With the generator, there would naturally be no need for concern regarding suffocation. Yet, to ensure that everyone refrains from contemplating solutions to this predicament, a majority must have access to the algae oxygen generator, which means he cannot charge exorbitant prices, thus jeopardizing his plans to acquire the schematics. Otherwise, the initial low price would lead to subsequent purchases being exchangeable solely for schematics. Zhou swiftly conceived this approach. The oxygen output from a single algae oxygen generator is not substantial. In isolation, it cannot sufficiently alleviate the oxygen deficit. Should the exertion levels be excessively high, the rapid consumption of oxygen would still pose a risk of asphyxiation. Consequently, some survivors may desire a second unit to completely resolve the suffocation issue, with the return being 3 supply boxes daily. Such a significant reward would make exchanging schematics for a second unit a worthwhile trade. With this in mind, Zhou promptly acted and sent a message to the global communication channel. It seems fortune favors me. Yesterday, I opened a supply box and fortuitously obtained a schematic for an algae oxygen generator. I initially thought it was of little use, but it turns out to be immensely beneficial. Wow, seriously? What incredible luck. Brother, are you selling the schematic? Name your price. Goodness, you want the schematic right off the bat? Only a fool would sell it to you. Brother, produce it and sell it to me. We can negotiate the price. As Zhou anticipated, everyone began inquiring about the trade price of the algae oxygen generator, and no one discussed the issue of oxygen deficiency any longer. Zhou did not rush to sell the generator. He intended to execute a strategy of hunger marketing. Everyone, please hold on. I do not plan to sell today. I am unsure of the oxygen output from the algae oxygen generator, so I will test its effectiveness for a couple of days and sell it the day after tomorrow. Although Zhou Wen made this statement, he knew that some individuals would undoubtedly seek him out privately to purchase the generator in advance, driven by a desire to stay ahead. Thus, he would conveniently propose the condition of trading schematics. Indeed, shortly after Zhou Wen concluded his communications, someone sent him a private message expressing interest in purchasing a unit early. Zhou Wen's heart soared with joy, yet he feigned difficulty in his response. After the other party raised their offer, Zhou Wen requested the schematics in exchange, but the individual lacked them, resulting in the failure of the transaction. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen felt no regret. He was aware that he would not be short of private inquiries today. In the ensuing hours, thousands of individuals inundated him with private messages. Upon witnessing such a multitude, Zhou Wen ceased his frivolous chatter and directly proposed an exchange of blueprints, swiftly narrowing the crowd down to merely 30 individuals. Among these, 8 expressed their willingness to trade blueprints. Haha, 8 blueprints. Zhou Wen erupted in joyous laughter, despite the fact that the blueprints had yet to be in his possession. Today, the phantasmal Leviathan had finished its feast. Without seaweed, it was impossible to produce the algae oxygenation chamber. Thus, he could only commence trading tomorrow. At that moment, the second supply crate of the day was swept in by the waves. Ding! Acquired sweet potato seeds X1. To his delight, it was indeed sweet potato seeds. Zhou Wen, already in high spirits due to the imminent acquisition of the 8 blueprints, found his joy magnified upon receiving yet another type of seed. He promptly crafted a small planting box, placing it within the radiant embrace of the sunlight ball worms, and then sowed the sweet potato seeds, watering them with half a bottle of mineral water. His sole hope now was that the light from these 3 sunlight ball worms would suffice to replace the sun and coax the seeds into sprouting. Chapter 15. Seed germination. Zhou Wen found himself with little to occupy his time as he awaited the arrival of the third supply crate. Ding! Acquired bread X1. Acquired bottled water X1. The contents of the third supply crate turned out to be food, and Zhou Wen, feeling a pang of hunger, promptly began to indulge himself. With ample provisions at hand, there was no reason for him to endure hunger any longer. As he savored his meal, a private message arrived. Hello. My name is Chun Xin, the one who proposed the hypothesis of transporting seaweed in the World Exchange Channel. I would like to trade with you for an algae oxygen generator. Is that possible? Upon reading Chun Xin's message, Zhou Wen recognized her as the individual responsible for undermining his previous lead. His previously buoyant mood dissipated in an instant. How audacious of her to approach him for a trade. He found himself both incredulous and amused. Sorry, but I am not trading today. Zhou Wen concealed his irritation, opting for a polite refusal instead. Chun Xin was perceptive, and he wished to keep his emotions under wraps. I can offer you a blueprint in exchange. Chun Xin was undeterred and presented her strongest bargaining chip. Even with a blueprint, I cannot proceed with the trade. I have exhausted my materials for crafting the algae oxygen generator and have no surplus left. Zhou Wen maintained his stance. Under normal circumstances, he would have accepted the blueprint, but given that she had obliterated his competitive edge, he was reluctant to allow her an early advantage over other survivors. How many have you manufactured? If there are several, I will be willing to purchase one. Only 2. I need them for myself and cannot sell. Then, what materials are required for its construction? I can provide the materials. Seaweed is needed. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou Wen divulged the primary material required for the algae oxygen generator. At this point, all the transformed leviathans have been fully consumed, and it was unlikely that anyone possessed any seaweed. Could you sell me one? After all, I was the one who proposed the transportation of seaweed hypothesis, which has benefited you as well. Moreover, this blueprint is for a weapon, which holds significant value. You would not regret this. As he read Chun Xin's words, Zhou Wen furrowed his brow slightly, for her reasoning was indeed compelling. From an outsider's perspective, Chun Xin had made substantial contributions to all survivors. It seemed only fair to exchange an algae oxygen generator with her, especially since she was offering a blueprint in return. I understand you wish to gain an advantage over others through this opportunity, but in this unpredictable world, being ahead is not always advantageous. The farther you venture, the closer danger lurks. While one additional person may not provide direct aid, we can mutually alert one another and prepare in advance. Very well. Your points are well taken. I will trade you one. Zhou found himself persuaded by Chen Xian's argument, recalling the grave dangers he had first encountered. On the fourth day, had it not been for the spiked helmet, he would have already met his demise. Thank you. What is your name? Zhou Wen. A pleasure to collaborate, Mr. Zhou. Zhou managed a wry smile. He had indeed outpaced everyone by threefold and wondered if true collaboration was even feasible now. Subsequently, Zhou exchanged blueprints for an algae oxygenator with Chen Xian. Upon acquiring the blueprints, Zhou was momentarily taken aback. The fishbone blade blueprint was indeed of considerable value. This weapon blueprint required a 1-meter-long fish spine, and the resulting weapon would be substantial, surpassing the initial worth of those iron weapon blueprints that demanded iron ingots. After the illusory Leviathan event concluded and a period of rest commenced, Zhou glanced at the small planting box, which he had been eagerly anticipating just before drifting into slumber. To his astonishment, it had already sprouted. Zhou beheld a vibrant green watermelon seedling, his face illuminating with joy. The sunlight ball bug could truly substitute for sunlight. He resolved to gather more should he encounter them again. However, another concern surfaced in Zhou's mind. Would an abundance of sunlight ball bugs adversely affect the growth of the illusory Leviathan? Although the light emitted by the bugs facilitated plant growth, they were parasitic creatures that thrived on the blood of the illusory Leviathan, posing a potential threat to its well-being. He decided to retain only 10 for agricultural purposes, eliminating the excess. Zhou contemplated the maximum number of sunlight ball bugs to keep, while agriculture was undeniably crucial. A hierarchy of importance must be maintained. The cornerstone of Zhou's survival in this realm was the illusory Leviathan. Its robust growth was essential for his continued existence, and he could not jeopardize its health for the sake of farming. On the sixth day, as on the previous day, Zhou's first action upon waking was to rush to the small planting box. The watermelon seedling, which had merely sprouted the previous afternoon, had grown to over 10 centimeters overnight, a growth rate that filled Zhou with delight. The sweet potato had also sprouted, reaching 5 to 6 centimeters in height. It appeared that his earlier assumptions were correct. The plant growth cycle spanned only a few days. Gazing at the two vigorous seedlings, Zhou's imagination began to conjure images of the impending maturity of the watermelon and sweet potato. The prospect of soon achieving self-sufficiency stirred excitement within him. Next, Zhou inspected his stock of stones, as he needed to craft 8 algae oxygenators to trade for 8 blueprints. With 210 stones in hand, and each algae oxygenator requiring only 10 stones, he had ample resources. After a brief rest, the illusory Leviathan commenced feeding, and Zhou donned the spiked helmet. Utilizing 8 spiked shrimp shells and 10 pieces of fabric, he fashioned a spiked greave. Once adorned with the greave, Zhou focused intently on the seawater flowing into the stomach chamber. Since the encounter with the anchorhead worm, a sense of dread had lingered within him during the feeding time of the illusory Leviathan. In this pitch-black space, the seawater resembled a chasm concealing monstrous entities, instilling a constant fear of being attacked by the creatures lurking within the abyss. As before, Zhou crouched at the far end of the wooden platform, scanning the dark water's surface with the light of his headlamp. Upon detecting no signs of aquatic activity, he opened the compendium and began to craft the algae oxygenators. The act of manufacturing is not constrained by quantity. A mere click allows for the mass production of items. Zhou effortlessly created 20 devices, occupying 1/5 of the stomach wall space, 8 of which were designated for trading blueprints today. The remaining 12 were intended for exchanges with other survivors on the morrow. The decision to produce them in advance stemmed from a concern that removing an excessive amount of seaweed at once would adversely affect the overall food supply for the Leviathan of Illusion. Zhou resolved to sell 20 algae oxygen generators daily. However, this number pales in comparison to the vast population of 100 million survivors. Nonetheless, there is little that can be done, as Zhou cannot afford to deplete the Leviathan's food reserves merely to satisfy the demands of others. Ultimately, his motivations for undertaking these actions are self-serving. It is simply untenable to sacrifice his own interests for the benefit of others. Chapter 16. the issues of the spiked suit having just finished feasting. Zhou was soon inundated with multiple private messages from the 8 survivors who had expressed a willingness to trade blueprints the previous day. Zhou had meticulously crafted 20 oxygen-producing algal tanks in anticipation of this moment, and without the slightest hesitation, he proceeded with the transaction. In no time, Zhou found himself in possession of 8 blueprints, which he briefly examined. The blueprints included spiked belt, spiked boots, spiked bracers, spiked crotch guard, manure scoop, wooden shield, wooden bed, and compost barrel. A smile graced Zhou's face upon noticing that 4 of these blueprints were part of the spiked suit. Without delay, he utilized all 8 blueprints, watching as they transformed into a radiant blue light and entered the world channel interface. Opening the blueprint interface, he scrutinized the materials required for their creation. Spiked belt blueprint requires spiked krill, shell, X3, cloth X5. Spiked boots blueprint requires spiked krill, shell X4, cloth X10. Spiked bracers blueprint requires spiked krill, shell X4, cloth X10. Spiked crotch guard blueprint requires spiked krill, shell X6, cloth X10. Noticing that the spiked bracers required 4 shells, Zhou frowned. At present, he had 1 shell tied around each of his forearms, which could serve as a makeshift bracer, far less costly than the materials required for the spike bracers. However, he sighed, realizing that his self-made protection was rather rudimentary. The shells, merely bound with strips of cloth, could withstand only minor attacks. A more forceful blow would surely shatter them. After venting his frustrations, Zhou turned his attention to the remaining 4 blueprints. Manure scoop blueprint requires wood X5. The notion of a manure scoop elicited a chuckle from Zhou. He found this blueprint to be the most absurd, as he currently had no means to construct a toilet, rendering the scoop entirely unnecessary. Wooden shield blueprint requires wood X5. This was a piece of armor. Excellent. With this, he felt a renewed confidence in utilizing pest control vouchers. Zhou nodded in satisfaction at the simplicity of the materials required for the shield. Wooden bed blueprint requires wood X10. As for the wooden bed blueprint, Zhou had little to say. Sleeping on a wooden bed was not much different from resting on a wooden platform. Crafting it would merely serve to create an illusion of domesticity. Compost barrel blueprint requires wood X10. Could the compost barrel be used to produce fertilizer? Fertilizer was essential for his agricultural endeavors, and the materials required were minimal. Zhou promptly initiated its creation. After expending 10 units of wood, a wooden barrel, standing 1 meter tall and measuring 1 meter in diameter, materialized before him. The barrel featured a lid meant for sealing. Zhou's heart swelled with delight as he gazed upon the large wooden barrel, envisioning the scene of fertilizing his crops once the fertilizer was produced. After much deliberation, Zhou found himself in a quandary, for he was unaware of the precise steps required to manufacture fertilizer. He only knew that it necessitated either manure or some decayed foliage, yet he currently possessed none of these materials. After exhausting all possible thoughts for a considerable time without arriving at a solution, Zhou had no choice but to temporarily abandon the task and commence transporting seaweed. The process of transporting seaweed proceeded smoothly today, devoid of any hostile creatures or the discovery of new beings. He successfully acquired 8 spiny shrimp, a commendable harvest. At present, Zhou had obtained a total of 6 blueprints for spiny equipment. Previously, he had crafted a spiny helmet and spiny greaves. To complete the remaining 4 components, he required a total of 17 shrimp shells. Today, he secured 8 shells, and with the 2 shells left from yesterday, he had a total of 10 shells, still needing 7 more. Zhou promptly utilized the 10 shrimp shells to create a spiny codpiece and spiny boots. The spiny boots were unremarkable, merely long boots adorned with spikes, which added a certain weight when worn. The spiny codpiece, rather than merely a protective garment, resembled a skirt of armor, enveloping the upper thighs entirely and safeguarding vital areas, rendering it a crucial piece of equipment. Previously, while adorned only with the spiny helmet and spiny greaves, Zhou had not felt the weight of the spiny armor. However, upon donning the spiny codpiece and spiny boots together, he suddenly sensed a significant heaviness. This posed a dilemma. Zhou had already recognized the issue. Now, even with just 4 pieces of spiny armor, he felt encumbered. Should he add the remaining 2 pieces the spiny belt, and spiny bracers, the weight would become even more burdensome. Of course, while these pieces did not render him immobile, they demanded an immense expenditure of energy. Yet, he had yet to complete the spiny set, as he still lacked a crucial blueprint for the chest armor. Zhou Wen quickly calculated that a single spiny shrimp shell weighed approximately 2 kilograms, and to craft the entirety of the spiny set would require 28 shells, totaling 56 kilograms, an astonishing 112 pounds. Realizing this weight left him astounded. It is worth noting that this calculation did not include the chest armor. Should that be factored in, the weight would likely reach around 150 pounds. Zhou Wen himself weighed only about 130 pounds, meaning the weight of this complete spiny equipment would surpass his own body weight. How could he possibly move in such a condition? It seemed evident that there were strength limitations associated with his spiny armor. Zhou Wen opened his physical data panel, gazing at his meager 8 points of strength, and felt a sense of despair regarding his hopes of utilizing the pest control vouchers. He surmised that to don the entire spiny armor set and move freely, his strength would need to be at least 15 points, if not 20. However, he currently possessed only 8 points, falling short by at least 7 points. The question remained, how could he compensate for this deficit? The thought of waiting for new creatures that might enhance his strength filled him with a headache. Bridging the gap of 7 points was no trivial matter. Even if he were to encounter new creatures that could augment his strength, it is highly improbable that he would gain a full 7 points at once. Having spent 6 days in this world, he has only encountered the spiny amphipod, the sole creature that enhances strength points. Thus, achieving a strength of 15 points within a short time frame appears utterly unattainable. This realization left Zhou Wen feeling quite disheartened. The other survivors on the global channel have already discovered the method of acquiring additional treasure chests through the transportation of seaweed, thereby eroding his previously held advantage. Although his transformed Leviathan has consistently outpaced the other survivors in terms of mobility, the rate of development among survivors largely hinges on the fortunes of what can be unearthed from the supply chests, rendering it a game of chance. In a scenario where all individuals receive an equal number of supply chests, Zhou Wen does not consider himself to be the most fortunate among them. He must urgently find a means to maintain his lead over the other survivors. The steel-armored Leviathan pest control voucher, being a dungeon, should yield some relatively rare resources, which would at least allow him to progress ahead of others. Yet, as Zhou Wen pondered how to preserve his current advantage, a sudden realization struck him, prompting him to swiftly open his character attributes panel. A normal individual's base attributes are set at 10 points. Zhou Wen's gaze fell upon the hint in parentheses beside the attributes panel, illuminating his understanding. His strength has not yet reached the standard level of a normal person. This implies that I can enhance my strength points through training? Indeed, this presents a viable method for increasing strength. However, it is important to note that gaining strength through training is not an overnight achievement. It necessitates prolonged strength training. Alas, at least there is now a goal to strive towards, which is far more reliable than merely awaiting the emergence of new strength-enhancing creatures. The character attributes panel comprises 4 distinct values: intelligence, strength, constitution, and speed. This indicates that the creatures within this world, once consumed, will bestow enhancements across these 4 attributes. No matter how fortunate one may be, it is improbable that every encounter will involve a creature that augments strength. Chapter 17. The creatures in the underwater turmoil in pursuit of strength through exercise. Zhou Wen engaged in push-ups while awaiting the supply crate. He set a personal goal to complete 100 push-ups that day. Fully aware of his physical limitations, he resolved to start with 20. However, after merely 5 repetitions, an unusual sound emanated from his elbow, as if it were under an undue strain. Ultimately, expending nearly all his energy, he managed to perform a meager 10 push-ups, albeit not to standard. How has my body weakened to such an extent? Zhou Wen found it hard to believe. Recalling the days of his youth when executing 40 to 50 push-ups at once posed no challenge. Now, even 10 felt insurmountable. Never mind, I shall take it slow. He understood that building strength was a gradual process, requiring persistence to yield progress. Thus, he decided to do 10 at a time, resting briefly before continuing. Suddenly, the sound of surging seawater reached his ears, prompting Zhou Wen to cease his exercise and stand upon the wooden platform, awaiting the arrival of the supply crate. Soon, the diaphragm of the esophagus opened, allowing a deluge of seawater to flood the cavity of his stomach, causing the water level to rise steadily. Splash! Abruptly, something darted swiftly beneath the surface, sending a cascade of droplets into the air, creating ripples that spread across the water. Zhou Wen instinctively retreated into the wooden platform, bending low to search for the shadow of the creature illuminated by the light above. Isn't this the phase for acquiring the supply crate? Why would there be creatures in the water? Zhou Wen's expression turned grave, as he had presumed that only during the Leviathan's feeding phase would creatures be ensnared by the seaweed. It now appeared that even during the supply crate phase, creatures could intrude, a rather disconcerting revelation. The beam of his headlamp cast a limited illumination, allowing him to observe only the surface within 3 meters. Yet, even within this modest range, he discerned something swiftly traversing beneath the light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Splash! Splash! The creatures in the water seemed agitated, darting back and forth with great force, creating waves that reached heights of 5 to 6 centimeters. Zhou Wen could occasionally hear the sound of tails striking the water. As the seawater gradually receded, the creatures appeared increasingly frantic, seemingly struggling to escape the confined space. Plop! Plop! After some time, the water finally ebbed, and from the darkness beyond the reach of his headlamp, he heard the sound of fish thrashing against the ground. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen felt emboldened to stand and investigate the creature. His boldness stemmed from the fact that the creature had shown no intent to attack, merely flitting about in the water. Moreover, the sound of its thrashing indicated that it had likely left the water, belonging to a type that could not be obtained. Leaping off the wooden platform, guided by the sound, Zhou Wen cautiously illuminated his surroundings with a headlamp. Suddenly, a blinding flash caught his eye. Another bioluminescent creature? His first thought was that this being, much like the sunlit ball jellyfish, possessed the ability to emit light. However, upon further reflection, he realized something was amiss. The creature had not glowed underwater, nor had it illuminated the dark regions beyond the reach of his light. Where then did that radiance originate? With a sense of curiosity, Zhou Wen shielded his eyes with one hand and squinted to get another look at the creature. To his astonishment, he saw a 1-meter-long luminous band bouncing on the ground, reminiscent of a fish stranded on land after leaving the water. What could this possibly be? Zhou Wen found himself perplexed. If it was indeed glowing, why could it not be seen in the darkness? Conversely, if it did not emit light, why did it dazzle him when illuminated? Suddenly struck by an idea, Zhou Wen attempted to redirect the headlamp, avoiding direct contact with the creature. Utilizing the ambient light, he finally discerned the creature's form. It was a large fish, approximately 1 meter in length, with a fusiform shape. The reason for the blinding effect of the light was its exceptionally smooth skin, capable of reflecting the beam entirely. Realizing that this unknown entity was merely a fish, Zhou Wen's wariness dissipated. A fish, having left the water, posed no threat to him whatsoever. However, he refrained from capturing the fish. It was still a formidable creature, newly out of its aquatic habitat, thrashing energetically with a tail that struck the ground with a resonating sound. The image of animated characters being slapped by fish tails flashed through his mind, and he had no desire to endure such a fate. A fish extracted from water could not sustain its energy for long. He resolved to wait until it tired before attempting to catch it. With that, Zhou Wen turned his attention away from the large fish and resumed his search for supply crates. Ding! Acquired wood X10, stone X10, sand X10. The first crate yielded only materials. Zhou Wen promptly carried the crate back to the wooden platform and placed it in the designated area for foundational supplies before continuing with his push-ups. Approximately an hour later, the large fish finally exhausted itself and ceased its leaps. Zhou Wen swiftly descended from the platform to the creature's location. The fish's mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but having left the water, it was evidently unable to draw any oxygen, slowly succumbing to asphyxiation. Zhou Wen effortlessly lifted the fish. It weighed around 20 to 30 pounds. Its skin as smooth as a mirror. No, it was a mirror, reflecting Zhou Wen's handsome visage with clarity. The creatures of this world are indeed wondrous. Observing his reflection, Zhou casually opened the biological encyclopedia to explore the specific details of this fish. The mirror-skinned pike, measuring approximately 1 meter in length and weighing between 10 to 15 kilograms, primarily feeds on plankton. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, and its shape resembles that of a dart, allowing it to traverse the water with remarkable speed, akin to an arrow released from a bow. Should one inadvertently collide with this fish, the consequences could range from mere bruising to severe internal injuries. Its flesh is firm and resilient, while the skin can be fashioned into diving suits. Indeed, this fish is not to be trifled with. Upon reading this description, Zhou Wenqing felt fortunate for having constructed a wooden platform early on, keeping him safely distanced from the water surface. Otherwise, the erratic movements of the mirror-skinned pike beneath the water could lead to an unfortunate encounter, particularly if it were to collide with a sensitive area, which could spell disaster for a lifetime. Chapter 18. Consuming fish. After reviewing the essential information about the mirror-skinned pike, Zhou discovered that it was indeed edible. This meant that consuming the flesh of the mirror-skinned pike would likely enhance his attribute points. This revelation stirred a sense of anxiety within him, as he desperately needed to augment his strength attribute. He fervently hoped that the mirror-skinned pike would grant him points in strength. With a theatrical flourish, Zhou placed the mirror-skinned pike upon a wooden platform, bowing reverently while murmuring incantations. "Strength, strength, bestow upon me strength," he whispered, culminating in a dramatic gesture as he raised his arms to the heavens and shouted, resembling a fervent cultist. Once this ritualistic display was complete, Zhou began to prepare the mirror-skinned pike using a sharp spike. At this moment, the fish had succumbed to death after being out of the water for too long and was no longer able to breathe, thus sparing him the need to devise a method of killing it. He could simply skin it. However, gazing at the fish's mirror-like skin, he found himself momentarily at a loss, as he had never skinned a fish before and feared ruining its flawless surface. After a moment's contemplation, Zhou pondered two methods for skinning. The first involved slicing open the fish's belly, akin to the conventional method of preparing fish. The second option entailed making a circular incision behind the fish's head and then peeling the skin off, which would preserve the skin's integrity to the greatest extent. Ultimately, he opted for the first method, and the reasoning was straightforward. He lacked the necessary skill and appropriate tools. Though Zhou had never killed a fish, he had seen it done before, and he knew that fish skin was not easy to remove. The second method appeared far too intricate for his current abilities. Thus, he commenced the skinning process using the first approach. The skin of the mirror-skinned pike was remarkably resilient, comparable in toughness to that of the anchorworm. Yet it paled in comparison to the shell of the sharp spike shrimp. Nevertheless, Zhou was still able to slice through it with the spike. His progress was slow and meticulous, for the fish skin could be utilized to craft diving suits. Although he was unaware of the utility of diving suits at that moment, he believed it prudent to accumulate materials for future needs. After approximately half an hour, Zhou successfully cut open the entire belly of the mirror-skinned pike. The next step was to peel off the skin. Contrary to his expectations, the skin was not as difficult to remove as he had anticipated. Though it required some effort, he managed to detach the entire skin in just 10 minutes. "Not bad, not bad," Zhou said to himself. His spirits lifted as he laid the skin flat before him, which resembled a mirror. Observing his own reflection clearly, he nodded in satisfaction. After storing the fish skin in a supply box, he turned his attention to the flesh of the mirror-skinned pike. Next, he would consume the fish meat and discover which attributes it might enhance. Zhou used the sharp spike to cut a slice of fish meat. The flesh was extraordinary, translucent and crystal clear, akin to the meat of the sharp spike shrimp, yet even more transparent, resembling crystal. When illuminated, it reflected a silvery glimmer. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou opened his mouth and placed the fish meat inside. After a thorough mastication, the flavor was unremarkable, lacking the delightful sweetness of the sharp-tasting shrimp meat. It was rather bland, and the fish flesh was excessively firm, akin to consuming tasteless pigskin. In short, it was not particularly palatable. Nevertheless, in pursuit of attribute points, Zhou persevered, consuming piece after piece. Upon finishing a third of the fish, the system notification finally chimed. It was about time. He could hardly swallow another bite, Zhou Wen lamented internally. Although the mirror skin pike measured a meter in length, its body was not particularly large, with a width of merely around 10 centimeters. A third of the meat was insufficient to satiate Zhou Wen, primarily due to its lack of flavor and his unfamiliarity with raw flesh. Ding! Consume mirror skin pike, Constitution 1, Speed 1. Goodness, it actually augmented 2 attributes. Zhou Wen was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Although it wasn't the strength point he had hoped for, he felt a surge of happiness at the prospect of gaining 2 attributes at once. Zhou Wen promptly opened his character attribute panel. Zhou Wen, normal human baseline is 10, intelligence, 10 strength, 8 constitution, 10 speed, 12 evaluation, a healthy individual with remarkable speed. Is this truly considered healthy? My strength hasn't even reached the normal level yet, Zhou Wen remarked with a smile as he observed the evaluation below. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that the term healthy in the evaluation must be based on the constitution value rather than the overall attribute values. He was, however, uncertain whether the benefits from the mirror skin pike were singular or cumulative. Gazing at the remaining 2/3 of the fish, he spoke with a hint of anticipation in his mouth. Zhou Wen naturally hoped for the possibility of multiple attribute increases. Even if it wasn't the urgently needed strength points, significant enhancements in other physical attributes would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, at that moment, he could not continue consuming the remaining third of the fish and would have to await the results until evening. He stored the leftover fish and found himself without further tasks, so he resumed his physical training. Perhaps due to the slight increase in constitution, this time performing push-ups felt somewhat easier than before. Previously, he would struggle to complete 10 push-ups in one go, with his form lacking precision. This time, although exerting considerable effort, he managed to execute 10 push-ups with significantly improved technique. Approximately an hour later, Zhou Wen completed the 100 push-ups he had set for himself that day, and it was time for the Leviathan to consume the second supply crate. Aware that during the Leviathan's ingestion phase, creatures might enter the gastric cavity space, Zhou Wen was no longer as heedless as before. While the earlier mirror skin pike posed no threat, it did not imply that other creatures would be equally benign. Thus, he donned all 4 pieces of sharp armor. Although wearing them hindered his mobility, he prioritized defense while remaining on the wooden platform, fearing a stealthy ambush from unknown aquatic beings in the darkness. As long as the sea recedes, Zhou Wen can initially ascertain whether the creatures pose a threat to him by observing their appearances, and only then contemplate whether to remove his spiked armor. Fortunately, this time the seawater accompanying the supply box did not bring any creatures. Once the water retreated, Zhou Wen removed 3 pieces of his spiked armor, retaining only the spiked helmet, and leaped from the platform to open the second supply box of the day. Ding! Obtained fragment of the food compendium for accelerating the growth of the transformed Leviathan X1, 210. Once again, it is this food compendium. It must hold significant importance for the transformed Leviathan. This compendium requires the collection of 10 fragments. Previously, Zhou Wen had not prioritized it, as he maintained a considerable advantage and saw no need for further advancement. Now that his advantage is waning, this compendium, which accelerates the growth of the transformed Leviathan, has become paramount. It seems he must seek to gather more fragments in the global exchange channel. Chapter 19. The creation of fertilizer. Just as Zhou Wen was preparing to send a message in the global communication channel to gather information on food recipes for accelerating the growth of the illusory Leviathan, Jiang Haitao sent him several private messages. Brother One, thank you for the 3 spiked shrimp and spiked helmets you gave me a couple of days ago. I traded those 3 spiked shrimp, just like you taught me, and exchanged them for 6 loaves of bread and 6 bottles of mineral water, along with some basic materials. I don't need to worry about food for the time being. Haha. I just opened a supply chest and found a recipe. I'm sending it to you now. Please accept it. As Zhou Wen finished reading these messages, Jiang Haitao sent over the recipe. Upon seeing its contents, Zhou Wen's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he immediately clicked to accept it. This recipe was indeed timely. A broad smile spread across Zhou Wen's face, for it was a recipe for creating fertilizer. Low-level fertilizer recipe, crafted in a compost bin, requires dry grass X5, illusory Leviathan manure X5. However, upon observing the required materials for this low-level fertilizer, Zhouwen's smile faltered momentarily. He possessed the compost bin and dry grass, but where could he acquire the manure of the illusory Leviathan? The illusory Leviathan excretes waste externally. How could he obtain manure from its stomach? Could it be acquired from the digestion pool? At this thought, Zhouwen suddenly recalled the dung scoop blueprint he had previously obtained. So that's what the dung scoop is for, collecting the manure of the illusory Leviathan. The smile that had briefly faded returned to Zhouwen's face. He opened the blueprint interface and directly used 5 units of wood to craft the dung scoop. After a flash of blue light, the dung scoop was completed. The wooden handle measured 3 meters in length, with a 30-centimeter diameter barrel at the end, precisely designed for collecting manure. The compost bin had already been prepared, so Zhouwen first added the 5 units of dry grass into it. He then approached the digestion pool, plunging the dung scoop into the digestive liquid. The 3-meter-long handle sank 2 meters into the digestion pool before encountering resistance. Zhouwen speculated that he had found the illusory Leviathan's manure and gripped the handle firmly, scooping out a portion. As he withdrew the scoop from the digestion pool, the barrel was filled with a green, viscous substance, interspersed with strands of plant fibers. This must be the manure of the illusory Leviathan, Zhouwen remarked, dragging the dung scoop, now laden with manure, to the side of the compost bin. The 3-meter handle and 30-centimeter barrel, filled with the weighty manure, required considerable effort to empty into the compost bin. According to the low-level fertilizer recipe, 5 units of illusory Leviathan manure were necessary. If 1 barrel of manure counts as 1 unit, he still needed 4 more. Thus, Zhouwen repeated the scooping process twice more, depositing the manure into the compost bin, completing the required materials for the fertilizer recipe. Standing before the compost bin, filled with manure and dry grass, Zhouwen wrinkled his nose at the pungent odor emanating from within. Previously, while scooping from a distance, the smell was tolerable, but now that he was closer, it was indeed quite overpowering. Zhouwen hurriedly grabbed a nearby lid and covered the compost bin. I wonder how this will ensure the successful creation of fertilizer. Zhouwen pondered aloud. In this world, many aspects lack specific guidance. The growth cycles of crops remain undefined. The time required for fertilizer production is unknown, and the precise attributes to enhance shrimp and fish are absent from the compendium. All knowledge must be gleaned through trial and error. This basic fertilizer recipe proves immensely beneficial to me. However, I cannot accept it without some form of reciprocity. Zhouwen sent a message to Jiang Haitao, accompanied by a microalgae oxygenator. Zhouwen wished to avoid incurring a debt of gratitude. Should Jiang Haitao provide something of little use to him, he would accept it as a gesture of goodwill. Yet, the basic fertilizer recipe was a divine boon for his agricultural endeavors, warranting an equitable exchange. Thus, offering a microalgae oxygenator in return seemed fair. The microalgae oxygenator. Brother One, is this not somewhat extravagant? Jiang Haitao was well aware of the essential function of the microalgae oxygenator. With it, he could transport seaweed, facilitating the accelerated digestion of the Leviathan and yielding additional resource chests, which were exceedingly precious at present. Jiang Haitao had initially planned to approach Zhouwen for a trade tomorrow when he would make the recipe available to others. He did not anticipate Zhouwen would grant him one directly now. Never mind. The recipe you provided is equally significant to me, thus making it a fair transaction. Brother Wen, I am at a loss for words. When I lacked food, you were the only one willing to trade with me, saving my life. You later provided me with additional spiny shrimp and even equipped me directly. Brother One, there is no need for further pleasantries. From now on, I shall follow your lead and share any blueprints I find, hoping only that you will allow me to cling to your coattails. That is unnecessary. However, if you are willing, in the future, you may prioritize trading with me for blueprints or recipes you discover. Zhouwen did not fully embrace Jiang Haitao's overtures. As the adage goes, one knows the face, but not the heart. This was especially true in a world where they could not physically meet. Even after numerous exchanges, Zhouwen maintained a modicum of caution, despite Jiang Haitao seeming quite earnest from their conversations. Of course, should Jiang Haitao genuinely wish to share blueprints with him, Zhou would ensure he was not ungrateful. By the way, if you plan to transport seaweed tomorrow, it is advisable to take breaks intermittently. The oxygen produced by a microalgae oxygenator may not suffice to sustain continuous activity. Before concluding their discussion, Zhou offered this reminder. Overall, he held a favorable impression of Jiang Haitao. His survival would, in turn, benefit Zhou. Jiang Haitao did not inquire further and promptly agreed. After parting ways with Jiang Haitao, Zhou prepared to send a message to the World Exchange Channel, seeking fragments of the compendium for food that accelerates the growth of the Leviathan, when another private message arrived. Brother Zhou, I am Cheng Yongming, and I wish to arrange an exchange for a microalgae oxygenator in advance. Rest assured, I will ensure that Brother Zhou does not suffer any loss. I am willing to trade a precious blueprint with you. The tone of this message made it seem as though he were the one taking advantage. Zhou regarded Cheng Yongming's message with a faint smile. Although from Zhou's perspective he indeed reaped significant benefits, from others' viewpoints, the algae oxygenation chamber, under the hypothesis proposed by Chen Xin, holds an importance that is certainly not inferior to that of the blueprints. After all, there exists a myriad of blueprints, which can be categorized as either useful or useless. For instance, the blueprint for a wooden bed bears little relevance to Zhou. In the current context, where the supply and demand for algae oxygenation chambers are vastly disproportionate, the value of the wooden bed blueprint pales in comparison to that of the algae oxygenation chamber. I apologize, but I only had enough materials to produce 2 units, which I require for my own use. Thus I am unable to engage in trade, Zhou remarked, glancing at the remaining 12 algae oxygenation chambers. Chapter 20. The feudal blueprint. I am unsure what materials Brother Zhou requires. However, I can provide what I possess. The other materials are manageable, but one of the essential components is seaweed. The Leviathan has already entered its digestive phase, and consequently, we are out of seaweed, rendering the task impossible. I see. Since Brother Zhou has 2 units, would you consider trading one with me? This blueprint is quite rare. Zhou awaited this very proposition, having intentionally mentioned possessing 2 units to indicate that one was available for sale. That is not feasible. I require it for my own use. Naturally, Zhou could not acquiesce immediately and continued to play hard to get. Oh, Brother Zhou, the Leviathan has finished feeding and does not require the transportation of seaweed. 1 algae oxygenator would suffice. Please, trade one to me. This blueprint is indeed exceptionally scarce. Noting Cheng Yongming's continual emphasis on the rarity of his blueprint piqued Zhou's curiosity. What blueprint is it? May I see the details? Well, perhaps it is best to forego it. Since you are unwilling to share the information about your blueprint, claiming its rarity, it would be prudent for you to keep it. From Cheng Yongming's reaction, Zhou discerned that the blueprint in his possession was not particularly valuable. Nevertheless, Zhou did not concern himself with the utility of the blueprint. He would accept any that were not duplicates, as evidenced by his previous acquisition of the dung shovel. His ongoing negotiation with Cheng Yongming stemmed from the latter's apparent attempt to benefit at Zhou's expense while feigning that the situation was advantageous for him. Cheng Yongming sought to elevate the perceived value of his blueprint and cultivate a closer rapport, suggesting that having allowed Zhou to benefit first, he might be entitled to some advantages in return. This was a mere rhetorical strategy, inflating the insignificant into something substantial, leveraging the small for greater gain, and attempting to deceive. Oh no. Let me show you. This blueprint is genuinely useful. Immediately, Cheng Yongming sent the blueprint details, and upon reviewing the information, Zhou was taken aback by the utter worthlessness of the document. A blueprint for a seaweed cultivation box. Zhou was left speechless. Did one truly need to cultivate seaweed when the Leviathan consumed it by the ton daily? Brother Cheng, you are correct. This blueprint is indeed very special. However, it would be best for you to keep it. Alas, Brother Zhou, I acknowledge that this blueprint's value is indeed inferior to that of the algae oxygenator. But I have no other blueprints. This one was just recently acquired. I hope Brother Zhou can assist me by trading an algae oxygenator. If you feel it is an unfavorable deal, I am willing to increase my offer. However, I no longer possess any blueprints, though I do have some basic materials. As Chung Yong-ming had already revealed the details of the blueprint, he ceased to extol its virtues. This worthless blueprint was universally recognized as having no value, and persisting in such claims would jeopardize the possibility of any transaction. Alas, this blueprint truly holds no value. Brother Zhou, please assist me. Did I not mention that I would prioritize trading blueprints with you? I have kept my word, and when I acquire another blueprint, I shall seek you out first. Well, Sai, very well. In light of our acquaintance in this unfamiliar world, I shall extend you a personal favor. As for the additional materials, let us forego them and proceed with this blueprint transaction. Haha, Brother Zhou, your loyalty is commendable. I'm immensely grateful. Next time I acquire a blueprint, I shall certainly approach you for a trade. Subsequently, Zhou Wen and Chung Yong-ming completed the transaction, and Zhou Wen obtained the blueprint for the seaweed planting box. He promptly accessed the system interface to briefly review the materials required for its creation. Seaweed planting box blueprint requires stone X20 seawater. The materials needed bore resemblance to those of the algal oxygen chamber, with the only difference being an additional 10 stones. Presently, it seemed of little use, and Zhou Wen did not intend to craft it just to observe. He resumed his quest for collecting fragments, seeking fragments of the Leviathan Transformation Growth Acceleration Food Manual. Reasonable prices. This message incited considerable discussion among the survivors, particularly as Zhou Wen was set to sell the algal oxygen chamber the following day. Thus, all his actions were under scrutiny. Leviathan Transformation Growth Acceleration Food Manual Fragment? What could that possibly be? I know not. I have never encountered it. Judging by the name, it must be something to aid the growth of the Leviathan transformation. Zhou Wen initially believed that by utilizing the World Communication Channel to collect fragments, he would swiftly gather the required 10. However, after several hours, he had only procured 1 fragment. With 1 million survivors in the world, was it truly this rare? Zhou Wen himself had found 2 fragments and had assumed that gathering them would be a simple task. Could it be that the distance of my Leviathan transformation actions increases the likelihood of finding supplies? Zhou Wen pondered this possibility. With nothing else to occupy his time, he awaited the arrival of the 3rd supply crate. During the wait, he glanced at the compost bin to check if the fertilizer was ready. However, when he attempted to lift the lid, he discovered it seemed to be stuck. Despite trying various methods, he suddenly realized the lid would automatically open once the fertilizer was completed. With this understanding, Zhou Wen felt considerably pleased. Initially, he had been anxious about the fertilizer's completion, uncertain of its final form, but now that he grasped the principle, his worries dissipated. After a while, the 3rd supply crate arrived, and once again, there were no creatures in the water. Zhou Wen safely opened the crate. Ding! Iron ore extra. Sigh, more ore. Zhou Wen exhaled in frustration, uncertain of when these ores would finally prove useful. Time was drawing near. Having successfully acquired 3 resource boxes, the Leviathan was nearing its rest phase. Zhou Wen took out the remaining 2/3 of the mirror-skinned sturgeon meat and began to cut it into pieces for consumption. Given the unpalatable nature of the sturgeon meat, Zhou Wen did not intend to savor it slowly. He consumed it rapidly, barely chewing before swallowing. Before long, he had finished 1/3 of the fish meat, yet he received no notification of attribute points. It appeared, much like the spiny shrimp, that one could not repeatedly gain attribute points from it. Zhou Wen was not particularly surprised by this. He merely felt it was a pity to have wasted it. Glancing at the remaining 1/3 of the mirror-skinned sturgeon meat, he resolved to exchange it for a blueprint in the World Communication Channel. Mirror-skinned sturgeon meat, which can enhance constitution by 1 point and speed by 1 point, available for exchange for the spiny chest armor blueprint. Zhou Wen was uncertain about the exact number of pieces of spiny armor available, but he was certain he did not possess the chest piece. The mirror-skinned sturgeon could enhance 2 attributes, making it highly valuable. Even if someone wished to retain the blueprint for personal use, they would have to consider the allure of 2 additional attribute points, for enhancing oneself through external means was often more advantageous than relying solely on enhancements. Chapter 21. Successful Fertilizer Production. Mirror Scale Pike? How come you have so many marvelous items? Are you the protagonist with a cheat system? Wow, listening to you, It seems like this esteemed person has been selling things we've never seen before lately. Could it be that there really is a cheat system, just like in novels? Esteemed one, please let me cling to you. Yet, there was no discussion regarding trade. The subsequent messages were flooded with requests for support. Zhou looked at these messages, both amused and exasperated, prompting him to shift the conversation. Stop dwelling on those unrealistic notions. Do you truly believe this is a novel? A cheat system? Let me share some reality with you. Today, I successfully created an algal oxygen tank and tested the transportation of seaweed. It indeed accelerates the digestion speed of the Leviathan transformation and grants an additional resource box. Tomorrow, Zhou would commence selling the algal oxygen tanks, and these messages served as a prelude. As expected, once he revealed that the seaweed transportation method was feasible, the communication channel erupted like thunder, inundated with a flurry of messages. What the heck? The seaweed transportation hypothesis actually works? I thought it was a deliberate ploy to lead us astray. How could it harm us? Think about it. Most of us are already short on food and consuming a lot of energy. The rate of food depletion must be even faster. If we can't secure additional resource boxes, wouldn't we starve to death? Wow, I think your reasoning is sound. Could it be that this esteemed individual is in cahoots with the one who first proposed the seaweed transportation hypothesis, intentionally leading us to believe it's feasible to bring about our demise? Bro, I think you're paranoid, and your logic is flawed, jumping to conclusions without basis. What? Is it impossible that I might be right? They are not related to us. Why would they assist us? There must be something amiss. It is indeed a possibility. But as of now, there are no conflicts of interest among us. There's no reason to scheme or persecute one another. Who knows? Perhaps these individuals are psychologically disturbed. I think you might be the one with issues. Zhou felt a headache coming on. What was initially good news had been twisted into conspiracy theories by these individuals. He was too weary to continue reading. The message had been sent, and the Leviathan transformation had entered a resting phase. So Zhou decided to retire for the night. Just as he laid down on the wooden platform, a private message arrived, with a sender wishing to trade for mirror-scaled pike meat. Haha, the blueprint for the spiked chest armor had finally arrived. Zhou chuckled with joy. This blueprint was the most critical part of the entire spiked armor set, protecting the upper body, which harbored the most vital vulnerabilities. Without armor, Zhou felt a chilling sense of insecurity. Suddenly reflecting on the day's achievements, he realized he had obtained a total of 12 blueprints, along with a fertilizer formula. Zhou reclined upon a wooden platform, gazing skyward as he accessed the interface of his blueprints, perusing all the designs he had acquired over the past few days. The blueprint for the fishbone blade. Ah yes, Zhou exclaimed, abruptly rising from the platform and making his way to the area piled high with resource crates. From one such crate, he extracted a silvery fishbone, precisely that of the mirror skin pike. This fishbone measured exactly 1 meter, ideal for crafting the fishbone blade. A smile graced Zhou's face. After all these days, he finally had a legitimate weapon. Crafting. He opened the blueprint interface and clicked to create. A surge of azure light enveloped the silvery fishbone, and mere seconds later, the light dissipated, revealing a blade entirely silver in hue, with the tailbone serving as the hilt, the spine as the blade, and the head bone as the tip. The blade's tip was slightly broader, while the body was somewhat narrower, forming an ideal shape for slashing. Swish! Swish! Zhou brandished the blade, slicing through the air with ease. Haha, please call me the Silver Blade Master. In that moment, Zhou's youthful exuberance ignited. As he struck various dramatic poses with the knife, uttering flamboyant phrases. Fortunately, he was alone in the spatial realm. Otherwise, he would have been mortified. After reveling in his new fishbone knife for a while, Zhou stored it away, then turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potato seedlings. After a day of growth, both had begun a vine. They were progressing quite swiftly. Zhou chuckled to himself and approached the compost bin, attempting to lift the lid. It remained stubbornly shut. I'll check again tomorrow, he decided. Today's accomplishments were already substantial, and his spirits were high. There was no rush in producing fertilizer. As night fell without further incident, Zhou awoke to find it was the 7th day. Today marked a significant occasion. As the global communication channel buzzed with discussions among many survivors regarding the pricing of the algal oxygen generation module. I believe the price for the algal oxygen generation module should be at least 50 units of basic materials. What? Are you still asleep? You think you can buy the algal oxygen generation module for just 50 units of basic materials? Dream on. I fear the price will not be cheap. It might even require blueprint exchanges. That's absurd. A blueprint? How could everyone possibly have one? You don't truly believe everyone can trade for an algal oxygen generation module, do you? The World System channel in the upper right corner displays the population, 100 million people. Even if one were to neglect all needs and produce one every second, crafting 100 million would take nearly 3 years. I don't care. If the price is 50 units of basic materials, I will gratefully refer to you as father. If it's 200 units, I will commend your generosity. If it's a blueprint, I'm afraid I have an early class. Haha, indeed. Zhou observed these messages with a slight smile before shutting down the global communication channel. He felt no concern about the potential ire of other survivors, as he had no intention of selling the algal oxygen generation module at an exorbitant price. The influential figures had already made their demands clear. Presently, the Leviathan was just beginning its activity, and there remained a considerable interval until the feeding phase. Zhou first glanced at the vines of the melons and sweet potatoes, noting the significant growth that had occurred overnight. He pondered whether the fertilizer had been completed. Zhou approached the compost bin and reached out to attempt to lift the lid, which surprisingly opened with ease this time. As soon as the lid was removed, a flurry of dark green dung balls erupted from within, startling Zhou, who quickly dodged out of the way. Almost immediately, a notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding! Acquired low-grade fertilizer X10, which can reduce crop growth time by 10. Each crop may only utilize it once. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou's face lit up with delight as he gazed at the scattered fertilizer on the platform, each resembling cow dung. Unfazed, he bent down to collect the pellets and store them in his empty supplies box. This was indeed a valuable find. Although the reduction in growth time was merely 10% and not particularly impressive, it was certainly better than having nothing at all. Chapter 22. Selling algal oxygen tanks after securely storing 8 clumps of fertilizer in the supply box. Zhou placed the box down and picked up 2 lumps from the ground, approaching the small planting box. Each clump of fertilizer was roughly the size of a fist, with a deep green hue and a texture reminiscent of mud, exuding a foul odor. However, due to the process of creation, the stench was no longer as pungent as before. Unsure of the exact method of application, Zhou decided to experiment by inserting the fertilizer clump into the soil of the small planting box. Upon contact with the earth, the clump melted instantly like snow meeting flame, transforming into a viscous green liquid that seeped directly into the soil. This indicated a successful fertilization, and Zhou smiled with satisfaction, using another clump of fertilizer. He then took 2 bottles of mineral water and poured them into the 2 small planting boxes. The watermelon was planted on the 4th day, while the sweet potato was sown on the 5th. At the time of planting, only half a bottle of water had been used, and now on the 7th day, both the watermelon and sweet potato vines had grown considerably. Half a bottle would undoubtedly be insufficient, necessitating the use of an entire bottle. It seemed that fresh water was quite scarce. Zhou glanced at the 2 empty plastic bottles in his hands before turning to look at the remaining 7 bottles of mineral water. Currently, he was not overly concerned about his drinking water supply. If necessary, he could exchange algal oxygen tanks for mineral water. However, relying solely on mineral water for irrigating crops would severely limit his agricultural expansion, as mineral water could only be obtained through supply boxes, contingent upon luck. This reality indicated that mineral water could not be procured through extensive trade. After all, fresh water could not yet be produced, and since it was vital for life, everyone prioritized its storage, trading only the surplus. Never mind, I am overthinking. I currently lack the space to create additional small planting boxes. The wooden platform Zhou, when constructed, covered only 6 square meters, with the 2 small planting boxes occupying 2 square meters, the compost bin taking up another square meter, and the remaining area cluttered with supply boxes, leaving just enough space for him to sleep. The algal oxygen tank, made of stone, could be placed below without the fear of being washed away by seawater, while the space taken up by the feces scoop was minimal, resting horizontally near the wall of the stomach on the platform. Thus, at present, he had no room to cultivate further. As for expanding the wooden platform, that was out of the question. The space within the stomach wall was already limited, and enlarging the platform's area would impede the feeding of the transformed Leviathan. Grow quickly, my 180-ton baby, Zhou Wen murmured, opening the biological encyclopedia in the world system and flipping to the first page, eager to see if the transformed Leviathan had grown after all these days. Age, 7 days stage. Neonatal length, 35 meters weight. 200 tons food type. Algae feeding method. Filter feeding evaluation. A 200-ton little baby. It had grown by 5 meters, exhibiting a surprisingly rapid growth rate of approximately 1 meter per day. Today had only just begun, so it could not be counted as a full day. Thus, in just 6 days, it had increased by 5 meters, a growth rate that was truly extraordinary. While the growth speed was crucial, the fragments of food necessary for accelerating the transformed Leviathan's growth were regrettably scarce. Zhou Wen possessed merely 3 fragments, making it exceedingly challenging to gather the complete set in a short span. After the oxygen-generating algae tanks had been on sale for a few days, it was anticipated that the fragments would increase in number, especially as some individuals could open 3 resource boxes in a single day. Zhou Wen spoke with a hint of calmness, the sound of surging seawater resonating within his throat, signaling that the Leviathan was entering its feeding phase. He hastily donned 4 pieces of spiked armor and grasped a 1-meter-long fishbone knife, bracing for potential dangers ahead. The sea water rushed into the space within his stomach, and Zhou Wen approached a small planting box, utilizing the illumination from the sunlight-emitting sphere in conjunction with his headlamp to maximize his visibility within the enveloping darkness. He crouched low, contracting his chest and abdomen, with the fishbone knife positioned protectively across his torso, guarding his unarmored upper body. After a brief wait, seeing no signs of creatures stirring in the water, Zhou Wen felt a slight relief, opening the system blueprint interface to commence the crafting of the oxygen-generating algae tanks, only to discover that he had merely 10 stones remaining. Originally, he had 210 stones, and after manufacturing 20 algae tanks yesterday, only 10 stones were left. Unperturbed, Zhou Wen retrieved 10 portions of spiked krill meat from the resource box and proceeded to trade for stones in the trading channel. Currently, due to many survivors encountering spiked krill, the value of spiked krill meat had diminished significantly. Nevertheless, weighing 3 to 4 pounds, it retained a certain worth as sustenance. Each portion of spiked krill meat could easily be exchanged for 20 stones. Soon, Zhou Wen successfully acquired 200 stones through trading, and combined with the 10 stones he already possessed, he crafted 21 tanks in one breath, totaling 30 when combined with the 9 left over from the previous day. Having completed the manufacture of the algae tanks for sale today, 1/3 of the stomach space was now occupied. Zhou Wen needed to sell these tanks before the Leviathan's second feeding. Once the seawater receded, confirming that no aggressive creatures were present during this feeding, he began to communicate in the World Exchange Channel. Everyone must have been waiting for quite some time. I shall be succinct. I am now commencing the sale of oxygen-generating algae tanks, with a total of 20 available each day. Why only 20? Indeed, that seems rather insufficient. I knew from the start that the algae tanks wouldn't be accessible to everyone. I initially thought I could sell 100 daily, yet here we are with only 20. Are you deliberately limiting the sale to inflate prices? I suspect he aims to maintain an advantage, fearing that if he sells too many, we might surpass him, hence the meager amount. Upon announcing the daily total for sale, the survivors in the World Exchange Channel erupted in discontent, the quantity truly too scant. Everyone, please remain calm. I am not intentionally offering such a limited number, but the reality is that I simply cannot increase the quantity. The oxygen-generating algae tanks, as the name implies, require algae for their creation, with the seagrass consumed by the Leviathan being one such material. If I were to manufacture in large quantities, it would result in the extensive consumption of seagrass, consequently impacting the growth of the illusory Leviathan, which serves as the foundation of our existence in this realm. I wish to inquire of you all, if you were in my position, would you be willing to proceed? Upon hearing Zhou Wen's query, the multitude of survivors clamoring for increased production ceased their messages. Naturally, a few exceedingly selfish individuals persisted in their demands for Zhou Wen to amplify the output. To these individuals, Zhou Wen chose to turn a blind eye. Ultimately, the algae oxygen chamber was his creation, and the authority lay firmly in his hands. Should everyone compel him to produce in excess, thus jeopardizing his interests, he could simply refrain from any sales. None would be able to acquire the algae oxygen chamber. I understand your urgency and empathize with your sentiments. While I may not be able to provide an adequate quantity for everyone, I assure you that I will offer a fair price. What price? We hope that, given our shared hardships in this world, you will consider keeping the price reasonable. Chapter 23. The burden of excessive supplies. As the prospect of increasing quantities became unattainable, the survivors could only hope for reasonable prices, providing them with at least a glimmer of hope. Rest assured, I understand that everyone faces challenges. I am prepared to trade one blueprint per machine. Upon hearing that Zhou Wen intended to trade with blueprints, the communication channel erupted with fervor, with many expressing their discontent towards him. Yet, Zhou Wen suddenly shifted his approach. However, the blueprints are indeed too scarce and reliant on luck. Thus, trading with blueprints is not particularly suitable. I have decided to trade with basic materials instead. How many basic materials are required? The survivors in the chat grew animated at the mention of basic materials, eagerly inquiring about the quantities needed. Alas, I understand everyone's predicament. The number of oxygen-producing algae tanks I have for sale is indeed limited. To ensure that everyone has an opportunity to trade, the first algae oxygen tank will only require 100 units of basic materials. Goodness, what a generous benefactor. I want one. I also want one. The survivors clamored to purchase. And with the limited quantity available, it was a race against time. Everyone, please wait a moment. The 100 units of basic materials come with conditions. Among them, 40 units must be wood, 30 units stone, and the remaining 30 can be of any type, or you may substitute with complete shells of spiny shrimp, where one shell equals 10 units of basic materials. Zhou Wen had been consuming wood and stone at a considerable rate, hence the prioritization of acquiring these basic materials. The procurement of shrimp shells was aimed at crafting spiny armor, which required 10 shells, and these armors were expected to sustain damage. Relying solely on the few spiny shrimp entangled in seaweed each day would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Thus, acquiring from other survivors who had also encountered spiny shrimp was the most expedient solution. I possess all these materials. I wonder when the esteemed trader will commence transactions. Transactions will begin shortly. To ensure fairness, I will directly list them on the trading channel. Moreover, as today marks the inaugural sale of algae oxygen tanks, I shall sacrifice a portion of my own profits and add an additional 10 tanks, totaling 30. As for whether you can secure a trade, that will depend on your speed. Upon concluding his remarks, Zhou Wen promptly listed all 30 algae oxygen tanks. However, just a second after they appeared in the World Trading Channel, the transaction information vanished. In an instant, all 30 tanks were snatched up, and a cascade of blue light flickered before Zhou Wen, revealing a plethora of basic materials. Goodness, that was astonishingly swift. The speed of these transactions took Zhou Wen by surprise, as he had barely removed his finger from the system's blue light screen when the trades were finalized. Haha, I managed to grab one. Tremble, mere mortals. What has flashed by? I didn't even catch a glimpse before it disappeared. Monsters, what kind of speed do you all possess? This is simply outrageous. I had eagerly placed my hands on the trading channel, pressing the button as soon as the trading information appeared. However, in that fleeting moment, the information vanished. Alas, in the global exchange channel, the jubilant cheers of those who succeeded in their transactions clashed with the cacophony of curses from those who did not. Zhou Wen chuckled softly as he glanced at the messages, preparing to close the channel and calculate the basic materials he had just acquired. Master, you mentioned that the first unit requires only 100 units of basic materials. How many are needed for the second unit? The second unit cannot be traded with basic materials. It can only be exchanged for blueprints, and the transaction must be conducted via private messages. What? The disparity is too great. This seems unreasonable. Indeed, Master. Please be generous to the end. Let the second unit also require 100 units of materials. Yes, yes. 100 units of basic materials is no small amount. Surely, you will profit as well. Let's settle on that price. Thus, a multitude of survivors began to morally coerce Zhou Wan, hoping that he would sell the second unit at the same price of 100 basic materials. Zhou Wan, upon reading these messages, wore a sly smile. All right, I shall be generous to the end. The second unit will also be 100 units of basic materials. Simply message me for the transaction. Master, you are truly kind. Impressive. I am firmly attached to your great stature. Not even Jesus can deter me, I assert. The global exchange channel erupted in joyous celebration, as many were delighted to acquire the second algae oxygen tank at such a modest price. However, Zhou Wan soon issued another message. Nevertheless, I will only sell 20 algae oxygen tanks each day. Repeat purchases will certainly consume the total number available, so those who have not yet secured a tank will have to bear with it. Upon the release of this news, nearly all the survivors who had not obtained an algae oxygen tank erupted in outrage. Master, I believe the second unit should indeed be traded for blueprints. This pricing is entirely reasonable. Do not listen to those who speak otherwise. They are merely trying to manipulate you morally and take advantage. Exactly. I believe even the price of a single blueprint is too low. The algae oxygen tank can additionally yield resource boxes. The second unit should be priced at 2 blueprints for it to be deemed fair. Those individuals are utterly selfish, always seeking to exploit the master. The first algae oxygen tank was priced at only 100 units of basic materials, allowing everyone to benefit immensely. How dare they wish to continue profiting from the second unit? It is simply disgraceful. Such people are nothing short of beasts, worse than beasts themselves. Because of Zhou Wan's message, a fierce argument erupted in the global exchange channel between those who had acquired the first algae oxygen tank and those who had not. Zhou Wan quietly observed their dispute, a smirk playing on his lips, embodying a mischievous warrior. After watching the exchange of insults for a while, it became evident that the number of individuals who had successfully obtained the first algae oxygen tank was exceedingly limited, leading to a one-sided confrontation. Ultimately, the pricing for the second unit remained fixed at the blueprint trade. Zhou Wan could only reluctantly accept this price, having declined thrice in the process. Yet he was thwarted by the enthusiastic survivors each time, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. After the matters concerning the oxygen-producing algae tank were concluded, Zhou Wan began to organize the quantities of foundational materials acquired through trade. He had accumulated 200 units of wood, 900 units of stone, 60 units of spiny shrimp shells, and 100 units each of sand, soil, and hay. Goodness, this is an overwhelming amount of foundational materials. There is hardly any space left to store them, he mused. With a sense of exasperation, he utilized empty storage boxes to collect these materials, each capable of holding 100 units. Zhou Wan managed to fill 3 storage boxes each day, and over 6 days, along with the initial box, he amassed a total of 19 boxes. Ultimately, it became apparent that the materials could not all be stored within the boxes. Since the stones would not be washed away by the sea, Zhou Wan decided to cease collecting stones and instead store the other materials while stacking the stones in a corner. Chapter 24. The Great Battle. The stones were merely set aside temporarily, as they occupied too much space. Once he acquired 3 supply boxes today, he would pack them away. However, as time progressed, the materials would only increase, leaving no room for storage. The thought of continuing to sell 20 oxygen-generating algae tanks and receiving a plethora of basic materials daily made Zhou Wan feel somewhat overwhelmed. For the time being, the spiny shrimp shells were sufficient. Perhaps he could replace them with empty supply boxes tomorrow. This was a stopgap measure, merely addressing the immediate issue of excess materials without a long-term solution. After all, supply boxes also require space. Each one is roughly the size of shoebox. And as their numbers grew, storage would remain a challenge. There was little he could do about it for now. If worst came to worst, he would exchange these basic materials for metal ores in the trading channel. Currently, the price for metal ores was 10 basic materials for 1. And although metal ores held little immediate utility, they would undoubtedly become essential in the future, so stockpiling them posed no issue. Due to the need to trade and clear out basic materials, Zhou had no time to move the seaweed for the Leviathan's first feeding. Deciding instead to wait until the second feeding was concluded to transport everything at once. Today he had traded 60 spiny shrimp shells, utilizing 10 shells and 20 fabric pieces to craft a spiny breastplate. Wow, this is quite heavy, Zhou exclaimed, lifting the spiny breastplate and feeling its weight. Approximately 40 pounds. No matter how heavy it was, he had to wear it. At least it would protect his body. Once he donned the spiny breastplate completely, he felt an immense heaviness, and merely standing became exhausting. He was now equipped with 5 pieces of gear: a spiny helmet, spiny breastplate, spiny codpiece, spiny greaves, and spiny boots, totaling a weight of 124 pounds. He could still manage to move, albeit with great difficulty, as every motion seemed to drain his energy at an accelerated pace. Oh dear, this is heavy. I'll just lie down for a bit. Zhou reclined on the wooden platform to conserve his strength, planning to rise once the second feeding commenced. A few minutes later, the Leviathan began its second feeding. Zhou attempted to sit up, but the weight of his upper body made it difficult, and his underdeveloped abdominal muscles struggled to support him, leaving him unable to rise. With no other choice, he braced himself with his hands on the ground and slowly shifted into a squatting position. It appeared that besides push-ups, sit-ups would also need to be incorporated into his routine, he mused, gripping his fishbone knife. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a torrent of seawater surged into the stomach space. Zhou focused intently, scanning the water's surface with the beam of his headlamp. Suddenly, the flowing surface surged violently, and a terrifying, flesh-colored, elongated body emerged into the light. The anchorworm. Zhou's heart raced, and terror washed over his face. The anchorworm had nearly claimed his life before, and the memory of that encounter still sent shivers down his spine. Zhou exhaled deeply, releasing a breath laden with anxiety. The waves of terror surged once more, causing his grip on the fishbone knife to tremble involuntarily. Fortunately, the beam of the headlamp illuminated the surroundings, preventing him from being engulfed in darkness as he had been previously. This marked his second encounter with the anchor-headed worm, and with the experience of having slain one before, although fear still gripped his heart, his body did not succumb to paralysis as it had on the last occasion. He remained in a crouched position on the wooden platform, the fishbone knife poised defensively in front of him, silent as the grave, biding his time for the retreat of the sea. Time languidly passed, and the water within the confines of his stomach began to rise, inching closer to the level of the wooden platform. The diaphragm of his esophagus sealed shut, halting the influx of seawater. Following the Leviathan's second consumption, the water within his stomach would soon be expelled. Zhou gently raised a hand to wipe the sweat that had trickled from his forehead to his lashes. His strength was waning rapidly. The spiked armor encasing him felt excessively cumbersome, and maintaining a crouched posture placed immense strain on his muscles. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the previously tranquil water erupted, for claw-like appendages, resembling ship anchors, surged forth, accompanied by a menacing maw, and seized Zhou's head with ferocious intensity. He could not have foreseen that the anchor-headed worm would launch an assault at that precise moment. The weight of his armor impeded his ability to react swiftly, leaving him ensnared by the foreclaws. Though startled by the sudden attack, Zhou quickly regained his composure. This assault mirrored the previous one, targeting his head once more. The 3 spikes atop his helmet thwarted the worm's vicious bite. Without hesitation, he sprang to his feet, brandishing the fishbone knife and delivering a fierce blow to the worm's tentacle-like body. This weapon proved far more effective than the spikes, plunging halfway into the worm's flesh. Crimson blood spurting forth as the creature's head released a pained shriek. Unfazed, Zhou swung the fishbone knife again, intent on severing the worm's body entirely. A resounding blast reverberated across the water surface. Upon hearing the sound, a knot of apprehension tightened in his chest, causing his strike to falter. Just as he contemplated redirecting the headlamp to investigate, something clamped around his thigh. A powerful tug ensued, catching Zhou off guard as he had been preoccupied with the stalemate above. The force yanked him off balance. With a heavy thud, he crashed on the wooden platform. his combined weight of 254 pounds, armor and all, striking the surface with a dull thump. The creature that had ensnared his leg seemed intent on dragging him into the depths. Yet Zhou Wen's considerable mass rendered it unable to pull him away. Just as Zhou Wengang exhaled a sigh of relief, the anchorhead worm that had ensnared his head began to drag him downward into the water, pulling him up and down while exerting force from both sides. Zhou Wengang was pulled into the depths in a horizontal position. With a splash, his body crashed into the water, sending a cascade of droplets into the air and creating ripples that surged outward in all directions. As Zhou Wengang found himself submerged, a wave of terror gripped his heart. Although he had held his breath prior to plunging into the water, preventing himself from choking, the urgency of the situation left him no time to inhale again. His heart raced, and the oxygen within him was rapidly depleting. He was beginning to feel the suffocating effects of hypoxia. With both his head and legs captured, and the water nearly a meter deep, he was utterly incapable of surfacing given his dire condition. Moments ticked by, and the sensation of asphyxiation intensified. In this desperate predicament, Zhou Wengang resolved to fight back. Summoning all his strength, he reached with his left hand to grasp the body of the anchorhead worm that held his head captive, and with his right hand, he wielded a fishbone blade to sever the creature. If he could swiftly eliminate the worm gripping his head, he would have a chance to rise to the surface. Chapter 25. Utter restraint. Zhou Wen began to frantically and fiercely slice at the body of the anchorhead worm, perhaps due to the severity of its injuries. After only 2 strikes, the creature relinquished its grip on Zhou Wen's head. A surge of joy filled Zhou Wen's heart, driven by the instinct to survive. He discarded the fishbone blade he had been wielding and exerted all his strength to paddle his arms, gradually bringing his body to the surface. He gasped for air, inhaling the precious oxygen within the confines of his stomach, his movements so vigorous that his body contracted and expanded rhythmically. However, before he could catch his breath, the creature, clamping his legs, viciously yanked him back into the depths. Gulp, gulp. Caught off guard, Zhou Wen swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, the brine igniting a fierce discomfort within his lungs. Desperately flailing his arms, he fought to resurface, but after merely coughing once, he was dragged underwater again. Zhou Wen bobbed up and down in the water, continuously beating his arms in a futile attempt to stay afloat. Fortunately, the creature gripping his thigh seemed to lack sufficient strength, unable to maintain its grip for long. After pulling him a certain distance, it would pause, granting Zhou Wen a fleeting opportunity to breathe. He came to realize that the creature ensnaring his leg was indeed another anchorhead worm. With this revelation, Zhou Wen felt a slight sense of relief. As long as the other anchorhead worm did not attack him, he could endure this stalemate with the one clinging to his thigh. He merely needed to wait for the water to recede, and then he could retaliate. In truth, with the spiked armor he wore, the anchorhead worm could not inflict any harm upon him. It was not that the armor was exceptionally tough, but rather that its surface was covered in vicious spikes, effectively restraining the worm. However, submerged and deprived of air, he found himself utterly powerless. At that moment, the water's surface began to slowly descend. Zhou Wen discerned the rhythm of the anchorhead worm's pulls on his thigh. As the creature prepared to drag him down again, he held his breath in anticipation, surfacing just as it weakened its grip to exhale. As the water level continued to drop, the pulling force of the worm diminished correspondingly. Without the buoyancy of the water to aid it, the anchorhead worm could no longer drag Zhou Wen down. After their prolonged struggle underwater, it had exhausted its energy. Its pincers still clamped firmly around Zhou Wen's thigh. Directing the light from his headlamp towards his leg, Zhou Wen discovered that the anchorhead worm was indeed thwarted by the spikes on his armor, unable to reach his flesh. This knowledge brought him a profound sense of security. With the assurance of his safety, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, his body suddenly devoid of strength, collapsing onto the ground as if completely drained. Moments ago, he had been thrashing in the water, burdened by the weight of his spiked armor. Were it not for the adrenaline coursing through him in that life-or-death moment, he would have been unable to move at all. Now that the mortal threat of drowning had lifted, he felt every muscle and bone in his body lamenting, an irresistible drowsiness overtaking him. His eyelids felt unbearably heavy, and he yearned for the solace of sleep. Crack! A resounding slap echoed through the vast expanse of the stomach wall. Zhou Wen, removing his spiked helmet, delivered a heavy blow to his own face, the impact stinging painfully. The sharp sensation brought him back to his senses, prompting him to don the helmet once more and direct his headlamp in search of the injured anchorworm he had previously wounded. Upon spotting it, Zhou Wen was fully alert, for the wounded creature was lying on the ground, drawing sustenance from the blood of the Leviathan. "Goodness!" Zhou Wen exclaimed. Fueled by an unexpected surge of energy, he sprang to his feet and retrieved the fishbone knife he had discarded during his earlier struggle in the water. In a matter of moments, he dispatched the anchorworm clinging to his leg. Swiftly, he approached the blood-sucking anchorworm and struck it down, ensuring its demise with several decisive blows. The sunlight ballworm, though diminutive, could be forgiven for a small blood meal, but for such a large creature, to continually feast upon blood was intolerable. Zhou Wen, brandishing the fishbone knife at the severed head of the anchorworm, spoke with fierce indignation. Afterward, Zhou Wen cautiously pried the anchorworm's claw from the stomach wall. Fortunately, the tiny barbs on the claw had not inflicted significant harm, leaving only superficial wounds that would not severely damage the Leviathan's interior. Yet, just as he began to feel relieved, he noticed blood oozing from the stomach, a clear indication that it was not the blood of the anchorworm. Upon removing the entire head of the creature, he uncovered a circular wound the size of a tennis ball on the stomach wall. "Damn it!" Zhou Wen kicked the severed head aside in frustration, recognizing that the size of the wound was evidently caused by the anchorworm's circular mouth. How on earth was he supposed to staunch the bleeding? Gazing at the continuously oozing circular wound, anxiety washed over him. The importance of the Leviathan to him could not be overstated, and he could not afford any complications. Unfortunately, he lacked the means to stop the bleeding. Medical bandages were utterly ineffective on the stomach wall. Then, a thought struck him. The sunlight ballworm, suddenly inspired. He hurriedly shed his spiked chest armor and climbed onto the wooden platform, capturing a sunlight ballworm. "I hope this works," he murmured, placing the creature over the wound. To his relief, the sunlight ballworm's 4 delicate tentacles adhered firmly to the surrounding stomach wall, sealing the wound seamlessly. Success! Zhou Wen felt a wave of elation. While this injury was minor for the massive Leviathan, living within its stomach necessitated taking action to assist in its healing. With all crises averted, an overwhelming wave of fatigue washed over him, yet he could not rest, for the Leviathan's feeding phase had yet to conclude. Summoning his last reserves of strength, Zhou Wen hoisted the spiked chest armor onto the wooden platform and donned it, determined to keep his protective gear on, no matter the circumstances. Though the spiked armor is heavy, its significance is undeniable, as evidenced by Zhou Wen's ability to withstand the assault of 2 anchorhead worms without sustaining injuries, and even to counterattack effectively. Zhou Wen has resolved to refrain from unnecessarily observing the surface of the water during the feeding process of the phantasmal Leviathan. Following the harrowing experience of nearly drowning, he suddenly recognized the futility of his previous actions. There was no need to scrutinize the movements on the water surface. During the interval, when seawater flooded his stomach space and subsequently receded, he could have simply concealed himself and awaited the retreat of the water before checking for any intruding creatures within. Thus, without the presence of seawater, even if he were to be attacked by a creature, he would not be dragged into the depths, sparing him the struggle within the ocean's embrace. Chapter 26 returns as for where to hide. It was naturally behind the algal oxygen-generating tank crafted from stone. Previously, when encountering the anchor-headed worm in the water, he had positioned himself behind the algal oxygen tank, effectively obstructing the possibility of an underwater assault. Now, Zhou Wen simply needed to move the algal oxygen tank onto the wooden platform and place it at the edge, creating a barrier akin to a wall that would thwart any potential attacks from aquatic creatures. He suddenly pondered whether there existed blueprints for constructing a house. If he could build one, it would provide a sanctuary to retreat to when seawater surged into the gastric cavity, ensuring greater safety. While lost in such musings, Zhou Wen utilized the system interface to elevate the algal oxygen tank from beneath the wooden platform, placing it at the edge as envisioned. Previously, Chen Xian had traded him an algal oxygen tank, leaving him with only one now. Given his experience during the feeding phase of the Mirage Leviathan, one tank would suffice. However, he felt utterly exhausted, lacking the energy to transport seaweed, and with the feeding phase of the Mirage Leviathan still ongoing, aggressive creatures could enter the gastric cavity at any moment. He could only wait until the feeding phase concluded before beginning to move the seaweed. I mustn't sleep. I mustn't sleep. Zhou yawned repeatedly, his consciousness hazy. To stave off slumber, he pinched his thigh with considerable force, but to little effect. Ultimately, he resolved to consume a can of fruit to replenish some of his expended energy. With a pop, the fruit can opened, revealing a can of oranges, its contents rich in pulp and syrup. Not wishing to plunge his hands into the mix, he opted to drink the syrup directly. The sweet and tangy liquid tantalized his taste buds, invigorating the drowsy Zhou. He did not rush to finish the can, savoring the syrup little by little to sustain his appetite and fend off sleepiness. After a while, the Mirage Leviathan resumed feeding, and seawater flooded into the gastric cavity once more. Zhou concealed himself behind the algal oxygen tank, activating the system interface to construct another tank using the blueprint. The two algal oxygen tanks were now positioned side by side at the edge of the wooden platform, significantly compressing Zhou's sleeping space. Originally, he had only 2 square meters of sleeping area on the 6 square meter platform, but with the addition of the 2 tanks, it had dwindled to a mere 1 square meter. Indeed, quite cramped. From this point on, Zhou paid no mind to whatever lurked in the water. He remained hidden behind the algal oxygen tank, consuming the orange can until the entire feeding phase concluded without any unexpected incidents. Once the can was empty and after resting for some time, Zhou's energy had notably replenished. He tidied away the tin can and cautiously peered out from behind the algal oxygen tank. A sweep of his headlamp revealed no signs of large creatures. During the previous feeding phase, he had also not heard any sounds of biological activity, indicating that no creatures had entered the gastric cavity during the subsequent feedings. However, for the sake of safety, Zhou donned his spiked armor, leaped from the wooden platform, and walked back and forth among the clump of seaweed several times. Only after confirming that no aggressive creatures were lurking within the seaweed did he finally shed the cumbersome armor and commence the task of transporting the seaweed. After 2 hours, he finally completed the transportation. Today's endeavor took longer than usual, as he had previously been dragged underwater by 2 anchor worms, exhausting himself significantly. With no time to rest properly, his body remained in a state of fatigue. At last, he could enjoy a moment of respite. Zhou lay on the remaining half-meter wide and 2-meter long wooden platform, allowing himself to relax completely. He had approximately 3 hours of rest ahead, yet he dared not succumb to sleep. Without an alarm, he knew he could not guarantee waking in 3 hours. That time frame coincided with the moment the Leviathan would consume the supply crate, and the supply crate stage had become perilous. Should he encounter dangerous creatures while asleep, he would be utterly oblivious to his demise. To stave off slumber, Zhou decided to open the World Communication Channel to see what others were discussing. Geneva. Refund. Do you truly deserve our trust? What on earth was happening? Zhou was momentarily baffled. Upon opening the World Communication Channel, he found numerous individuals berating him. After skimming through their messages, he discerned the reasons for their grievances. The algae oxygen generator is utterly useless. I just finished transporting seaweed and could barely breathe, almost suffocating. Is that true? Many of us haven't traded for one yet. You're not trying to deceive us, are you? Hoping to purchase a second one? What he says is true. I also traded for an algae oxygen generator and transported seaweed. Afterward, I struggled to breathe and felt I might perish. I have only just recovered. Fraud. Wasn't he had said that with the algae oxygen generator, we need not worry about suffocation? Indeed, none of the so-called big shots are to be trusted. This is clearly a scheme to harm us. Fraud. Come out and explain yourself. Yes. You must return the 100 basic materials to us and provide compensation. Refund. Refund. This was absurd. Truly, they had grown accustomed to such behavior. After reading their messages, Zhou felt inexplicably scolded. Anyone wishing to return their algae oxygen generator may message me privately. I will refund you 100 basic materials. Zhou remained unfazed. The algae oxygen generator was currently of high value but low market availability. Should some wish to return it, he would simply refund the basic materials, as he did not believe everyone was foolish. 10 individuals approached him seeking refunds for their algae oxygen generators, and without a hint of resentment, Zhou Wen returned 100 basic materials to each of them, subsequently placing these 10 individuals on a blacklist for purchasing the algae oxygen generator. Relisting 10 algae oxygen generators, 100 basic materials each, first come, first served. Zhou Wen re-entered the trading channel and sent a message in the World Communication Channel. How is it that only 10 individuals returned their purchases? Are the remaining 20 truly oblivious, having been deceived without realizing it? Astonishingly, the items have been relisted. How can he possess the audacity to do so after being exposed? Does he genuinely believe that anyone would fall for this again? However, in the next moment, those who returned their items were met with a stark reality. The 10 oxygen-generating algae tanks appeared in the global trading channel and vanished in an instant. All 10 were swiftly sold. Indeed, there are those foolish enough to engage in such transactions. We have already tested them, and the algae tanks are utterly ineffective. It seems to affirm the saying, there are many swindlers because there are even more fools. These individuals are truly difficult to assess. We have already encountered losses on their behalf, yet still, some fall for the same trick. Chapter 27. The golden silk fruit. Zhou Wen watched with amusement as several individuals clamored in the world channel for refunds, not bothering to intervene, viewing it merely as a performance by clowns. However, he was somewhat taken aback that none of them mentioned that without the algae oxygen generator, they might have suffocated by now instead of demanding refunds. Furthermore, through transaction information, Zhou Wen discovered that one of these refund seekers had just traded for an algae oxygen generator in the World Trading Channel. Upon comparing this individual with the blacklist of 10 refund seekers, he realized that they were not on the list. Zhou Wen had set the system to prevent repeated purchases, indicating that this person had never traded for an algae oxygen generator before. This individual was deliberately inciting the group wishing for refunds, prompting them to return their items, while seizing the opportunity to make a trade in the confusion. Oh, my heavens, this world is rife with deception and lies. Zhou Wen continued to observe the messages in the exchange channel until the arrival of the first supply crate of the day. Nearly 3 hours had passed, and Zhou Wen's health had mostly recovered. Once the seawater receded, he noticed no creatures accompanying the supply crate and leaped off the wooden platform to open it. Ding! You have received bread X1, mineral water X1. Inside was food and water, which left Zhou Wen somewhat disheartened. He stowed them away and returned to the wooden platform to await the second supply crate. During his wait, Zhou Wen received a private message, which, upon opening, revealed it was from Chun Xin. Mr. Zhou, I would like to trade some items with you. The second algae oxygen generator requires a blueprint for trade. Zhou Wen could roughly guess what Chun Xin was proposing, so he directly stated the price. But my first one was also traded for a blueprint, wasn't it? That cannot be said. You wish to obtain the algae oxygen generator in advance and willingly traded for it with a blueprint. It was not my suggestion. Of course, I'm not a shrewd merchant. Although your first algae oxygen generator was traded in advance, I can disregard it as the first one. You can still trade for one using 100 basic materials in the trading channel. Mr. Zhou, you truly are a benevolent person. Chun Xin couldn't help but make a sarcastic remark, as Zhou Wen's words sounded quite generous but were ultimately futile. With only 20 units available for sale each day, how could she compete against 100 million people? Ultimately, to acquire a second unit directly from Zhou Wen, she still required the blueprint. I cannot accept the title of benevolent. I am merely a bit soft-hearted, seeing that everyone has it tough. Zhou Wen was fully aware of Chun Xion's sarcasm, yet he remained unfazed. The initiative was in his hands. Those willing to trade could do so, while those who were not could simply walk away. Never mind. I won't jest with you any longer, Mr. Zhou. The reason I sought you out is that I have obtained something valuable, which I believe you might need. As soon as Chun Xin sent this message, another item notification followed, prompting Zhou Wen to click it open with curiosity. Golden silk fruit, golden silk seaweed seeds. Grants 5 strength upon consumption. After perusing the information, Zhou Wen inhaled sharply. An increase of 5 points in strength was exactly what he desperately needed. Where did you acquire this? From the description, it seems capable of enhancing strength by 5 points, quite impressive and undoubtedly valuable. How about trading for a seaweed oxygen generator? Since Mr. Zhou is not interested, I shall seek another to trade with. Oh, come now, if you're dissatisfied, we can negotiate. Just tell me what you desire. Zhou, when initially intended to feign indifference, to compress the perceived value. Yet Chen Xin was clearly no fool. Thus, he decided to dispense with pretense and directly requested Chen Xin to state her price. I require 20 seaweed oxygen generators, a full set of spiked shrimp shell armor, and my fishbone blade blueprint. Take your golden silk fruit, and please depart gracefully. Zhou found himself both amused and exasperated. This was akin to wholesale bargaining. She opened with a demand for 20 seaweed oxygen generators, followed by a complete set of spiked armor, and even sought to reclaim the fishbone blade blueprint. She was audacious, indeed. How about 18 seaweed oxygen generators, a set of spiked shrimp shell armor, in addition to my fishbone blade blueprint? Miss Chun, I shall not prolong this. We are both astute individuals. While I am not a paragon of virtue, my past transactions have been fair. This is likely why you sought me out. I will not let you incur a loss either. 10 seaweed oxygen generators and the spiked armor are agreeable, and I can craft a fishbone blade for you. But the blueprint is non-negotiable. If you require the blueprint, you are aware of the value of the seaweed oxygen generators. You may seek to trade for the blueprint elsewhere. This reflects my sincerity. If you remain unsatisfied, then feel free to pursue other options. I recognize Mr. Zhou's sincerity, yet the value of my blueprint is significant. Since Mr. Zhou is unwilling to trade the blueprint, I would like to request something else. Does Miss Chun presume herself clever, treating others as fools? The fishbone blade blueprint is not yours. It is mine. You volunteered to trade previously, and now to reconsider and demand more is unacceptable. Mr. Zhou has misunderstood. I am not seeking to increase the price, merely feeling that the terms proposed by Mr. Zhou lack a certain value, hence hoping for a slight enhancement. What else do you desire? The golden silk fruit was indeed crucial for Zhou. As long as Chen Xin did not make unreasonable demands, he could afford to make further concessions. I wonder what other items or blueprints Mr. Zhou possesses. Might you share, so I can see if there's anything I require? I have stated, trading blueprints is out of the question. I am not interested in the blueprints, but merely wish to see the items crafted from them to ascertain if they meet my needs. Upon reading Chen Xin's message, Zhou, initially somewhat impatient, suddenly furrowed his brow. She was attempting to probe into his resources. Blueprints are utilized for constructing or crafting items. Knowing a person's entire collection of blueprints can provide insight into their level of advancement. With the seaweed oxygen generator blueprint in his possession, Zhou undoubtedly ranked among the swiftest progressors in this world. It is impossible to specify the types of blueprints. However, let me add 2 particularly significant items for you. What items? Chen Xin realized her secret intentions had been discerned, so she refrained from further comments and became curious about the important items mentioned by Zhou. 2 wooden platforms, each elevated 1 meter and occupying an area of 1 square meter. With these, you will no longer have to remain submerged in seawater, and you can even sleep upon them, thus avoiding the damp ground. Upon reviewing Zhou's description, Chen Xin's eyes sparkled. Indeed, these were exceptionally valuable items. Within the belly of the phantasmal Leviathan, there was currently no peril. One might even say it was remarkably safe. The only caution required was during the transport of seaweed, where one must be wary of the sharp spines of the krill. Otherwise, the dangers were minimal. In the absence of threats, coupled with the initial resolution of food issues, the ultimate pursuit became the comfort of living. Spending each day with half of one's body submerged in seawater, followed by resting on the damp earth, could hardly be deemed comfortable. The wooden platforms were the key to resolving all of this. Chapter 28. Seaweed Cultivation Box. Mr. Zhou was sincere, and the transaction proceeded pleasantly. Haha, Miss Chun, how would you like to conduct the trade? Shall we list it in the trading channel? What about a private transaction? Surely, Mr. Zhou does not possess any surplus of the 10 seaweed oxygenators. Indeed, I do not. What I mean is, I hope Miss Chun can transfer the golden silk fruit to me in advance. As for the items for trade, I will supplement them all shortly. Mr. Zhou is jesting. I'm not jesting. I understand that Miss Chun is concerned about my credibility, but from my dealings with others these past few days, you should have observed that I am a person of integrity. This golden silk fruit is quite important to me. The sooner I acquire it, the better. I shall trade you a set of spiked armor and 2 wooden platforms, and I will make up the rest as soon as possible. Is the fishbone blade not currently craftable? The materials for the fishbone blade include a 1-meter-long fish spine, which is quite rare, as you are aware. Chen Xian pondered for a moment regarding Mr. Zhou's request for an advanced trade, ultimately deciding to acquiesce. She had been observing Mr. Zhou for some time. Although he exhibited a merchant's cunning, his transactions had generally been fair. If you add 2 more seaweed oxygenators, I will agree to trade the golden silk fruit to you in advance. Agreed, a total of 12 units. Subsequently, Mr. Zhou promptly crafted the spiked chest armor, spiked leg armor, spiked boots, spiked groin guard, spiked wrist guards, spiked helmet, and spiked belt, consuming a total of 38 shrimp shells. With the 7 spiked items and 2 wooden platforms, he sent a trade request and successfully acquired the golden silk fruit from Chen Xian. I hope Mr. Zhou will honor our agreement. Rest assured, one must possess credibility to achieve mutual benefit. I understand this well. Upon concluding the transaction with Chen Xian, Mr. Zhou gazed excitedly at the golden silk fruit in his hands, a look of ecstasy illuminating his face. His elation stemmed not solely from the fact that the golden silk fruit would augment his strength by 5 points, but rather from the revelation that it was a seed of the golden silk seaweed. When he first encountered this description, his excitement had been almost uncontainable. Yet he had restrained himself to avoid alerting the astute Chen Xian. It appeared that the blueprints obtained from the resource box were indeed useful. They simply had not yet come into play. Mr. Zhou mused as he opened the system interface, navigating to the blueprint section to examine the blueprint for the seaweed cultivation box, his smile broadening. Construct. Without hesitation, Mr. Zhou initiated the construction. The materials required for the seaweed cultivation box were 20 units of stone, and glancing at the pile of stones in the corner, he realized he was in no shortage of them. However, the world system did not respond. Mr. Zhou glanced at the seaweed cultivation box blueprint once more. It also required seawater. He would have to wait for the next resource box to arrive before he could construct it. Carefully, Mr. Zhou stored away the golden silk fruit. Although Chen Xian had not disclosed how she had acquired it, the description indicated that the golden silk fruit was indeed the seed of the golden silk seaweed, suggesting that she had encountered this rare seaweed. Previously, Chen Xian possessed merely a single algae oxygenation tank, resulting in a rather sluggish pace for transporting seagrass. Based on the timing of Chen Xian's transactions, it was evident that they occurred shortly after he had completed the transport of seagrass. This implies that the golden silk seagrass was not extracted from a supply crate, but rather it was a rare variant found within the seagrass itself, fortuitously encountered by Chen Xian. Indeed, I am more of a misfortune than a fortunate soul. Subsequently, with little else to occupy my time, I reclined upon the wooden platform, awaiting the arrival of the second supply crate. After 2 or 3 hours, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing the sea water to surge in, heralding the arrival of the second supply crate. However, this time, the water was teeming with life. Zhou concealed himself behind the algae oxygenation tank and accessed the blueprint interface to craft a seagrass planting box. Once the water receded, he heard the familiar sound of a splash, illuminating the area to discover a shimmering ribbon of light dancing about, an iridescent skin pike. Realizing that the creature in the water was indeed the skin pike, Zhou felt a sense of relief and jumped down from the wooden platform to inspect the newly constructed seagrass planting box. The seagrass planting box resembled an enlarged version of the algae oxygenation tank, being twice its size, a stone trough measuring 1 meter in length, width, and height, filled with seawater and a substantial accumulation of small pebbles at the bottom. Initially perplexed by the absence of soil among the crafting materials for the seagrass planting box, Zhou pondered where the golden silk fruits will be cultivated. Upon observing the mound of pebbles at the base, he realized that these stones were intended as the planting medium. With care, Zhou excavated a small pit within the pebble heap, gently placing the golden silk fruit into the hollow before delicately covering it with stones. He wondered how long it would take for the golden silk seagrass to mature and bear fruit, given that the golden silk fruit could enhance his strength by 5 points. The growth period was likely to be considerable, certainly longer than that of watermelons or sweet potatoes. Reflecting on watermelons and sweet potatoes led Zhou to recall the recently crafted low-grade fertilizer, though he was uncertain whether it would be suitable for fertilizing the golden silk seagrass. Ah well, I shall await the sprouting of the golden silk fruit before making further considerations. With the golden silk fruit now sown, Zhou turned his attention to the second supply crate of the day and opened it. Ding! Obtained equipment slot X1. An equipment slot? The item he had acquired momentarily left Zhou in a state of astonishment as a prompt appeared on his character attribute panel. Upon accessing the character attribute interface, he noticed a blue box had materialized beside the character attributes. Equipment slot can hold one piece of equipment or weapon. Zhou clicked on the blue box, and a series of prompts filled his mind, elucidating the function of the equipment slot. He attempted to place the spiked chest armor into the equipment slot, and after a flash of blue light, the spiked armor appeared within the slot. With a mere thought, the spiked chest armor manifested upon his person. What a remarkable discovery! Zhou marveled, surprised by the existence of an equipment slot in this world, a delightful revelation for someone with over a decade of gaming experience. However, a single equipment slot can accommodate only one piece of armor or weapon. After several attempts, it became evident that items other than equipment, such as food, water, and basic materials, cannot be collected. The slot is exclusively for armor and weapons. It appears that this equipment slot can be obtained multiple times. Each slot accepts only one item of equipment. Currently, Zhou possesses 7 pieces, along with the fishbone knife, totaling 8 items. Thus, it is imperative to gather more equipment slots, as having only one proves insufficient. After experimenting with the equipment slot for a while, Zhou processed the mirror skin pike, dividing the fish meat into 3 portions to list in the trading channel in exchange for an equipment slot. However, Zhou felt the likelihood of a successful exchange was quite slim, but he decided to give it a try. The fish bones were utilized to craft fishbone blades, which he then traded to Chun Xin, opting to use a new blade for himself. Chapter 29. The storage cabinet. Did you say that the mirror-scale pike meat you sold last time could enhance both physique and speed? As soon as Zhou completed the trade for the fishbone blade with Chun Xin, she sent a message inquiring. Indeed, would you like some? Yes, at what price? 2 algae oxygenators. Mr. Zhou certainly does not allow others to take advantage, does he? Has Miss Chun not benefited at all? The golden silk fruit offers 5 points of strength. You took a multitude of my items, and the mirror scale pike meat provides only 2 points of attributes. I asked for 2 algae oxygenators. What advantage have I gained? Can strength be compared to other attributes? Never mind, I no longer want the 2 algae oxygenators. Just give me a portion of the mirror-scaled pike meat. Zhou, feeling quite pleased, removed a portion of the mirror-scaled pike meat from the trading channel and proceeded to trade it to Chun Xin. It was always better to secure one less portion of the Leviathan's transformative food. After resting for the duration of 2 supply boxes, Zhou's stamina had nearly recovered. He still had 100 push-ups to complete today. He could not simply abandon the plan he had set the day before. Thus, he dedicated the next period to fulfilling his daily regimen of 100 push-ups. Upon completing the set, it was nearly time for the arrival of the 3rd supply box. Zhou glanced at the corpses of the anchor worms piled in the corner. The remains of the anchor worms were inedible and took up considerable space. Using the fishbone knife, he sliced the corpses into smaller segments and disposed of them in the digestion pool. After some time, the 3rd supply box of the day arrived. The water was calm, with no creatures approaching. As the seawater receded, Zhou successfully opened the supply box. Ding! Obtained storage cabinet blueprint. Zhou was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of elation. What a divine providence! Just as he was pondering how to manage the resources he traded for, he was rewarded with a blueprint for a storage cabinet. With a radiant smile, Zhou utilized the blueprint and checked the materials required for its construction. Storage cabinet blueprint requires 20 units of wood. The materials required were modest. Time to craft. Zhou pressed the crafting button on the blueprint interface, and 20 units of wood flew from the supply box, coalescing in mid-air into a wooden cabinet measuring 2 meters in height and 1 meter in width. According to the description in the blueprint, the interior of the storage cabinet contained 100 compartments, each capable of holding 100 units of resources. This meant that one storage cabinet could accommodate a total of 10,000 units of basic materials. While Zhou Wen currently possessed a considerable amount of basic materials, it amounted to only slightly over 3,000 units, barely filling half the cabinet's capacity. The primary advantage was its compact size, requiring merely 1 square meter of space to store all the resources. After positioning the storage cabinet, Zhou Wen promptly moved all 900 stones piled in the corner into it, followed by transferring all the items stored in the supply box into the storage cabinet. Half an hour later, he had successfully transferred the contents of the 22 supply boxes, with the empty supply boxes rendered useless. He listed 10 of them on the trading channel and discarded the remaining 12 directly into the digestion pool as refuse. Zhou Wen cannot simultaneously list 22 supply crates, as doing so would inadvertently reveal that he has been consistently acquiring 3 crates each day since the outset, thus exposing his secrets. While Zhou Wen could claim to be trading with others, the seeds of suspicion, once sown, will inevitably attract undue attention, which is far from beneficial. Human nature is inherently greedy. Although the likelihood of encounters among survivors is minimal at present, the future remains uncertain. It is not scarcity, but inequality that breeds concern. Should conflicts arise later, Zhou Wen would undoubtedly find himself in the crosshairs. Zhou Wen has not set an exorbitant price for the 10 supply crates. Given that they are commonplace, and most individuals lack an abundance of basic materials, many cannot even fully utilize their own supplies, rendering the acquisition of additional crates unnecessary. Thus, he prices each crate at 10 units of basic materials, a sum that would be inexpensive for those with ample reserves. Additionally, Zhou Wen harbors another motive for selling the crates: to identify those who are advancing rapidly in their development. Those in need of supply crates likely cannot accommodate their basic materials, indicating they possess items intended for long-term sale in exchange for basic resources. After a brief wait, someone indeed purchased all 10 supply crates at once. Zhou Wen glanced at the buyer's profile, recognizing it as unfamiliar, and proceeded to browse the global trading channel. After perusing various trade listings, he discovered the individual's offering in the World Channel. Filtered freshwater for 10 units of basic materials. Filtered freshwater? The announcement piqued Zhou Wen's interest. This represents an enduring and lucrative business. Why was I not the one to uncover the method for obtaining freshwater? A twinge of jealousy stirred within him, but as he read the description of the filtered water, that feeling dissipated. Filtered freshwater. Potable water obtained through simple filtration of urine. I had expected seawater filtration, but it turns out to be urine filtration, and a rudimentary process at that. However, upon reflection, one must consider the lack of materials for filtering seawater or urine in this environment. Zhou Wen initially contemplated inquiring whether the individual was selling the method for filtering fresh water, but he swiftly abandoned that notion. Upon reviewing the buyer's acquisition notices, Zhou Wen noted a substantial demand for urine. A sudden realization struck him. Most survivors in this world are enduring tremendous hardships. The fact that this individual can trade urine for basic materials sufficient to fill a supply crate illustrates the severity of the water scarcity faced by many. Oh well, that does not concern me. My own circumstances are not particularly favorable either. Just today, I narrowly escaped an attack from 2 anchorhead worms. Almost drowning in the process, my existence is fraught with challenges, albeit I do not struggle for sustenance. Wait a moment. Although this filtered freshwater is not suitable for extensive consumption, it could be used to water my watermelons and sweet potatoes, thereby conserving my bottled water. Zhou Wen suddenly realized this and promptly exchanged 100 units of basic materials for 10 bottles of filtered freshwater. At present, the watermelon and sweet potato leaves have completely filled the small planting boxes. The larger the plants grow, the more fresh water they require, and this filtered water perfectly addresses that necessity. Zhou Wen directly watered each of the small planting boxes with a bottle of filtered freshwater, leaving the remaining 8 bottles beside the boxes for future use. However, the primary reason for this decision was that the bottles containing the filtered water were merely mineral water bottles. Zhou Wen feared that if he placed them in the storage cabinet, he might inadvertently mistake one for mineral water on a careless day, which would indeed be quite distressing. Chapter 30. The watermelon blossoms on the 8th day. The Leviathan began to stir, and Zhou awoke from his slumber amidst the vibrations of the stomach wall. The moment he sat up, a wave of soreness washed over him. Slowly rising to his feet, he stretched his aching body. Recalling the strenuous exertion of battling in the water while clad in over 100 pounds of spiked armor, it was no wonder his muscles were protesting. Although perilous, frolicking in heavy armor beneath the waves could be considered a form of exercise, Zhou mused with a wry smile. Once he had acclimated to the discomfort, Zhou hurried to the seaweed planting box, eager to lean over the stone trough brimming with seawater, hoping to catch sight of the golden silk fruit sprouting. However, to his slight disappointment, the trough revealed nothing. Yet, this outcome was anticipated. After all, the golden silk fruit, which promised an increase of 5 points in strength, would surely require more time to mature than ordinary plants. With no progress on the golden silk fruit, Zhou turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potato, which he had been observing daily. After a night of survival, the vines of both the watermelon and sweet potato had densely filled the small planting box. And amidst the verdant foliage, a splash of yellow caught his eye. They had bloomed. Immediately crouching down, Zhou parted the obstructing leaves, revealing a petite yellow flower with 5 delicate petals nestled among the watermelon vines. Such swift blooming suggested that it would not be long before he could indulge in some watermelon. A smile graced his face as he anticipated the forthcoming treat. After admiring the little yellow flower of the watermelon, Zhou reached out to sift through the leaves of the sweet potato vines but discovered no blossoms there. Given that the sweet potato had been planted a day later, it was expected to flower by tomorrow, though it was also possible that it might not bloom at all. He pondered. As for the pollination required for these crops to bear fruit, Zhou dismissed the thought entirely. With the watermelon's growth period condensed from months to mere days, the pollination process was certainly overlooked. Having inspected his crops, Zhou cheerfully consumed a piece of bread and half a bottle of water, considering it his breakfast. His current routine consisted of 2 meals a day, one in the morning and another in the afternoon, foregoing lunch due to the need to transport seaweed in the morning and the lack of exertion thereafter. With ample basic materials at his disposal, food was not a concern. Even if his stored provisions were depleted, he could trade in the marketplace, easily securing 3 meals a day. The reason Zhou opted for 2 meals instead of 3 was partly due to a desire to economize, but primarily because he had been subsisting on bread for 7 or 8 days and had grown weary of it. The thought of consuming 3 meals of bread in a single day was simply untenable. Sighing, he lamented, when will the food situation improve? Zhou yearned for savory flavors, and the prolonged absence of salt had awakened both his body's craving for it and his taste buds longing for savory delights, often leading him to reminisce about the exquisite dishes he once savored. Slurp. The mere recollection of those culinary delights made his mouth water. Indeed, humans are insatiable beings. Zhou suddenly recalled the days when he often went hungry, wishing only for a satisfying meal each day. Now that he could eat to his fill, his thoughts shifted to the art of dining. At that moment, a sound resembling the tumultuous waves of the sea surged within his esophagus, abruptly interrupting his daydreams as the Leviathan began to feast. Zhou quickly concealed himself behind the algae oxygen generator, donning his spiked helmet with one hand, and with a mere thought, summoned his spiked greaves from his equipment bar, which materialized seamlessly onto his legs, eliminating the need for the cumbersome process of dressing. He adorned himself with the remaining spiked codpiece and spiked boots in a similar manner, temporarily storing the spiked chest plate in his equipment bar due to its considerable weight, thus conserving energy. Should danger arise, he could effortlessly summon the spiked chest plate to safeguard his upper body. Gripping his fishbone knife tightly, Zhou strained to listen for any disturbances in the water. Once assured of silence, he accessed the blueprint interface to commence the creation of 20 algae oxygen generators. During this process, Zhou opened the World Communication Channel and noticed a flurry of messages urging him to list the algae oxygen generators promptly. What is wrong with you people? Didn't we establish yesterday that the algae oxygen generator is useless? Indeed, you are all rushing towards folly. A bunch of fools. The individuals who had returned their purchases hastily attempted to dissuade the growing crowd clamoring for the algae oxygen generators. But their messages were promptly drowned out by the incessant requests. 20 algae oxygen generators have been listed. Upon completing the 20 generators, Zhou Wen immediately listed them, as they occupied too much space, hindering the Leviathan's feeding. In an instant, they were snatched up, and he received a similar quantity of basic materials in return, which he promptly stored in his cabinet. Today, he also traded for spiked krill shells, having nearly exhausted his supply while crafting spiked armor for Chun Xian yesterday. He decided to acquire more to ensure he was prepared for future needs. After storing the traded basic materials, Zhou Wen crafted 2 additional algae oxygen generators and sent them to Chun Xian, who quickly responded with a message. Why only 2? 10? You're not planning to give them to me over 5 days, are you? Chun Xian had assumed Zhou Wen would provide her with 5 generators each day for 2 days, but now saw that only 2 would be delivered over 5 days. The potential developments in this world over 5 days could be significant. Should someone else produce oxygen-generating devices, the value of the algae oxygen generator would diminish drastically. I can't afford to deplete too much of the Leviathan's food. You need seaweed, right? I'll supply it. You can produce the remaining 8 generators. All right, just a moment. Let me calculate how much I need. As the tide receded, Zhou Wen extended the algae oxygen generator using a mirror crafted from the skin of a reflective fish, illuminated by his headlamp, to inspect the surroundings for any aggressive creatures. Yesterday, as Zhou Wen was processing the skin of the sturgeon, he conceived a rather ingenious method. The necessity to extend one's head outward to ascertain the presence of any external creatures posed a significant risk, particularly when faced with potentially aggressive beings. Utilizing the reflective properties of the sturgeon skin as a mirror to survey the surroundings proved to be a far more prudent approach. Although it may seem somewhat excessive, it is wise to exercise caution in this unknown world. Once he confirmed that no large entities lurked outside, Zhou Wen gradually rose to his feet and examined the quantity of seagrass within the algae oxygenation chamber. The blueprint for the chamber did not specify the exact amount of seagrass required, as an abundance of it would render such details unnecessary. How does one quantify 10 strands of seagrass? Should it be counted as 10 portions? Zhou Wen assessed the count of seagrass within the chamber, noting that 10 strands were arranged in 2 neat rows of 5. All right, I have deduced that 500 portions are needed. Chapter 31. Additional meal, Mr. Zhou. Do you take me for a fool? I possess algal oxygen generators. Surely, I do not require 500 units. Miss Chun, given your intelligence, I could never regard you as a fool. The 500 units are intended to compensate for the consumption of other materials. That cannot be right. Our agreement pertains to 10 algal oxygen generators, not you crafting 10 for me. Mr. Zhou, are you deliberately obfuscating the terms? I see now. It was my mistake. Let us settle for 400 units, and I shall overlook the 100 units intended for compensation. 200 units of seaweed will suffice. Kindly send over the remaining 8 algal oxygen generators. Thank you. Moments later, Zhou Wen gazed at the 200 units of seaweed he had acquired, a contemplative expression crossing his face. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He envisioned a method to secure 4 resource crates daily by trading basic materials for seaweed, thereby circumventing the feeding duration required for the Leviathan transformation. Moreover, by eliminating the feeding interval, he could prevent aggressive creatures from infiltrating the stomach space, thereby averting numerous dangers. While Zhou Wen pondered the feasibility of this plan, his peripheral vision caught sight of a spiny shrimp leaping amidst the seaweed pile. He descended from the wooden platform and swiftly processed the spiny shrimp, separating the shell from the flesh and placing the contents into his storage cabinet. On further reflection, Zhou Wen decided against acquiring seaweed, foregoing the plan to eliminate the feeding phase of the Leviathan transformation. During the processing of the spiny shrimp, he suddenly recognized that while the feeding phase posed threats, it also offered benefits. Whether it was the spiny shrimp, which could enhance his strength, or the sunlight-emitting sun or protozoan, these were encounters exclusive to the feeding phase. The golden silk fruit obtained by Chun Xian was likely a result of the same. Moreover, danger serves as a form of trial, allowing him to gradually acclimate to this unknown world. Should he bypass all peril, He would undoubtedly succumb when faced with unavoidable threats in the future. Nevertheless, he could trade for some seaweed to provide an additional meal for the Leviathan. After deliberation, Zhou resolved to feed the Leviathan twice daily, mirroring his own routine, with the Leviathan receiving its meals in the morning and evening. Having made his decision, Zhou broadcast a message in the World Exchange Channel. Acquiring seaweed. 100 units of seaweed can be exchanged for 10 units of basic materials, with a daily limit of 1,000 units of basic materials. First come, first served, with a capacity to garner over 2,000 units of basic materials each day. Zhou allocated 1,000 units for trading seaweed, effectively alleviating his storage concerns. What on earth is this esteemed individual doing, trading basic materials for seemingly valueless seaweed? This is a grand act of gratitude from the esteemed one. What kind of gratitude? It appears he has accumulated an excess of basic materials with no place to store them, thus resorting to trading for seaweed. Indeed, upon closer inspection, it is true. The esteemed one receives over 2,000 basic materials daily, and with each resource crate accommodating only 100 units, he certainly lacks sufficient storage. My goodness, how I envy those seasoned individuals who have begun to worry about an excess of basic materials, while I'm still fervently hoping for my resource box to yield food and water. Why is the disparity between individuals so vast? Who could deny it? Each day, there is but one resource box, and on a stroke of bad luck, I might only procure a metallic or unable even to barter for a loaf of bread. As for trading for the algae oxygen generator, who knows when that will come pass? Curse it. Previously, 10 units of basic materials could be exchanged for a single loaf of bread, yet now both bread and bottled water have surged to 20 units. Those unscrupulous merchants. The rise in prices for bread and water is largely unrelated to human influence. The primary cause lies in the sluggish consumption of basic materials. Their quantity continues to swell while bread and water are consistently consumed, leading to a devaluation of basic materials in comparison to food and water. Ultimately, the scarcity of blueprints is the crux of the matter. A single valuable blueprint can elevate an individual to sudden wealth, prompting them to buy up blueprints at exorbitant prices, resulting in a concentration of these blueprints in the hands of a few who then manipulate production and reap the rewards from all. Who are we speaking of? Zhou observed the comments from these individuals and found their reasoning quite compelling, only to stumble upon a line that clearly referred to him. What do you mean? You're obviously talking about the big shot. Big shot, I must report this. Let us place this person on the blacklist for trading the algae oxygen generator, so they dare not speak ill of you again. Good grief. This young person is willing to go to great lengths to increase their chances of securing the algae oxygen generator. The big shot is actually quite benevolent. They're currently giving back to everyone, even if it may be an attempt to alleviate storage pressure. However, they're exchanging for seaweed, allowing everyone to participate, which can be seen as a form of wealth redistribution. And yet you continue to discuss this. The big shot's 1,000 units of basic materials have already been traded. Good grief. In order to accommodate the 10,000 units of seaweed returned from trading, Zhou constructed another storage cabinet, repurposing a recently freed 1 square meter space for this second cabinet, reverting his living space to its original state. One storage cabinet can perfectly hold 10,000 units of seaweed. From a long-term perspective, the creation of a second storage cabinet is inevitable, as over 2,000 units of basic materials are obtained daily, in 3 or 4 days. A second cabinet will be necessary. After storing the 10,000 units of seaweed, with no further tasks at hand, Zhou began transporting the seaweed from the stomach wall space. Wait a moment, why must I move it manually? If I directly deposit it into the resource box and then retrieve it from the box next to the digestion pool, wouldn't that save me effort? Zhou suddenly realized this. Thus, he hurriedly traded for a resource box through the trading channel and tested his hypothesis, discovering it to be partially successful. While seaweed could indeed be stored within the resource box, it could not be transferred to the trading channel with just a thought. He still needed to physically place it into the resource box. What a nuisance. Zhou simply tossed the resource box onto the wooden platform and continued to move the seaweed manually. In truth, utilizing supply boxes for transportation is far superior to relying solely on human strength. After all, a supply box can accommodate up to 100 portions of seaweed without any increase in weight, whereas an individual can only carry approximately 50 portions at a time. The reason Zhou refrains from using this method lies in the fact that the process of loading seaweed into the supply box and subsequently lifting it entails additional steps. Upon reaching the digestion pool, he must extract the seaweed, and the time consumed by these 3 extra steps is sufficient for him to make 3 round trips with the seaweed. Of course, the current lack of utility does not imply that it will remain so in the future. Presently, the Leviathan's transformed size is small, resulting in limited gastric wall capacity. However, as it grows, the space within the gastric wall will expand, and when the distance for transporting seaweed to the digestion pool becomes considerable, the use of supply boxes will prove advantageous. After completing the transportation of the seaweed, Zhou returned to the wooden platform, and suddenly, an alarming thought struck him. Today marks the 8th day, and I encountered the anchorhead worm on the 4th day. Chapter 32. Distributing attention on the 4th day. Zhou encountered an anchorhead worm, yet his progress was indeed threefold that of his peers. It was tentatively concluded that others would face the same creature on the 12th day. By the 6th day, 8 individuals had procured algal oxygen tanks from him. Based on their progress, it could be surmised that they would confront the anchorhead worm by the 8th day, effectively equivalent to the 10th. In the forthcoming days, they were likely to encounter the perilous creature. Should these 8 individuals fall victim to the anchorhead worm, it would not be catastrophic, for they had sought Zhou privately for the algal oxygen tanks. However, since the tanks traded from the previous day were common knowledge, it implied that the first to encounter the anchorhead worm would be those who had engaged in the transaction. In the eyes of other survivors, the demise of these individuals would inevitably be attributed to him, creating a precarious situation where, despite any explanations he offered, disbelief would prevail. Thus, Zhou resolved to make preparations in advance, ensuring that not all who had traded for the algal oxygen tanks would meet their end. The most direct approach was to utilize the global communication channel to inform everyone of his encounter with the anchorhead worm, accompanied by the creature's data from the biological compendium. This would serve to establish that he was the initial victim of such an assault, alerting all survivors to the existence of more formidable threats beyond the non-aggressive spiked krill. In this manner, even if numerous fatalities occurred among those who had traded for the algal oxygen tanks, he would have safeguarded himself with a preemptive measure, and he could also seize the opportunity to sell a batch of spiked helmets. He resolved to initiate this plan once the transformative Leviathan completed its feast. Currently, the transformative Leviathan was still in its feeding phase, a time fraught with danger where an encounter with the anchorhead worm or other aggressive entities was plausible. To mitigate risk, he decided to wait until the Leviathan's feeding concluded. After a period, the feeding phase of the transformative Leviathan came to an end without incident. All 8 algal oxygen tanks for Chonxian were completed and delivered, settling their transactions. Zhou was poised to commence his preemptive strategy when a private message from Jiang Haitao appeared on his screen. Brother One, you are my savior. Upon reading Jiang Haitao's message, Zhou grasped the situation immediately. A sudden inspiration struck him, prompting a revision of his preemptive strategy. What happened? It's about the anchorhead worm you mentioned earlier. That massive creature. When it surged from the depths, I initially failed to notice it. Suddenly, it lunged at me, seizing my head, and I nearly succumbed to terror. Fortunately, I recalled your words and had kept the spiked helmet on even while sleeping. The helmet deflected the anchorhead worm's attack, granting me the precious moments needed to regain my composure. Following your guidance, I ultimately vanquished the creature. Brother One, you cannot imagine how I trembled with fear at that moment. Had I not remembered your words about the anchorhead worm being lethal, I might not have dared to act. Fortunately, all is well. However, from now on, the feeding phase of the Leviathan's transformation will be perilous. You must exercise caution. Will there be many more of these anchorhead worms in the future? Just yesterday, I encountered 2 anchorhead worms attacking me. I nearly perished. It seems that things will only grow more dangerous. 2 of them? Upon learning that Zhou had faced 2 anchorhead worms, Jiang Haitao envisioned the scenario and felt his heart race with terror. Such a situation would be a death sentence for him. Brother One, do you have anything to defend against anchorhead worm attacks? I do, but you might not be able to afford it. Zhou was not unwilling to assist Jiang Haitao, but the only means of fending off multiple anchorhead worms was a complete set of spiked armor. No matter how benevolent he was, he could not simply gift an entire set of spiked armor to Jiang Haitao. What do I need to purchase it? I will see if I can gather the resources. At least 2 blueprints. Zhou Wen was already offering a reasonable price. A full set of spiked armor consisted of 7 pieces and served as life-saving protection, particularly effective against anchorhead worms. The price of 4 blueprints was quite justifiable, and if someone were to be unscrupulous, they might even demand 1 blueprint per piece of armor, likely attracting some affluent survivors willing to trade. Upon hearing the price of 2 blueprints, Jiang Haitao fell silent. He had no means to procure 2 blueprints. His current situation was only marginally better than those survivors who struggled for their next meal. After all, with the algae oxygenator Zhou Wen had provided, he could obtain 2 supply boxes daily, and even if luck was at its worst and he received 2 iron ores, he could still trade for a loaf of bread. In that case, if you assist me with a task, I shall compensate you with armor. Really, I will agree to any task. Jiang Haitao was overjoyed and readily accepted, not questioning the nature of the task. Through their numerous encounters, he had come to understand that Zhou Wen would not place him in excessively dangerous situations. All right, simply announce in the Global Exchange channel that you have encountered anchorhead worms and include the description from the anchorhead worms compendium. Upon learning of Jiang Haitao's encounter with the anchorhead worms, Zhou Wen resolved to have him inform everyone about these creatures. Zhou Wen had become quite renowned among the survivors, with no one quite comparable to him. However, excessive fame was not without its drawbacks. From observing the messages in the Global Exchange channel over the past few days, Zhou Wen recognized that there were many astute individuals. Luck might favor one for a time, but could not remain constant, nor could one consistently outpace others. Over time, suspicions would inevitably arise regarding Zhou Wen's integrity, leading to conjectures based on survival novels that he was employing some form of trickery. Certainly, at present, the situation is not as dire as Zhou Wen had imagined. His current lead is rather reasonable, akin to a previous remark about fortuitously acquiring an excellent blueprint, thereby instantly gaining a substantial resource advantage and distancing himself from the majority. However, Zhou Wen has never considered himself particularly formidable or wiser than others. He prefers to remain in the shadows, operating discreetly as a strategist. Given that Jiang Haitao has encountered the anchorworm, it provides an opportunity for him to divert attention and simultaneously assess whether Jiang Haitao is indeed trustworthy. Following Zhou Wen's instructions, Jiang Haitao disseminated information regarding the anchorworm to the Global Communication channel. At that moment, the channel was abuzz with debates over the fairness of the price for 2 algae oxygenators based on a single blueprint. Zhou Wen observed that Shenxin was selling the algae oxygenators, pricing them competitively at 1 blueprint for 2 units. This pricing might seem merely 100 units of basic materials cheaper than Zhou Wen's total for 2 algae oxygenators, yet it is significantly more advantageous. The difficulty in trading for 2 units from Zhou Wen is immense, as nearly 100 million people are vying for just 20 of those devices. Even with a blueprint in hand, one must first secure a unit before trading to obtain 2 algae oxygenators. Shenxin's pricing is not only competitive but also quite reasonable, indeed, more so than Zhou Wen's. However, Zhou Wen's intent in selling the algae oxygenators was never to enable other survivors to rapidly acquire 2 units and subsequently receive 3 supply crates daily. Their objectives have always diverged. Nevertheless, once Jiang Haitao's message was broadcast, it naturally captivated everyone's attention, given its implications for their very survival. 3 meters long? Capable of easily biting through a human skull? Surely, this is an exaggeration. Do you believe we are still on Earth? In this world, the existence of such large and dangerous creatures is rather commonplace. Brother, how have you managed to survive? Could you share your secrets with us? Chapter 33. Both black and white are me, brother. How did you survive? Could you enlighten us? A wave of unease washed over all the survivors as they perused the entry on the anchorhead worm. Although their current circumstances were far from favorable, they had previously faced little danger. However, witnessing someone attacked by the anchorhead worm, coupled with its ominous description, indicated that this creature seemed to specifically target humans. The survivors in the communication channel were fervently inquiring how Jiang Haitao managed to endure. My survival was merely a stroke of luck. The anchorhead worm lay in ambush beneath the water, and I initially failed to notice it. Suddenly, I was attacked, my head ensnared, Jiang Haitao recounted. You cannot fathom the blankness that engulfed my mind at that moment. I was utterly bewildered. When I realized I was confronted by an entirely unfamiliar monster, I was paralyzed with fear, unable to move an inch. He continued. The interior of the stomach wall was pitch dark, illuminated solely by my headlamp. Having been caught off guard, the light barely revealed the creature's form, and I felt certain I was doomed. In that instant, a carousel of memories flashed through my mind. I vividly recalled a sweltering summer day, when she and I sought refuge from the scorching sun beneath the shade of a tree. The incessant chorus of cicadas filling the air, a gentle breeze tousling her hair. The survivors in the global communication channel were left in a stupor. They yearned to learn how Jiang Haitao survived, yet he seemed lost in recollection, elaborating for over an hour on his past. Zhou Wen, too, was bewildered. He had indeed asked Jiang Haitao to recount the details of his encounter with the anchorhead worm and his feelings during that harrowing experience. Zhou Wen aimed to instill a deeper appreciation of the creature's terror in the other survivors, thus commanding a higher price for the sale of his spiked armor. However, to his surprise, Jiang Haitao veered off-topic mid-narrative. This was the first scene that flashed through my mind. Next, I will describe the second scene, which was, brother, perhaps the second scene can wait. Shouldn't you share how you managed to survive after the anchorhead worm seized your head? The survivors, genuinely hesitant to interrupt Jiang Haitao's reminiscence, feared that breaking his train of thought would displease him and silence his account, leaving them at a loss. However, seeing that Jiang Haitao concluded the first scene of his memory, they thought he would finally address the matter at hand. To their astonishment, he mentioned a second scene, prompting them to intervene. Ah, yes, indeed. Life in this world has been quite challenging these past few days, and I inadvertently became immersed in my memories. My survival hinged upon a blueprint I had previously obtained, the spiked helmet blueprint. The spiked helmet is a piece of armor, with 3 spikes atop that effectively shield one from the anchorhead worm's mandibles, preventing it from attacking the helmet itself. It is, without question, a perfect countermeasure against the anchorhead worm. In the World Channel, the survivors breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing that the spiked helmet could effectively counter the anchorhead worm. After all, according to Jiang Haitao's earlier account, he had been ambushed by the anchorhead worm, leaving him paralyzed with fear and unable to move. This meant that for a time, Jiang Haitao was defenseless, yet he still survived, which indeed substantiated the spiked helmet's efficacy against the creature. Brother, are you selling the spiked helmet blueprints? I truly do not comprehend how there are always individuals like you who immediately demand others to sell their blueprints. I also fail to understand why people like you always intervene. My transaction with this brother has nothing to do with you. I simply cannot stand those who treat others as fools. The two began to quarrel in the World Channel, while others ignored them and inquired about the price of the spiked helmet from Jiang Haitao. Without further ado, Jiang Haitao revealed the price that Zhou Wen had communicated to him. 1 spiked helmet, 1 blueprint. Upon hearing this price, the previously relieved survivors grew anxious once more, fervently requesting Jiang Haitao to lower the cost. Brother, isn't this price a bit steep? Look, even the esteemed one's algae oxygenator requires only 100 basic materials. It's a life-saving item. Could you not make it cheaper? What esteemed one? Nonsense. What is he worth? To someone who rose to prominence due to a good blueprint. To me, he is nothing. You're all aware that the spiked helmet is a life-saving item. Is a blueprint worth more than your lives? If you wish to trade, then trade. If not, so be it. I am not forcing you. The survivors in the World Channel were astonished. Based on Jiang Haitao's previous messages, they thought him quite agreeable. So they were taken aback by his sudden ferocity. This was not a revelation of Jiang Haitao's true nature, but rather a directive from Zhou Wen, intended to accentuate the esteemed one's virtues through contrast. How can you have the audacity to claim that the esteemed one soared to prominence on the back of a good blueprint, when you're doing the same now? Indeed, although the esteemed one does not sell many algae oxygenators, the price is accessible to all. What do you think you are? Jiang Haitao's disdainful remarks about the esteemed one ignited the survivor's ire, since he was unwilling to show any goodwill by lowering the price of the spiked helmet. They saw no reason to hold back and began to vocally condemn him. Wengu, what? What should we do? Seeing the world channel filled with accusations against him, Jiang Haitao panicked and could not help but seek Zhou Wen's counsel. Do not fret. Can they really climb out of the world channel to confront you? Zhou Wen chuckled. Since Jiang Haitao had become the villain, he felt it necessary to assume the role of the good guy, and thus he began to edit a message in the World Exchange channel. My dear friend, the title of Esteemed One is merely a playful moniker. I have no desire to be regarded as such, yet your pricing is indeed rather excessive. If this esteemed friend is willing to lower the price, I shall generously provide you with a free algae oxygenator, which will not count towards repeat purchases. What say you? An algae oxygenator is worth 100 units of basic materials. Such generosity is indeed remarkable. However, since this friend has no need for the algae oxygenator, I shall regrettably place them on the prohibited purchase list. The prospect of a price reduction is not feasible, but I am willing to include an additional item, a wooden shield. A single blueprint can be exchanged for 2 pieces of armor. This is the utmost I can offer. Should you continue to press for a lower price, I may resort to acquiring the algae oxygenator from others. After all, was there not someone just now offering 2 algae oxygenators for a single blueprint? I could procure it from her. Upon hearing Jiang Haitao's remarks, a group of individuals began to chastise Chen Xian, insisting that she refrain from selling the algae oxygenator to Jiang Haitao. Chen Xian found herself in a state of dismay, utterly bewildered by the unexpected calamity. Zhou Wen ceased to speak, tacitly acquiescing, yet the survivors remained dissatisfied with the offered price. After all, the blueprints are exceedingly rare. Even if he is willing to exchange a blueprint, one must first possess the blueprint itself. Chapter 34. The harvest plan fails within the global channel. The survivors continued to call out to the esteemed Zhou Wen, hoping he might lower the prices further. However, Zhou Wen remained unresponsive. His intention had always been to instill fear among the masses using the anchorhead worm and to reap a bountiful harvest of blueprints with the spiked helmet. Nonetheless, Zhou Wen did not plan to keep the price of the spiked helmet elevated for long. Ultimately, the strength of an individual is limited, whether it be blueprints, basic materials, or rare items. These must be extracted from supply boxes. The more people involved, the greater the likelihood of obtaining them. The more Zhou Wen could capitalize on his advantages, the more he could harvest from them. Thus, his pricing for trading the spike helmet would only remain valid for today. Tomorrow, he would concoct a reason to reduce the price, making it accessible for the majority. Is anyone trading the spiked helmet? The first 10 can have the materials waived. Thereafter, materials will be at your own expense, Jiang Haitao announced. To others, Jiang Haitao resembled a miserly, malevolent capitalist, demanding self-sourced materials for the spiked helmet, which seemed utterly cruel. Complaints echoed throughout the global channel, urging Zhou Wen to intervene and suppress Jiang Haitao, deeming his actions inhumane. Yet, Zhou Wen remained silent. They were not merely cursing Jiang Haitao, but were, in fact, venting their frustrations at him. As long as he did not harvest a wave of blueprints today, he would not lower the price. Do not panic, since this fellow is unwilling to reduce his price. You may come to me for trading the spiked helmet, Zhou Wen proclaimed, eagerly anticipating the influx of blueprints. Suddenly, a message disrupted his plans. Could it be that another individual possessed the blueprint for the spiked helmet? Zhou Wen's smile instantly faded, a development he had not anticipated. However, upon reflection, it was not surprising. With a population of 100 million, it was impossible for each blueprint to exist in singularity. In such a scenario, someone like Zhou Wen, who acquired a high-value blueprint, could leverage his advantages to accumulate the majority of blueprints early on, ultimately establishing unrivaled dominance. Is there someone else with the blueprint for the spiked helmet? Wonderful. I feared monopoly. I wonder, dear brother, what price are you asking for the spiked helmet? Brother, I hope your price is reasonable. If it could match the esteemed 1S rate of 100 basic materials, that would be ideal. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. Who did he think he was? This so-called esteemed one? Despite possessing vast wealth, he foolishly listened to these imbeciles and set the price of the algae oxygen chamber at 100 basic materials. Absurd. The speaker was a middle-aged man of average build, donning gold-rimmed glasses and a suit. His name was Zhao Teng, the owner of the Fortune 500 company, Tengfei Group. Yet, despite his smart attire, It was evident he had not fared well in this new world during the past few days. His stubble was unkempt, and his hair was disheveled, giving him a rather disheartened appearance. However, at that moment, gazing at the spiked helmet in his hands, a radiant smile adorned his face. Ladies and gentlemen, let us not jest. The esteemed figure has set the price at 100, a sum that is inconsequential to him. Yet for an ordinary individual like myself, who barely manages to scrape by, such a cost renders it impossible for me to even recoup the expense of the materials. Naturally, I harbor no intention of emulating a certain and scrupulous capitalist by imposing an exorbitant price for a mere transaction of blueprints. Thus, I propose a solution: 500 units of basic materials, supplemented by 10 units of food or bottled water. If basic materials are insufficient, one may substitute with metal, ores, or other rare items. Zhao Tang's pricing is considerably more reasonable compared to Jiang Haitao's, yet it remains prohibitively high for the majority of survivors. Good sir, might you be inclined to lower the price a tad? This amount still seems rather steep. How many individuals can afford to present 500 units of basic materials at once, let alone the additional 10 units of food and water? Ah, my dear brother, I truly find myself unable to reduce the price. However, I am acutely aware of your predicaments. Allow me to propose a viable solution. You may voluntarily form a small collective, pooling resources to acquire a spiked helmet. The individual who encounters the anchorhead worm shall be the one to wield it. What? What sort of solution is that? If we encounter it simultaneously, only one shall survive. That is not the case. The probability of simultaneous encounters is exceedingly low. Reflect on the unscrupulous capitalist from earlier. He encountered it today, yet not a single other individual did. This indicates that the anchorhead worm is not something every survivor will encounter. It is largely a matter of fortune. Moreover, to return to the previous point, even if simultaneous encounters were to occur, at least one individual would prevail. Without the formation of small collectives, the outcome would be utter devastation. Thus, my proposal does carry merit. The survivors in the World Channel, upon hearing Zhao Tang's analysis, recognized the utility of his suggestion to form small collectives and promptly set about implementing it, seeking companions willing to join forces in the World Exchange Channel. Zhou furrowed his brow as he absorbed Zhao Tang's words, sensing that this individual was no ordinary person. His suggestion to form small collectives was indeed astute. It not only siphoned the last remnants of resources from those already struggling, but also offered them a glimmer of advantage. However, once these small collectives began to form, it would exacerbate the divide between the strong and the weak, thereby stratifying the world into 3 distinct tiers. The groups that could coalesce would invariably consist of individuals with comparable assets, as those with significantly lesser resources would be unlikely to be welcomed. After all, why should the least affluent share in the privilege of utilizing the spiked helmet alongside others of greater means? Nonetheless, Zhou had no time to dwell on these matters, as he was preoccupied with instructing Jiang Haitao to feverishly procure spiked krill shells in the World Trading Channel. Zhou directly transferred 1,000 units of basic materials to Jiang Haitao, instructing him to acquire spiked krill shells at the cost of 20 units of basic materials each. Currently, the default price for spiny shrimp shells stands at 10 basic materials. Previously, for those lacking the blueprints for spiny armor, the shrimp shells served little purpose beyond being strapped to the arm or leg as rudimentary protection. However, with the newfound awareness of the dangers posed by anchorhead worms and the significance of spiny helmets, the price of spiny shrimp shells is bound to soar in the near future. Zhou, possessing the most basic materials at present, realizes that encounters with spiny shrimp remain relatively rare. By directly acquiring complete spiny shrimp shells at a double price, he aims to stifle Zhao Tang's progress. A skilled artisan cannot create without ingredients. Without materials, how can Zhao Tang craft a spiny helmet? Zhou surmises that Zhao Tang must be lacking in basic materials, making it improbable for him to surpass Zhou. With a blockade on materials, Zhao Tang will find it exceedingly difficult to advance in the short term. Indeed, the situation aligns with Zhou's predictions. Just as Zhao Tang finished communicating with survivors on the World Channel, he prepared to procure spiny shrimp shells at the price of 10 basic materials. His shortage extends beyond mere materials. He possesses none at all. The probability of encountering spiny shrimp is quite low, and in the past few days, he has encountered only one. To craft a spiny helmet, he had to trade for the remaining 2 spiny shrimp shells using his last 20 basic materials, having just traded away his sole spiny helmet for 500 basic supplies. He intended to use this sum as initial capital to acquire spiny shrimp shells while simultaneously selling spiny helmets. Thus, his wealth would exponentially increase, positioning him as the richest individual in this realm. Yet, upon opening the World Trading Channel, he was met with the sight of Jiang Haitao purchasing spiny shrimp at a price of 20. Damn it, where did he acquire such an abundance of basic materials? Chapter 35, Collaboration. Zhao Tong was taken aback that Jiang Haitao could produce 1,000 basic materials, for he had never heard of Jiang before that day. He had assumed that Jiang was merely fortunate enough to obtain the blueprints for the spiked helmet, unaware that Jiang was, in fact, a person of considerable depth and subtlety. Zhao Tong should have anticipated this. After all, he had witnessed Jiang's swift change of demeanor, which was as rapid as turning a page in a book. As a CEO of a Fortune 500 company, Zhao understood the foundational principle of business, to be unashamed. Initially, Jiang's words suggested a naive individual, courteous in speech. Yet his subsequent abruptness conveyed an air of arrogance, as if he were oblivious to the sentiments of others. The disparity in his behavior was reminiscent of someone suffering from a split personality. However, the youth still had much to learn. Observing Jiang's aggressive acquisition of spiked krill shells, Zhao's eyes glimmered with disdain. Attention, everyone! That unscrupulous capitalist is hoarding spiked krill shells. If you lack the blueprints for the spiked helmet, you may not realize that spiked krill shells are the primary material for its construction. Do not sell to him, or I shall have no materials left to craft helmets for you. At that point, you will be left with only the option of trading blueprints. After sending this message in the global channel, Zhao wore a faint smile. Jiang would never be able to compete with him, particularly after having stirred the ire of the survivors. Zhao stood firmly with the survivors, bolstered by the affordability of his spiked helmet. Regardless of personal preference or financial interest, the survivors would align with him. How infuriating! That wretch, attempting to monopolize, are we? Trying to block material access? What a foolish pig! He is not the sole possessor of blueprints, yet he dares to monopolize and restrict materials. What does he take us for? Do not sell spiked krill shells to that imbecile. The global exchange channel erupted with vehement criticism of Jiang Haitao, and Zhao's smile widened, his spirits lifted. Dear brothers and sisters, let us cease the cursing. I was in the wrong, and I apologize. I was momentarily overwhelmed by attention, and I sincerely regret it. To express my contrition, I have decided to learn from the esteemed, setting the price for the spiked helmet at 100 basic materials, only charging a modest handling fee. Of course, for those who cannot afford materials, do not fret. You may purchase it for 200 basic materials. I truly apologize for my earlier remarks. This is my genuine intention, and I hope for your forgiveness. Jiang's series of statements left the previously irate survivors in a state of confusion, and the torrent of criticism quickly subsided. Recognizing one's faults and correcting them is indeed a commendable quality. I have materials. Please craft me a spiked helmet. I would like one as well. Everyone has moments of arrogance. It is understandable. You need not apologize. I have 180 basic materials. Could you perhaps offer me a discount? Before the system interface, Zhao Tong's smile froze. He genuinely did not anticipate that Jiang Haitao would drastically reduce the price, plummeting from an exorbitant figure to the lowest possible. He had predicted that Jiang would lower the price, considering that no matter how high the price was set, it would be futile if the product could not be sold. He initially assumed that Jiang would align his pricing with Zhao's, ensuring that he still retained public support and maintained a competitive edge. However, Jiang had flipped the table entirely, ruthlessly undermining Zhao's position. Furthermore, Zhao found himself unable to decrease his price to 200 basic materials, as the rising cost of spiny shrimp shells could potentially exceed that amount. Instead, he could only emulate Jiang by charging a processing fee of 100 basic materials, compelling the survivors to cover their own material costs. Yet this would only place him further behind Jiang. By the way, aside from selling spiny helmets, I also offer wooden shields, priced at 100 basic materials. Though they do not match the spiny helmets in value, they at least serve as defensive gear. Zhang Haitao sent another message, effectively extinguishing any hopes Zhao had of competing with him. Selling spiny helmets at 200 basic materials would inevitably lead to losses for Jiang in the long run, presenting Zhao with a potential opportunity to outlast Jiang until his assets were depleted, after which he could raise prices and profit. However, the wooden shield would directly fill the gap, leaving Zhao with no chance whatsoever. Nevertheless, as a seasoned businessman, adaptability was his strength. He had yet to reach a dead end. I am Zhao Tong. May I ask your name, brother? I am Zhang Haitao. What can I do for you? Are you here to trade for spiny helmets? Haha, not exactly. I'm another individual possessing the blueprints for the spiny helmet. Oh, then what do you need from me? Well, I previously spoke ill of you, Brother Jiang, and I am here specifically to apologize. I sincerely regret it. No worries. I don't mind. Zhang Haitao truly was indifferent. After all, he was merely executing Zhou Wen's orders. He felt no particular connection to Zhao's accusations of being a heartless capitalist. It felt more like a critique of Zhou Wen than himself. Haha, Brother Jiang, you are indeed magnanimous. In truth, besides offering my apologies, I also wish to propose a collaboration. Collaboration? Yes, you see, our mutual competition has driven the price of spiny helmets to an unsustainable low, which benefits neither of us. At present, we are the only two individuals with the blueprints for the spiny helmet. If we join forces, we can easily elevate the price to whatever height we desire, leaving the survivors with no choice but to comply. Thus, both of us stand to gain. Not interested. Get lost. Zhao Tong was taken aback. How could the conversation, which had started so amicably, suddenly turn so hostile? He attempted to message Jiang several more times, only to receive repeated dismissals, nearly driving him to exasperation. Well, lunatic. Fine. He truly believed himself to be exceptional. He held the blueprints for the spiny helmet and was not concerned about finding investors. The dream of amassing wealth through the spiked helmet has shattered for Zhao Tong, leaving him to seek the assistance of others. After all, he possesses the blueprints for the spiked helmet, and there are certainly those who would be willing to partner with him to seize market control, deferring any losses for a later time. His ambition is clear: to establish himself as a formidable figure by selling oxygen-generating algae tanks, thereby securing the most foundational materials. At this moment, it is Zhou Wen who finds himself perplexed, as Zhao Tong has circled back to him, the mastermind behind the scenes. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen has tentatively agreed to collaborate with Zhao Tong, recognizing that his approach, first seeking an apology from Zhang Haitao and then proposing a partnership, only to return after a setback, demonstrates Zhao Tong's adaptability. Even if Zhou Wen were to decline, Zhao Tong would inevitably seek out alternative partners, making it increasingly difficult to exert control. Therefore, it is prudent to keep him within sight, allowing for future opportunities to eliminate him when the time is right. Chapter 36. The test. Zhou Wen gang agreed to collaborate with Zhao Tong, who requested 1,000 basic supplies, only to be met with Zhou's outright refusal. In this world, where human encounters are rare, the level of mutual trust is exceedingly low. Should one be deceived, locating the other party becomes an impossible task. Thus, Zhou could not acquiesce to Zhao's demands. What manner of collaboration does the esteemed one propose? Zhao Tong, well aware of Zhou's reasons for refusal, merely sought to test the waters with his request for 1,000 basic supplies, hoping perhaps that Zhou might be a fool, yielding him great fortune. If you take a commission for a batch of spiked helmets, I shall provide you with the corresponding materials. That is unfeasible. The spiked krill shells must be stockpiled in advance, lest their price escalates later. Then I shall procure them. You need only focus on the production. Ultimately, their collaboration was settled upon the terms that Zhou would stockpile the materials while Zhao would handle production, with all profits accruing to Zhou, as the risk of potential losses would fall to him. This arrangement favored Zhou, allowing him to retain control over the materials and ascertain the quantity of spiked helmets Zhao produced, thus facilitating the calculation of their profits. With the pretext of collaborating with Zhao, Zhou could now openly stockpile spiked krill shells. Zhou promptly produced 2,000 basic materials and, through the World Exchange Channel, purchased spiked krill shells at the rate of 20 basic materials each, swiftly acquiring 100 units. Next, he awaited Zhao's order. During this waiting period, Zhou commenced his daily regimen of exercise, completing 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. Brother Wen, over 100 individuals have approached me regarding the spiked helmets. When shall we commence trading? Upon concluding his workout, Zhou glanced at Jiang Haitao's message, a flicker of hesitation crossing his eyes, quickly replaced by resolve. As if he had made a momentous decision. I shall directly transfer the blueprint for the spiked helmet to you. You will be responsible for its sale henceforth. Having decided to test Jiang Haitao's trustworthiness, Zhou recognized that substantial investment was necessary, and the present moment was most opportune. The blueprint for the spiked helmet was originally traded to him by Jiang Haitao, who now understood its significance. Would he harbor intentions of claiming the blueprint for himself? This was the essence of Zhou's test. Should Jiang successfully navigate this trial, Zhou would elevate his developmental pace to match his own. Should he fail, the loss of a blueprint and 1,000 basic supplies would be a small price to pay for clarity regarding one's character, far preferable to the bitterness of betrayal. No, this cannot be. I shall provide the materials to you, Brother Wen. You need only produce the helmets and hand them over for me to sell. You cannot entrust the blueprint to me. I have neither the time nor capacity to produce spiked helmets. There are other matters demanding my attention. Hold on to the blueprint for now and return it to me before you retire for the night. With that, Zhou extracted the blueprint for the spiked helmet from the interface and sent it to Jiang Haitao. Brother Wen, this blueprint is now so valuable. Can you truly trust me with it? What if I do not return it? You would suffer significant loss. Upon entering this world, I found myself most familiar with you. My ability to assess individuals is quite astute, and I place my trust in you. Take this. Thank you for your trust, Brother Wen. You are truly kind to me. Jiang Haitao finally accepted the design for the spiked helmet. Zhou Wen refrained from mentioning that this blueprint was originally part of Jiang Haitao's transaction with him, as human nature cannot withstand scrutiny. If you were to speak of it, it might evoke a sense in Jiang Haitao that the design was inherently his, merely undervalued due to his lack of understanding, which would, in turn, awaken his avarice. I hope you won't let me down, Zhou Wen murmured to himself. After a while, the first supply crate of the day arrived. Once the sea receded and danger was assessed, Zhou Wen leaped from the wooden platform and opened the crate. Ding! Acquired gold or X1. Gold or Zhou Wen extracted an irregularly shaped piece of bright yellow stone from the crate. The light from his headlamp illuminated its surface, which sparkled with golden points reminiscent of stars. It was rather beautiful, yet of little use at the moment. Zhou Wen sighed and stored the gold ore in his cabinet. Boss, I have received a total of 50 orders for spiked helmets. Could you send me 150 units of spiked krill shell? First, you must send me 5,000 units of basic materials. Otherwise, how can I trust you to pay after I deliver the spiked krill shell? What? But I don't have that many basic materials. Where am I supposed to get 5,000 units? I will send you the same number of spiked krill shells as you provide in basic materials. Otherwise, we have nothing to discuss. Cursed be this situation. He is truly difficult to deceive. Zhao Tong cursed under his breath, initially believing he could swindle Zhou Wen, only find his counterpart so cautious. Then I shall have to wait until I gather some basic supplies. In truth, Zhao Tong possessed 800 units of basic materials. He initially used 500 units to purchase 25 spiked krill shells, subsequently crafting 8 spiked helmets and trading them to acquire 800 units of basic materials. Currently, the price for spiked krill shells stood at 20 units of basic materials, not yet exceeding the cost, and he still had room for profit. Naturally, he would not work for Zhou Wen for free. This Zhao Tong is quite the cunning fellow, attempting to swindle materials from me. What a dreamer. If he thinks he can take advantage of me, he shall not escape unscathed. Setting Zhao Tong's schemes aside for the moment, Zhou Wen continued to train his body. Several hours later, the second supply crate of the day arrived. Alongside it came a mirror-scaled fish, which he swiftly processed. He preserved the skin and placed the fish meat into 2 slots of the trading equipment bar, storing one portion in the cabinet before opening the supply crate. Ding! Acquired instant noodles X1. Instant noodles. Zhou Wen's expression momentarily froze before erupting into elation. He extracted the noodles from the packaging, discovering a bag of braised beef noodles. And at that moment, he could not help but salivate. Today, I found myself yearning for savory delicacies, only to stumble upon what was labeled as braised beef noodles. To my astonishment, this was not merely braised beef noodles. It resembled a sumptuous braised beef hot pot. Zhou Wen promptly listed a portion of mirror skin pike fish meat. Realizing that the 2 portions he had set aside yesterday for trading equipment had yet to be exchanged. Without hesitation, he added today's listing, totaling 3 portions, and transformed them into fragments of the illustrated compendium for the Leviathan Growth Acceleration Food. As more individuals acquire the algal oxygen chamber, the probability of obtaining these Leviathan Growth Acceleration Food fragments has increased, making the trade of mirror skin pike fish meat particularly opportune. Chapter 37. Hot Pot Zhou Wen retrieved 2 empty tin cans he had previously stored, along with a heating pack that had been preserved until now. However, the heating pack, once regarded as a treasured possession, had become commonplace, available for trade in the global marketplace, and Zhou Wen felt no reluctance in parting with it. Using a fishbone knife, he skillfully sliced one of the empty cans in half, retaining the lower half as a base for the heating pack. The other can was placed atop the base, serving as the vessel for the hot pot. With the rudimentary heating apparatus assembled, Zhou Wen poured a substantial amount of mineral water into the hot pot container, reserving a small portion to pour over the heating pack. Soon, the heating pack reacted with the water, generating warmth and heating the mineral water within the pot. Zhou Wen then added the seasoning for braised beef noodles, eagerly anticipating the moment the water would reach a boil. While waiting, Zhou Wen did not remain idle. He retrieved the mirror skin pike and spiny shrimp meat stored in his cabinet, attempting to slice the meat into thin pieces with a fishbone knife. Though he was met with failure, lacking the necessary knife skills and the appropriate tool for the task, Zhou Wen ultimately settled on cutting the meat into strips, accepting that it would simply require a longer cooking time in the hot pot. As time passed, a rich aroma filled the air within the stomach's confines, the unmistakable scent of braised beef noodles. Despite having once been repulsed by instant noodles, Zhou Wen now reveled in the delightful fragrance wafting around him, his mouth watering in anticipation. The broth in the hot pot had begun to boil, and with the surface bubbling with a layer of red oil, Zhou Wen eagerly grasped the strips of fish and shrimp with his hands, plunging them into the simmering broth. He then tore off a small portion of the noodle cake and added it to the mix. Though humble, this meal marked Zhou Wen's first encounter with warm food in 8 long days. His eyes remained fixed on the bubbling concoction, ready to retrieve the food once it was cooked. Suddenly, he froze, struck by a grave realization. He had no chopsticks. In his fervor for the hot pot, he had neglected to consider the utensils needed to enjoy it. As he gazed at the nearly overcooked food, his mind raced, and he finally devised a solution. He would fashion a pair of chopsticks from the spiny shrimp's sharp appendage. With one of the spines still in hand, Zhou Wen used a fishbone knife to split it down the middle, then refined it into a rudimentary pair of chopsticks. Though the resultant utensils were flat and somewhat unwieldy, they sufficed for the moment. Grasping his makeshift chopsticks, Zhou Wen hastily retrieved the food from the hot pot, using his hands to catch anything that might fall before finally bringing a mouthful to his lips. In an instant, a symphony of savory, spicy, and fresh flavors enveloped his palate. The delightful chewiness of the fish, the springiness of the shrimp, and the tender texture of the noodles danced in his mouth, providing an immense sense of satisfaction to Zhou Wen. However, the dish was slightly too salty, and the noodles had been overcooked. Despite these imperfections, Zhou Wen felt content. After so many days, being able to enjoy a warm meal was a considerable blessing, especially one infused with the flavors of braised beef, far superior to plain boiled fish and shrimp. Soon after, Zhou Wen continued to immerse strands of fish and shrimp into the hot pot, relishing every bite. The meal extended over an hour, during which the self-heating pack ceased to produce warmth. To maintain the temperature of the hot pot, Zhou Wen traded for 2 more packs from the global trading channel. As he added water, the rich flavor of the braised beef broth gradually diluted. But it was only after he felt fully satiated that he paused to appreciate the taste of the sweet potato leaves, which were surprisingly pleasant. Midway through his feast, an idea struck him. Sweet potato leaves could also serve as a vegetable. without concern for their impact on the growth of the sweet potatoes. He ventured to the small planting box and harvested a few. The meal was thoroughly enjoyable, leaving Zhou Wen's belly pleasantly round. After a satisfying burp, he took a moment to rest before tidying up the various bottles and jars on the wooden platform. Once organized, he reclined on the platform to rest until the arrival of the third supply crate of the day. Ding! Obtain mango seeds, X1. How delightful! Another fruit seed, though he currently lacked a place to plant it, so he would have to store it for the time being. Mangoes were among Zhou Wen's favorite fruits, and with the watermelon set to mature in just a couple of days, he would have space to plant the mangoes soon. Having acquired all 3 supply crates for the day, Zhou Wen glanced at the global trading channel and noted that the 3 portions of mirror skin pike fillet had been successfully traded. At last, he had obtained 3 fragments of the Accelerated Growth Food Guide for the Illusory Leviathan. Zhou Wen combined these 3 fragments with the previous ones stored in his cabinet, now possessing a total of 6. With just 4 more, he would complete the 10 needed to acquire the Accelerated Growth Food Guide for the Illusory Leviathan. Yet, he pondered what this food would be and how difficult it might be to find. If it proved to be scarce or particularly rare, the guide's utility would be limited, as the Illusory Leviathan required several tons of food for a single meal, making rare food items inadequate for sustenance. Brother One, I've sent you the blueprint. Today, a total of 100 spiked helmets were traded, netting us 10,000 basic materials, which I've also sent your way. At that moment, a message from Jiang Haitao arrived. Zhou Wen quickly opened it and scanned the spiked helmet blueprint, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. He sincerely hoped Jiang Haitao could succeed in this test, as he had previously saved Zhou Wen's life, and in this world, he was indeed Zhou Wen's closest acquaintance. He stored the blueprint of the spiked helmet and retained only half of the 10,000 basic materials, returning the remaining 5,000 to Jiang Haitao. Here, take these 5,000 basic supplies. You can use them to acquire spiky krill shells or indulge yourself in some purchases. No, this is far too much, and I have no space to store it. Previously, the basic materials have piled up into small mountains. Not to worry, I will send a few items your way, including storage cabinets for your convenience. Zhou Wen swiftly crafted 6 wooden platforms and 2 storage cabinets, dispatching them directly to Jiang Haitao. The wooden foundation is a 1-meter-high platform. Once utilized, you shall no longer have to remain submerged in water, and you can construct additional items atop this wooden base, such as those 2 storage cabinets. The cabinets can accommodate 10,000 units of basic materials. You can easily store 5,000 units within them, thus occupying minimal space. Brother One, these items are far too precious for me to accept. Jiang Haitao, having perused Zhou Wen's description, understood the significance of the wooden foundation and storage cabinets. The wooden foundation, in particular, was a coveted asset that everyone desperately needed, as no one wished to remain submerged for long, especially with potential monsters lurking beneath the surface. This is your reward for assisting me. Did we not agree on this previously? You lend me a hand, and I provide you with the armor against the defensive anchorhead worm. This wooden foundation is part of that compensation. I am truly grateful, Brother One. In this world, I am most familiar with you. Your assistance has been invaluable to me. You have rightfully earned these items, so please accept them without hesitation. Chapter 38. The Unexpected Death Toll. Subsequently, Zhou Wen presented the specially reserved mirror skin fish to Jiang Haitao, who expressed his heartfelt gratitude in return. In truth, Zhou Wen wholeheartedly endorsed the small group plan proposed by Zhao Tong earlier. In this world, rapid advancement cannot be achieved by a solitary individual. One's abilities are ultimately constrained. Thus, he seeks to gradually assemble a small group under his control. However, the formation of this collective is not an urgent matter. He must first identify trustworthy individuals, a process that necessitates time. In the ensuing hours, Zhou Wen allocated the 10,000 portions of seaweed he had exchanged for basic materials as a midnight snack for the Illusory Leviathan. While 10,000 portions may not seem substantial, it took Zhou Wen half an hour to transport them all into the digestion pool. For the appetite of the Illusory Leviathan, this quantity is rather insignificant. Nonetheless, Zhou Wen did not intend to satiate it fully, viewing it merely as a modest supplementary meal to potentially accelerate its growth. Having completed all his tasks for the day, Zhou Wen took a moment to survey his crops. The watermelon blossoms had withered, and beneath the drooping yellow petals, a small watermelon the size of a ping-pong ball had formed. Such rapid development suggested that by tomorrow, the watermelon would nearly be ripe, a notion that filled Zhou Wen with delight. He then glanced at the sweet potatoes, which had also begun to bloom, adorned with clusters of purple trumpet-shaped flowers, indicating that maturity was likely not far off. Finally, Zhou Wen approached the seaweed planting box, gazing hopefully within, only to find that the golden silk fruit had yet to germinate, causing him a pang of worry. Was it due to the lengthy growth requirements of the golden silk seaweed, or were there other factors at play? Nearly 2 days had passed since he planted the golden silk fruit, and its complete lack of response compelled Zhou Wen to question his planting methods. Perhaps it was best to retire for the night. If there were still no signs of germination by dawn, he would devise a new strategy. At that moment, the illusory Leviathan had ceased its activities and settled down to rest, prompting Zhou Wen to dismiss his concerns and seek slumber. The night passed uneventfully, and Zhou Wen awoke to find it was already the 9th day since his arrival in this world. Upon awakening, he hurried to the seaweed planting box to check for any signs of germination of the golden silk fruit. The previous night, he had dreamed of the golden silk fruit sprouting, blooming into golden seaweed shoots. However, the outcome was disappointing. The golden silk fruit remained unchanged within the planting box. With a sigh, Zhou Wen turned his attention to the watermelon and sweet potatoes, which consistently brought him joy. After a night of growth, the watermelon had reached the size of a fist, and the sweet potato flowers had withered, likely signaling that the tubers were beginning to develop underground. After examining his crops, Zhou Wen commenced his tasks for the day, first forwarding the spiked helmet blueprint to Jiang Haitao. He then checked the current price of spiked shrimp shells, which, following yesterday's extensive purchases and price increase, stood at 30 portions of basic materials. Zhou Wen continued to facilitate Jiang Haitao's extensive acquisition of spiny shrimp shells and entrusted him with the blueprints for wooden shields, instructing him to commence sales once the price of spiny shrimp shells reached a threshold of 40 basic materials. What followed was a period of anticipation for the unfolding events. After a while, the illusory Leviathan entered its feeding phase. Zhou Wen concealed himself behind the oxygen-producing algae tank, observing the system interface where the number of survivors remained steadfast at 100 million. Despite the passage of numerous days, not a single survivor had perished. However, from this day forth, the survivors would no longer enjoy such tranquility. With a resounding whoosh, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to flood into the gastric cavity. Zhou Wen swiftly redirected his focus from the system interface, donning his spiny armor and honing his senses to the sounds of the water. After confirming that no significant disturbances lurked beneath the surface, he employed a mirror crafted from translucent pike to survey the aquatic environment, reassuring himself that no threats were present before finally relaxing. With the waters deemed safe, Zhou Wen proceeded to open the blueprint for the algae oxygen-producing tank and commenced its construction. In contrast to the previous day, the global communication channel was abuzz not with anticipation for Zhou Wen's listing of the algae oxygen-producing tanks, but rather with discussions surrounding the anchorhead worms, with participants fervently hoping to avoid encounters with them. Zhou Wen paid little heed to their chatter, focusing instead on completing the 20 algae oxygen-producing tanks, which he subsequently listed in the trading channel. The transaction speed for the 20 tanks was remarkably swift. They were snatched up almost instantly after being listed. At this juncture, the number of survivors recorded in the upper right corner of the world system began to fluctuate, indicating that death had commenced. The death toll escalated rapidly, climbing from dozens to hundreds, and then to thousands, plunging the global communication channel into a profound silence as the specter of death loomed over all. How could so many perish during the initial feeding? Zhou Wen gazed at the death count, which had surpassed 10,000, his brow furrowing deeply. This outcome starkly contradicted his earlier predictions. Zhou Wen had anticipated that the mass emergence of anchorhead worms would occur on the 12th day, yet today marked only the 9th. The individuals encountering the anchorhead worms would likely be limited to the few who had purchased the algae oxygen-producing tanks. Or perhaps today was merely the beginning, with the true onslaught not commencing until the 12th day. The thought sent a chill coursing through Zhou Wen's heart. If his suspicions were accurate, How many would perish by the 12th day? He dared not imagine the toll. As time inexorably passed, the death count continued its relentless ascent, reaching nearly 100,000 by the conclusion of the illusory Leviathan's feeding phase. Zhou navigated this perilous time without incident. Yet he was profoundly shaken by the staggering death toll. With the day barely begun and close to 100,000 lost, what would the 12th day bring? The notion was simply unfathomable. Zhou found the figure of tens of millions of deaths quite absurd. If such a rate of mortality persisted, survival would seem utterly futile. Ultimately, only a handful of individuals might endure. Yet, this minuscule number would suffer from the substantial loss of population, leading to a drastic decline in the acquisition of resources, thereby stunting development and ultimately resulting in a dead end. In the face of such a staggering death toll, Zhou Wen felt powerless, only able to hope for fewer casualties. Brother Wen, many people are urging me to reduce the price of the spiked helmets or waive the processing fees. What should I do? Do not lower the price of the spiked helmets. Instead, offer wooden shields to those lacking sufficient basic materials. Originally, the wooden shields required 100 basic materials. Inform them that, in consideration of their plight, the price has been reduced to 50 basic materials. Jiang Haitao followed Zhou Wen's instructions, although he did not actually lower the price. He sold wooden shields for 50 basic materials, ensuring that they would not face the anchorhead worms empty-handed. This strategy of reducing the price of wooden shields also helped Jiang Haitao regain some reputation. After a moment of hesitation, Zhou Wen resolved to assist these survivors further. He decided to sell wooden foundations. Chapter 39. Price surged. The wooden foundation could rise above the water surface, at least allowing the survivors to escape the depths and evade the menacing anchorhead worms. Goodness, is this survival? So many lives lost in an instant. It feels more like a death sentence. Fortunately, I wasn't among them. The mortality rate is alarmingly high. What about those wearing spiked helmets? Are you still alive? Indeed. Do the spiked helmets truly serve their purpose? As the feeding phase of the phantasmic Leviathan concluded, the survivors found themselves momentarily safe, and the World Communication Channel buzzed with activity once more. However, unlike before, when light-hearted banter occasionally graced the channel, today it was filled with anxious and fearful discourse. It is effective. I encountered an anchorhead worm that lunged at me from the water, nearly scaring me to death. Thankfully, I wore a spiked helmet, which shielded me from the attack. It truly proves its worth. Subsequently, several individuals adorned with spiked helmets began to share their experiences on the World Communication Channel, confirming that the helmets indeed counter the anchorhead worms. This revelation heightened the demand for spiked helmets among the survivors. Zhou Wen observed these fortunate survivors, biding his time for the opportune moment to market his wooden foundations. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent another message. Zhou Wen initially presumed it was yet another survivor pleading for a discount on the spiked helmets, but upon reading the message, a mischievous smile crept across his face. An opportunity has presented itself. I shan't hesitate to take advantage. It turned out that Zhao Tong, noticing the surge in demand for spiked helmets, had once again mustered the audacity to approach Jiang Haitao for collaboration, hoping to leverage this moment to significantly inflate prices. Brother Jiang, look at those desperate survivors. They've gone mad in their quest for survival. This is the perfect moment for us to collaborate and set the price at 1 blueprint per spiked helmet. Weren't you the one who initially proposed this price, only to be thwarted by that insufferable big shot? Now, with the alarming rise in fatalities among survivors and numerous testimonies attesting to the spiked helmet's effectiveness against the anchorhead worms, this is indeed the opportune moment to demand exorbitant prices. We must seize this business opportunity, Brother Jiang. Wait a moment. Weren't you the one who impeded my blueprint trade for spike helmets? Yesterday was indeed my fault. I sincerely apologize for my actions. I was in the wrong. However, while I may have my grievances with you, I cannot disregard the abundance of foundational materials at stake. By setting such low prices, we only benefit others. Why should we do that, right? So how do you propose we collaborate? Brother Jiang, your magnanimity is commendable. Let us adhere to your original pricing. 1 blueprint for 1 spiked helmet. It's a perfect chance to reap the rewards from those foolish enough to hold onto their blueprints. Don't you agree? Are you joking? Do you truly intend to set that price? Are you not afraid of being berated by the survivors? Let them scold us. What is a little criticism? No flesh will be lost. Regardless of their complaints, they will ultimately seek us out for the spiked helmets. It's quite laughable. Let them vent their frustrations. We shall continue to raise our prices, and, in the end, they will be the ones begging us for transactions. Jiang Haitao gazed at Zhao Tong's utterly unscrupulous words, a surge of indignation swelling within him. It was akin to feasting upon the flesh of the innocent. I agree to the collaboration, but I have no desire to be the scapegoat for public ire this time. Since it is you who has sought my partnership, you must first demonstrate your sincerity. Announce the price increase, and I shall follow suit. Zhao Tong's face instantly radiated with unrestrained joy upon hearing Jiang Haitao's acceptance of the collaboration. However, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind upon hearing the subsequent stipulation. Is there truly a difference between who announces it first? Of course, there is a substantial difference. When I previously declared the trade of spiked helmets, you were the one undercutting the price and rallying the survivors to denounce me as a heartless capitalist. What? Do you take me for a fool, intending to repeat that trick? Rest assured, that is not my intention. I shall make the announcement first, and I trust that Brother Jiang will seize this rare opportunity. Indeed, I hold no animosity towards anyone, especially not towards the blueprints. With that, Zhao Tong proclaimed a price hike for the spiked helmets to the equivalent of one blueprint. The news acted as a fuse, igniting the already anxious survivors into a frenzy of outrage, unleashing a torrent of vitriol upon Zhao Tong, with curses as harsh as one could imagine. Yet, Zhao Tong remained unfazed by their vitriol, solely hoping for Jiang Haitao to swiftly announce the price increase, which would alleviate the weight upon his mind. To Zhao Tong, Jiang Haitao appeared somewhat unhinged, as though suffering from a form of split personality. Although this opportunity promised substantial profits, anyone with sense would recognize the necessity of setting aside differences to first secure the blueprints. However, Jiang Haitao's peculiar demeanor rendered him unpredictable, and Zhao Tong feared he might abruptly abandon the collaboration, opting instead to maintain the current pricing. While he could still earn some basic materials at the existing price, those would never equate to the transformative potential of blueprints, which were essential for elevating one's standard of living. At last, after several agonizing minutes, Jiang Haitao announced the price increase, prompting a profound sigh of relief from Zhao Tong. Pleasant collaboration, Brother Jiang. Indeed, pleasant collaboration, he replied with a chuckle. The survivors were now in complete upheaval, having just witnessed the death toll soar. The one item that could save them, the spiked helmet, was now being extorted to an exorbitant price by two unscrupulous merchants, seemingly condemning them to their demise. You two had better not cross my path, otherwise I shall not hesitate to end you. Monsters! You are both monsters. Unforgivable. How can such scoundrels exist among humanity? Those survivors who had not managed to acquire a spiked helmet now gazed at the price of one blueprint for a single helmet, their prior fear dissipating and replaced by boundless fury. At that very moment, Zhou sent a message. These two individuals are utterly despicable, particularly that Zhao Tong. When he previously advocated for a price decrease on the spike helmets, I had thought him to be a decent person. Later, due to the drastic reduction in the price of the spiked helmets, he approached me with the intent of collaborating to combat the unscrupulous capitalists. I readily agreed and provided him with 1,000 basic supplies for material procurement. Little did I anticipate that he would betray our trust and choose to ally with those greedy capitalists, inflating the price of the spiked helmets to exorbitant heights. It is utterly disgraceful. I demand the return of the 1,000 basic supplies that you deceitfully took from me. Zhou Wen had always maintained a commendable reputation among the survivors. But with Zhou Wen's incitement, they swiftly forgot about Jiang Haitao and erupted in outrage against Zhao Tong. Chapter 40. The plan's success. When did I ever ask you for 1,000 basic resources? Stop spouting nonsense. What do you mean? Are you now attempting to renege? Renege on what? I never requested 1,000 basic resources from you. It seems you wish to swindle me. You. Fine. If you don't want to return the 1,000 resources, so be it. However, considering this sum, shouldn't you lower the price of the spiked helmet a tad? Who can afford such a high price for a mere blueprint? Don't pretend to be the good guy. Just because these fools call you boss does not mean you truly are one. You're nothing more than a pig that has soared to heights due to a blueprint. What are you trying to portray? Now, I shall inform all of you. I shall mimic this esteemed boss, selling only 100 spiked helmets each day, and the highest bidder shall prevail. If you desire me to lift the sales restrictions, then let your so-called boss also remove the limits on the algae oxygen generator. And let me witness the benevolence of this so-called leader. Or perhaps, how hypocritical he truly is, ha! Zhao Tong was indeed a difficult individual to deal with. Zhou Wen initially intended to deceive Zhao Tong, only to find himself outmaneuvered. Fortunately, he had a countermeasure at hand. How laughable! The algae oxygen generator cannot be mass-produced. As I have previously explained, if you wish to continue raising prices, do not use me as an excuse. Nevertheless, rest assured, although I cannot increase the quantity of the algae oxygen generator, I have acquired a blueprint that will yield an item beneficial to all. At this moment, Zhou Wen unveiled a new item, instilling a glimmer of hope within all the survivors. What is this item, esteemed leader? Can it truly assist in dealing with the anchorhead worms? While the survivors felt joy, a tinge of worry lingered, for judging by Zhao Tong's demeanor. The prospect of lowering the price of the spiked helmet seemed nearly impossible. They could only hope that the leader's item would prove useful. This item is called a wooden foundation. Once utilized, it can construct a wooden platform elevated by 1 meter, allowing us to rise above the water surface. While its utility may not be particularly significant, at least we need not fear the anchorhead worms launching attacks from beneath the water. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's explanation of the wooden foundation's purpose, the survivors felt a sense of disappointment. The wooden foundation paled in comparison to the spiked helmet. However, reflecting on the fear instilled by the anchorhead worms during the Leviathan's feeding and the unsettling sensation of being submerged in the icy, dark waters, they could not help but tremble at the memory. In the dark, cavernous space, beneath the water's surface where the headlamp's light could not penetrate, it felt as though countless monsters lurked in hiding. What price for this wooden foundation? We hope it is somewhat affordable, as most of us possess limited basic resources. After a moment's contemplation, the survivors recognized the importance of the wooden foundation and began inquiring about its price, hoping it would be reasonable. Zhou Wen had no intention of setting a high price, as selling the wooden foundation was fundamentally an act of aiding the survivors. I am aware that everyone is currently facing life-threatening situations, and the efficacy of this wooden foundation is quite limited. However, I have no alternative but to do my utmost to assist. Thus, I shall only charge a nominal fee of 30 units of wood. The materials required to construct the wooden foundation amount to 20 units of wood, and the fact that Zhou Wen is charging merely 30 units truly reflects the cost price. While the intrinsic value of the wooden foundation far exceeds this mere sum. Nonetheless, Zhou Wen does not seek to jeopardize his own interests merely to aid others. He imposes a restriction on the sale of the wooden foundations, allowing each individual to purchase only one at this reduced price. While a single wooden foundation suffices for a survivor to escape the encroaching waters to fully realize its potential, it would require at least 2, as a mere square meter platform is insufficient even for resting. Indeed, the esteemed one is truly remarkable, far superior to those 2 wretches, one survivor remarked. Yes, that Zhao Tong even deceived the esteemed 1 out of 1,000 basic materials. What a despicable creature. Another added, filled with disdain. Every time I think of him, I wish I could make him pay for daring to swindle the esteemed one. Such wickedness. The survivors spoke in glowing terms of Zhou Wen, which only served to infuriate Zhao Tong, who now found himself utterly powerless as the survivors had already reaped the benefits from Zhou Wen. Having concluded his interactions with the survivors, Zhou Wen took out all the wood and crafted 500 wooden foundations, promptly placing them in the global trading channel for the survivors to purchase. As the wood was exchanged, he continued to produce more, keeping himself exceedingly busy. Just as the survivors were engaged in trading the wooden foundations, another explosive piece of news erupted in the global communication channel. Jiang Haitao had flipped his stance, drastically reducing the price of the spiked helmets to a mere 100 units of basic materials. At that moment, the price of spiked krill shells had surged to 40 units of basic materials, leading to a loss on the sale of the helmets. Jiang Haitao's reputation took a sudden turn, transforming from a heartless capitalist into a beloved figure, while Zhao Tong was left bewildered, bearing the brunt of the scorn. Given Zhao Tong's previous arrogance before the survivors, even if he were to lower his price to 100 units of basic materials, no one would be inclined to trade with him. Moreover, having deceived Zhou when out of 1,000 basic resources, his reputation was irreparably tarnished. No one would trust him again, regardless of his attempts to seek cooperation with others. This entire scenario was part of Zhou Wen's meticulously devised plan to eliminate Zhao Tong, and it had proven to be remarkably successful. For the time being, Zhao Tong's ambitions of resurgence were utterly thwarted. As Zhou Wen busied himself with transporting seaweed and crafting wooden foundations, he occasionally sent basic materials to Jiang Haitao to help mitigate the losses incurred from the spiked helmets. At that moment, he received a private message from Chen Xian. "Mr. Zhou, what act are you putting on?" "What do you mean?" "Mr. Zhou, you must possess the blueprints for the spiked helmets as well, correct?" "I do not comprehend what you are saying." "Relax. I merely wish to join your ranks. How about we develop together as a trio?" "That cannot be right. Even if the two of us were to collaborate, it would only amount to two. Where does this third individual come from? Shall we collaborate, then?" "Well, we're not very familiar with each other. I need to think it over." "Very well. I shall await your favorable news, Mr. Zhou." "Alas, what a headache." Zhou Wen furrowed his brow, offering a wry smile. Previously, in a transaction with Chen Xian involving golden silk fruit, he had bestowed upon her a set of spiked armor, which included a spiked helmet. As someone who had previously acquired the spiked helmet from Zhou Wen, she could easily see through all his plans. If Chen Xian had not been the one to propose the idea of transporting seaweed, he could have leveraged the prestige he had amassed among the survivors and simply denied any involvement. After all, due to his low-price sale of algae oxygen tanks, his reputation was quite commendable. Thus, even if Chen Xian spoke out, he could resort to portraying himself as a victim, subsequently increasing the number of algae oxygen tanks sold, thereby causing the survivors to doubt her claims. However, the dilemma was that Chen Xian also held a commendable reputation among the survivors. Once she spoke, his reputation would inevitably be tarnished, caught in a state of infamy. In a situation where direct attacks were not an option, only a pristine reputation could compel the survivors to his side and suppress his adversaries. Therefore, his reputation must remain untarnished. How careless of him! He should not have given her the spiked helmet. After all, within the set of spiked armor, she would have no way of knowing whether the helmet was included. He had indeed been too honest. This is quite troublesome. Zhou Wen sighed. Chapter 41. The echo of the heart. Setting aside the matter concerning Chen Xian for the time being, Zhou Wen resumed the arduous task of transporting seaweed. He was presently overwhelmed with work, balancing the transportation of seaweed while crafting wooden foundations, which were affordable enough for at least half of the survivors to trade for. Despite the grim toll of nearly 100,000 deaths today, a staggering 99 million remained. And such immense demand meant that the wooden foundations sold out almost instantly upon release. Zhou Wen needed to produce them continuously for sale. Perhaps he could delegate the creation of wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao, he mused softly to himself. Yet, upon further reflection, Zhou Wen dismissed this notion. The significance of the wooden foundations was too great, as many items required assembly upon them. Such a critical resource must remain firmly in his own hands. After 2 to 3 hours of relentless labor, Zhou Wen finally completed the transport of the seaweed. This time, he did not encounter any spiny shrimp, but did discover 5 sunball creatures. He placed these 5 sunball creatures beside the crops, then inspected the sunball creature previously used to staunch the bleeding of the stomach wall. After removing the sunball creature, he noted that the circular wound inflicted by the anchor-headed worm had ceased bleeding and had healed considerably. Considering that the stomach wall was periodically subjected to the ebb and flow of seawater, which could hinder the healing process, Zhou Wen decided to replace the sunball creature, intending to leave it until the wound was fully healed. With no other tasks at hand aside from crafting wooden foundations, Zhou Wen commenced his daily exercise regimen, 100 push-ups and 100 sit-ups. During his push-ups, he felt considerably more at ease than the day before, as if his strength had indeed increased. To verify this was not mere illusion, he accessed his character attributes panel. Zhou Wen, normal human baseline, 10 intelligence, 10 strength, 8. 5 constitution, 10 speed, 12 evaluation, a healthy individual with remarkable speed. His strength attribute had risen to 8. 5. After just a few days of training, he had gained 0.5 in strength. It appeared that exercise truly could enhance one's physical power. Zhou gazed at the additional 0.5 points of strength with elation, affirming his previous assumptions. This newfound validation invigorated his resolve to train further. 2 hours later, having accomplished his exercise goals for the day, Zhou resolved to increase the number of push-ups to 200 tomorrow to expedite the growth of his strength attribute. The remaining hours were spent in anticipation of today's supply box. During this waiting period, Zhou began to ponder the issue of why the golden silk fruit had not sprouted. Was it due to an extended growth cycle, or some other reason? He stared thoughtfully at the seaweed planting box, furrowing his brow. Did it require sunlight? Previously, he had only 3 sunball creatures. One was utilized to staunch the wound, while the other 2 provided sunlight for the watermelon and sweet potato, leaving none available to supply sunlight to the seaweed planting box. However, with the acquisition of 5 additional sunball creatures today, he now had just the right number to provide sunlight for the golden silk fruit. Zhou, undeterred by the uncertainties, decided to experiment. He captured 2 sun orb creatures and placed them beside the stomach wall of the seagrass cultivation box, harboring a glimmer of hope in his heart. Observing the seagrass box illuminated by the sun orb creatures, he silently wished for a favorable outcome. After completing these tasks, Zhou prepared to return to the wooden platform to await the forthcoming supply crate. However, just as he was about to ascend, he paused, contemplating whether the golden vine fruit and golden seaweed required gold elements for their growth. The very thought of the word gold triggered a recollection of the gold where he had acquired the previous day. Without hesitation, he retrieved the gold ore from his storage cabinet and placed it into the seagrass cultivation box. In his desperation, Zhou was willing to try anything, throwing caution to the wind, hoping that perhaps, by some stroke of luck, he might be right. Concerned that a single piece of gold ore might not suffice, he scoured the world trading channel for information on gold ore, intending to trade for more. Yet, the trading channel was devoid of any listings. After reflecting, Zhou surmised that gold ore was likely a rare commodity, with few players possessing it, if any at all. Nonetheless, he resolved to attempt to acquire it, offering 100 units of wood in exchange for a single piece of gold ore. Given his extensive dealings in wooden foundations, Zhou found his supply of wood to be virtually limitless. A mere 100 units of wood was inconsequential. Moreover, the trading price of wood had escalated due to his significant transactions, with 100 units now equivalent to 200 units of other basic materials. 2 hours later, it became evident that gold ore was indeed scarce. Despite the time elapsed since his request, he had only managed to acquire 2 pieces. Zhou placed the 2 pieces of gold ore around the golden vine fruit, hoping it would sprout as he envisioned. However, a sudden realization struck him. It had been over 4 hours since the digestion had concluded. Where was today's supply crate? Panic began to set in as Zhou recognized a serious issue. Historically, the Leviathan's digestion would conclude within 3 hours, leading to the immediate arrival of the day's first supply crate. This timing was almost fixed. Yet today, it had exceeded an hour beyond that. Distracted by the procurement of gold ore, he had overlooked this pressing concern. What could be the cause? Zhou felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. The supply crate was the lifeblood of every survivor, and any disruption could have dire consequences. Was it possible that he had taken too long transporting the seagrass today? He began to retrace his steps, seeking any deviations from the norm, but upon reflection, everything seemed consistent. Nothing appeared amiss. Although he had indeed spent considerable time crafting wooden foundations, the delays were minimal, as the creation of items was merely a matter of thought and did not consume excessive time. Finding no answers within himself, Zhou opened the biological compendium to examine the information regarding the Leviathan, hoping to uncover any discrepancies in its data that might explain the anomaly. Transformed Leviathan age, 9 days stage, neonate length, 38 meters weight, 220 tons food type, algae feeding method, filter feeding evaluation, 220-ton infant. The information regarding the transformed Leviathan is devoid of any discrepancies. In fact, the data suggests it is growing quite healthily. Yet, the source of the problem eludes him. Zhou muttered anxiously to himself. He then activated the global communication channel, fervently hoping that everyone else shared his predicament, for that would imply the fault did not lie with him. Brothers, I have discovered a blueprint. What the heck? What blueprint did you find? Chopstick blueprint. What trash? Not trash at all. While its utility is indeed limited, it allows for a trade for a second algae oxygenator with a distinguished player. Didn't someone previously manage to exchange a single blueprint for 2 algae oxygenators? Why not seek her out? That would be more advantageous. Just did, but it's already sold out. Observing the survivors in the global communication channel flaunting their fortunate finds, Zhou felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. Everyone else had acquired resource boxes, yet he remained empty-handed, indicating that the issue was solely his. How could this be? Zhou stood there in a daze, a wave of helplessness washing over him. Just then, the diaphragm of the esophagus suddenly opened, jolting Zhou's senses. He quickly directed his gaze there, expecting the resource box to finally arrive. However, upon looking at the esophageal entrance, he was met with an absence of seawater rushing in. What is this? Zhou's mind was in disarray, as everything occurring at that moment was beyond his comprehension. After finally discovering a treasure cave, why was the little one still not emerging? At that moment, a long-forgotten, infantile voice suddenly resonated within Zhou's mind, causing him to pause briefly before swiftly realizing. This was the voice of the transformed Leviathan. Chapter 42. Entering the cave upon hearing the words of the illusory Leviathan, Zhou's mind raced, and he quickly realized that the creature desired him to leave the stomach wall space and venture into a treasure cave. This revelation alleviated the anxiety that had gripped him. Thankfully, as long as there were no issues with the illusory Leviathan itself, he felt a sense of relief. The previous experiences that had exceeded his understanding left Zhou when feeling utterly bewildered. Yet, soon after, a wave of tension surged within him. The illusory Leviathan's message clearly indicated that he was to exit the stomach wall space. Having been in this world for 9 days, it was his first encounter necessitating such an exit. The outside world loomed as an enigmatic expanse, fraught with potential peril, making the prospect of venturing out decidedly daunting. After much contemplation, Zhou resolved to explore the treasure cave, for if it were indeed a cave of treasures, it must harbor valuable items. He first requested Jiang Haitao to craft a wooden shield for him, then donned a spiked armor set, gripping a fishbone dagger in his hand, and cautiously entered the esophagus. The esophagus was engulfed in darkness, and utilizing the beam from his headlamp, Zhou meticulously observed the fleshy walls of the esophagus, which had a diameter of approximately 1.5 meters, requiring him to bend slightly to navigate through. To prevent the spikes of his armor from injuring the esophagus of the illusory Leviathan, Zhou returned to the stomach wall space to stow away his spiked armor in the supply box, then re-entered the esophagus with the box in his arms. Crouching low, he advanced steadily, guided by the light of his headlamp. The ground was slippery, compelling him to tread with caution. After traversing 7 or 8 meters, he successfully exited the esophagus. The space ahead opened up, yet remained shrouded in darkness, the headlamp's illumination seemingly swallowed by the abyss, proving ineffective. Nevertheless, Zhou felt no fear, for he understood he was safely ensconced within the body of the illusory Leviathan. In this world, the safest haven was undoubtedly within the creature itself, alleviating his concerns about lurking dangers in the dark. However, he was soon to leave the illusory Leviathan and enter the treasure cave. Crouching down, Zhou opened the supply box, donned the spiked armor, reserving the heaviest spiked chest plate temporarily in his equipment slot. Once attired in his gear, he removed the headlamp, manually recharged it to ensure it would function when needed. With all preparations complete, he held the shield in his left hand against his chest and gripped the fishbone dagger firmly in his right, embarking on his cautious advance. After walking 5 or 6 meters, the beam of his headlamp illuminated a wall that resembled a white bristlebrush. Approaching for a closer inspection, Zhou noticed that the entire wall was composed of numerous bristle-like structures. When he reached out to touch it, he found it was not soft like a brush, but rather resilient, akin to bamboo. This must be the bristles used by the illusory Leviathan for filter feeding. Zhou could only speculate about the true nature of the Leviathan's teeth, as he had no direct knowledge. To venture forth, one must first scale this wall of jagged teeth. Fortunately, this wall is not particularly high, standing at a mere 2 meters. A slight leap would suffice to surmount it. However, considering the cumbersome weight of the spiked armor adorning his body and the lurking dangers outside, Zhou ultimately resolved to don only the spiked helmet and spiked greaves, temporarily stowing the rest of his armor within the supply crate. Naturally, the most essential piece, the breastplate, remained equipped, ready to shield his upper body in the event of peril. With a determined effort, Zhou hurled the supply crate upward, then propelled himself with a leap. Grasping the top of the jagged wall, with a forceful pull, he effortlessly ascended. This newfound strength of 1.5 was no mere coincidence, he mused with delight. Had he possessed only 7 points of strength previously, scaling the wall would have demanded considerable effort, unlike the ease he experienced now. In the moment he reached the summit, he swiftly donned the spiked breastplate and illuminated his surroundings with the headlamp, revealing a sheer rock wall before him. Detecting no immediate threats, he quickly equipped the spiked armor while stowing the breastplate again, then grasped a shield and the fishbone dagger, feeling along the rock wall for the entrance to a cave. After a diligent search, Zhou discovered a narrow aperture, scarcely a meter in diameter. Could this be the entrance to the treasure cave? Gazing into the pitch-black confines, he felt a nervous flutter. The space was so constricted that he could only crawl within, and should danger arise, turning around would be a formidable challenge. Curse it! Yet, I must proceed. The greater the storm, the more precious the catch. To survive in this world, confronting danger is essential. He recalled his early days in this realm, nearly succumbing to asphyxiation while transporting seaweed, followed by an attack from the anchorhead worm. In less than 10 days, he had traversed the precipice of death. There had never been a secure way to exist here. Resolute, he flung the supply crate into the cave and, with shield in hand, plunged into the darkness. Inside, the cave was entirely rock, as if something had meticulously chiseled it from the stone. Zhou crawled on his belly, the supply crate secured to his back with a strip of cloth, the wooden shield positioned in front to deflect any potential attacks from lurking creatures. After traversing approximately 10 meters, sweat beaded on his forehead. Thankfully, I do not suffer from claustrophobia, he thought, pausing for a moment to catch his breath as he surveyed the narrowing, darkening, and increasingly damp cave. Once he had regained his composure, he pressed onward, covering another stretch of 10 meters, only to sense an unsettling change. The cave was growing increasingly humid, and water had begun to pool on the ground. Tilting his head slightly, he directed the beam of his headlamp forward, only to be met by the glimmering surface of water reflecting the light. Damn it all, Zhou cursed under his breath, continuing forward, his body now wading through the accumulating water. As he advanced further, the water level rose increasingly, encroaching upon half of the cave space. Zhou found himself in a most uncomfortable predicament, his body submerged while his head was forced to tilt skyward, contorting his posture into an excruciatingly awkward position. Suddenly, with a resounding plop, something fell upon his head as he crawled forward in distress. Fearing it might be something unpleasant, he hastily reached up to investigate, only to find his hand ensnared by a sticky mass. Upon illuminating it with his headlamp, he discovered his fingers were coated in a translucent slime. Revolted, Zhou vigorously shook his hand in an attempt to rid himself of the viscous substance. Just then, something beneath the water brushed against his left arm, sending a jolt of fright through him, compelling his arm to jerk upward as if struck by electricity. The abrupt motion caused a significant splash, the sound echoing through the otherwise silent cave. Chapter 43. Creatures in the cave. Zhou swiftly calmed his emotions and directed his headlamp towards the area where he had just seen a creature swim by, eager to discern its true nature. However, the water was murky and the dim light offered little visibility beneath the surface. Thus, he shifted his headlamp upwards, realizing the viscous substance dripping from above was indeed more repulsive than he had anticipated. The cave ceiling was coated in this slimy secretion, which intermittently dripped down. Upon closer inspection, it appeared as if the substance formed trails, suggesting that a creature had traversed this space, leaving its mark behind. Confronted with this nauseating sight, Zhou Wen steeled himself. He had ventured this far and could not retreat, especially given the cave's narrow confines. With a determined resolve, he continued onward, though the increasing presence of the slime impeded his progress, even coating the submerged ground. The situation was dire. He had to navigate the high water level while contending with the slickness of the slime, which rendered his movements laborious and precarious. Amidst his internal lamentation, whether he had embarked on a treasure hunt or a torment, he found himself slipping multiple times, crashing into the water in a disheveled state. Deciding to take a brief respite, the silence enveloped the cave once more, the sound of his splashing subsiding. What was that sound? After a period of rest, as Zhou Wen's breathing and heartbeat steadied, he prepared to move again when he detected a faint noise, akin to a creature slowly crawling along the rock wall. The sound was subtle, previously drowned out by his own labored breaths, but now it became discernible. Turning his head, he used his headlamp to trace the source of the noise, finally spotting a flat, soft-bodied creature clinging to the cave ceiling. This organism, elongated and transparent, revealed its internal organs and sported a pair of small, dark eyes. Its length was approximately 20 centimeters. Contrary to being frightening, the creature exhibited no hostile intent. It merely inched along the rocky surface, leaving a trail of slime in its wake. Disregarding the soft-bodied creature, Zhou Wen refrained from investigating further, wary of potential dangers posed by unknown life forms. Having rested sufficiently, he resolved to advance once more. However, at that moment, the water's surface before him began to ripple ominously. Zhou Wen's heart, which had only just settled, now raced anew. He had yet to make a move. So what could have stirred the water? Soon, the ripples escalated into small waves, each cresting higher than the last, ultimately filling the cave with turbulent water. Zhou Wen's heart raced as he recognized the unmistakable signs of a large creature surging towards him, its movement generating the tumultuous waves. The wooden shield had better hold firm. Zhou Wen swiftly transitioned from a prone position to a crouch, curling himself within the confines of the narrow space, his wooden shield raised defensively before him. With a flicker of thought, the spiked breastplate adorned his torso. Exhaling deeply, he endeavored to quell his anxiety and maintain his physical agility. The relentless waves surged forth, crashing against the wooden shield in a cacophony of splashes, prompting Zhou Wen to lower his head slightly and squint to protect his vision from spray. Eventually, the water swelled to fill the entire cavern, and at the moment the torrent collided with his shield, Zhou Wen inhaled sharply. In an instant, the heavy waves struck the wooden shield with tremendous force, nearly toppling him over as a deluge of water flooded the space around him, momentarily transforming it into an underwater realm, with turbulent currents sweeping past him. At that moment, Zhou Wen's heart raced. He sensed the approach of a colossal creature. With a thunderous crash, an overwhelming force slammed against his wooden shield, the strength of which his arms could hardly withstand. The impact reverberated through his chest, propelling his entire body backward by over a meter. Zhou Wen gasped, his breath caught as his internal organs jolted and his mind momentarily blanked. Akin to being struck by a vehicle. Coughing violently, he expelled the breath he had held during the collision, instinctively inhaling only to choke on a mouthful of water. Fortunately, the water had begun to recede. Otherwise, he would have faced drowning. In this urgent moment, he set aside the pain coursing through his body, steadied himself against the wooden shield, and with his right hand grasping a fishbone knife, he thrust it fiercely from the edge of the shield. The knife struck the gigantic creature, producing a sharp sound of hard objects colliding. Realization dawned upon Zhou Wen. He understood that the fishbone knife was insufficient to contend with such a formidable foe, its head as solid as stone. Thankfully, the wooden shield provided some measure of protection, and the slickness of the water temporarily hindered the creature's assault, pushing him back but failing to inflict harm. However, his respite was short-lived. The gigantic creature seemed to recognize the futility of battering the shield and began to whirl frantically. The cavern reverberated with a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a washing machine's drum, only amplified numerous times. As it spun, the creature's head bore sharp protrusions that began to tear at the shield, the sound of splintering would echoing ominously. Zhou Wen's heart plummeted. He felt akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, for the moment the shield shattered would herald his demise. Jiang Haitao, send me a wooden shield. Zhou messaged urgently. Moments later, Jiang Haitao dispatched a wooden shield to him. Setting aside the fishbone knife, Zhou embraced the shield with his right hand. For the time being, he could only engage in a battle of attrition with the colossal creature. It could not possibly maintain its relentless spinning forever, while he could continually request wooden shields from Jiang Haitao. Yet, despite this, Zhou felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Though he could continuously replenish the wooden shields, it required considerable strength to maintain them, and he doubted his ability to withstand the might of the colossal creature. As time passed, he had lost over a dozen shields, and exhaustion had reached its zenith. He found himself devoid of the energy to uphold the shields any longer. So be it. As death approached, Zhou experienced little fear, perhaps because he had chosen this path himself, or perhaps the time spent holding those shields had steeled him for the inevitable end. Crack! The wooden shields shattered completely, and at last, Zhou beheld the full visage of the gigantic beast. Its length was indeterminate, but its body occupied the majority of the cavern, resembling a colossal worm. Its skin bore the same hue as the surrounding rock, and its head was encased in a layer of armor, adorned with sharp, triangular bone spines. It was these very spines that had ground Zhou's shields to splinters through relentless rotation. The armor split open like blooming petals, revealing the creature's concealed mouth, lined with razor-sharp teeth. Could you not hasten your approach? The wait for death was torturous. Zhou, who had initially embraced his fate, now felt a resurgence of dread. Just as the gigantic creature prepared to strike, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the cavern, causing the rocky expanse to tremble violently, akin to an earthquake. These wretched little pests obstructing the path, begone. Chapter 44. The Golden Edge supply box. Upon hearing the resounding cry, the colossal worm, poised to strike Zhou, abruptly halted as if frozen in time. Its fearsome jaws retracted in apparent fright. Zhou, however, found himself in a precarious state, his vision dimming and his mind swirling in confusion. The sonic waves emanating from the transformed Leviathan were overwhelmingly intense, reverberating through the cavern and nearly costing him his life. Fortunately, despite feeling utterly unwell, Zhou managed to remain upright and not succumb to unconsciousness. After a considerable pause, he raised his gaze towards the gigantic worm, observing its massive form trembling slightly, as if it had encountered a formidable foe, frozen in place and paralyzed by fear. Realizing that the Leviathan's roar had indeed terrified the creature, Zhou, emboldened, directed the beam of his headlamp towards the worm's body, eager to glimpse its full appearance. However, it seemed that the light provoked the giant worm. As he adjusted the direction of the beam, the creature recoiled dramatically and swiftly retreated, vanishing without a trace. Once again, Zhou found himself alone in the cavern, watching the rapidly fleeing worm with a sense of absurdity. Yet, it was understandable. Even though the Leviathan had only recently been born, its form nearly reached 40 meters, rendering the massive worm a mere insignificant insect in comparison. It was indeed peculiar if such a creature was not frightened by the Leviathan's call. With the threat of death alleviated, Zhou exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Casually leaning against the slimy rock wall, momentarily unconcerned by the unpleasantness of the slime, all he desired was a moment of respite. As his racing heart gradually calmed, he utilized the system interface to request a bottle of water and a piece of bread from Jiang Haitao. He suddenly realized that the system interface served as an excellent logistical support system. As long as one had acquaintances, they could request supplies, even from outside the Leviathan's body. After consuming the food, Zhou felt his strength replenish somewhat. He lifted his wooden shield once more and continued his crawl forward. This time, he advanced with less trepidation, for the size of the cavern clearly indicated it had been excavated by the earlier colossal worm. Given the sound of the Leviathan's roar, it was likely that all the giant worms had been frightened away, meaning that the most dangerous creatures in this cave no longer posed a threat to him, allowing him to proceed with confidence. After traversing over 30 meters, Zhou encountered a fork in the path. To avoid losing his way, he adhered to the principle of keeping his right hand on the wall, opting for the right path. This way, he could return by simply turning left. Upon entering the right passage, he crawled another 30 meters and the space suddenly expanded significantly, allowing him to stand upright. With his wooden shield raised in vigilance, Zhou circumnavigated the walls of this spacious area, discovering it to be an oval-shaped chamber. Though not excessively large, it boasted a height of approximately 3 meters and a diameter of around 5 meters. A supply box? Zhou, guided by the illumination, meticulously examined the perimeter of the elliptical space before venturing into the central region. There, amidst the stagnant water, he discerned the faint outline of a square box. A surge of joy welled within him. After enduring such hardships, nearly losing his life, he had finally encountered a reward. Hastily, he lifted the box from the water, and upon inspection, it was indeed a supply crate. He opened it without hesitation. Ding! You have acquired 20 glass pieces. Glass? And then what? Zhou anticipated further notifications. Yet his mind was met with silence, devoid of any additional prompts. Is this it? With a hint of disdain, he rummaged through the supply crate, confirming it held solely the 20 pieces of glass. Although glass was undeniably a rare material, especially since no one had yet found it, it posed a dilemma. Zhou had no schematics requiring glass as a component. After fighting tooth and nail to reach this point, he had hoped to unearth something truly valuable from the crate, such as blueprints, rather than mere materials, which left him feeling somewhat shortchanged. Never mind. There was still a leftward path to explore, which he surmised would also lead to a supply crate. Zhou meticulously scoured the space once more, ensuring there was nothing else before retracing his steps. Upon reaching the earlier fork in the path, he opted to enter the left passage. After climbing approximately 50 meters, taking several rests along the way, he encountered yet another fork. Another path? Zhou murmured his frustration, but proceeded to the right first. After climbing over 30 meters, he found himself in a space identical to the previous one. In the center of this new space lay another supply crate. With practiced ease, Zhou lifted the crate and opened it. Ding! You have acquired 5 iron ingots. By the heavens! Iron ingots! Zhou was overwhelmed with exhilaration. He had long deemed iron ingots an elusive prize, believing they could only be smelted from iron ore, which was impossible given the limited oxygen in the gastric chamber. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon them in this cave. How could he not feel thrilled, especially since he possessed a blueprint for an iron dagger that required 1 ingot? Zhou quickly closed the supply crate, clutching it tightly as if it were stolen treasure, fearful of losing it at any moment. As before, he conducted another thorough exploration of the space, confirming the absence of any additional items before retracing his steps. However, at this point, Zhou found himself burdened with 3 supply crates, and the cave was rather cramped, making it exceedingly inconvenient to carry them all. He decided to extract the glass and iron ingots from their respective crates, placing them into the supply crate he had initially brought. Then, he sent the 2 empty supply crates to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. Meanwhile, Jiang Haitao stood perplexed, holding the 2 empty crates Zhou had sent. What does this mean, Wenji? Zhou, however, was too engrossed in his newfound sense of treasure hunting to concern himself with Jiang Haitao's confusion. He promptly retraced his steps and entered another path. The path diverged unusually long, nearly exhausting Zhou, extending nearly 200 meters, which dampened his excitement for treasure hunting, rendering it a true ordeal. At last, he crawled into a spacious chamber. Upon entering this expanse, Zhou immediately discerned its distinctiveness from the previous 2. It was larger, and the water accumulated within was remarkably clear, allowing the light from his headlamp to illuminate the rocky floor beneath. Employing his prior method, Zhou initially explored the periphery, venturing inward only after finding nothing of note. However, this time, there was a notable difference. At the rear of this chamber, an additional cave beckoned, suggesting further possibilities for exploration. Yet, Zhou chose to temporarily overlook this cave, directing his attention instead to the center of the space, in hopes of discovering yet another supply crate. To his surprise, he indeed found a supply crate at the center, but rather than submerged in water, it rested upon a rocky platform, its edges adorned with gilded trim. Ah, a gilded supply crate. One could only imagine the treasures within. and he fervently hoped for a valuable blueprint. With excitement illuminating his face, Zhou Wen clasped his hands in prayer towards the air, then gently placed his hands upon the gilded crate, slowly opening it. Chapter 45. Blood-boiling coral. A notification chimed. You have acquired the blueprints for a small aquarium, a wrought iron greatsword, and fishbone armor. 3 blueprints. Zhou Wen was utterly exhilarated by the continuous reminders echoing in his mind. He promptly retrieved the 3 blueprints and activated them, watching as they transformed into azure light and entered the system interface. He then accessed the blueprint interface to examine the materials required for each. Small aquarium blueprint requires 10 stones, 10 pieces of glass, and 10 units of sand. Wrought iron greatsword blueprint requires 3 iron ingots and 1 piece of wood. Fishbone armor blueprint requires several large fish bones, 100 strands of golden seaweed fiber, 50 units of shield fish fat, and 100 units of silk. After reviewing the materials needed for crafting, Zhou Wen felt reassured about the first 2 blueprints, as he possessed all the necessary materials and could create them immediately upon returning, especially the wrought iron greatsword, which could be considered the most formidable weapon available at present. After all, many individuals lacked even a single piece of armor. Zhou Wen himself was clad only in armor made from the shells of spiny shrimp, wielding a knife fashioned from fish bones. The hardness of these materials was incomparable to that of iron weaponry. Once Zhou Wen crafted the wrought iron greatsword, his combat prowess among survivors would undoubtedly be unparalleled. However, upon viewing the final blueprint for the fishbone armor and its required materials, his spirits dampened. For aside from the golden seaweed, he had not even encountered the other materials. While large fish bones were somewhat manageable, lacking precise dimensions, he could attempt crafting with any large fish he might encounter. This method hinged on his ability to gather the other required materials. He was indeed familiar with golden seaweed, yet whether he could cultivate it remained uncertain, especially since the fishbone armor required a staggering 100 units of it. He couldn't fathom how long it might take to gather such a quantity through cultivation alone. As for the remaining 2 materials, shield fish fat and silk, he was utterly at a loss. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen was undeterred by the elusive nature of these materials. Instead, he felt invigorated by the challenge. The allure of the armor's exquisite design was simply too compelling to dismiss. Unlike the spiny armor, which consisted of individual pieces that lacked aesthetic appeal, such as the spiked helmet adorned with 3 protruding spikes resembling antennas, the fishbone armor formed a cohesive suit, seamlessly integrated and boasting a minimalist design. Its sleek, ergonomic contours, crafted entirely from skeletal materials, evoked the image of exoskeletal armor from a science fiction film. Merely gazing at the simplistic illustration of the fishbone armor in the compendium left Zhou Wen captivated. He was fervently eager to craft it and adorn himself in its splendid form. Moreover, beyond its striking appearance, the fishbone armor boasted superior defensive capabilities compared to the spiny armor, as it was constructed from robust, large fish bones, whose strength far surpassed that of spiny shrimp shells. Moreover, Zhou Wen faintly sensed that the materials required for this large fishbone held significant meaning, as the specifications were rather broad. He harbored a hypothesis that any suitably large fishbone could serve as a crafting material for the fishbone armor. If his conjecture proved correct, it would indeed be fascinating. The creatures of this world were inherently peculiar, with many fish species defying conventional understanding. It was conceivable that there existed large fish with bones harder than steel. Could the bones of such fish also be utilized in the creation of fishbone armor? The more Zhou Wen pondered, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning himself clad in armor forged from fishbone surpassing the hardness of steel. However, the thought of the rarity of such materials swiftly extinguished his fantasies. Enough daydreaming. There were pressing matters at hand. Shaking his head, Zhou Wen temporarily quelled his yearning for the fishbone armor, for the cave remained unexplored. Now, Zhou Wen had acquired a gilded supply box. Casting a glance at the ordinary supply box he had brought along, he unhesitatingly transferred its contents into the gilded box, subsequently passing the empty box to Jiang Haitao. After thoroughly re-exploring the space to ensure no other items were present, he delved into another tunnel within this realm. The water within this tunnel remained remarkably clear, igniting Zhou Wen's curiosity about the possibility of discovering yet another gilded supply box ahead. With hope in his heart, he quickened his pace through the cave, this time traversing only about 50 meters before entering a new space. Zhou Wen swiftly explored this area, only to be surprised by the absence of a supply box. Instead, he discovered a deer antler coral submerged in the center of the space. The coral was a vivid crimson, and upon closer inspection under the light, a thin veil of sanguine mist wafted around it, the nature of which remained uncertain. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Wen decided to touch it, hoping to unlock the biological compendium and glean information about this coral. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not dare to make such contact for fear of unknown dangers. However, based on prior experiences, this type of space was typically a repository for treasures. In this instance, as no supply box was present, the coral evidently constituted the treasure of this space. Gingerly, Zhou Wen extended a finger and delicately tapped the blood-red coral before retracting his hand. Upon verifying that no adverse effects had occurred, he opened the biological compendium. As expected, it updated, and not just with one entry. To his astonishment, he had unlocked information on 2 distinct organisms. Gelatinous flatworm, length 10 centimeters, weight 200 grams, diet. Algae description: a highly regenerative soft-bodied creature capable of producing hemostatic gel. This gelatinous flatworm seemed reminiscent of the flat, slimy creature he had observed prior to encountering the giant worm. The ability to produce hemostatic gel was intriguing. He must capture a few specimens to take back. Zhou Wen felt a surge of joy, unexpectedly encountering a delightful surprise. The boiling blood coral worm measures 3 millimeters in length and weighs 0.05 grams, subsisting on blood. These diminutive creatures inhabit the remains of ancestors, and the coral can be utilized to create boiling blood powder. The boiling blood coral worm? It presumably dwells upon coral. Yet the purpose of the boiling blood powder remains shrouded in ambiguity, and the lack of clarity in its introduction is indeed exasperating. Zhou Wen found himself at a loss for words regarding the descriptions in the biological compendium. It merely offered a general overview, leaving him to navigate the intricacies on his own, which felt exceedingly perilous. Chapter 46. The outside world, regardless of the circumstances, the blood-boiling coral must be brought back. However, the challenge of transporting it perplexed Zhou Wen. The essence of the blood-boiling coral lies in the coral polyps, which are living creatures that cannot endure prolonged separation from water. If you were to place them directly into a supply box, it was likely that these polyps would perish after some time. After a period of quiet contemplation, Zhou Wen devised a rather imperfect solution. He first requested 10 portions of stone and 10 portions of sand from Jiang Haitao. Upon opening the blueprint interface, he selected the small aquarium blueprint, and, adding the 10 portions of glass he had previously acquired, he crafted the small aquarium. The dimensions of the small aquarium were identical to those of the seaweed planting box, measuring 1 by 1 by 1 meter in length, width, and height. The entire frame was constructed from stone, with transparent glass panels embedded in all 4 sides, allowing a clear view of the underwater scene within. The base of the aquarium was also lined with a layer of sand. Once the small aquarium was completed, Zhou Wen filled it with pristine seawater and then opened the system interface to send a private message to Jiang Haitao. "Brother Wen, what do you need this small aquarium for?" Jiang Haitao was utterly bewildered by Zhou Wen's request today. He had asked for a wooden shield, then for food, followed by a series of empty supply boxes, and now he was receiving a small aquarium. It was evident that Zhou Wen was behaving unusually. "For the time being, keep it with you. I will send you a coral shortly. Once you receive it, do not delay in placing it directly into the small aquarium," Zhou Wen instructed. After relaying his message, he carefully uprooted the blood-boiling coral and transmitted it directly to Jiang Haitao through the system interface. "Brother Wen, I have placed the coral in the small aquarium." Brother Wen, is there something going on over there?" "Indeed, there are some matters at hand. But this is not the time for discussion. I will inform you once I return." "All right, understood, Brother Wen." Zhou Wen had no intention of concealing the treasure cave from Jiang Haitao. Having chosen to trust him, he viewed him as an ally. Perhaps Jiang Haitao would encounter a treasure cave in the future, and it would be prudent to prepare him in advance. The blood-boiling coral had been successfully secured. As for whether the system's transmission would harm the coral polyps, Zhou was uncertain, but he had no alternative means of transporting the blood-boiling coral. With the treasures of this space obtained, Zhou pressed onward. At the rear of this space, there lay another cave. With hopeful anticipation, he began to crawl forward. Yet this cave was unlike the previous one. The earlier caves typically featured a single fork in the path, but after crawling just 10 meters into this cave, Zhou encountered 5 diverging paths. As he ventured deeper, the number of forks increased, leading to a veritable labyrinth. Moreover, the accumulated water within the cave had become exceedingly murky, resembling a quagmire. Where's the next treasure space? Why are there so many paths? Zhou murmured in frustration, his body now caked in mud, giving him the appearance of a clay figure. Zhou crawled through the chaotic cavern for what felt like half a day, only to realize he was utterly lost. The right-hand rule, the right-hand rule. Curse that right-hand rule. As he surveyed the myriad of branching paths, his head spun in confusion. Damn it, was that direction to the right? Surrounded by similarly indistinct passages, and with the beam of his headlamp barely illuminating the way, he could no longer discern the route he had taken. Frustrated, Zhou gritted his teeth and arbitrarily chose one of the tunnels, marking his passage with a fishbone knife to establish a point of reference, so that if he returned, he could avoid this path and select another. With that, he began to crawl through the muddy tunnel, and after an indeterminate time, he suddenly felt a breeze ahead. A wind. That must mean the exit is near. Filled with exhilaration, Zhou quickened his pace, and after crawling for several more meters, he finally emerged from the cavern. I'm out! I'm out! Ha ha ha! Zhou shouted in wild jubilation. There was no other way to express his relief. After spending such a long time searching for an exit, the oppressive darkness of the cavern had nearly driven him to despair, making it feel as though the tunnel had no end. Finally free, he sighed in relief, but then... Wait, are there stars in the sky? Zhou looked up at the star-studded expanse, momentarily dumbfounded. Where am I? Is this still within the Leviathan's mouth? He murmured in bewilderment. Suddenly, a gust of salty sea breeze washed over him, and he realized with clarity that he had crawled out from a different entrance. Yet, Zhou did not immediately venture back, for this was his first true encounter with the outside world. The sea breeze caressed him, waves surged and crashed against the rocks. And as he gazed out, the endless ocean stretched toward the horizon, seemingly without end. Though it was nighttime, the sea was far from dark, and the reason was simple. There were 10 moons in the sky. Of these moons, 9 were soft blue, equal in size, scattered irregularly across the night sky. Only one was a deep blue, colossal in size, nearly obscuring half the heavens, appearing as if it were within arm's reach. Little one, where have you gone? Come back. The voice of a Leviathan suddenly echoed in his mind, startling Zhou. The tone was laced with urgency. Clearly, the Leviathan deemed him too fragile for the dangers of the outside world. Obediently, Zhou did not linger and promptly returned to the cavern, beginning his ascent back. However, after a short while, he encountered 2 more branching paths. Leaving him perplexed, he could not find his way back. What is happening? There is still something on the right. The Leviathan's voice resonated once more. Zhou's confusion transformed into delight. The Leviathan's thoughts were now frequent and clear, guiding him as he crawled in accordance with its mental directions toward the right path. Whenever Zhou encountered a fork in his path, he would pause, and the illusory Leviathan would emit a voice of uncertainty. He would then crawl in accordance with the guidance of that inner voice. After traversing 4 or 5 diverging paths, Zhou finally entered a new chamber, one that was filled with mud. The mud lay in elongated shapes, twisted and piled haphazardly, and an unsettling premonition washed over him. Why does this resemble earthworm excrement so closely? Zhou scooped up a handful of the mud, intending to examine it closely. Ding! You have acquired 1 unit of burrowing rockworm feces. Oh, what the heck? Zhou swiftly discarded the handful of mud, realizing that further examination was unnecessary, as the notification in his mind had already revealed the truth. Although Zhou feigned disgust, the mud bore no foul odor. If one overlooked the fact that it was excrement, it was essentially just mud. Taking a moment to adjust his discomfort, Zhou began to search within this space. For according to the illusory Leviathan's voice, this was indeed the location where the final treasure was concealed. Chapter 47. Rock Branch Crystal leaves Zhou when searched the muddy expanse for quite some time, but all he found was an endless array of mud. Could it be that the excrement littering the ground was the treasure of this space? Zhou pondered as he gazed at the towering mounds of rockworm droppings. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became that this was indeed the case. After all, if it was excrement, it must serve as fertilizer. Perhaps the droppings of these rock worms could promote crop growth more effectively than his rudimentary fertilizer. With that thought in mind, Zhou sprang into action. No longer finding the mud repulsive, these were indeed valuable resources. He promptly opened his gilded supply box and, using his hands, scooped up a handful to deposit inside. After collecting dozens of portions, he grew impatient with the slow pace of using his hands and decided to employ his wooden shield as a makeshift shovel, scooping and filling the box with increasing efficiency. Before long, the 100 slots in the gilded supply box were filled. Yet only a mere tenth of the droppings from this space had been gathered. This would not suffice. He needed to take every last bit of it. Contemplating his next move, Zhou sought out Jiang Haitao. Jiang Haitao, shortly, I will send you a heap of mud. Please store it temporarily. And once I conclude my business here, you may return it to me. Jiang Haitao had no reason to refuse. Though Zhou's peculiar actions piqued his curiosity about what exactly Zhou had encountered. After notifying Jiang Haitao, Zhou looked at the 90-plus portions of droppings in the gilded supply box, concentrated his thoughts, and instantly transferred them into the system interface, sending them to Jiang Haitao via private message. Zhou continued this method, filling the supply box and sending the contents to Jiang Haitao repeatedly. Before long, all the droppings along the periphery of this space had been collected, leaving only a central mound of droppings towering high above. At last, he was nearing completion. Zhou took a brief respite, sitting down and gazing up at the small mountain of droppings before him, a smile gracing his face. His treasure hunt in the cave had proven to be remarkably fruitful. He had not only acquired 3 blueprints in one go, but also obtained iron ingots, a rare material that was difficult to come by, along with 2 creatures of unique properties. Once he finished excavating the small mountain before him, he could finally return to rest, as the day's labor had thoroughly exhausted him. After a short while, Zhou had recuperated and resumed his digging. The droppings, being composed of soft mud, gradually collapsed as he excavated from below, the mound shrinking in height until he could finally see its apex. Something glittered? Zhou's headlamp illuminated the top of the droppings mountain, revealing a sparkling reflection. Could there be a treasure atop it? Zhou's heart raced, and his spirits soared as he quickened his pace, digging until the entire mound was reduced to a small heap of mud. At last, he could discern what was reflecting the crystalline light at the summit. It was a peculiar plant, approximately half a meter tall, with a trunk as thick as a little finger made of stone, branching off into 3 limbs adorned with leaves composed of shimmering crystals. The crystalline leaves are flat and elongated, resembling bamboo leaves found on Earth. They are adorned with delicate crystalline spines that shimmer beautifully under the illumination. At the bifurcation of 3 branches, 3 even finer twigs extend, bare of any crystalline foliage, each terminating in a stone the size of an egg. The surface of the stone is rough and uneven, lacking in any significant allure, appearing rather mundane. Zhou, uncertain of the plant's identity, decided to reach out and touch the stone hanging at the end of the twig. As soon as his hand made contact, the stone fell, but Zhou, quick to react, caught it deftly. In the next moment, a notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Acquired rock fruit X1. Could it truly be that this stone is the fruit of the plant? Zhou had previously speculated that the irregular stones hanging from the branches were indeed the fruit. Yet their resemblance to ordinary stones was so striking that he found it hard to believe. If it is fruit, it should be edible, he mused, opening his mouth to taste the stone fruit. However, just as he was about to put it in his mouth, he hesitated and requested a bottle of mineral water from Jiang Haitao to wash the stone fruit. It was essential to note that the area was littered with the excrement of burrowing rockworms, which had a muddy consistency, and it was likely that the surface of the stone fruit had become contaminated. Although Zhou was no longer repulsed by the excrement, it was still unpalatable to consume. After rinsing the stone fruit with mineral water, he placed it directly in his mouth and bit down hard. Crack! The rock fruit remained unyielding, nearly causing Zhou Wen to chip a molar. Is this truly fruit? It is exceedingly hard. Zhou Wen winced, gazing at the stone fruit, which bore only a faint imprint from his teeth, and couldn't help but voice his doubts. Could it be that this fruit is inedible? His mind swarmed with questions, as his knowledge of this plant was woefully inadequate. After some contemplation, Zhou Wen surmised that the stone fruit was indeed consumable, merely encased in a protective shell akin to that of a nut. Thus, he took the stone fruit to the edge of his space and gently tapped it against the rocky wall, but it yielded no response. Increasing his force slightly still resulted in silence, so he continued to apply more strength. Crack! The stone fruit finally split open, revealing a crystalline pulp within. Zhou Wen's expression shifted to one of delight, confirming his earlier hypothesis that the outer stone was indeed a shell. Carefully peeling away the outer layer, he uncovered the translucent flesh inside. The fruit was round, approximately the size of a ping-pong ball, enveloped in a thick layer of transparent pulp, with a white seed at its center. Its appearance was reminiscent of a lychee, albeit with a hard flesh rather than the soft texture of its counterpart. Zhou Wen once again placed the fruit flesh in his mouth, and this time, with ease, he bit down and savored a piece of the succulent pulp. The flesh of the fruit is remarkably crisp, reminiscent of a crunchy apple, yet it boasts a delightful sweetness, particularly the seed at its core, which is rich in fragrance and exquisitely sweet. At first, Zhou Wen assumed the seed would be hard, only to discover it is merely slightly firmer than the surrounding flesh, crunching delightfully like a lotus seed. The stone fruit as flesh is not particularly voluminous, and Zhou Wen consumed it in just 2 bites. Ding! Strength 1, Constitution 1, Speed 1. The system notification echoed in his mind, bestowing upon Zhou Wen an increase in 3 attributes all at once. How remarkable, a simultaneous enhancement of 3 attributes. Upon hearing the notification, Zhou Wen's eyes lit up and a smile graced his face. Although each attribute only increased by a modest amount, he felt immensely satisfied. This treasure hunt had already yielded significant rewards, and these additional attribute points were a delightful bonus. He pondered whether this stone fruit could yield repeated attribute enhancements. With that thought in mind, Zhou Wen plucked another stone fruit, preparing to test it, though he held little hope, as he had yet to encounter anything capable of providing repeated attribute boosts since arriving in this world. Ding! Strength 1, Constitution 1, Speed 1. Chapter 48. Return. Upon hearing the familiar prompt echoing in his mind once again, Zhou Wen felt his entire being freeze. The ability to repeatedly allocate attribute points truly existed. Zhou Wen was astounded, and without hesitation, he reached for the last stone fruit, eager to see if he could continue enhancing his attributes. However, at the very moment he plucked the stone fruit, he hesitated. This plant was indeed a valuable find, and the stone fruit was a seed. Given the location where this plant thrived, it was evident that it required the droppings of the burrowing rockworm to flourish. Having already collected all the droppings, he could easily return to cultivate it himself. Thus, Zhou Wen carefully stored the last stone fruit and proceeded to extract the plant from the pile of droppings. The roots of this plant were also composed of crystal, and as Zhou Wen dug, he was exceedingly cautious. Fortunately, the area where the plant was rooted was in soft mud, making the excavation effortless and preventing any damage to the crystal root system. After a while, he had completely unearthed the remaining droppings of the burrowing rockworm, marking the successful completion of this treasure hunt in the cave. On his way back, Zhou Wen, as before, secured the gilded supply box with strips of cloth on his back, removed his spiked helmet, and temporarily placed the rock crystal tree inside the helmet. The 3 spikes atop the helmet had broken during the confrontation with the burrowing rockworm, making it a perfect temporary container for the rock crystal tree. Thus, with the gilded supply box on his back and one hand cradling the helmet, Zhou Wen navigated the myriad of paths with precision, guided by the mental imagery of the Leviathan, ultimately emerging from the cave's entrance. Phew! He had finally returned. Zhou Wen instinctively glanced upward, only to be met with utter darkness, confirming that he had indeed returned to the mouth of the Leviathan. which brought him a sense of relief. Now in a secure environment, he stowed away his armor and weapons in the supply box, feeling lightened as he traversed the esophagus and re-entered the stomach space. As Zhou Wen beheld the softly glowing stomach space, he felt as though he had stepped into another realm. His prior experiences in the cave had been quite oppressive, and he was grateful to be back. Little one has finally returned. It's time to sleep. I am so weary. The voice of the Leviathan resonated at that moment, and the entire stomach space began to tremble as the Leviathan commenced its movements, presumably searching for a suitable resting place. Hearing the Leviathan's thoughts, Zhou Wen smiled faintly despite his fatigue. The tribulations he faced in the cave had indeed exhausted him. However, it was not yet time for slumber. Zhou Wen first found a suitable spot to place the rock crystal tree, then transferred the iron ingots and glass from the gilded supply box into the storage cabinet. Finally, he sought out Jiang Haitao to retrieve the boiling blood coral and small aquarium he had sent him earlier, along with a pile of burrowing rockworm droppings. Wengu, have you completed your task? Jiang Haitao inquired, handing over the items before sending the blueprint for the spiked helmet. Zhou Wen accepted the blueprint and crafted himself a new spiked helmet. Indeed, I have finished. I left the stomach space today. Ah, you left the stomach space? In a moment of bewilderment, Jiang Haitao found himself unable to grasp Zhou Wen's meaning. Consequently, Zhou Wen recounted his experiences from the treasure cave that day, omitting the details regarding the blueprints for the iron greatsword and the fishbone armor, as well as the incident involving the Leviathan's heart. The treasure cave, a colossal worm. Upon hearing Zhou Wen's account, Jiang Haitao was left in a state of shock. The thought of encountering such a gigantic creature in the dark, narrow, and damp cave filled him with an overwhelming sense of fear and despair, evoking a suffocating sensation within him. Wengu, you weren't injured, were you? No serious injuries, merely some scrapes. Fortunately, the illusory Leviathan lent its assistance. Otherwise, it would have been perilous. Zhou Wen recalled the moment when he had to fend off the burrowing rockworm with a dozen wooden shields, and a cold sweat broke out on his back. If you ever find yourself in a treasure cave, make sure to inform me before you embark on your expedition. I can offer you some assistance. Thank you, Wengu. But isn't exploring such caves a bit too dangerous? I feel there is no need to take that risk. Jiang Haitao felt frightened just from listening to Zhou Wen's narrative. The thought of venturing there himself was daunting. That simply cannot be the case. In this world of survival, it is a competition for resources and blueprints. The treasures found within those caves are rare commodities. If you choose to retreat, you will always be left behind. Currently, it seems that survivalists are not encountering one another. But what about in the future? If conflict arises and you lag behind, I need not elaborate on the consequences. All right, but you must promise to help me when the time comes. Rest assured, that is a given. Zhou Wen advised Jiang Haitao not to speak of the treasure cave to others before concluding their conversation. Afterward, he utilized 10 units of stone, 10 units of glass, and 10 units of sand to construct a small aquarium. On his way back from the cave, he had not forgotten the gel worms he had previously encountered. There were many in the waterlogged cave, and he managed to catch 10 of them, bringing them back in his clothing. These 10 gel worms were now housed in the small aquarium. However, with the addition of 2 small aquariums occupying 1 square meter each, there was no longer space on the wooden platform. As expanding the wooden foundation was not feasible, Zhou Wen contemplated building upwards instead. He erected 2 wooden bases supported by 4 logs directly above his sleeping platforms, leaving the center open so he could still sleep in his previous position. Although the overhead bases made the sleeping area feel even more confined, the 2 small aquariums were placed atop the second layer of wooden bases, leaving Zhou Wen nestled in the remaining space below. How is it that as my development accelerates, my living space diminishes? Zhou Wen mused, feeling cramped in the little area left for sleeping, unable to suppress his lament. Before retiring for the night, Zhou Wen cast a glance at the myriad private messages from various survivors in the system interface. There were tens of thousands of messages, the majority inquiring why he had abruptly ceased the sale of wooden foundations. Zhou Wen chose to disregard these messages, having departed from the gastric space. It was naturally impossible for him to continue crafting. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, he intended to resume sales the following day, rendering these inquiries moot. Among the messages, one sought to negotiate for a second algae oxygenator. Upon inspecting the other party's trading blueprint, Zhou recognized it as the chopstick blueprint he had previously encountered in the World Exchange Channel. Without hesitation, he messaged the individual and successfully traded for the chopstick blueprint. The absence of chopsticks during his simple hot pot meal had left him quite distressed. Chopstick blueprint requires what X1. After utilizing the chopstick blueprint, Zhou promptly crafted the chopsticks. Having endured a taxing day, he felt deserving of a reward in the form of a can of fruit. As he opened the can, he took a generous sip of the syrup, allowing its sweetness to dispel the weariness of the day. With the newly crafted chopsticks, he effortlessly picked up the fruit within, savoring each delightful morsel as it entered his mouth. The convenience of chopsticks is truly delightful, enhancing the enjoyment. Chapter 49. Golden Sea Grass on the 10th day. Zhou awakened, as was his custom, sitting up from the wooden platform. However, his head collided with the wooden beams above. A sharp intake of breath escaped him as he recalled the two wooden structures he had erected overhead the previous night. He could only ruefully massage the aching spot on his head and crawl out from between the two beams. As soon as his arms pressed against the wooden platform, he was seized by a profound ache, the muscles in his arms tingling with a lingering discomfort. Yesterday, in the treasure cave, he had relied heavily on his arms to advance, even competing in endurance against the elusive rockworm. In moments of peril, adrenaline surged through him, enhancing his muscular strength beyond the ordinary, which likely strained his tendons. Today, he fervently hoped not to encounter the anchorhead worm. Zhou gingerly crawled out, wishing for a day of rest, for his arms were too weak to exert themselves. Nevertheless, should he cross paths with the anchorhead worm, he would have no choice but to fight through the pain, knowing that such recklessness would only exacerbate his tendon injury and prolong his recovery. A troubling thought crossed his mind. What had happened to the 2 points of constitution he had added yesterday? Why did he feel no improvement? Zhou opened his character attributes panel. Zhou, normal human attributes are 10 points, intelligence, 10 strength, 10, 5 constitution, 12 speed, 14 evaluation, a healthy individual, surpassing the ordinary. With a constitution of 12, he had indeed surpassed the typical limits. Why then was his recovery so sluggish? Zhou pondered that surely a constitution of 12 would yield some significant benefit. Yet, he was mistaken. While an increase in constitution could hasten recovery, a score of 12 merely accelerated it marginally, far from the miraculous healing he had envisioned. Moreover, if it were not for this enhanced constitution, even rising from the wooden platform would have been a laborious task. Zhou sighed in mild frustration. After all, the specifics of how these attribute increases manifested were not detailed in the task attributes panel. He was left to speculate, uncertain if his conjectures were accurate. After scrutinizing his constitution, he shifted his focus to strength, becoming absorbed in the sight of his 10.5 strength. Previously, he had contemplated enhancing his strength through exercise, and his hypothesis had proven correct. He had indeed gained 0.5 in strength, but only while remaining within the normal range of 10 points. Now that his strength had surpassed the average, he felt further calisthenics, such as push-ups, might yield diminishing returns. Perhaps I should persist with the push-ups for now, he mused, at least to regain that 0.5. Zhou recognized that he was still in the exploratory phase of his training. Relying solely on conjecture was insufficient. He would have to gradually experiment and devise a systematic approach to augment his strength. Having reviewed his attributes, Zhou began to survey his surroundings. First glancing at the boiling blood coral he had retrieved the day before, he harbored concerns that the coral polyps might have been affected by the transmission through the system interface. Zhou held the headlamp in his hand, directing its beam meticulously towards the boiling blood coral within the small aquarium. After a careful observation, he was relieved to find that the coral polyps were still alive. However, the food source for these blood corals was blood, and he pondered the challenge of sourcing it. The thought of feeding the coral polyps with his own blood was unthinkable. Was he to use the blood of the Leviathan instead? After a moment of contemplation, he concluded that utilizing the blood of the Leviathan would be the most suitable option. Given its substantial size, drawing a small amount of blood would hardly affect it. Nevertheless, he ultimately dismissed this notion, at least for the time being, he wouldn't resort to sacrificing Leviathan blood for the sake of the blood corals. Instead, he conceived another method to procure blood by hunting the anchorworms. In the future, if he encountered an anchorworm, he could slay it and use its blood to nourish the blood corals. If he didn't come across one, he could simply post a request in the World Exchange channel, as the blood from a single anchorworm should suffice for feeding the blood corals. Zhou Wen vividly recalled the first anchorworm he had slain. The scene of blood splattering was unforgettable, with an impressive volume of blood. After inspecting the blood coral, he turned his gaze to another small aquarium housing gelworms. The water in this tank was minimal, and since he had no means of acquiring seawater upon his return yesterday, Zhou Wen resorted to transferring seawater from the blood coral's aquarium, cupping it in his hands several times to fill the gelworm's tank. Based on what he had observed in the cave, it seemed that gelworms did not necessarily require a fully aquatic environment. A slight moisture was sufficient for their survival. He took a moment to examine the 10 gelworms, noting that they appeared healthy, each slowly crawling along the glass of the small aquarium and leaving behind trails of slimy residue. The biological compendium provided a straightforward description of the gelworms, stating that their bodies could produce hemostatic gel and exhibited remarkable regenerative abilities. Intrigued, Zhou Wen decided to test the extent of the gel worm's regenerative power. He carefully selected one, wielding a fishbone knife to slice it horizontally in half, then placed both halves back into the small aquarium. Afterward, he opted not to waste time waiting idly for results, instead directing his attention to the golden silk fruit he had been eagerly anticipating. As he approached the seagrass cultivation box, his keen eyes spotted a tiny seagrass seedling, merely 3 centimeters tall, growing amidst the gravel. The seagrass shone a brilliant golden hue, glimmering under the light. It had sprouted. Zhou Wen's excitement was palpable. Momentarily, he could scarcely believe his eyes and had to double-check several times. Once he confirmed that there was indeed a golden-hued seagrass seedling, he was overwhelmed with joy. His reaction was not unwarranted. After all, the golden silk seagrass could yield golden silk fruit, which would enhance the consumer's strength by 5 points, in addition to the fibers required for the fishbone armor. Thus, the significance of the golden silk seagrass to Zhou Wen was evident, and the successful germination of the golden silk fruit was cause for immense celebration. Based on the previous interactions between Chun Xian and Zhou Wen regarding the transaction of the golden silk fruit, it can be inferred that Chun Xian acquired at least 2 pieces of this exquisite fruit, suggesting that a single golden silk seaweed can yield no fewer than 2 fruits. Of course, there exists the possibility that Chun Xian experienced an extraordinary stroke of luck, encountering 2 golden silk seaweeds simultaneously. However, Zhou Wen deemed this likelihood to be exceedingly slim. Furthermore, Zhou Wen harbored a bold hypothesis that the golden silk seaweed might indeed bear 3 fruits at once. This speculation was rooted in his personal experiences. Whenever he encountered items capable of enhancing attribute points, he would invariably consume them a second time to ascertain whether further enhancements were possible before deciding to sell them. Chun Xian likely followed a similar course of action, having consumed 2 golden silk fruits and confirmed that no additional strength could be gained. She sought to trade the last one with him. Zhou Wen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed upon the delicate, slender seaweed sprout. The mere thought of being able to cultivate such a rare and potent resource filled him with exhilaration. After momentarily calming his emotions, Zhou Wen turned his attention once more to the rock crystal leaf tree he had brought back the previous day. Chapter 50. The ripening of watermelons. The rock crystal leaf tree remains planted within the damaged spiked helmet, as there is simply no additional space on the wooden platform for its cultivation. Moreover, planting it beyond the confines of the wooden platform is not a feasible option, for the excrement of the burrowing rockworm is merely soft mud, incapable of withstanding the relentless onslaught of seawater. Nonetheless, the rock crystal leaf tree is an exceedingly significant plant. Its fruit, the rock fruit, has the remarkable ability to enhance attributes repeatedly, and it can augment 3 distinct attributes. Today marks the ripening of the watermelon. Once harvested, the vacated space shall be devoted to the cultivation of the rock crystal leaf tree. It is crucial to prioritize appropriately, for the importance of the rock crystal leaf tree far surpasses that of mere crops like watermelons. Zhou is eager to witness the rock crystal leaf tree bear its fruit once more, curious to ascertain the extent of attribute points the rock fruit can confer. With a heart brimming with anticipation, Zhou clutched the spiked helmet designated for planting the rock crystal leaf tree and made his way to the cultivation area. His gaze fell upon a small planting box, where a watermelon, larger than a basketball and adorned with undulating stripes of varying shades, lay nestled amidst the vines. The once vibrant green vines and leaves were now showing signs of withering. With excitement coursing through him, Zhou approached the watermelon and gently tapped it. The entire fruit quivered slightly, producing a crisp, resonant thud, clearly indicating its ripeness. However, he refrained from plucking the watermelon just yet, observing the vines and leaves. He surmised that true ripeness would only be achieved once they had completely withered. Zhou swallowed hard, for he could tell from the feedback of his gentle tap that this was indeed a succulent watermelon with a thin rind and ample flesh. Temporarily suppressing his desire to indulge, he shifted his attention to the sweet potatoes growing nearby. The sweet potatoes lay hidden beneath the soil, their vines now darkened with age. The once even terrain bore slight protrusions, suggesting that the sweet potatoes had reached a considerable size. Having inspected the crops, Zhou noted that it was nearly time for the Leviathan's feeding phase. He found a secure spot for the rock crystal leaf tree he held in hand, and then retreated back to his resting area. In that moment, he no longer perceived the space as constricted. Rather, it enveloped him in a profound sense of security. With a wooden foundation overhead and an oxygen-producing algae tank before him, he felt as if he were sheltered within a diminutive abode, protected from the dangers lurking outside. Yet, security aside, it was imperative to don his defensive gear. Zhou opened the blueprint interface and navigated to the design for the iron greatsword. With superior weaponry now available and the necessary materials at hand, he resolved to enhance his safety further, thus setting aside the fishbone knife for the time being. With a decisive click, he initiated the crafting process. 3 iron ingots and a portion of wood transformed into a radiant blue light, coalescing before him into a 1-meter-long iron greatsword. The sword's blade measures 70 centimeters, with a 30-centimeter handle designed for two-handed wielding. Its form is broad at the front and tapered at the back. The blade itself curved gracefully from the base to the tip, well suited for slicing. It is somewhat weighty. Zhou grasped the iron broadsword with one hand, assessing its weight, which he estimated to be around 10 pounds. For someone like Zhou, this weight rendered him capable of only simple slashing motions with one hand, placing considerable strain on his wrist. To truly harness the sword's potential, he would need to wield it with both hands, yet he had never practiced with a broadsword before, making his dual-handed swings somewhat awkward. It appeared that practice was essential. With both hands firmly gripping the sword, Zhou attempted a few swings, feeling his arms lacking in coordination. This was to be expected, as he was an ordinary individual who had only ever wielded a kitchen knife. Now, faced with the unfamiliarity of a broadsword, he understood that adaptation would come only through persistent practice. The sound of surging seawater echoed within the esophagus, prompting Zhou to focus his mind and conceal himself behind an algal oxygenation tank, listening intently to the aquatic ambience. Today, he hoped to avoid encountering the anchorhead worm, as any strain on his injured arm could prove detrimental. While a casual swing of the sword might be manageable, exerting himself could exacerbate his condition. After keenly listening and surveying the mirrored surface of the water, he confirmed the absence of any anchorhead worms. Zhou then accessed the blueprint interface and crafted 21 algal oxygenation tanks. The previous night, he had traded his own tank for the Chopsticks blueprint, and now he replenished his stock, listing the remaining 20 tanks on the trading channel for other survivors to acquire. After some time, it seemed that Zhou's hopes were realized, or perhaps luck was on his side, as he navigated the feeding phase unscathed. However, others were not as fortunate. The death toll had risen sharply, aligning with Zhou's earlier predictions, surpassing 50,000 lives lost. Faced with such staggering mortality, Zhou felt helpless and continued to sell wooden foundations to provide survivors with a modicum of defense. Jiang Haitao encountered an anchorhead worm attack, but having learned from Zhou to hide behind the algal oxygenation tanks, successfully avoided being dragged into the water, unlike Zhou when had been previously. Safely waiting on a wooden platform for the tide to recede, he found that the anchorhead worm's agility significantly diminished without the water. Armed with the heavy spiked armor Zhou when had provided and wielding a fishbone blade, Jiang Haitao remained still, awaiting the worm to latch onto him. When it did, he struck decisively, cleaving through the worm's soft body and successfully dispatching it. Upon hearing this, Zhou immediately requested that Jiang Haitao send the carcass of the anchorhead worm. He then placed the creature's blood into a small aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. The blood tinted the previously clear seawater crimson, exciting the coral polyps, which began to dance and absorb the nutrient-rich liquid. After nourishing the boiling blood corals, Zhou tossed a portion of seaweed left over from the feeding phase into the gel worm tank as sustenance for them. Having completed the feeding, Zhou announced a request for gold ore in the global trading channel, for if gold ore could indeed foster the growth of golden silk seaweed, he intended to acquire a substantial amount. After accomplishing all these tasks, Zhou began to transport seaweed. Due to his arm injury, he could not exert too much force, resulting in a slower pace that took nearly 2 hours. However, the mere expenditure of an additional hour would not affect the quantity of resource boxes obtained. The delight of indulging in watermelon. While transporting seaweed, Zhou observed that the vines of the watermelon had completely withered, signifying that the fruit was thoroughly ripe. After finishing the seaweed transport, he hurriedly ascended the wooden platform and plucked the large watermelon from the desiccated tendrils. The recently crafted iron cleaver was perfectly suited for slicing the watermelon. Chapter 51. Consuming watermelon. Zhou cradled the watermelon as he approached the wooden platform beneath his resting area. He removed the algae oxygenation tank that served as a makeshift wall, thereby creating a more spacious environment, and set the watermelon upon the wooden surface. After many days, it had finally ripened. Zhou reminisced about the moment 6 days prior when he had sown the watermelon seeds. Although the time span was brief, it felt as if an eternity had passed. This sensation was undoubtedly attributed to the multitude of events that had transpired over those 6 days, which kept his mind in a perpetual state of busyness, stretching each day endlessly. Reflecting on the initial ambition of cultivating a large area for self-sufficiency, he realized how challenging that aspiration was to actualize. The limited space of the stomach wall, though would gradually expand with the growth of the Leviathan, was a slow process. Achieving true self-sufficiency, where he need not worry about sustenance, would require at least 20 to 30 small planting boxes, approximately 20 to 30 square meters. Presently, the stomach wall had indeed expanded somewhat due to the Leviathan's growth, yet this increase was evenly distributed across the area, insufficient for accommodating more wooden foundations. Given the current growth rate of the Leviathan, approximately 1 meter per day, it would take around 20 days for the stomach wall's dimensions to increase by a meter. Thus, to house 20 or 30 small planting boxes, the stomach wall would need to reach at least 10 meters in length, resulting in a total stomach area of 100 square meters. Zhou's wooden foundations typically occupied 1/4 to 1/5 of the stomach wall space, allowing for only 20 to 25 square meters for cultivation, excluding the minimal requirements for living space. By this estimation, achieving self-sufficiency would necessitate at least 100 days. While Zhou had only been in this world for 10. In these 10 days, he had faced near-death experiences 4 times. On the first day, while transporting seaweed, he nearly suffocated. On the 4th day, he encountered a razor-toothed worm and almost choked. On the 7th day, 2 razor-toothed worms dragged him underwater, nearly drowning him. And on the 9th day, he found himself powerless against a burrowing worm in a treasure cave. As Zhou reflected on these perilous days, the prospect of achieving self-sufficiency within 100 days seemed daunting. Whether he would even be alive by then remained uncertain. Deciding to cast aside these troubling thoughts, Zhou focused on the immediate delight of consuming the watermelon. He lifted his iron blade, gently striking the center of the watermelon. With a crisp sound, the blade sliced through the rind, causing the watermelon to split open effortlessly. He set down the iron blade and, using both hands, pulled the halves apart, revealing a vibrant expanse of red flesh. Wow! Zhou gasped in astonishment. This watermelon was indeed the fruit of his dreams. It was universally acknowledged that the most delectable part of the watermelon resided in its seedless heart, where a single bite offered a crisp, sweet delight, free from the need to spit out seeds, allowing one to fully indulge in the lusciousness and aroma of its flesh. The watermelon cultivated by Zhou is entirely composed of fruit flesh resembling the heart of the melon, appearing firm, plump, translucent, and abundantly juicy. The rind is so thin, measuring only 2 to 3 millimeters, and is remarkably crisp. With a mere tug, it easily peels away from the vibrant red flesh. Naturally, this watermelon is not devoid of seeds. Nestled amid the luscious red pulp are 2 dark watermelon seeds, quietly embedded in the succulent flesh. Zhou gazes at these 2 conspicuous seeds within the vibrant fruit, a look of delight gracing his face as he carefully plucks them out, knowing that with seeds in hand, he can continue to cultivate watermelons. With a series of crisp cuts, half of the watermelon is sliced into 7 or 8 wedges. Zhou swiftly seizes a slice and eagerly brings it to his mouth. As he takes a hearty bite, the firm, crisp flesh bursts forth, releasing a cascade of sweet juice that splatters in his mouth, filling the air with an intoxicating fragrance that envelopes him in a wave of blissful contentment. This is simply divine. Zhou has never tasted such exquisite watermelon before. Compared to the fruit preserved in cans he once enjoyed, this is an entirely different realm of flavor. As he continues to indulge, he rapidly consumes half of the watermelon, and feeling the slight expansion of his stomach, he gazes at the remaining half with some regret for his limited capacity to enjoy the entirety of the fruit. Let us cut half for Jiang Haitao. He won't be able to finish it either, and if I store it in the cabinet, the taste will surely diminish by evening. Wow, brother one, where did you get this watermelon? It looks absolutely stunning. Jiang Haitao is astounded upon receiving the watermelon Zhou sent him, having never encountered such a visually appealing fruit. Reminiscent of a ruby, it was grown from the watermelon seeds you provided. What? Brother one, you can farm now? Indeed. Would you like to try planting? I would. But is that possible? Jiang Haitao, though not particularly preoccupied, is not naive. In a world where even sustenance requires opening resource boxes, the importance of farming is self-evident. He doubts Zhou would supply him with the necessary items for cultivation. Of course, I will send you 2 small planting boxes. You will need to procure the seeds yourself. Zhou opens the blueprint interface, promptly crafting 2 small planting boxes and sending them to Jiang Haitao, along with 2 bundles of basic fertilizer. Given his limited space, he cannot expand his cultivation alone. The best course of action is to enlist the help of trusted individuals to plant. Thank you for your kindness, brother one. There's no need for such formality. Since you call me brother, I shall look after you. By the way, the 2 bundles of basic fertilizer can be used after you plant the seeds. Each small planting box requires 1, which will accelerate crop growth. All right, brother one, I'm already in the process of procuring seeds. As the conversation with Jiang Haitao drew to a close, Zhou gazed at the remaining quarter of the watermelon, hesitating for a moment before opening Chun Xian's profile and sending her a message. Miss Chun, weren't you interested in collaborating with me before? Indeed, it has been quite a while. I thought Mr. Zhou had forgotten about me. I wonder how Mr. Zhou has been considering this matter. I am willing to agree to the collaboration, but prior to that, you must submit 2 of the 5 blueprints you obtained from the sale of the 10 algae oxygenation tanks as a gesture of trust. Furthermore, I require all 5 blueprints to be sent to me. I will select 2 that I need, and you may keep the rest. Zhou, this request seems rather excessive. How can I be certain that you are not attempting to deceive me regarding the blueprints? Chapter 52. The stone mortar. The trust between individuals must be cultivated gradually. In our previous transaction involving the golden silk fruit, I have already demonstrated my integrity. Mr. Zhou, if you put it that way, I had already placed my trust in you during the transaction of the golden silk fruit by delivering it to you in advance. Yet now, you ask me to take another gamble with even greater stakes. This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? Since you have trusted me once before, Miss Chun, why not extend that trust once more? This could further deepen the bond of trust between us. However, that is unacceptable. Why must it always be me who trusts you, rather than you trusting me? With the current high demand for wooden foundations, Do you not find it exhausting to produce them continuously? Instead, why not entrust the blueprints to me so that I may assist you in their production and sale? I assure you, I will return the blueprints without fail. Could not trust me just this once, Mr. Zhou? The blueprints for the wooden foundations cannot be entrusted to you. Zhou firmly and unequivocally rejected the idea. The significance of these blueprints transcends mere trust. They must remain in his possession. Unless someone else discovers an identical blueprint, Zhou would not relinquish them to anyone. Mr. Zhou, how can we establish trust between us with such an attitude? Miss Chun, do not confuse the hierarchy of our relationship. You are the one seeking to join my team. It is you who must earn my trust, not the other way around. Nevertheless, given our history in this world, I have decided to allow you to join my team. Of course, if you find my conditions excessive, you're free to decline. I only hope you will keep our dealings confidential. Upon reading Zhou Wen's words, Chen Xian hesitated. Although this trust pact seemed to disadvantage her, she acknowledged Zhou Wen's integrity through their numerous prior transactions. Furthermore, if she did not join Zhou Wen's team, whom could she turn to? He was the one with the most resources and blueprints at his disposal. Even if she were to establish her own group, it would never rival Zhou Wen's. After some contemplation, she resolved to accept this seemingly disadvantageous pact, albeit with a slight modification. Mr. Zhou, I do not possess 5 blueprints. Rather, I have 4, along with 10 algae oxygenators. I have only sold 8, retaining 2 for my own use, as I previously acquired only 1 from you. To maintain a stable supply of oxygen, at least 2 algae oxygenators are necessary. I can offer you the 4 blueprints for your selection, but I cannot provide all 4 at once. What do you propose instead? I will give you 1 blueprint. After you review it, you must return it to me. Then I will provide you with another, and we shall repeat this process until you have seen all 4. Afterward, you can inform me which 2 blueprints you require, and I will hand them over. Agreed. That method is excellent. It perfectly exemplifies the mutual trust between us. Chen Xian's approach was far more refined than Zhou Wen's crude and forceful method of imposing trust. Although the blueprints circulated back and forth between them, ultimately returning to Chen Xian's possession, the trust between them gradually deepened throughout the process. Having secured Zhou Wen's agreement, Chen Xian sent him a blueprint. Upon receiving the wooden bowl blueprint, Zhou Wen momentarily found himself at a loss for words. Was it valuable? Certainly, it held worth for Zhou Wen, especially since he also possessed a chopsticks blueprint, perfectly complementing the bowl. Yet, to the majority, it appeared as mere refuse. After perusing the blueprint, Zhou Wen promptly returned it, only to receive another from Chen Xian, the wooden table blueprint. A brief glance confirmed its usefulness to him, although it still lacked significant value. Next came the stone mortar blueprint. The simplistic imagery on the blueprint suggested it was a tool for grinding powders. Could the boiling blood powder perhaps require the mortar to pulverize the boiling blood coral? Zhou Wen speculated. This stone mortar blueprint was certainly desirable, though he would need to return it to Chen Xian for the time being. What? There's a spiked glove in the spiked armor set? Zhou Wen pondered in confusion, having thought he had already gathered a complete set. However, the spiked gloves still held limited value, given their inadequate defensive coverage. Survivors would likely prefer trading for a wooden shield instead, which could protect vital areas of the body far more effectively. For someone who already possessed an entire spiked armor set, the gloves were merely a supplementary enhancement, their absence hardly making a difference. Which 2 do you require? After Zhou Wen had reviewed and returned all the blueprints, Chen Xian inquired. The stone mortar and the spiked gloves. Having made his decision, Chen Xian said no more and directly forwarded the 2 blueprints to Zhou Wen. Welcome, Chen Xian, to my team. I hope you will contribute significantly in the future. Zhou Wen messaged, subsequently sending the remaining watermelon to Chen Xian. Upon receiving it, Chen Xian was astounded by the watermelon's perfection. After tasting it, she was further captivated by its sweet and crisp flavor. How did you acquire this watermelon? She echoed the same query as Jiang Haitao. Hee, delicious, right? It's homegrown. However, if you wish to grow your own, you must contribute to the team diligently. Unlike Jiang Haitao, who could be motivated purely by emotional ties, Chen Xian was astute, needing incentives to take action. Thus, it was essential to provide her with a goal. The small planting box became her objective. and when she would obtain it was at Zhou Wen's discretion. By the way, how many strength points do you have now? Zhou Wen suddenly recalled that Shen Xian had consumed a golden silk fruit, meaning her strength must have surpassed his. 13 points. Why do you ask? Can you move freely while wearing a full set of spiked armor? Yes, but it becomes tiring after a while. Understood. Work diligently alongside the team. If you perform well, you shall be rewarded with a fortifying sustenance. Why does this sound so much like an unscrupulous boss's empty promises? Haha, I assure you, I am no unscrupulous employer. I have always delivered on my commitments. Having concluded his conversation with Shen Xian, Zhou Wen proceeded to utilize the two newly acquired blueprints. Stone Mortar Blueprint requires Stone X2. Spiked Gloves Blueprint requires Spiked Krill Shell X2, Cloth X5. The materials for both items were minimal, allowing Zhou Wen to craft them without delay. Upon donning the spiked gloves, he noted that the back of his hands was entirely encased in a shell, adorned with numerous short, sharp protrusions, while the palms were made from the flexible shell of the spiked krill's abdomen, allowing for ease of movement. Zhou Wen found the gloves to be quite satisfactory. As for the stone mortar, it was intended for his endeavor to create the blood-boiling coral powder. He aimed to ascertain its precise purpose. Chapter 53. Blood-boiling coral powder. Zhou Wen temporarily stored away the stone mortar. Having finished the watermelon, he found the small planting box empty and prepared to transplant the rock crystal leaf tree into it. However, considering that the rock crystal leaf tree had originally thrived in the excrement of the burrowing worms within the treasure cave, he refrained from placing it directly into the soil of the planting box. Instead, he retrieved 3 portions of the burrowing worm's excrement from his storage compartment and spread them across the soil layer of the small planting box. He then carefully transplanted the rock crystal leaf tree atop the excrement, thus creating a more suitable environment for its growth. With the transplantation complete, he hoped that the rock crystal leaf tree would continue to bear rock fruits. After transplanting the rock crystal leaf tree, Zhou Wen turned his attention to the gold silk seagrass seedlings. Both of these plants possessed unique properties, and he needed to nurture them with care. Previously, he had acquired 5 pieces of gold ore through the world trading channel, and now he placed these 5 pieces delicately around the gold silk seagrass seedlings, forming a protective circle to facilitate their absorption of the golden element. Having completed these tasks, Zhou Wen took out the stone mortar once more and approached the small aquarium housing the blood-boiling coral. At that moment, the seawater, once tainted with the blood of the anchorhead worm, had returned to its crystalline clarity, indicating that the blood-boiling coral had successfully absorbed all the blood from the water. Moreover, Zhou Wen sensed, perhaps due to an illusion, that the blood-boiling coral appeared to have grown slightly larger. It seemed that the coral's growth rate was indeed rapid. Initially, he had worried that extracting a segment of the blood-boiling coral would require a lengthy recovery period for the coral polyps. However, it now appeared that his concerns were unwarranted. The overall shape of the blood-boiling coral resembled that of antlers. Zhou Wen reached into the small aquarium and selected the thinnest, smallest antler-like projection. He attempted to snap it off with force, but to his surprise, it would not yield. How could it be so resilient? This slender projection was merely the size of his little finger, and he had expected to break it with ease. Since he could not succeed with his hands, he decided to employ a more formidable tool. He lifted a heavy iron blade and gently submerged it into the water. Positioning the tip next to the delicate projection, he then applied a gentle force and struck the fork connection point. The iron blade's hardness and sharpness were surely beyond what the coral could withstand, and the fragile piece was cleanly severed. Zhou Wen quickly withdrew the iron blade and retrieved the broken segment of coral from the water surface. This small fragment still housed several blood-boiling coral polyps, yet they remained attached to the coral body and could not detach themselves. Zhou Wen paid them no mind. After all, the aquarium contained plenty of coral polyps, and given some time, their numbers would surely replenish. Wait a moment. Could I perhaps strike off several more segments of the blood-boiling coral and replant them in the sand? With ample blood supply, could they gradually grow into a new blood-boiling coral? Zhou Wen considered this notion to be quite feasible, as the growth of blood-boiling coral relied on the calcified bodies of the coral polyps. As long as the polyps remained alive and were provided with sufficient nourishment, they would inevitably flourish. Thus, The blood-boiling coral in Zhou Wen's possession would increase exponentially, an inexhaustible resource. However, at this juncture, Zhou Wen merely entertained this notion, for the blood-boiling coral was still in a modest quantity, not yet ripe for division, and he lacked the materials to construct a small aquarium. Hence, the implementation of this idea remained a distant prospect. Casting the thought aside, Zhou Wen prepared to grind the blood-boiling coral into powder. The stone mortar consisted of two components, the mortar itself to hold the substance and the pestle to grind it. Zhou Wen placed a small segment of the blood-boiling coral into the mortar and commenced crushing it with the pestle. Bang, 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 with a few firm strikes. Zhou Wen shattered the coral. The tiny coral polyps residing upon its surface crushed, their minute crimson blood seeping forth from their bodies. A slight furrow formed on Zhou Wen's brow, as an inexplicable sense of cruelty washed over him. Yet his hands did not cease until the coral was entirely pulverized. The essence of the blood-boiling coral differed markedly from that of earthly corals, while earthly corals bore a white core. The blood-boiling coral was entirely drenched in a rich, blood-red hue. Once shattered, Zhou Wen began to grind in circular motions within the mortar, uncertain of the requisite fineness, but adhering to the notion that, as the description suggested, it would be a powder, the finer the better. Ding. Obtain a small portion of blood-boiling coral powder X1. Ding. Consuming a small portion of blood-boiling coral powder grants 3 constitution, 5 strength, 5 speed for 10 minutes, and accelerates recovery from injuries. It may be consumed only once per day. By heavens, the effects are truly astonishing. Upon hearing the description of the blood-boiling coral powder resonate in his mind, Zhou Wen's heart raced with excitement. He had previously assumed the powder to be a form of poison, one that would cause the blood of those who ingested it to boil, leading to their demise. Such a notion was not unfounded, given its ominous name, coupled with the fact that the coral polyps feasted upon blood. Yet, to his surprise, it was entirely contrary to his expectations. Rather, it was a substance that provided a temporary enhancement, simultaneously augmenting strength and speed by 5 points. This 5-point increase should not be underestimated. Clad in a full set of spiked armor, Zhou Wen found even slight movements exhausting. Chun Xin, with a strength of 13, could not sustain prolonged activity in a complete set of spiked armor. But after consuming the blood-boiling coral powder, her strength would surge to 18, allowing her to maneuver freely for 10 minutes at an impressive speed. A true lifesaver. Zhou Wen's smile stretched from ear to ear as he resolved to personally test the effects of the blood-boiling coral. He swiftly poured the powder from the mortar into his mouth. It was somewhat dry, so he took a sip of bottled water to swallow it entirely. Ding. Constitution 3. Strength 5, Speed 5. As the notification of attribute enhancement echoed in his mind, Zhou Wen felt an exhilarating surge coursing through his veins. His skin began to flush slightly, and an unprecedented sense of power enveloped him. Zhou Wen, with attributes reflecting a normal human at 10 points, boasts an intellect of 10, strength of 15, 5, constitution of 15, and an astonishing speed of 19. Remarkably, the evaluation can discern the temporary enhancement of these attributes, which Zhou Wen finds quite intriguing. Upon reviewing his attributes, he promptly donned an entire suit of spiked armor, including the spiked gloves, raising a wooden shield in his left hand and wielding a formidable iron sword in his right. Despite the weight of the complete spiked armor, he felt significantly more empowered than at a strength rating of 10. 5. He could now effortlessly swing his arms, unencumbered by the weight of the spiked bracers, and his movements became markedly more agile, enabling him to sprint with surprising speed even while clad in armor. However, the impressive speed of 19 was not distinctly felt, likely due to the armor's burden. Consequently, Zhou Wen removed the entire spiked armor and began to run within the confines of his spatial stomach. At last, his speed of 19 was fully realized. He moved with a swiftness akin to mastering the art of lightness, surpassing the world record for short distance running on Earth. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Strength -5, speed -5. The enhancement from the boiling blood coral powder had faded after 10 minutes, causing Zhou Wen to feel a stark decline in his capabilities, as if he had transformed from an indomitable force into a frail and helpless being. Chapter 54. Hemostatic gel, no wonder it can only be used once a day. It appears that the amplification leaves one in a state of weakness afterward. Zhou Wen felt as if all his vitality had been drained from his body. Fortunately, the perilous phase of consuming resources had passed. Otherwise, in his current state, he would have lacked the strength even to wield a blade against an anchorworm. With little else to occupy him, Zhou Wen collected the spiked armor he had carelessly discarded on the ground and climbed back into the narrow resting area. Just as he settled in, he was surprised to find that the pain in his arm tendons had dissipated. Tentatively, he performed a couple of push-ups and confirmed that he was indeed well. The restorative effects of the blood-boiling coral powder were unexpectedly potent, he mused. In summary, the blood-boiling coral powder offered a remarkably comprehensive enhancement, boosting strength, speed, and recovery abilities. Moreover, upon its initial consumption, it provided a permanent increase of 3 points to one's constitution, albeit usable only in dire situations. As one would succumb to weakness post-amplification, rendering it a trump card, he wondered if the hemostatic gel derived from the gel worm could also be crafted using a stone mortar. Zhou Wen, feeling rather fatigued, curled up in his resting area, contemplating while recovering his stamina and energy. As he pondered, his eyelids began to droop. The after-effects of the blood-boiling coral were indeed overwhelming. Yet, it was hardly the time for slumber. In just over an hour, the Leviathan would manifest to consume the first supply crate of the day. Although the supply crate phases have been relatively safe in recent days, one could not afford to lower their guard. With this thought, Zhou Wen rose and retrieved a can of fruit from his storage compartment, along with a pair of chopsticks. As he opened the can, he began to eat slowly with the chopsticks. Having recently indulged in fresh, delicious watermelon, the canned fruit stature had plummeted in his estimation. He found the texture of the canned fruit to be subpar and the syrup excessively sweet. In every regard, it paled in comparison to the watermelon. I truly am insatiable. Zhou Wen chuckled at himself. Among the survivors, there were undoubtedly many who had yet to taste canned fruit. Yet here he was, expressing disdain. Time passed slowly, and after about an hour, he heard the sound of water in his esophagus. After finishing the canned fruit, he rested for another hour, regaining much of his energy. The esophagus opened, and seawater surged into the stomach's cavity. The first supply crate of the day had arrived. Zhou Wen donned his spiked armor and entered a state of readiness, slowing his breathing to listen intently to the sounds of the sea. Soon, he detected the commotion of creatures swimming rapidly through the water. Mirror skin pike. The commotion made by the aquatic creatures felt familiar to Zhou Wen. As the seawater receded, he indeed heard the familiar sound of fish leaping. Shining his light, he spotted a shimmering silhouette leaping energetically. It was unmistakably a mirror skin pike. Zhou Wen crawled out of the resting area, first locating and opening the supply crate, then waiting until the mirror skin pike had exhausted itself before proceeding to handle it. Ping. Gold ore ixuno. Another piece of gold, or it seemed that my chances of encountering these rare minerals were quite favorable at present. Zhou Wen, while speaking, approached the seaweed cultivation box and placed the gold or near the golden silk seaweed. With his energy somewhat restored, he decided to check on the previously bisected gel worm. As he arrived at the aquarium housing the gel worms, he discovered that the seaweed he had earlier discarded had been nearly consumed, and the number of gel worms had increased to 11, although 2 of them were significantly smaller than the others. This, splitting into 2, has resulted in 2 individuals? Zhou Wen expressed his surprise. This was not merely a strong recuperative ability, it was evidently a remarkable regenerative capacity. Astonished, Zhou Wen reached out and captured one of the smaller gel worms, tossing it into the stone mortar. He intended to experiment with his hypothesis. Crushing the gel worm's body with a pestle was a more brutal process than grinding the boiling blood coral worm, for it was indeed a living creature. However, there was no alternative. As per the gel worm's description, it was intended to produce hemostatic gel from its own body. Fortunately, the entirety of the gel worm's body was composed of gel, devoid of blood, thus not appearing excessively gruesome. Given the softness of the worm's body, Zhou Wen exerted little effort, and soon the gel worm transformed into a viscous lump of gel. Ding! Acquired hemostatic gel X1. Ding! Hemostatic gel. When a wound is profusely bleeding, Applying the hemostatic gel to the wound will yield immediate hemostatic effects and slightly accelerate the healing process. It truly works, and the effect is substantial. Zhou Wen's eyes brightened upon hearing the notification, affirming that his prior conjecture was indeed correct. After attentively absorbing the details of the hemostatic gel as properties, a look of joy spread across his face. The significance of the hemostatic gel was immense. Previously, when the anchorworm had bitten into the stomach wall, blood had poured forth uncontrollably, and Zhou Wen had been powerless to intervene. Fortunately, the size of the sunball creature had been just right to stem the flow, or he would have had to watch helplessly as the wound continued to bleed. Now equipped with hemostatic gel, he possessed a means to treat the transformed Leviathan. Should any creature bite into the stomach wall space again, he could utilize the hemostatic gel to mend the wound. Contemplating the vital role of the hemostatic gel for the transformed Leviathan, Zhou Wen felt that 10 gel worms were woefully insufficient. In the event of extensive wounds to the stomach wall space, these few gel worms would undoubtedly fall short. Therefore, he raised his iron blade and severed the 9 larger gel worms, cutting each into 2 halves. Subsequently, he retrieved 2 portions of the previously acquired seaweed from his storage cabinet, placing them into the small aquarium to augment the gel worm population. Had he known, he should have captured several more yesterday, Zhou Wen lamented. Currently, both he and the transformed Leviathan's stomach wall space were uninjured, rendering the hemostatic gel he had crafted temporarily unnecessary. Thus, he stored it away. Next, he turned to address the mirror skin pike, drawing upon his prior experience from processing 3 of them. With practiced movements and aided by a sharper iron blade, he found it even simpler to slice through the fish flesh. The mirror-scaled pike's flesh was divided into 3 portions and placed on the trading channel, continuing the quest for the fragments of the Leviathan's accelerated growth food codex. He had already amassed 6 fragments, mere 4 shy of completing the entire codex. Zhou Wen gazed upon the silver fishbone in his hand and decided to craft it into a fishbone knife, subsequently listing it on the trading channel to exchange for the remaining fragments. After all, he was only 4 pieces away, so it made sense to collect them all at once. Trading a fishbone knife for the fragments would undoubtedly incur a loss, as the current fishbone knife was among the most elite weapons among all survivors. While some had acquired the blueprint for a wooden sword, there was no comparison. The sharpness and durability of the wooden sword paled in comparison to that of the fishbone knife. Thus, utilizing the fishbone knife to trade for valuable blueprints was indeed the most appropriate course of action. However, with the fragments nearly complete, Zhou Wen was indifferent to the potential gains or losses. As soon as the fishbone knife was listed, a transaction occurred, and Zhou Wen promptly received 1 fragment. Shortly thereafter, the 3 portions of mirror-scaled pike flesh were also traded, resulting in 4 fragments appearing in his possession. At last, he had achieved his goal. Chapter 55. Fragment Synthesis. Zhou Wen retrieved the 6 previously stored fragments from his storage compartment and combined them with the 4 fragments in his hand. A prompt resounded in his mind. Ding. Synthesis of the Accelerated Growth Food Codex for the Illusory Leviathan 1010 is ready. Proceed with synthesis? Without hesitation, Zhou Wen chose to proceed. In an instant, the 10 fragments transformed into a radiant blue light, gradually coalescing in the air to form a luminous screen, which detailed 5 levels of accelerated growth foods. First, fruits cultivated by survivors, requiring 5 tons of sustenance for the illusory Leviathan. Growth speed increases by 10. Second, crimson kelp, requiring 10 tons. Growth speed increases by 20. Third, bamboo sea fungus, requiring 10 tons. Growth speed increases by 30. Fourth, golden seagrass, requiring 10 tons. Growth speed increases by 50. Fifth, golden king algae, requiring 1 ton. Growth speed increases by 100. After perusing the descriptions of the accelerated growth foods, Zhou Wen found himself utterly bewildered. He was incapable of producing any of the 5 varieties listed. The first option appeared the simplest, merely necessitating the use of a small planting box for fruit cultivation. However, the requisite 5 tons posed a formidable challenge. Where could he possibly find sufficient space to accommodate such an extensive array of planting boxes? Even if he filled the entirety of his stomach's capacity, he would still be unable to cultivate the fruit. As for the second option, crimson kelp, the third, bamboo sea fungus, and the fifth, golden king algae. He had never even heard of them. Only the fourth option, golden sea grass, was currently in his possession, yet he had but a single pitiable seedling. What a predicament! Zhou mused with a wry smile, feeling somewhat defeated. Nevertheless, the codex was not entirely devoid of value, apart from the first option. It provided comprehensive descriptions and accompanying images for the remaining 4 types of algae. Should he encounter these in the future, he would be able to recognize them immediately. With this thought in mind, Zhou meticulously examined all the information related to the 4 types of algae, particularly their appearances, to avoid missing out in the future. After committing the essential details to memory, he stowed away the Accelerated Growth Food Codex for the illusory Leviathan. The codex transformed into blue light, seamlessly integrating into his character attribute interface, where a small square appeared next to his name, inscribed with the character for food. A mere click would summon the Accelerated Growth Food Codex, proving to be quite convenient. The first option was not entirely out of reach, but did he truly wish to pursue it? Zhou contemplated briefly. The first strategy within the codex was indeed feasible. He could simply sell the small planting boxes, allowing other survivors to cultivate the fruits, while he would procure the basic materials necessary. Thus, with the abundant efforts of the survivors, the 5-ton requirement could be easily met. Zhou performed a rough calculation based on the watermelons he had previously consumed, estimating their weight at approximately 10 pounds, or about 5 kilograms each. A ton equates to 1,000 kilograms, which translates to approximately 200 watermelons. Therefore, 5 tons amount to 1,000 watermelons. At first glance, this figure appears substantial. Yet when juxtaposed with the over 90 million survivors, it is but a drop in the ocean, aptly described as a mere grain in the vast sea. The dilemma, however, lies in Zhou's reluctance to disseminate the small planting boxes just yet. He must seek out 1,000 individuals who will dutifully follow his directives. The challenge arises in locating these trustworthy individuals. As Zhou pondered his options, a private message arrived. Greetings, esteemed one. My name is Zui Junyang. I have recently formed a guild with over 1,000 survivors in the World Communication Channel, and I wish to extend an invitation for you to become our vice president. We would be honored to have your esteemed presence. A guild? Is it possible to establish a guild within the current world system? Zhou queried, a hint of confusion evident in his thoughts. He promptly accessed the World Communication Channel to investigate, but found no option for guild formation. Not at all. This guild is a collective initiative of our own. The strength of one individual is ultimately limited. Only through unity can we achieve swifter development. This is the very essence of our guild's formation, Zui Junyang explained. I see. That sounds promising. However, I appreciate your invitation. Yet I am not inclined to join any organization at this moment. Should I decide to join in the future, I will certainly consider your guild, Zhou replied politely. Please, do not be so hasty in your refusal. Take a moment to reconsider. If you have any specific requests, feel free to communicate them with us. We will do our utmost to accommodate, Zui Junyang insisted. Thank you, but I must decline, Zhou reiterated, choosing not to engage further with Zui Junyang. Despite repeated messages from Zui Junyang and numerous other newly formed guilds extending similar invitations for him to assume the role of vice president or even guild leader, he resolutely declined them all. After perusing the World Communication Channel, Zhou observed a burgeoning number of individuals establishing guilds. These guilds, devoid of the world system's regulations, relied solely on the integrity of their members, which Zhou deemed rather unreliable. Furthermore, he pondered why he should join another's guild when he could easily form his own if he wished. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that establishing a guild is indeed a commendable survival strategy, as it allows for the pooling of resources among members. For instance, valuable blueprints can be traded, and once acquired by the guild, can be sold to members at a more affordable price. However, the success of this model hinges upon the members' compliance with the guild's established rules. Otherwise, maintaining the guild's functionality becomes exceedingly challenging. Zhou felt that the expectation of universal self-discipline among members was an exceedingly lofty one, particularly among the guild's upper echelons. In a scenario devoid of regulatory constraints, the temptation for greed could swell uncontrollably, especially as leaders could quickly amass significant resources from lower-ranking members. Of course, there are undoubtedly individuals, like Zhui Junyang and others who have approached him, who genuinely aspire to steward their guilds effectively. Zhou Wen's esteemed reputation and commendable standing would undoubtedly bolster the guild's regulatory framework if he were to accept an invitation. Should any member transgress the guild's rules, Zhou Wen's formidable influence could render the transgressor's existence within this world exceedingly arduous. This is also the primary reason they all came to invite Zhou Wen. To successfully establish a guild, it is essential to have a person of high renown. Naturally, those who are closest to the source will also have the opportunity to acquire Zhou Wen's exceptional items at a minimal cost. Boss Zhou, many people are currently forming guilds. Shouldn't we also establish one? With your reputation, it would undoubtedly be the most formidable guild. Chen Xian sent a message inquiring whether Zhou Wen would form a guild. I shall not establish one. However, you may form it under your own name. After all, the method of transporting seaweed was your idea, and you hold considerable prestige among the survivors. I wish to establish one too, but what leverage do I possess? That left Junyang's Leviathan Guild is promoting using stone axe blueprints. What can I offer? Tables and chairs? If you wish to take something from me, just say it outright. No need for subtlety. I desire the blueprint for the fishbone blade. Chapter 56. The establishment of the guild. Why do you always seek the fishbone blade blueprint? You currently lack the materials to craft it. It would be of no use to you, she remarked. Indeed, it serves little purpose. But I could disseminate information about the fishbone blade in the World Channel for promotion. Given the scarcity of weapon blueprints, the formidable strength of the fishbone blade will undoubtedly draw in affluent survivors, Chen Xian replied. Zhou Wen, upon reading Chen Xian's message, discerned her intentions. She aimed to utilize the fishbone blade, the most powerful weapon available, to attract a cohort of relatively wealthy survivors, thereby establishing the strongest guild. In truth, Zhou Wen already possessed the blueprint for the Iron Greatsword, which he could have handed over to Chen Xian, yet he found himself somewhat distrustful of her motives. Presently, most survivors were engaged in forming guilds, and with her previous reputation coupled with the fishbone blade blueprint, Chen Xian could easily sever ties with Zhou Wen once her guild grew in strength. However, to perpetually harbor suspicion and distrust towards Chen Xian rendered any collaboration futile. Very well, I shall provide you with the fishbone blade blueprint, but you must return it to me each night, he stipulated. Agreed. I had no intention of retaining the blueprint indefinitely, as I lacked the materials to craft it regardless, she acknowledged. The request for the blueprint is merely to instill hope in those joining the guild, she explained. I did not expect you to truly agree. Could it be that you have acquired blueprints superior to the fishbone blade? She speculated. We are allies. There is no need to constantly scheme against one another. Manage your guild well, and I shall grant you a reward, Zhou Wen assured her. What reward? Perhaps items for farming? She inquired. Not at this moment. We shall discuss it once your guild is established, he replied. Very well, she conceded. With the conversation concluded, Zhou Wen extracted the fishbone blade blueprint from the system interface and sent it to Chen Xian. Much like with Jiang Haitao, this action served as a test, albeit one with considerable stakes. Shortly after receiving the fishbone blade blueprint, Chen Xian promptly shared its details in the World Exchange Channel and subsequently established the Survivors Guild. The entry requirement for the Survivors Guild was notably high, necessitating the submission of 300 basic materials. Nevertheless, many individuals vied to join, driven by Chen Xian's existing reputation. The significance of the fishbone blade blueprint and her previous sale of 10 algae oxygen tanks, leading many to believe she possessed the means to privately trade with Zhou Wen for more. Due to the absence of an official guild channel within the world system, survivors wishing to join a guild typically needed to prefix their names with the guild's name in the system exchange channel, allowing for immediate recognition of their guild affiliation. However, this method bore a significant drawback. Anyone could alter their guild name at will, resulting in potential impersonation of guild members. Thus, it became imperative for the guild leader to document each member's avatar, as names could be changed but avatars remained fixed. Utilizing the system's built-in camera function, they could retain these avatars to verify true membership within the guild. Chun Xian swiftly recruited 500 guild members, nearly half of whom possessed blueprints, albeit of modest value, such as the simple filter blueprint, wooden axe blueprint, and wooden spear blueprint. While these blueprints did not command significant worth, they held a certain market appeal, allowing for the sale of basic materials, particularly in light of the survivors' current plight against attacks from anchorhead worms. With their survival instincts heightened, many survivors began to place their hopes on these wooden weapons, leading those who owned the blueprints to reap modest profits. Among them was the individual selling filtered water, who possessed the simple filter blueprint. Zhou Wen, upon reviewing the blueprint information sent by Chun Xian, murmured to himself, "A wooden house blueprint." His spirits lifted as he spotted a guild member with such a blueprint, prompting him to message Chun Xian immediately. "Acquire that wooden house blueprint." "That's not feasible. I inquired when I first saw it." "Why not? The value of the wooden house blueprint should still be relatively low, right?" "It was." But after you began selling wooden foundations in bulk, he realized that the wooden house could be constructed upon them, resulting in a sharp increase in the blueprint's value, making it nearly equivalent to the spiked helmet. If not for the construction requirement of 4 foundations, its value would have surpassed that of the spiked helmet long ago. That can't be right. I limited the sale of wooden foundations to 1 per person. What would they acquire for? Through private transactions. Upon discovering that certain items must be built on wooden foundations, individuals began to pay exorbitant prices for private acquisitions. Goodness, those selling wooden foundations are truly reckless, prioritizing profit over safety. My intention in selling wooden foundations was to enhance their chances of survival, yet it seems I have been betrayed in the end. Concluding his conversation with Chun Xian, Zhou Wen felt a surge of irritation. These individuals seemed utterly unconcerned for their lives, with each person limited to 1 purchase. The foundations would soon run out, and they showed no apprehension about the anchorhead worms launching surprise attacks from the depths. Consequently, Zhou Wen resolved to gradually cease the sale of wooden foundations. To date, he had sold approximately 100,000 wooden foundations, though he had priced them modestly, yielding only minimal profits per transaction. The timber he gained could be remade into additional wooden foundations for sale, creating a continuous cycle. Now, he found himself with a staggering 300,000 units of timber. This quantity was already substantial and posed a danger. The capacity of his stomach storage was finite. Should the processing of this timber lag, it could accumulate and potentially rupture that space. Thus, for any number of reasons, he had to halt the sale of wooden foundations for the time being. The dilemma lay in his reputation as a benevolent figure among the survivors. To gradually cease the sale, he required a compelling rationale to persuade the public. What a nuisance! Had I known, I would not have established such a benevolent persona. I have only made things difficult for myself. Zhou Wen scratched his head in frustration, momentarily at a loss for a suitable justification. At that moment, Zhou Wen noticed the World Communication Channel, where numerous individuals were adding him. He glanced at the messages they had sent, and his eyes gleamed with excitement. Esteemed one, is it possible to exchange wooden foundations for basic materials? Indeed. The current price of timber has soared to 3 times that of other basic materials. The meager amount of basic materials we possess cannot even procure 30 units of timber. Moreover, could the quantity not be restricted? I implore you, esteemed one. Observing the desperate pleas from these survivors, a smile of resolution spread across Zhou Wen's face. The rationale had presented itself to him on a silver platter. Chapter 57. The Jiangge Guild. I am unable to accommodate your request for a price reduction. The 30 units of timber are already a cost price. Transitioning to 30 units of basic materials would mean incurring a loss of 60 units of basic materials. Esteemed leader, please assist us. So many have perished today, and I now dread the dawn of tomorrow. Have a heart, esteemed leader. If a price reduction is truly unfeasible, perhaps you could consider increasing the purchase quantity. Some are offering high prices. We could trade with them. Upon reading the last message, Zhou Wen was nearly driven to laughter out of anger. How outrageous! You expect me to sell at a loss while you privately trade at a high price and brazenly inform me of it? Do you truly take me for a fool? The World Communication Channel was rife with criticism, labeling him a simpleton for allowing such private dealings to be aired before him. However, Zhou Wen seized the opportunity. Initially, I was compelled to sell the wooden foundations at a reduced price due to the excessive number of deaths. Otherwise, the market price for wooden foundations would certainly exceed 30 units of timber. I acted out of goodwill, yet you recklessly sell wooden foundations in private, trampling upon my benevolence. Very well, if you wish to trade for 30 units of basic materials, let be so. However, once my timber supply is diminished, I shall cease selling wooden foundations altogether. Zhou Wen's words were laden with disappointment, inciting outrage among the survivors who had genuinely benefited from his assistance. They began to vocally condemn those who engaged in private sales of wooden foundations, igniting a lively discourse in the World Communication Channel. Zhou Wen chose to disregard the survivors henceforth. The notion of depleting his timber supply was merely a ruse. After all, the survivors lacked precise knowledge of the materials required for crafting wooden foundations. Zhou Wen had consistently underscored his commitment to selling at cost, and he could easily dispose of 100,000 units of timber while retaining a reserve of 200,000. As for those keen observers who might deduce the specific cost from the gradually increasing supply of wooden foundations, such calculations were futile. Jiang Haitao had been selling spike helmets at a loss, consistently using a portion of timber to offset his deficits. This situation was resolved. The cessation of wooden foundation sales was entirely attributable to the actions of those engaging in private transactions. Having recently utilized the blood coral powder, Zhou Wen's arm tendon injuries had healed, and he resumed his push-up regimen, seeking to recover that missing 0.5 in strength. With his strength having increased by 2 points consecutively, the push-ups became remarkably effortless. He completed 200 in just half an hour. Yet, Zhou Wen recognized that merely relying on push-ups would not suffice to regain that 0.5 in strength. After finishing 100 sit-ups, he had met his designated exercise goal for the day, and the arrival of the second supply crate was imminent. Zhou Wen donned his gear and concealed himself in the resting area. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent another message, inquiring about Zhou Wen's opinion regarding an invitation to become the vice president of a guild. In the realm of survivors, Jiang Haitao initially bore a tarnished reputation. However, his decision to sell spike helmets at a loss garnered him a modicum of goodwill. Furthermore, he was notably the first individual to endure an encounter with the anchorhead worm and emerge unscathed, which bestowed upon him an almost heroic aura during a time when most survivors felt a palpable sense of dread. Consequently, numerous guilds unable to secure Zhou Wen turned to invite Jiang Haitao as a secondary option. Naturally, Zhou Wen advised Jiang Haitao to decline such offers, suggesting that rather than serving as a vice president, he should establish his own guild and assume the role of leader. I should form my own guild and be the president, but I lack the experience when Jiang Haitao expressed. Do not fret. In the eyes of the survivors, you embody an unpredictable persona. Those who join your guild will be prepared for your capriciousness. They can voice their grievances or praise you as they see fit. If they have questions, they can always approach me, Zhou Wen reassured him. Subsequently, Zhou Wen imparted essential preparations for establishing a guild to Jiang Haitao, drawing upon Chen Xian's experiences in guild creation and relaying them for Jiang to follow. Before long, the Brother Jiang Guild was established, with membership contingent upon the submission of 300 basic materials, akin to Chen Xian's requirements. However, two enticing benefits were introduced. Each new member would receive a wooden shield free of charge, and those who survived for 10 days while contributing to the guild would be rewarded with a spike helmet. Upon announcing these benefits, throngs of survivors eagerly rushed to join the Brother Jiang Guild. The allure of the spike helmet, validated by numerous survivors in their encounters with the anchorhead worm, overshadowed the offerings of other guilds, such as the stone axe from the Leviathan Guild, the fishbone blade of the Survivors Guild, and the spiked dagger from the Turbulence Guild. A well-known adage states that survival is paramount for output. Although the weapons from the other three guilds were commendable, they proved futile against the stealthy assaults of the anchorhead worm, which could easily penetrate one's skull. In a remarkably swift turn of events, the Brother Jiang Guild flourished, amassing a membership of 2,000 individuals, all of whom possessed 300 basic materials, thus ascending to the rank of the foremost guild in the survival world. Observing this development, Zhou Wen continuously transferred substantial quantities of timber, amounting to 100,000 units from the trade of 10,000 wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao. He then instructed Jiang Haitao to utilize the collected 600,000 basic materials to procure spike krill shells, as the surplus of basic materials was overwhelming. Even with 6 wooden foundations placed in the storage, there was insufficient space. Converting them into spike krill shells seemed a more prudent choice. Originally valued at 40 basic materials per unit, the spike krill shells surged to 50, with an upward trend anticipated. Witnessing Jiang Haitao's remarkable accumulation of resources through the spike helmets, Zhao Tong promptly publicized his own blueprints for the spike helmet and expressed his ambition to establish the Soaring Guild. Yet, before Soaring could take flight, it was swiftly suppressed by the combined efforts of Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao. Zhou Wen accused Zhao Tong of lacking integrity and deceiving others with fraudulent resources, urging everyone to remain wary of him and avoid being duped. Jiang Haitao further proclaimed that anyone who joined Zhao Tong's guild would see him collaborate with Zhao Tong to inflate the price of the spiked helmet to that of a blueprint. These warnings were not unfounded, as survivors who were already hesitant due to Zhao Tong's tarnished reputation chose to abandon the idea of joining after Zhou Wen and Jiang Haitao's intervention. Nevertheless, despite this, 100 individuals still chose to join the Soaring Guild. Driven by the scarcity of spiked helmets, there will always be those willing to take risks. Jiang Haitao could never truly ally with Zhao Tong and relinquish the market to him. Zhou Wen gazed at the successfully established Soaring Guild, his brow furrowed in concern. Zhao Tong was undoubtedly a clever individual, and this presented an opportunity. As long as he refrained from greedily hoarding the resources contributed by guild members and genuinely distributed the spiked helmets, Soaring would indeed soar higher. That could be addressed later. At least his initial resources were limited, and with 2 guilds under his command, could he really be outmaneuvered? At that moment, the sound of churning seawater echoed within the digestive tract, signaling the arrival of the second resource box, compelling Zhao Tong's affairs to be set aside for the time being. Chapter 58. The Diving Suit. As seawater surged into the cavity of his stomach, Zhou Wen listened intently to the sounds beneath the waves, discerning the presence of multiple creatures swimming nearby, which momentarily heightened his anxiety. However, after a careful scrutiny over a span of time, he realized that the commotion was merely caused by several mirror-skinned fish. Once the water receded, light followed the sounds and illuminated 3 shimmering figures. 3. What a stroke of luck today, Zhou Wen murmured in surprise. Yet he chose to momentarily disregard the 3 mirror-skinned fish, opting instead to locate and open the supply crate. Ding! Acquire diving suit blueprint X1. A diving suit? No wonder there are 3 mirror-skinned fish appearing at once. They must be offering their skins for my suit, he quipped. Zhou Wen felt little enthusiasm for the blueprint, as he was not proficient in diving and could barely swim, managing only the most rudimentary dog paddle. Nevertheless, having obtained it, he resolved to craft one to see how it turned out, for perhaps it might prove useful in the future. Many seemingly worthless blueprints had ultimately served great purposes. Zhou Wen utilized the diving suit blueprint, watching as it transformed into a blue light and entered the system interface. Diving suit blueprint requires mirror-skinned fish skin X5, cloth pieces X20. He opened his storage cabinet and found the previously stored mirror-skinned fish skins, 4 in total. With the 3 newly acquired, he had sufficient materials. Once the 3 fish grew weary from their struggles, Zhou Wen swiftly processed them with his iron blade, expertly stripping the skins while dividing the fish meat into 9 portions for the trading channel. All 9 portions of mirror-skinned fish meat were allocated to the equipment bar, which Zhou Wen had come to appreciate deeply over the past few days, though he was uncertain if he could successfully trade them. Zhou Wen clicked the crafting button to commence the creation of the diving suit. The 5 mirror-skinned fish skins transformed into blue light, gradually morphing before him into a sleek, form-fitting diving suit. Wow, if I wear this outside, won't it dazzle everyone? Zhou Wen exclaimed with amusement, admiring the suit's mirror-like surface. The material felt incredibly soft to the touch and was quite comfortable inside, complete with built-in flippers. However, the suit featured only a single opening at the neck, rendering it unwearable in its current state. Must I equip it from the equipment bar? But there's only one slot. Can it even accommodate a full diving suit? Zhou pondered, preparing to test his theory. He first removed the spiked chest armor that had been resting in the equipment bar and attempted to store the diving suit within. After a flash of blue light, to his astonishment, the diving suit indeed fit into the single equipment slot. One slot can hold an entire set of gear? Zhou thought, immediately recalling the complete fishbone armor. However, these remained mere speculations, and he had no idea when he might be able to craft the fishbone armor. With a flick of his will, the one-piece diving suit enveloped him entirely, tightly embracing every contour of his body. Zhou attempted to move, finding the diving suit remarkably flexible, allowing for unhindered agility. Its shimmering surface reflected light, blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. It was quite satisfactory, although it felt a bit warm to wear, so he decided to stow it away for now. With a mere thought, the diving suit was returned to his equipment inventory and subsequently placed in the storage cabinet, as there was currently no need for it. Having completed this, Zhou found himself at leisure, awaiting the full transaction of wooden foundations listed on the global trading channel. Once they were exchanged for timber, he transferred an additional 50,000 units to Chun Xin. With 150,000 remaining, he proceeded to manufacture another 100,000 wooden foundations for sale, adjusting the price to 30 units of basic materials as per the survivor's requests. He kept 2,000 units of timber for himself, while listing 48,000 units on the trading channel, offering 100 timber for the acquisition of gold or establishing a long-term purchase plan. Zhou would have preferred to retain more timber, yet with only 2 storage cabinets, both filled to capacity, he had no room for additional supplies. Thus, he opted to exchange all excess timber for rare materials via the trading channel. After completing these transactions, he found himself with nothing to do and decided to observe the growth of the rock crystal leaf trees to assess the efficacy of his planting methods. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a private message arrived, revealing it to be from Zhu Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild. This time, he was not extending another invitation for Zhou to become vice president, but rather seeking to trade items. Esteemed one, I wish to trade 3 blueprints for 3 algae oxygenators. Zhou was momentarily taken aback. After so many days, someone had finally approached him regarding a blueprint trade for algae oxygenators. Certainly, let me see the blueprints. Zhu Junyang seemed well prepared, as he promptly sent the details of the 3 blueprints. Wooden fence blueprint, wooden barrel blueprint, wooden cup blueprint. Cursing inwardly, Zhou realized that quality blueprints were rarely put up for trade. However, he bore no ill will. This was merely the expected outcome. Initially, when newcomers arrived in this world, many discovered blueprints but deemed them worthless, preferring a loaf of bread instead. Now, however, everyone had witnessed the power of blueprints, especially the valuable ones, which could instantaneously provide vast amounts of basic resources and propel a single individual beyond all others in development. Who would so easily part with valuable blueprints now? Without further ado, Zhou informs Wu Junyang that he would craft 3 units once he acquired seawater from his 3rd resource crate. Thank you, esteemed one. It's merely a standard transaction. There is no need for thanks. Gratitude is still warranted. Please accept these 3 blueprints for now. That is unacceptable. Do you not fear I might renege on our agreement later? We have faith in your credibility. After sending this message, Zhu Junyang promptly forwarded all 3 blueprints to Zhou, who accepted them without hesitation, sensing that Zhu Junyang had more to discuss. In fact, I would like a trade for some additional items. What items? Wooden foundations. I just observed the global exchange channel, and it appears you intend to cease the sale of wooden foundations. Therefore, I wish to negotiate a trade with you. Certainly, the price will not merely be 30 units of basic materials. I regret to inform you that I am not prepared to sell wooden foundations at this time. I am willing to trade with blueprints. Blueprints, you say? Well, given your earnestness, I shall agree to exchange some with you. 1 blueprint for 1 wooden foundation. How many do you wish to trade? 1 blueprint for 1 foundation? That seems rather steep, does it not? How would you propose to conduct the trade? I was hoping to exchange 1 blueprint for 10 wooden foundations. 3 algae oxygenators. I will send them to you shortly. I have other matters to attend to. So I must conclude our discussion for now. 8. Would you consider trading 8 wooden foundations for 1 blueprint? Seeing Zhou Wen's immediate refusal and his desire to end the conversation, Zhuo Junyang hastily reduced the number of foundations. My third supply box is on its way. Let us wait until I deliver the 3 algae oxygenators to you before we continue our discussion. Esteemed one, what price do you wish to negotiate? 1 blueprint in exchange for 5 wooden foundations. No haggling. Well, Sai, very well. I hope to establish a long-term collaboration with you in the future. Agreed. Subsequently, Zhuo Junyang sent 4 blueprints of little use, and Zhou Wen, adhering to the 1:5 ratio, crafted and dispatched 20 wooden foundations to him. With Zhuo Junyang's prior agreement, I now have justification to send wooden foundations to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Chapter 59. The 11th day, Zhou Wen crafted an additional 40 wooden foundations, distributing 20 each to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. These wooden bases served as a means to entice guild members, providing them with compelling reasons to remain within the guild. Now that the method to accelerate the growth of the illusory Leviathan was established, though the other 4 methods remained unfeasible, it was prudent to commence with the first. The individuals responsible for cultivating fruit would naturally be members of Jiang Haitao's and Chen Xian's guilds. However, as their guilds had only recently been established, the members felt little sense of belonging. It was essential to create a vision that would instill in them the belief that joining the guild would enhance their survival and that contributing to the guild would expedite their personal development. Once these ideas began to take root, Zhou Wen could gradually distribute the small planting boxes. After all, these boxes were rare commodities, exclusive to their guild, further solidifying their members' identification with the organization. Thus, the 5 tons of fruit needed for the accelerated growth of the illusory Leviathan would be secured. Zhou Wen did not need to concern himself with Chen Xian, as she would handle the guild members' motivation. Instead, he focused on Jiang Haitao, discussing the importance of clear rewards and penalties. He intended to select a few representative figures, rewarding them with wooden foundations or some basic resources to demonstrate that diligent contributions to the guild would yield benefits. Those who attempted to exploit the system and disregarded guild directives could simply be removed from the guild, as many others were eager to join. After explaining these concepts to Jiang Haitao, the 3rd supply crate for the day arrived. Ding! Acquired. Sand X10, hay X10, cloth X10. The 3rd supply crate contained basic materials. Zhou Wen glanced at its contents before storing them in the inventory. Next, the illusory Leviathan would soon require rest. Zhou Wen placed the 10,000 seaweeds he had procured into the digestion pool, utilizing all 7 blueprints obtained from Zhuo Junyang. Wooden fence blueprint requires wood X5. Wooden barrel blueprint requires wood X5. Wooden cup blueprint requires wood X1. Wooden door blueprint requires wood X10. Wooden spoon blueprint requires wood X1. Small wooden hammer blueprint requires wood X2. Stone pillar blueprint requires stone X10. This was rather excessive. Zhou Wen stared incredulously at the stone pillar blueprint. While the previous 6 wooden items were of limited utility, they at least served practical purposes. The wooden fence could enclose the edges of the wooden foundation to prevent falls. The wooden barrel could hold seawater or replenish the small aquarium, and the wooden cup would add a touch of domesticity. The wooden door was of no immediate use. But in the future, if space allowed, he could request a wooden house from Chen Xian's guild members, rendering the door useful. The wooden spoon could be employed when consuming canned fruit, and the small wooden hammer, though currently of little use, was still a tool of sorts. But what purpose did the stone pillar serve? Was it to be crafted as a gastric stone for the illusory Leviathan? At that time, I should have paid more attention. The blueprints I received were utterly subpar. Zhou Wen, aware that the blueprints would not be of good quality, merely glanced at them. However, having accepted them, there was no need for a return. They could serve as decorative pieces once his endeavors flourished. After reviewing the requirements for the creation of these blueprints, the illusory Leviathan ceased its activities, signaling it was time for rest. Chen Xian dutifully returned the blueprint for the fishbone blade, indicating that she would not require any further blueprints, as she lacked the materials for crafting. Observing her understanding, Zhou fashioned 3 fishbone knives from the 3 mirror skin herring fishbones he had acquired that day and presented them to her. Should they encounter skilled guild members or those willing to sell valuable blueprints, the fishbone knives could be offered as rewards. Jiang Haitao also sent over the blueprint for the spiked helmet, along with several tens of thousands of basic materials that remained surplus from the day. Zhou accepted these resources, but lacking storage space, he decided to place them all on the global trading channel, purchasing gold or at a price of 300 per unit. By the end of the day, he had acquired over a dozen gold ores, all of which he stored in the seaweed cultivation box. In the future, he would need to cultivate a substantial quantity of golden seaweed. And since the gold ore was of little immediate use, he opted for extensive acquisition. The night passed without incident. On the 11th day, as was his custom, Zhou first task upon awakening was to conduct a thorough inspection, assessing the growth of his plants and the activity level of the creatures. The golden seaweed seedlings had grown remarkably well, now reaching 10 centimeters in length, their surfaces shimmering brilliantly with a golden sheen, showing no signs of distress. The rock crystal leaf tree exhibited some changes compared to the previous day. The 3 slender rock branches designated for bearing rock fruit had fallen off. Zhou picked up one of the fallen branches, only to have it snap in his grasp. Applying a slight pressure with his fingers, the once sturdy rock branch crumbled into powder. Nevertheless, the main body of the rock crystal leaf tree appeared unaffected, with its branches remaining robust and the crystal leaves still sparkling with clarity. To be prudent, Zhou supplemented the tree with 3 portions of burrowing rock worm excrement to ensure its nutritional needs were adequately met. After inspecting the plants, he turned his attention to the creatures. The gelatinous worms had increased in number to 19 and had all grown slightly, their conditions appearing satisfactory. However, the interior glass of the aquarium had become obscured by their slime. Perhaps it was time to consider a different habitat for them. The gelatinous worms do not require excessive water. A humid environment suffices, and keeping them in the aquarium limits its intended function. For the time being, he would maintain the status quo, intending to free up the small aquarium should he later encounter creatures that necessitate such an environment. Lastly, he examined the boiling blood coral, noting that the coral polyps seemed somewhat lethargic, possibly due to a lack of food or stagnant water. During the upcoming feeding phase, if no dangers arose, he could refresh the water for the boiling blood coral. Upon completing his inspection, Zhou forwarded the blueprint for the spiked helmet to Jiang Haitao for continued sale. Soon after, the feeding phase for the illusory Leviathan commenced. As the sea surged in, Zhou utilized a polished mirror to illuminate the surface of the water, revealing 2 luminous orbs beneath, the sunlit ball, zooplankton. Confirming the absence of any anchor worms or other organisms in the water, he ventured out from the resting area. He first constructed 20 algal oxygenation tanks, then fashioned a wooden barrel from 5 pieces of timber. After scooping out the water from the boiling blood coral tank, he replaced it with fresh seawater. What is that? Standing on the wooden platform while lowering the barrel into the sea to draw water, Zhou suddenly noticed something glimmering on the water surface. However, upon directing the light for a closer inspection, he found nothing amiss. Could it be merely the reflections caused by the ripples stirred by the barrel? Zhou gazed, perplexed, at the layers of ripples created by the water-filled barrel, which shimmered in alternating shades under the beam of light, gradually dissipating into the surrounding darkness. Sensing an unsettling presence, he hastily added seawater to the aquarium and swiftly retreated to the resting area. Chapter 60. The invisible danger. Zhou remained vigilant, observing the water's surface with keen eyes, and even as the sea receded, he detected no anomalies. Could it be that I am merely overthinking? A fleeting moment of doubt crept into Zhou's mind. Yet he swiftly dispelled it. Whether or not there was a threat, caution was undoubtedly prudent. Emerging from the resting area, Zhou leaped off the wooden platform and began to survey the stomach wall space once more with his headlamp. Aside from 2 sunball creatures on the ground, no other life forms were present. Having confirmed the absence of danger, he removed his gear, leaving only a spiked helmet, and placed the sunball creatures on the stomach wall of the resting area. Presently, the only organisms requiring sunlight were the sweet potatoes and golden seaweed, with the latter being uncertain in its need for light. Thus, The two sunball creatures were superfluous, serving perfectly as illumination for the resting area. Having completed this task, Zhou commenced the transportation of seaweed. However, the moment he grasped a bundle of seaweed, he heard something scuttling rapidly across the stomach wall. Suddenly, a sound akin to a blade slicing through the air resonated behind him, though not overly loud, in the hushed confines of the stomach wall space. It was distinctly audible upon careful listening. Zhou instantly dropped the seaweed and turned around. As the beam of his headlamp swept across the area, he momentarily perceived a vague object. His expression changed dramatically as the indistinct shape approached, hurtling toward his chest, leaving him no time to evade. In a flash, Zhou activated his thoughts, and the spiked armor enveloped him. Crack! The indistinct object collided with the spiked armor, slicing through it and injuring the flesh beneath. Zhou felt a sharp pain in his chest, but fortunately, the armor provided some degree of protection. The vague object, seemingly in a state of rapid rotation, was deflected by the armor's resilience as it pierced through. Instinctively, Zhou pressed his hand against the wound, blood quickly saturating his palm and seeping through his fingers. Yet, he had no time to dwell on his injury, for the sound of slicing air resounded again, and this time it was accompanied by multiple occurrences. In a few swift strides, he reached the wooden platform where he had placed his equipment. His palm touched the spiked armor, and in an instant, each piece vanished, reappearing directly on Zhou's body. Whoosh! The sound approached him anew, and Zhou swiftly raised his empty right hand, which was met with the sudden materialization of an iron blade. Bang! The rapidly spinning, indistinct object collided with the iron blade, igniting a spark. The object was repelled by the force of the blade, soaring in an arc into the darkness where the headlamp's light could not reach. Before he could even relish this small victory, another attack rushed towards him from the left. Zhou quickly raised his left hand, and a wooden shield appeared. Thud! The indistinct object easily penetrated the wooden shield, becoming lodged within it. At last, Zhou glimpsed the general form of the creature assailing him. It bore a resemblance to a flying saucer. However, there was no time for thorough examination, as once more, the sound of rapid flight echoed ominously from the darkness. Zhou swiftly discarded the wooden shield in his grasp. With a mere thought, the wooden foundation behind him transformed into azure light, disintegrating into 20 pieces of timber. 10 of these fragments once again morphed into azure light, coalescing before Zhou to form a wooden door. Thud! 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 The three disc-shaped creatures were firmly ensnared upon the door, immobilized. After securing these creatures, Zhou did not let his guard down. He attentively listened to the sounds around him, ensuring no other beings were crawling upon the walls of his abode. He promptly removed his spiked chest plate, ascended the wooden platform, and retrieved the hemostatic gel he had concocted the previous day from the storage cabinet. At that moment, his chest-abdomen was stained a deep crimson. After shedding his garments, he inspected the wound, discovering a 5 to 6 centimeter long incision on his chest. Fortunately, he had donned the spiked chest plate in time, which absorbed most of the kinetic energy from the creature's assault. Although the wound was lengthy, it was not deep. Using mineral water, Zhou gently cleansed the wound before applying the hemostatic gel. The gel was thick and viscous, effectively sealing the bleeding wound as promised, with immediate results. Still feeling somewhat uneasy, he wrapped a hemostatic bandage around the area, alleviating concerns that subsequent movements might inadvertently dislodge the gel. With his injury attended to, Zhou picked up the wooden shield and scrutinized the disc-shaped creature upon it. This creature was predominantly circular, nearly transparent, with a diameter of approximately 30 centimeters. Its body was flat, with only the central part slightly protruding, revealing its internal organs. When Zhou touched the elevated section, he found it soft, while the rest of its body was remarkably hard. Notably, the serrated edges were not only transparent and resilient, but also incredibly thin. If not for the refracted, iridescent light, they would have been nearly invisible. Beneath the creature, 8 legs extended, encircling the central orifice. Each leg bore a resemblance to the hind legs of a grasshopper. But unlike the grasshopper's hind legs, which could only leap forward, the 8 legs of the disc-shaped creature could spring in any direction, exhibiting greater force. Zhou opened the biological compendium and turned to the newly added page. Razor disc worm, length, 20 to 30 centimeters weight, 2 to 3 kilograms diet, blood description. A parasitic worm residing within giant organisms. Its transparent, flat body resembles a phantom, capable of swiftly claiming a life with a single swipe. Without robust armor for protection, death is inevitable, and its body can be fashioned into saw blades. After reading the description of the razor disc worm, Zhou felt a chill run down his spine. Had he not sensed something amiss and remained vigilant, he could have easily fallen victim to a fatal strike to his heart during the initial attack. Yet another perilous parasite had emerged, merely days after the anchorhead worm's appearance. He lamented. Moreover, the threat posed by the razor disc worm was significantly greater than that of the anchorhead worm. Its transparent body and diminutive size allowed it to initiate attacks only after the seawater receded. The anchor-headed worm requires seawater to unleash its full potential. Conversely, the razor disc worm finds itself at a disadvantage in such an environment, as the lack of stable footing hinders its remarkable speed and agility. The gastric wall space has grown increasingly perilous. Zhou sighed, contemplating the situation. The process of exterminating the 4 razor disc worms was quite straightforward. A sharp iron blade was merely needed to pierce their soft, protruding areas. According to the information provided, their bodies could be fashioned into saw blades, which would prove useful in the future. Thus, he stored them in his inventory. Subsequently, Zhou cautiously examined the gastric wall space while holding a wooden door, ensuring that no razor disc worms were lurking before he commenced the task of transporting seaweed. Chapter 61. The razor-tooth worm time was of the essence. Having just completed the first round of seaweed transport, the second round of feeding commenced. Zhou promptly utilized 20 units of timber to construct a wooden foundation, repairing the previously dismantled base before once again seeking shelter. As the seawater surged in, Zhou continued to monitor the aquatic movements through his mirror-like skin. A fleshy, elongated form rolled upon the surface. It was an anchor-headed worm. Misfortune seemed to compound itself, and Zhou's brow furrowed deeply. As the light from his headlamp illuminated the anchor-headed worm, he noticed an eerily familiar shimmer on the water surface. This time, Zhou recognized it as the iridescent reflections cast by the serrated edges of the razor-tooth worm. What to do? Zhou pondered anxiously. Merely waiting for the tide to recede was undoubtedly futile. If both the razor-tooth worm and the anchor-headed worm attacked simultaneously, he would find himself in dire peril, especially if ensnared by the anchor-headed worm. After a brief moment of hesitation, Zhou resolved to take the initiative while the razor-tooth worm remained submerged, opting to confront the anchor-headed worm first. However, prior to that, he needed to ascertain the precise number of anchor-headed worms present. If there were 2, as before, he would have to exercise utmost caution. Otherwise, he might not merely enter the water, but rather descend into the realm of the deceased. After a careful observation, he confirmed that only a single anchor-headed worm was present, positioned directly before him. Fully armed, Zhou concentrated his will, shifting aside the algal oxygen chamber in front of him. With a surge of strength, he plunged into the sea like a famished tiger, pouncing on its prey. As his hand grasped the elongated body of the anchor-headed worm, he brandished his iron blade, delivering a furious assault that sent seawater splattering in all directions. In no time, the surface of the water was awash in crimson. The anchor-headed worm had been cleaved in twain, its blood gushing forth. Zhou's assault had been so abrupt that the anchor-headed worm had scarcely reacted before being severed. However, as the cut was not fatal, the creature continued to thrash desperately in an attempt to flee. Zhou was resolute in preventing its escape. Having previously witnessed an injured anchor-headed worm escape and create a bloody hole in the stomach wall, he was unwilling to allow history to repeat itself. Clamping the body of the anchor-headed worm tightly under his arm, Zhou found that, due to the loss of a significant portion of its body, the creature's strength was now insufficient to contend with him. Ultimately, it succumbed to Zhou's relentless strikes amidst its agonized screams and thrashing. Seeing that the anchor-headed worm had ceased its movements, Zhou emerged from his frenzied state, glancing at the surrounding water, now stained red. He hastily dragged the lifeless body of the worm from the depths. Alas, such precious blood must not be squandered. Clutching the carcass, He ascended the wooden platform and deposited the blood into the aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. Having completed this task, he removed his gear and retreated to the resting area. The recent burst of energy had nearly exhausted him, yet the outcome was fortuitous. The anchor-headed worm had not even had the chance to retaliate before meeting its demise. Now, he needed to rest swiftly so that when the tide receded, he would have the strength to face the impending assault of the razor-toothed worm. However, during his respite, Zhou continued to observe the water's surface through the mirror-like skin of his surroundings, only to discover an unexpected sight. A congregation of razor clams had surfaced. Their considerable numbers caused the reflected light to create a shimmering layer upon the water, akin to an oily film, refracting a spectrum of colors. Was it the presence of blood that attracted them? Zhou gazed at the crimson waters, tainted by the blood of the recently slain anchorworm. The razor clams, naturally drawn to blood, flocked to the area as soon as they sensed its presence. This presented a fortuitous opportunity. Zhou swiftly emerged from his resting zone, donned his gear, and cautiously waded into the sea. Given that razor clams could not swiftly maneuver in the water, they posed little threat, making this an opportune moment to eliminate them. Typically, razor clams, with their highly transparent bodies, are nearly undetectable in the equally clear waters, rendering attempts to hunt them almost futile. Yet now, amidst the blood-stained sea, these transparent creatures stood out like beacons in the dark, easily visible. Moreover, their feeding on the blood had caused their central bodies to take on a red hue. Zhou beamed with glee at the sight of the transparent discs with crimson centers. Targets, indeed. With swift precision, he struck at the red points, his gaze unwavering. Although the razor clams sensed danger, their octopod structure was ill-suited for underwater escape, rendering them sluggish. Seizing upon this vulnerability, Zhou relentlessly pursued them, quickly dispatching all 8 razor clams. After collecting their remains, he returned to his resting area, feeling quite fatigued from the exertion of donning his spiked armor twice. By this time, half the seawater had receded. Zhou removed his gear and took a brief respite, casting another glance at the blood-red waters to ensure no razor clams had been overlooked. As the water fully receded, he noticed no further razor clams. After resting for several minutes, Zhou raised a wooden door to inspect the stomach wall space, during which he encountered no further attacks from the razor clams. This outcome illuminated the razor clam's critical weakness. By simply shedding blood in the water, he could lure them all to one spot for simultaneous extermination. However, this strategy presented a dilemma. From where would the blood come? It was improbable to encounter anchorworms every time. The simplest and most reliable method would be to utilize the blood of the phantasmagoric Leviathan. Yet Zhou was reluctant to employ such a means. He possessed ample basic materials. Procuring anchorworm corpses and storing their blood in wooden barrels would suffice. Furthermore, holding sway over 2 guilds, he need not expend his own resources. He could simply instruct Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian to procure anchorworm corpses from their guild members, as submitting such corpses could be converted into guild contribution points. In the subsequent 3 rounds of dining, Zhou encountered no aggressive creatures. The entire eating phase was navigated with a sense of safety, albeit with moments of tension. Upon opening the world system interface and glancing at the upper right corner, he noted with dismay that the death toll had surged once more, exceeding 2 million. With tomorrow marking the 12th day, he pondered how many more would succumb. Zhou felt a sense of numbness as he observed the daily fatalities. Whispering softly to himself before seeking out Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian, instructing them to gather anchorhead worms. He also shared information regarding the razor disc worm, including its vulnerabilities, providing them with the biological compendium for their caution. The news about the razor disc worm could serve as a guild reward, informing those members who had shown significant contributions and loyalty. One must not underestimate the importance of this information. Being prepared is a world apart from being unprepared. Those who are ready can hear the whistling of danger and evade it swiftly, potentially surviving, while those caught off guard become mere targets, unaware of their impending doom. Chapter 62. The maturation of sweet potatoes in accordance with Zhou's instructions. Chun Xian and Jiang Haitao procured 3 anchorhead worms from the guild members, 1 from the Survivors Guild and 2 from the Jiangge Guild. Although this quantity seemed modest, it was quite typical. Most individuals who encountered anchorhead worms met their demise, with only a select few managing to survive. During the feeding phase, the Survivors Guild lost over 50 members, while the Jiangge Guild suffered over 200 casualties, largely due to its larger membership and the comparatively lower skill level of its members. Among the 2 anchorhead worms acquired by the Jiangge Guild, one was slain by Jiang Haitao himself, who encountered another one that very day. Zhou collected the corpses of the worms sent by the 2 individuals and drained their blood into a wooden barrel, filling it to the brim with the abundant fluid. He crafted a wooden cup and ladled several servings of blood into the boiling blood coral tank, taking advantage of the fresh blood to provide a hearty meal for the blood coral creatures, knowing that by the following day, the blood would inevitably congeal. After feeding the blood corals, Zhou retrieved 5 portions of the seaweed he had purchased and added them to the gel worm tank. He had personally experienced the remarkable effects of the hemostatic gel, which proved to be instantaneously effective, emphasizing the importance of adequately feeding the gel worms so they could grow rapidly and eventually be split to yield even greater numbers. Once these tasks were complete, Zhou inspected the wound on his chest, finding that it had ceased bleeding, a clear indication that the hemostatic gel had fulfilled its purpose. Satisfied with the condition of his wound, he approached the small planting box dedicated to growing sweet potatoes. At this point, the vines had completely withered, and the soil in the center had risen prominently, concealing the mature sweet potatoes beneath. Utilizing the spines of the spiny shrimp as a digging tool, Zhou carefully excavated the raised earth, revealing 3 sizable sweet potatoes. With the soil no longer obstructing him, he grasped the dried vines with both hands and pulled upwards with determination, reminiscent of harvesting radishes. The 3 large sweet potatoes emerged triumphantly from the earth. Each potato was approximately the size of an adult's fist at its widest point, and, collectively, they weighed around 10 pounds. Zhou's craving for sweet potatoes was not nearly as intense as his desire for watermelons, not due to a lack of fondness, but rather because the limitations of his stomach prevented him from indulging in the ultimate method of sweet potato preparation, roasting. Although eating them raw was delightful, excessive consumption could lead to digestive discomfort, a stark contrast to the soft, sweet experience of roasted sweet potatoes. Nevertheless, having cultivated them, he felt obliged to taste them. Using a metal knife, he deftly peeled the skin and rinsed the potatoes with mineral water. Crunch! Zhou bit into the end of a sweet potato, easily severing a generous chunk. How tender it was, crisp and succulent. The crops of this world indeed surpassed all expectations, prompting a moment of admiration from Zhou. As he continued to chew, he savored the sweet juices released by the sweet potato, finding the flavor and texture far superior to any he had previously encountered. He could only imagine how exquisite they would be if prepared as roasted sweet potatoes. Alas, it is a pity. When shall I be able to kindle a fire? Zhou gazed at the rather modest expanse of his stomach, feeling that the prospect of igniting a flame was exceedingly bleak. After consuming an entire sweet potato, Zhou sliced another in half, distributing the pieces to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian. Jiang Haitao expressed his gratitude and mentioned that he had planted 2 watermelon seeds, which had now sprouted, still reminiscing about the watermelons from yesterday. Boss Zhou, when will you provide me with farming items? I too wish to cultivate some fruits. The watermelon and sweet potato you gave me were both delightful. Bring me the blueprint for the wooden house, and I shall furnish you with farming supplies. That task seems rather daunting. Do not bother me with such trivialities. I have already declared the cessation of wooden foundation sales. The value of the wooden house has diminished significantly, so hasten to find a way to procure that blueprint. Very well, I shall give it a try. The blueprint for the wooden house held considerable significance. In the future, when there was ample space, Zhou intended to construct a wooden house to shield himself from the onslaught of perilous creatures. It was best for this blueprint to remain in his possession. After some time, Chen Xian sent over the wooden house blueprint. Your efficiency is commendable. I exchanged it for a spiked chest piece. Boss Zhou, you owe me. No problem. But was a single spiked chest piece enough to entice them into trading? Of course not. I first presented a vision of the future. Informing him of his qualifications for the vice presidency, then revealed the information about the golden silk fruit, and finally gifted him the heaviest spiked chess piece, making it clear that strength is paramount, while attributes are the true essence, and all else is mere embellishment. After a bit of persuasion, he finally relinquished it. Do you still possess the golden silk fruit? No, it was merely a ruse. How much of that is true? Very well. I have sent you the spiked chess piece along with 2 small planting boxes, but do not broadcast this to the outside world. After dispatching the items to Chun Xin, Zhou Wen concluded the conversation and proceeded to utilize the wooden house blueprint. Wooden house blueprint requires 100 units of wood. That was quite a considerable amount of wood. Zhou Wen muttered to himself and closed the blueprint interface. With the sweet potatoes harvested, a small planting box became available, perfectly suited for the mango seeds he had previously acquired. In the ensuing hours, Zhou Wen continued to train his body, performing push-ups while donning the spiked chess piece for added weight resistance. He was determined to compensate for that 0.5 strength deficit, as it was visually unsettling. 3 hours later, drenched in perspiration, he achieved his goal of 200 push-ups, feeling a slight tremor in his arms, a testament to the effectiveness of his training. At that moment, the sound of crashing waves signaled the arrival of the first supply crate of the day. Ding! Acquired 10 units of wood, 10 units of soil, and 10 units of stone. All were basic materials, and after collecting them, Zhou Wen awaited the second supply crate. Ding! Acquired 1 unit of iron ore and 1 unit of copper ore. The third supply crate contained merely some basic materials, yielding no remarkable treasures. Not a single mirror-skinned fish graced the waters today. Aside from a blueprint for a wooden cabin, there were no significant gains. With the remaining time, Zhou Wen retrieved the compost barrel and, using a dung scoop, extracted the droppings of the elusive Leviathan to craft a batch of low-grade fertilizer. Previously, he had produced 10 portions of this fertilizer. He utilized 3 himself, while Jiang Haitao and Chun Xin used 2 portions each, leaving him with 3. In 2 days, Zhou Wen plans to commence the cultivation of fruits with the members of the 2 guilds, aiming to create additional low-grade fertilizer to distribute alongside the small planting boxes. Chapter 63. The 12th Day. Ding. The Leviathan of Illusion has traversed a distance of 10,000 nautical miles, soon to depart from its birthplace. The protective phase has concluded. At the current velocity, it will cross the boundary waters and enter the deep blue sea within a day. Just as Zhou Wen was preparing to sleep, he was jolted upright by the sudden notification echoing in his mind, his head colliding with the wooden beams above, oblivious to the pain. Now, astonishingly, the protective phase continues. Zhou Wen's expression stiffened. A look of disbelief etched across his face as he struggled to accept the message resounding in his mind. Over the past 11 days, he had endured trials and tribulations that could only be described as perilous. Yet now he was informed that he remained within the protective phase. What could the deep blue sea, devoid of protection, possibly entail in terms of danger? Initially, as his character attributes had grown over these days, adorned in a full set of spiked armor, wielding a newly acquired iron broadsword, and equipped with hemostatic gel worms and blood-boosting corals, Zhou Wen had begun to feel a sense of security in this world. Even the razor disc worm he encountered that very day, though perilous, had revealed its weaknesses to him. Drawing from his previous experiences with the anchorhead worm, Zhou Wen had anticipated potential encounters with razor disc worms in the coming days, and he had even prepared blood to ensure his safety through the forthcoming trials. In that moment, the once terrifying unknown world seemed to lose its dread. Yet now, the unknown loomed before him once more, shrouded in mist and ambiguity. The protective phase, how infuriating. Zhou Wen let out a bitter laugh, followed by an internal curse. Venting his frustration, what more could he do? Survival continued, and he had no choice but to plunge into the even more perilous deep blue sea. Regardless, sleep beckoned. On the 12th day, the Leviathan of Illusion began to stir. Zhou Wen sat up, feeling lethargic. He had not rested well the previous night. The uncertainty of the deep blue sea gnawing at his peace of mind as his thoughts spiraled into imaginings of the dangers that lay ahead. Yawning, Zhou Wen emerged from his resting area to commence his daily patrol. The blood-boosting coral worms and hemostatic gel worms appeared to be thriving. The golden sea grass had grown an additional 5 centimeters, and the rock crystal leaf tree had sprouted delicate branches at its 3 bifurcations, with a small rock flower bud blooming at the tip. The rock crystal leaf tree is flourishing at an astonishing rate. It seems poised to blossom soon. Observing the promising growth of the rock crystal leaf tree, Zhou felt a slight alleviation of the persistent anxiety that had plagued him. He then added 3 portions of burrowing rock worm excrement to the tree, concluding his patrol for the day. As the time for the Leviathan's feeding approached, Zhou retreated into his resting area to await the arrival of the seawater, uncertain if it would harbor any dangerous creatures. Today marked the final day before entering the deep blue sea. It seemed the world's system had shown a modicum of compassion, granting him a day's preparation. However, to Zhou surprise, the Leviathan of Illusion did not partake in feeding today. There is something of interest. A voice echoed in Zhou's mind, the Leviathan communicating. What intriguing thing. No feeding today? Zhou felt a sense of perplexity as the Leviathan's transformation today seemed rather unusual. After a while, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and a deluge of seawater surged in. Zhou immediately roused his spirits. Employing a mirror-like surface to refract the water surface in an attempt to observe any creatures lurking beneath. However, after an extended period of futile observation, he found the water to be inexplicably murky, seemingly infused with an abundance of silt. As he waited, the surface remained eerily calm, devoid of any signs of life beneath. Not even a trace of seaweed. Zhou still needed to construct 20 oxygen-producing algae tanks today. Due to the absence of seaweed, he had preemptively acquired 10,000 units through the global trading channel. Using 200 units, he crafted the 20 algae oxygen tanks and listed them on the global marketplace. At that moment, the murky water gradually receded, leaving behind a considerable amount of sediment, along with a white spherical object the size of an ostrich egg. What did this be? Zhou donned all his gear, gripping his shield and iron blade, and approached for a closer inspection, discovering that it appeared to be a fish egg. He swiftly touched the shell of the fish egg and then consulted the biological compendium. Big-headed fish length, 20 meters weight, 100 tons diet, carnivorous description, a predatory fish that prefers to conceal itself within the sand, using food remnants as bait. It possesses a certain level of intelligence. Its flesh is delectable and edible, and its teeth can be fashioned into weapons. What I touched was a fish egg, yet the entry referred to the adult form. Zhou felt a twinge of surprise, but was immediately captivated by the mention of its edibility. Generally, when a biological entry indicates edibility, it suggests the potential to enhance attributes. He wondered if the fish egg would confer any attributes. Zhou lifted the fish egg, noticing its shell was thin yet remarkably sturdy. Through the translucent exterior, he could vaguely discern the interior. However, it appeared that this egg had been laid not long ago, as there was no embryo, merely a fertilized state. Using his iron blade, Zhou gently cracked open the shell, revealing the transparent egg liquid inside. Bringing his mouth close to the opening, he took a small sip. Oh my, how pungent! An unprecedented wave of fishy odor assaulted his senses, nearly causing him to retch. But he ultimately held back and forcibly swallowed it. Would his fish egg truly enhance his attributes? If not, it would all be in vain. Zhou, overwhelmed by the fishy taste, struggled to suppress the turmoil in his stomach. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to disregard his trepidation, close his eyes, and gulp down the entire egg liquid in one breath. Zhou practically poured the liquid directly down his throat, unwilling to let it linger in his mouth for even a moment. It was simply too repulsive. Ding! Consuming big-headed fish egg grants intelligence 1. The instant the notification sounded, Zhou's mind experienced an unprecedented clarity as long-forgotten memories resurfaced with startling vividness, as if they had just transpired. How extraordinary! Could a mere point of intelligence yield such a significant enhancement? Zhou felt as if he had acquired an uncanny ability to remember everything he encountered. Moreover, whether it is an illusion or not, he felt an enhanced control over his body. For instance, akin to the martial arts dramas where one hand draws a square while the other sketches a circle, he found himself effortlessly capable of the same. Ah, another treasure? The voice of the Leviathan of Illusion resonated once more. Another treasure? Could it be that prior to departing from the Sea of Origin, there would be a significant resupply? A supply must precede a great battle. Zhou suddenly recalled this saying. While awaiting the Leviathan of Illusion to consume the treasure, Zhou glanced at the system interface. The death toll had already reached 2 million, and they had merely entered the feeding phase. By the time this phase concluded, it was likely that 10 million lives would be lost, and this was still the protection phase. Zhou hastily prepared 2 portions of blood-boiling coral powder and sent them to Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, advising them to exercise caution and informing them of the enhancements and side effects of the powder, urging them to be mindful of the timing of its use. Given the current equipment of Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian, confronting a single anchorhead worm would undoubtedly pose no issue. However, the fear of facing multiple ones lingered. It was essential to provide them with a means of survival. After all, they were allies, and he could not afford any mishaps. Chapter 64. The White Jade Shell. After a brief interlude, the illusory Leviathan once again engulfed the turbulent seawater, which remained murky and opaque. Zhou harbored uncertainties regarding the potential presence of perilous creatures within the depths, though he felt reassured by the Leviathan's assurances of safety. Nonetheless, prudence dictated that he seek refuge in the designated resting area. Before long, the waters receded, leaving behind a considerable deposit of silt. Fortunately, no large organisms were detected. Zhou emerged from his sanctuary, embarking on a search within the confines of the stomach wall. There he discovered 5 shells, smooth and lustrous like jade, nestled amidst the sediment. Swiftly, Zhou brushed his fingers across the shells, activating the newly acquired biological compendium. White jade shell, length, 20 centimeters, weight, 8 kilograms, diet. Microorganisms description. A species with a shell composed of white jade. Its flesh is delectable and edible. The white jade shell can be absorbed by the illusory Leviathan, promoting the growth of scales. What a delight! Another edible organism. Zhou felt a surge of anticipation regarding the potential enhancement of attributes from the flesh of the white jade shell. Yet his attention was captured by the subsequent information concerning the illusory Leviathan. Astonishingly, this shell could enable the Leviathan to grow scales? Zhou was taken aback. The first page of the biological compendium featured an introduction to the illusory Leviathan, accompanied by a simplistic illustration. Resembling a whale, the Leviathan was devoid of scales. Should it indeed be possible for the Leviathan to develop scales, its survival capabilities would be significantly augmented, equipping it to confront the unknown dangers of the deep blue sea. Consequently, Zhou grasped his iron blade, intent on prying open the white jade shell. However, the shell was tightly sealed, leaving no leverage for his iron tool. He then raised the blade and struck the shell several times, sending sparks flying, yet only superficial marks marred the surface. How formidable! The reverberations from the impacts left his hand somewhat numb. After a moment of contemplation, he formulated a rather ingenious, albeit not entirely flawless plan. He crafted a wooden door, placing the white jade shell atop it, then accessed the blueprint interface to select the design for a stone pedestal, utilizing 10 units of stone for its construction. During the crafting process, he meticulously positioned the pedestal to align directly above the white jade shell. At the instant the pedestal was completed, it plummeted from a height of 3 meters, crashing down heavily upon the shell. A resounding crack echoed as the sturdy shell of the white jade shell was marred by the weighty stone pedestal, which produced visible fissures. Remarkably, it had not shattered completely. Zhou inspected the shell, now adorned with cracks, yet it remained largely intact. He had anticipated it would be obliterated by the sheer weight of the pedestal, which must have weighed no less than 500 pounds. Upon noticing a dent in the wooden door, he realized that its lack of fortitude had provided a cushioning effect, dissipating much of the impact's force. Nevertheless, Zhou had achieved his objective. Following the fissures, he delivered several strikes with his iron blade, and at long last, the fractured shell succumbed, revealing the pristine, pearl-like flesh within. After considerable effort, he had finally attained his goal. Zhou eagerly grasped a sizable piece of the shell's flesh, the size of his palm, and took a hearty bite. The meat of the white jade clam is remarkably chewy, with a hint of sweetness that enhances its delightful flavor. After consuming it in just 3 or 4 bites, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Consumed white jade clam meat, strength 1. How splendid. His strength had increased to 11. 5. However, a sudden realization struck him. The increase in strength rendered his previous weight training ineffective, necessitating the addition of more weight to compensate for the 0.5 deficit. Well, if only I could encounter more creatures that bolster strength. I might forego the need to compensate for that 0.5, he mused. With that thought, he placed another white jade clam on the wooden door and, employing the same method, first smashed it with a stone and then cleaved it with an iron blade. After prying open the clam, he consumed the meat once more. But this time, no notification sounded, indicating that the strength enhancement could not be repeated. This outcome was anticipated, and he felt no disappointment. Holding the 2 shattered white jade clam shells, he approached the digestion pool, preparing to discard them. Perhaps crushing the shells into finer pieces would facilitate better absorption by the Leviathan of Transformation. Contemplating this, he ground the shells into a fine powder with the stone and scattered it into the digestion pool, now awaiting the reaction of the Leviathan of Transformation. However, he suspected that the Leviathan would not respond, as the quantity was insufficient. 2 clam shells, in contrast to the vastness of the Leviathan, were akin to a grain of sand dropped into the pool. Absorption would be negligible. This was merely an experiment, with only 5 shells in total. If tossing 2 into the pool yielded no response, the same would likely hold true for all 5. He decided to reserve the remaining 3 shells as rewards for Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, or perhaps as bargaining chips should he encounter someone willing to trade valuable blueprints. In the ensuing time, the Leviathan of Transformation seemed to be in a perpetual search, although not every foray yielded fruitful results. Often, only mud and sand entered the stomach wall space. Thus, Zhou, when temporarily redirected his focus to the system interface, realizing that the eating phase had concluded, and the death toll had surpassed 5 million. Another day, another significant loss of life. Zhou felt no pity for these individuals. Rather, he recognized the broader implications. A dwindling population signified a decrease in daily resource production, particularly of rare materials, which only a select few could obtain. For instance, the accelerated growth of the food compendium for the Leviathan of Transformation was a task that Zhou could hardly accomplish alone. It necessitated a substantial population to enhance the probability of acquisition. He hoped for fewer casualties in the future. Currently, apart from Zhou, all others remained in the birth sea, still in a protective phase. Given that millions had perished today, he could only wonder how many would succumb once they transitioned into the deep blue sea. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and seawater surged into the stomach wall space. Zhou immediately refocused his attention, observing the seawater, which was now clear, devoid of any signs of biological activity. As the water receded, a silver-edged supply box materialized within the stomach wall space. A silver-edged supply box? Zhou quickly leaped down from the wooden platform, approaching the box with anticipation, reaching out to open it. Ding! Acquired iron pot blueprint. What? It is indeed a blueprint for an iron pot, which is rather, utterly useless. Zhou's tone displayed a stark contrast. The iron pot is undeniably significant. In any survival game, it is a valuable asset. However, the issue lies in the fact that one cannot kindle a fire within the confines of stomach. Yet, it is not entirely devoid of utility. For being made of iron, it can serve as a means of defense when strapped to one's back. Zhou pondered this, gesturing with his hands behind him to gauge the pot's dimensions for suitability. He activated the blueprint, flipping to the latest page of the schematic to review the materials required for its creation. Iron pot blueprint requires iron ingots X5. Chapter 65. Hold on a moment. The mealtime concluded, and Zhou inquired about the situations of Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, as well as the number of fatalities among the guild members. Jiang Haitao had encountered 2 anchorhead worms, but they did not appear simultaneously, allowing him to easily dispatch both. On the other hand, Shen Xian faced 2 at once. However, with her strength of 13, she found it manageable as long as she remained vigilant. After 5 rounds of consumption, she had successfully slain 3. The guild's casualty report was relatively stable, mirroring the figures from the previous day. Please compile a list of those who have made a significant contribution to the guild and survived a confrontation with an anchorhead worm. Although Zhou, when intended to commence fruit cultivation among the guild members, the daily mortality rate indicated a persistent risk of encountering anchorhead worms. Therefore, distributing small planting boxes indiscriminately was ill-advised. It was essential to select individuals capable of surviving an encounter with the worms to ensure the boxes could serve their intended purpose. Boss 1, I have compiled a list of 30 individuals. What would you like them to do? I plan to have them cultivate fruit tomorrow. When the time comes, promise them some rewards to discourage them from absconding with the supplies. Rewards? Perhaps spiked helmets? That won't do. Those who have survived the anchorhead worm attacks likely already possess spiked helmets. Then procure some weapons for them. Negotiate with the other guild leaders for purchases. They should be amenable to trading, especially since you still have spiked helmets in your possession. Understood, Boss 1. By the way, establish a daily task for the guild members, requiring each to submit 100 seaweeds daily. They cannot simply join the guild and do nothing, waiting to receive spiked helmets. What should we do with the seaweeds? If we collect 200,000, we will have nowhere to store them. This indeed posed a dilemma. Zhou furrowed his brow. Jiang Haitao could directly hand over today's 200,000 seaweeds to him, as for some unknown reason, the Leviathan had not fed today. As its symbiote, he could not neglect this matter. After all, how could a child be allowed to go hungry? However, he could not possibly feed the Leviathan every day. Nonetheless, he had previously entertained a hypothesis. If a substantial quantity of seaweed were traded to satiate the Leviathan, would it still require feeding? If it did not, this information could be leveraged to ensure safety. Let me handle today's supply. We can address the 200,000 tomorrow. If necessary, we can distribute it as rewards to the guild members who have contributed significantly, informing them that feeding the Leviathan more seaweed can expedite its growth. Understood. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Chun Xian sent over the names of her guild members who met the criteria. 50 individuals, slightly more than Jiang Haitao's guild. Zhou similarly informed Chun Xian of the requirement for her guild members to cultivate fruit. What? Boss Zhou, that's rather abrupt. Just yesterday you provided me with small planting boxes, and now you're expecting free distribution to begin tomorrow? I was contemplating how delightful it would be to have such exquisite fruits, exclusively for our guild, to be awarded to our members. This would demonstrate the strength of our guild and foster a greater sense of belonging among them. This does not conflict. Everything they cultivate must be harvested and the majority submitted to me. They may keep a portion for themselves, either for personal consumption, as rewards, or for trading with other guilds. How can this be the same? Collecting from them only to reward them is entirely different from not providing them any reward initially. It is indeed the same, but viewed from a different perspective. The small planting boxes are of great significance. Providing them for free to cultivate is also a form of reward, imbued with the trust of bearing the guild's considerable responsibilities. You should further entice them, assuring them that they're the backbone of the guild's future. By the way, let us identify that member who submitted the plans for the wooden house and reward him with 2 small planting boxes, promoting his contribution to the guild. Once he successfully cultivates and submits the fruits, he should receive the grand reward of a fishbone knife, establishing a benchmark within the guild that inspires others to submit their plans. Very well. Subsequently, Zhou instructed Chun Xian to establish a daily task within the guild, requiring each member to submit 100 portions of seaweed, totaling 50,000 for today, which should be submitted to him first. After some contemplation, he provided Chun Xian with a dung scoop and a compost barrel, along with the method for producing low-grade fertilizer. Wow, why has Boss Zhou suddenly become so generous, so readily sharing the method and tools for low-grade fertilizer production? I am quite benevolent towards my own people. I previously handed you the precious blood coral powder without hesitation, demonstrating my trust in you. Thank you for your trust, Boss Zhou. When will the small planting boxes be distributed? I wish to promise them something today. The small planting boxes cannot be given to you. They must not appear directly in your possession. You need to trade with Jiang Haitao for them. What happened to the trust we discussed? You heartless boss. Do not digress. You will acquire the small planting boxes from him, and the low-grade fertilizer will serve as your bargaining chip in this trade. Your two guilds will appear to be in a cooperative relationship on the surface. In the future, should you both possess the same items, such as fishbone knives, blood coral powder, small planting boxes, or other rare items, it will provide a reasonable explanation to outsiders. Very well, but is such caution truly necessary? Do not concern yourself. I prefer to remain hidden in the shadows, crawling in darkness. After concluding the exchange with Chun Xian, it was nearly time for the supply boxes. At that moment, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to flood in. Zhou awaited the retreat of the water, revealing a silver-edged supply box. Surely, not all boxes today will be silver-edged, he mused in astonishment. Just as Zhou prepared to open the silver-edged supply box, the tender voice of the phantom Leviathan echoed, lamenting, "I am so hungry. I found nothing to eat today, and cannot seek out the many wonderful things. I must leave this place swiftly to find sustenance." Zhou felt a jolt of energy upon hearing this inner voice. Wait a moment. The food is arriving shortly. Let nothing of value be overlooked. Zhou hurriedly urged Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian. Soon, 250,000 portions of seaweed began to arrive, and this time Zhou did not need to lift a finger. He simply stood before the digestion pool, and with a mere thought, all the seaweed cascaded into the pool. A voice of confusion from the transformed Leviathan echoed, wondering how it could suddenly feel full without consuming anything. However, the transformed Leviathan did not dwell on it. Since it was satiated, it decided to pause its activities for digestion. Once digested, it would be imperative to seek out valuable items. Zhou, smiling, approached the silver-edged supply box and opened it with a flourish. Ding! Obtained blueprint for stone foundation. What on earth? Chapter 66. Relaxing the mind. The blueprint for the stone foundation required 100 units of stone. Zhou promptly utilized the blueprint to examine the materials needed for its construction, which far exceeded those required for the wooden foundation. Consequently, he resolved to create one for observation. Upon clicking to produce, 100 stones transformed into a radiant blue light, coalescing into a cubic stone block, measuring 1 meter on each side, within the area designated by Zhou. Unlike the wooden foundation, which is supported by 4 wooden beams and resembles a table, the stone foundation is entirely solid, which also accounts for the increased material requirements. At first glance, it appeared exceedingly robust. Zhou struck it with the back of his iron blade, producing a crisp metallic sound. He then crafted 5 additional stone foundations, bringing the total to 6. Intending to replace all 6 wooden foundations on the first tier, it was evident that the wooden foundations lacked the firmness of the stone ones, especially given the encounter with a razor beetle yesterday, capable of penetrating wooden shields and doors, with the anticipation of encountering even more formidable threats in the future. A complete transition to stone foundations would provide a sense of security. However, relocating the materials proved slightly cumbersome. Zhou needed to clear the items from the wooden foundations before dismantling them to replace them with stone. He strategically placed 2 wooden foundations adjacent to the 6 wooden platforms, then crafted 2 new storage cabinets. After transferring all the contents from the old storage cabinets to the new ones, he stowed away the old cabinets along with the 2 wooden foundations and replaced them with 2 stone foundations. Subsequently, he reinstated the old storage cabinets and transferred all items back from the new storage cabinets. This method was replicated in other areas, and after considerable effort, 5 of the 6 wooden foundations had been replaced. The last one remained untouched, as it was home to a mango seedling. At this point, the small planting box and the mango sapling were interconnected. Removing the planting box would result in the loss of the sapling. Having already grown nearly 20 centimeters tall after almost a day, Zhou decided to retain it for the time being, planning to replace it only after harvesting. After all, the 2 essential storage cabinets were now securely placed on stone foundations, alleviating any concerns regarding their stability. The second tier still housed 2 small aquariums on wooden foundations. If these were replaced with stone, Zhou would have no hiding spots left. Once this was accomplished, Zhou further explored the functionality of the stone foundations and discovered a slight distinction between them and the wooden ones. The wooden foundations could be spaced apart with one positioned in between, requiring no support beneath, while the stone foundations could only be stacked to form a wall. Nevertheless, the two types of foundations could be intermixed. If the space permitted, it would be entirely feasible to construct a stone house using stone foundations. Zhou envisioned this possibility, yet the current space was too limited. To erect a stone house, a minimum area of 4 by 4 meters would be necessary. However, the available space measured only approximately 5 meters per side, meaning a stone house would occupy nearly all of it, leaving no room for the seaweed consumed by the transformed Leviathan. At that moment, the now digested Leviathan resumed its activity, once again searching for valuable items. Thus, it validated Zhou Wen's previous conjecture. As long as the illusory Leviathan is provided with ample sustenance, it will directly enter a state of digestion, bypassing the feeding phase altogether. Zhou Wen would not employ this method himself, yet he could disseminate the idea through Jiang Haitao, endowing seaweed with a certain value among the survivors. In the future, the seaweed collected by their guild could also be exchanged for fundamental materials. Presently, only Zhou Wen purchases 10,000 units of seaweed daily to serve as a late-night snack for the illusory Leviathan. He remains uncertain if this accelerates growth, but at the cost of merely 1,000 basic resources, it poses no significant detriment to him. The market for seaweed is too minuscule to hold value. However, once this information spreads and is substantiated, seaweed will acquire a certain worth. Those possessing vast quantities of materials will opt to forego the feeding phase to evade the anchorhead worms, for life remains paramount. Consequently, their basic materials will be dispersed among the common folk, who can then trade these for life-saving items or tools, thus establishing an economic cycle. It is best to let Chun Xin disseminate this, as it aligns with her persona. Zhou Wen hesitated momentarily before opening the system interface, ultimately sending her a private message. Can this method truly be implemented? Yes, I have tested it. How many units of seaweed are required? 250,000. Though it may not necessitate such a quantity, it is inconsequential. Once spread, individuals will naturally research the minimum needed. Understood, I will ensure the task is completed, Boss Zhou. Do not utilize this method. One must maintain a sense of peril in the unknown world. Understood. After concluding their conversation, Chun Xin articulated this idea in the World Communication Channel. Given that she had previously proposed the transport of seaweed, the survivors were more inclined to trust her conjecture. In truth, this notion is easily conceived, yet it requires a prerequisite, an abundance of basic materials that must be expended swiftly, much like Zhou Wen's situation. After observing for a while and confirming that Chun Xion's information was disseminating smoothly, he closed the interface. The circulation of this news presents a downside for Zhou Wen. Those capable of bypassing the feeding phase may additionally acquire an extra supply box, allowing for the potential of 4 boxes per day. However, Zhou Wen no longer harbors the same concern about the survivors catching up to him as he once did. After experiencing the treasure cave on the 9th day and witnessing the illusory Leviathan reach the boundary area without food, he has come to realize the necessity of providing sustenance to continue the search for valuable items. He has gained a clearer understanding of how formidable the ability to hear the illusory Leviathan's thoughts truly is, far beyond his initial assumptions. Take the treasure cave, for instance. Without the ability to hear its thoughts, if the esophageal diaphragm were to open into a pitch-black void, who would dare to venture forth? Who knows what awaits outside? Even if one were bold enough to step out, faced with a darkness no wider than a meter in diameter, how many would dare to crawl inside? Upon entering, one is met with the lurking presence of the elusive rockworm. Even if fortune favors you and the Leviathan is driven away, the labyrinth of perilous obstacles remains. How many can emerge unscathed with treasures in hand? Thus, Zhou Wen has adopted a more relaxed mindset. With my advantages, what is there to fear? Given the right opportunity, Zhou Wen could even commence the mass sale of oxygen-producing algal tanks. Yet the moment is not ripe, as he currently lacks the space to store the requisite raw materials. Just as Zhou Wen's confidence swells, the sound of surging seawater resonates within the esophagus, prompting him to swiftly retreat to the resting area for concealment. This time, There is no imminent danger, and he discovers yet another Silver Edge supply crate. Ding! Acquired 20 iron ingots. Such a bounty of iron ingots. Truly worthy of a Silver Edge supply crate. Zhou gazes upon the 20 ingots, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Chapter 67. With ideas, Zhou hurriedly stored away the 20 iron ingots. Previously, he had obtained 5 from the treasure cave, used 3, and was left with 2. Now, he had a total of 22 ingots, which meant he finally had a surplus of iron reserves. Zhou exclaimed with excitement. A single iron broadsword required 3 ingots, and when he had only 2 left, he always felt hesitant to wield it, almost as if he feared damaging a rare treasure, for it was his only one. If he were to accidentally break it, it would be lost forever. However, now with 22 ingots, equivalent to 7 broadswords, he could use them freely and boldly. Should he craft an iron dagger? Zhou still possessed a blueprint for an iron dagger acquired from a previous trade. Earlier, he had been reluctant to use the ingots due to their scarcity, but now that he had sufficient quantity, he could certainly create one for amusement. After pondering for a moment, he decided against it, primarily because the broadsword's utility far surpassed that of the dagger, rendering the creation of one rather inconsequential. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Zhou commenced a new round of physical training, managing to increase his strength slightly. He needed to add more weight. This time, while performing push-ups, he utilized 3 pieces of equipment as added weight: spiked chest armor, spiked leg armor, and spiked groin guard, totaling 80 pounds. However, Zhou did not don all the equipment simultaneously. After all, push-ups primarily strengthen the arms and abdominal muscles. The spiked leg armor, worn on his legs, would not contribute significantly, so he placed the spiked leg armor and spiked groin guard on his back, wearing only the spiked chest armor while executing the push-ups. After completing one, Zhou felt a noticeable pressure, indicating that the weight was indeed effective for training, prompting him to continue. After 100 repetitions, a private message arrived, and Zhou, feeling somewhat fatigued, took the opportunity to rest. Upon opening the message, he discovered it was from Zui Junyang, the president of the Leviathan Guild. Hello, esteemed one. Is there something you need? It's like this. I noticed in the World Trading Channel that you listed 9 portions of mirror-scaled pike meat for trade 2 days ago. Oh, you have an equipment slot, but wish to increase the price? Zhou quickly realized that Zui Junyang intended to exchange the equipment slot for more mirror-scaled pike meat. A proposition worth discussing, as the utility of the equipment slot far outweighed that of the pike meat for Zhou. Actually, I wanted to ask if we could exchange for a different item. Our guild is eager to acquire those 9 portions of mirror-scale pike meat. Zui Junyang did not inquire about the equipment slot, knowing that even if he did, Zhou might not divulge any information. Moreover, the term equipment slot was sufficiently straightforward. Anyone who had played the game would understand its purpose. An exchange is possible, but it must be for blueprints or some exceptionally rare items. The mirror-scale pike meat had been listed for 2 days without any transactions, possibly deemed too rare, or perhaps the survivors opted to keep it for themselves. Given this, it would be more beneficial to trade with Zui Junyang for something of value. Esteemed one, I actually have a more advantageous method of trade for you. What method? The president of the Survivor Guild has just proposed a brilliant idea to skip the feeding phase of the Leviathan, which, after discussions among several major guilds, we find highly feasible. Therefore, we have decided to attempt this tomorrow. I'm aware of this. I saw it through the World Communication Channel. It is indeed a stroke of genius. However, how does this relate to your desire to trade for mirror-skinned perch meat? In truth, Zhou had already surmised left Junyang's intentions. The thought of this convoluted reasoning ultimately leading back to him struck him as rather amusing. We hope that once this hypothesis is validated tomorrow, we can trade seaweed with you for mirror-skinned perch meat. Of course, the amount of seaweed is not merely a few hundred or 1,000 pieces. We intend to provide enough to completely skip the feeding phase, 250,000 pieces, and all for just 1 portion of mirror-skinned perch meat. If, esteemed one, you are willing to trade us 9 portions, we will additionally offer you an extra quantity of seaweed sufficient to bypass the feeding phase. What do you think? My goodness, you are truly a genius. As Zhou read left Junyang's messages, his amusement grew with each line, ultimately bursting into laughter. How amusing it is that after all this, it circles back to me. Nevertheless, it must be said that Left Junyang indeed possesses some clever ideas. If seaweed were sold individually, say 250,000 pieces dispersed across many trades, it would lose its greater life-preserving value of skipping the feeding phase. While 250,000 pieces of seaweed may seem substantial, its actual value is not particularly high. After all, millions of people feed the Leviathan 300,000 pieces daily, making it virtually free for the taking. If one were to sell 10,000 pieces of seaweed at Zhou-Wen's purchasing price, they could acquire 1,000 basic materials. The value of 1,000 basic materials is astronomical for most survivors, transforming their lives from hardship to ease. Thus, when seaweed begins to trade on a large scale, supply will undoubtedly exceed demand, leading to a decline in price. It is improbable that Zhou-Wen could trade one basic material for 10 pieces of seaweed. The future price may well be one basic material for 100 or even 1,000 pieces of seaweed, rendering the 250,000 pieces equivalent to 500 basic materials or 250. Furthermore, as the guild president, Left Junyang could easily source seaweed from guild members without requiring excessive quantities. If each member contributes 1,000 pieces, that totals 1,000,000 pieces. In summary, Left Junyang's approach to trading mirror skin perch with Zhou-Wen is essentially a stroke of good fortune. This is indeed a commendable trading method. So, do you agree to the trade? However, I have some confidence in my own abilities. I do not require the ability to skip the feeding phase. How could Zhou-Wen possibly agree to such terms? Utilizing his own proposed method to negotiate with him, what more could he say but to commend you have some ideas? Moreover, to outsiders, Zhou-Wen clearly has no need to skip the feeding phase. He is already the foremost survivor among all, possessing unparalleled strength, and the anchorworm poses no threat whatsoever. However, as the guild was established, Zhou-Wen's status began to diminish in the eyes of the survivors. After all, how could one individual possibly rival a multitude of guild members, unless one were to resort to cheating? Esteemed leader, we implore you to reconsider. Furthermore, we have a hypothesis. By skipping the feeding phase, one might acquire an additional supply crate. In other words, you could obtain 4 supply crates in a single day. The prospect of an extra supply crate seems appealing. Yet does this additional crate guarantee the acquisition of blueprints? Or is it assured to yield rare materials or unique items? Faced with such inquiries, Zhou Junyang found himself utterly speechless. Zhou-Wen could effortlessly trade the mirror-scaled pike's flesh for blueprints and rare materials, rendering the notion of acquiring an extra supply crate entirely superfluous. Thus, Zhou Junyang's strategy of trading seaweed for mirror-scaled pike's flesh proved completely unfeasible in Zhou-Wen's context. Chapter 68. The positioning card. Zhou Junyang's thoughts were not without merit, yet he had misjudged his target. Such an approach would undoubtedly falter with Zhou-Wen. Then let us trade for blueprints, esteemed one. Blueprint trading is feasible, but it must involve valuable schematics, not the worthless ones from before. The flesh of the mirror skin pike, capable of enhancing 2 attributes, was distinct in its benefits to oneself and external entities alike. Currently, Zhou-Wen was the sole vendor, rendering the trade of worthless blueprints utterly futile. Well, while his guild possessed some worthless blueprints, truly valuable ones were scarce and certainly not up for trade. One could hardly expect to part with a golden goose. Very well, President Zhou, I have matters to attend to and shall take my leave. Seeing Zhou Junyang's reluctance to offer valuable blueprints for trade, Zhou-Wen prepared to conclude their conversation. However, considering the time, some of the more advanced survivors were nearing encounters with the mirror skin pike, yet Zhou-Wen remained unperturbed, as the leading individuals were few. Thus, the price of the mirror skin pike's flesh would not plummet anytime soon. Should the 9 portions of this flesh remain unsold today, he would distribute them among Zhang Haitao and Chan Xian as rewards for their contributions to the guild. Otherwise, if left for too long, the meat might spoil. Wait a moment, esteemed one. Although I cannot present valuable blueprints, I happened to unearth a rare item just yesterday. What item? Please share the details. Within moments, Zhuo Junyang transmitted the item information, revealing a card the size of a bank card, entirely silver, inscribed with the words Crimson Positioning Card. What purpose does this card serve? I am uncertain. I discovered it just yesterday, but it is undoubtedly rare. I inquired in the Global Exchange channel, and no one else has obtained one. In truth, Zhuo Junyang had fabricated this tale. The card was not obtained yesterday, but rather on the second day of his arrival in this world. Yet, even now, he remained clueless regarding its utility. Upon acquiring the card, he had been informed of its function to locate the Crimson Sea. But after several days of attempting every conceivable method, it had yet to yield any response. He was acutely aware that this card might hold significant importance, potentially proving invaluable at some future juncture. Yet, how distant was that future? Would he even survive to witness it? The death toll had been steadily rising, and today he had encountered 2 anchorhead worms. Fortunately, after establishing the guild, he had amassed a substantial amount of basic materials and procured a complete set of spiked armor at a premium from those possessing the schematics. Otherwise, he might have perished by now. However, the spiked armor was excessively cumbersome, rendering it nearly impossible to wield effectively. This underscored the significance of attribute points. Although the mirror skin pike's flesh did not enhance strength, a 1-point increase in constitution and speed was still beneficial. Moreover, with Zhou Wen as the sole supplier, his options were limited. Initially, he had contemplated utilizing Chan Xian's recent hypothesis of skipping the eating phase to negotiate the acquisition of the mirror skin pike's flesh at minimal cost. Yet it appeared Zhou Wen had discerned his intentions and was decidedly unyielding. The reason why Zhuo Junyang claimed it was open yesterday was to enhance the perceived value of the positioning card. If he were to speak candidly and say it was open the following day, yet remained unused until today, even a fool could discern the inconsistency. If it were indeed as rare as you suggest, it could be of use for trade. Naturally, it is authentic, but I wonder how many you are willing to offer for it. 1 share. Ah, that seems rather insufficient. Among all the rescuers, there exists but this single card. Rare it may be, yet holds no intrinsic value. 1 share is already quite generous. You opened this card yesterday and must have examined it, but your lack of usage indicates its ineffectiveness or perhaps its utter uselessness. I am willing to trade 1 share of mirror skin pike meat, which I offer out of goodwill. It may not be useful now, but it will undoubtedly serve a purpose in the future. 1 share is far too little. Let us not speak of the future, but rather focus on the present. Zhou Wen was not swayed by empty promises. After much negotiation, he ultimately secured the Crimson Positioning Card for 2 shares of mirror skin pike meat. Ding. Acquired Crimson Positioning Card. Ding. Crimson Positioning Card. Upon usage, it can locate the Crimson Sea region. It's in my grasp. The notification chime echoed in his mind, and Zhou Wen felt a surge of excitement. Upon receiving the message regarding the Crimson Positioning Card from Zhuo Junyang, he recalled the Crimson Seaweed, which could enhance the growth rate of the Leviathan by 20. However, he chose not to reveal his enthusiasm. Since Zhuo Junyang had decided to part with it, it was merely a matter of price, and he remained composed, engaging in gradual negotiation. Usage. Zhou Wen glanced over the positioning card briefly before attempting to use it, yet he was met with failure. There must be some prerequisite conditions. Zhou Wen murmured softly, aware that this outcome was anticipated. He was not overly concerned about its current ineffectiveness and decided to store the card away. Intending to try again once he entered the deep blue sea, Zhou Wen resumed his remaining 100 push-ups, and shortly thereafter, the Leviathan ingested another Silver Edge supply box, which he opened directly. Ding! Acquired gold ingots X5. Wow, how dazzling. If I were on Earth, I would be overjoyed. Zhou Wen extracted a gold ingot, roughly the size of a smartphone and about 5 centimeters thick, feeling its substantial weight in his hand. I apologize, but I regard wealth as mere refuse. Zhou Wen nonchalantly tossed the gold ingot onto the ground, feigning disdain. In this world, he could indulge in the role of a wealthy individual. After toying with the gold ingot for a while, he placed it directly into the seagrass cultivation box to nurture golden seaweed. I wonder if the gold ingot will accelerate the growth of the golden seaweed. The golden seaweed began its growth on the 9th day, and now, 3 days later, it has only reached a height of 20 centimeters. Patience is key. Subsequently, the Leviathan consumed another Silver Edge supply box, yielding 5 silver ingots. The purpose of silver ingots eluded Zhou Wen entirely, so he decided to store them away for the time being. What is that? As dusk approached, the voice of the transforming Leviathan echoed once more in Zhou Wen's mind, suggesting the discovery of something remarkable. After a brief period, the Leviathan ceased its activity, and the esophageal diaphragm opened. However, unlike the last time when the treasure cave was uncovered, there was no rush of seawater. Had another treasure cave been found? Zhou Wen's voice brimmed with excitement, for the treasures within such caves were plentiful. He promptly donned his armor and weapons, and, just as before, carried a supply box into the esophagus, engaging in brief communication with Jiang Haitao to ensure he was ready to provide assistance at a moment's notice. Yet, barely having taken a few steps into the esophagus, the diaphragm behind him unexpectedly closed. What was happening? Chapter 69. A grave situation. The sudden closure of the esophageal diaphragm instilled a sense of tension and unease in Zhou Wen, leaving him with a feeling of being trapped. He gently tapped on the esophageal diaphragm, hoping that the Leviathan would comprehend his intent and open the passage. However, the Leviathan remained unresponsive, and no thoughts echoed in his mind, perhaps entirely unaware of his presence. Resigning himself to the situation, Zhou Wen decided to forge ahead, trusting that the Leviathan would not bring him harm. After a brief moment of hesitation, he took a step away from the esophagus. Yet as he did, the entire space began to tremble violently, and the ground gradually ascended. Zhou Wen lost his balance, stumbling backward several paces until he collided with the esophageal diaphragm. What on earth is happening? As he felt the ground slanting beneath him, confusion flooded his mind. It seemed that the Leviathan was tilting its head upwards. "Hey, little one, don't cause a ruckus," Zhou Wen exclaimed in a state of urgency. The entire body of the Leviathan was inclining, and he worried about the resources within the confines of his stomach. The items placed on the foundation were secure, thanks to its adhesive properties, as if they were glued in place. The 2 small aquariums were safeguarded by glass lids, preventing any spillage of seawater. However, there was one crucial item that was not situated on the foundation: his golden seaweed. Panic surged through Zhou Wen. He could not afford to lose the golden seaweed he had painstakingly cultivated. Considering the multitude of blueprints, formulas, and relevant information he had gathered over the days, the significance of the golden seaweed was immeasurable. Not only did its fruit enhance strength by 5 points, but it was also essential for crafting equipment and could accelerate the Leviathan's growth by 50% when fed to it. At this moment, he genuinely contemplated abandoning this treasure hunt, fearing for another plant, the crystalline rock leaf tree, which also faced peril. The crystalline rock leaf tree's roots were embedded in the droppings of the burrowing worm, and should the inclination become too steep, it could dislodge from its nutrient source. Both the golden seaweed and the crystalline rock leaf tree were of utmost importance to Zhou Wen, yet now they were at risk of destruction. "Do not rise. Do not rise. I renounce the treasure," Zhou Wen cried out, feeling utterly despondent over the potential loss. Fortunately, the worst-case scenario he had envisioned did not materialize. Upon reaching a certain height, the Leviathan halted its ascent, tilting only to a 45-degree angle, which allowed Zhou Wen to exhale a deep sigh of relief. While this angle would affect the golden seaweed in the cultivation box, it was not severe enough to topple the entire structure. Some seawater might spill, but they could replenish it easily. Finally, it ceased its movement. Thankfully, it did not elevate its body as it had previously. Yet, Zhou Wen recognized this as an issue that needed addressing upon his return from the treasure hunt. Wait, how do I ascend from here? Although the esophagus lacked the damp, sticky mucus, its surface remained smooth, and at this 45-degree angle, he would slide back down after taking merely 2 steps. Before long, the predicament was resolved as an influx of seawater surged into the esophagus, quickly submerging to the level of Zhou Wen's neck. Alarmed, Zhou Wen hastily secured the supply box to his back with a strap, freeing his hands to tread water. allowing himself to float upon the surface as the water level ascended. After rising several meters, Zhou Wen exited the esophagus and entered the cavernous maw of the Leviathan. The interior remained shrouded in darkness. The icy seawater enveloping him evoked a tinge of fear, for he could not be certain that no creatures had drifted in alongside the water. However, Zhou Wen's concerns proved unwarranted. No creatures inhabited the water, and after some time, the sea reached the position of the baleen plates, enabling him to ascend successfully, illuminating his surroundings with a headlamp. He observed that beneath him lay the lower jaw of the Leviathan, while overhead was an inclined opening, obscuring the upper jaw from view. This scenario suggested that the Leviathan had its mouth agape, effectively sealing the entrance, while allowing a flow of seawater to facilitate Zhou Wen's ascent into the cavern. Fortuitously, he had learned to dog paddle during his childhood adventures in a wild pond. He felt a surge of relief, for had he not known how to tread water, he might have perished by now. The baleen plates were still a considerable height from the entrance, so Zhou Wen stood upon them, patiently awaiting the water's rise, while also taking a moment to rest, as treading water consumed considerable energy. It seemed the Leviathan sensed Zhou Wen's imminent approach to the opening, for it increased the influx of water. Soon, the water level reached the threshold of the entrance, and with a few swift strokes, Zhou Wen swam to the edge and climbed up with ease. Upon entering the cavern, Zhou Wen refrained from making any hasty movements, first utilizing his headlamp to survey the area. This cavern was significantly more spacious than the treasure cave, with the ceiling towering over 4 meters high. Although damp, it was devoid of standing water, resembling an underwater air pocket. Zhou Wen opened the supply box and donned the spiked armor, wielding a shield in his left hand and a hefty iron sword in his right, while the heaviest spiked chest plate remained stowed in his equipment inventory. Additionally, he had secured a package of boiling blood coral powder to his left wrist with a bandage. Lacking paper, he ingeniously wrapped the coral powder in seaweed leaves, forming a small, triangular bundle reminiscent of a tiny dumpling. Should a crisis arise, he planned to tear open the bandage, chew the seaweed package, and swallow it, thus gaining an additional 5 points in speed to facilitate his escape. The sound of the hand-cranked headlamp whirring filled the cavern, its echoes reverberating through the space. This was intentional, rather than venturing deeper into the cave only to encounter colossal creatures. He preferred to draw them out at the entrance and gauge their fear of the Leviathan. After cranking for a while without any response, and with the headlamp fully charged, Zhou Wen donned it and began his exploration deeper into the cavern. What was that odor? As he delved further, a foul stench permeated the air, reminiscent of decaying organic matter, suggesting the presence of some creature's remains. Zhou Wen furrowed his brow, an air of vigilance enveloping him as he pressed his body against the right wall of the cave, thus allowing him to remain attentive only to the front and left sides. After traversing a short distance, he found nothing within the cavern, yet the foul stench intensified, prompting him to stifle a gag. Upon encountering a corner, the beam of his headlamp illuminated the path ahead, revealing the turn. Zhou Wen, grimacing against the putrid odor, cautiously approached the corner. Instead of directly turning, he retrieved a reflective surface from his supply box, extending it around the bend. With the headlamp in hand, he leaned against the wall and cast its light into the recess. To his horror, the image reflected back by the surface caused his heart to momentarily falter, sending a jolt of fear through his entire being. He discarded the reflective surface in a panic and turned to flee, sprinting with a speed that felt unparalleled in his lifetime. In his haste, he deemed his pace insufficient and jettisoned the spiked armor from his body through the equipment interface. Chapter 70. The glimmering reflection of gold in that fleeting moment. Zhou Wen could not discern the true nature of the creature. He merely caught sight of a row of white, menacing fangs, each exceeding a meter in length, intertwining grotesquely. In such circumstances, there was no need for Zhou Wen to grasp the entirety of the beast's form. The sheer length of its teeth sufficed to suggest a formidable size, one that could easily consume him without a hint of difficulty. Silence enveloped the cavern. No sounds pursued him. As Zhou Wen sprinted, he focused intently on the echoes of his footsteps, soon realizing that apart from his own hurried pace, There was no other sound resonating in the darkness. This revelation sparked a hypothesis in his mind. The colossal creature must be dead, which would also account for the foul stench of decay wafting through the cave. Not wishing to halt abruptly, Zhou cast occasional glances over his shoulder, ensuring that no monstrous entity was in pursuit before gradually coming to a stop. How did the little one escape? There are still items left behind, echoed the voice of the illusory Leviathan in his mind. Zhou's heart leaped, his fear dissipating entirely. The presence of the illusory Leviathan suggested that it had been vigilantly monitoring him, unlike the previous instance when, after losing several shields and nearing death, he realized he was obstructed by the burrowing rockworm. Was it truly an obstruction, or had he merely been on the brink of being devoured? Moreover, the buoyant tone of the illusory Leviathan's voice indicated that no threats lurked within the cavern to challenge it. Empowered by this newfound confidence, Zhou began his cautious return, retrieving the spiked armor he had discarded along the way, donning each piece as he went. Upon reaching the corner once more, he found no traces of the gigantic creature's activity, confirming that it had not pursued him after all. Picking up a reflective mirror skin from the ground, he used it to examine the corner once more, discovering indeed the presence of a massive creature, now lifeless. Stowing the mirror skin away and fastening his headlamp securely, Zhou summoned his courage to venture around the corner. In close proximity, the creature's skin had begun to decompose, its once lantern-like eyes now shriveled and sunken. Yet, the exposed fangs remained intact, glistening ominously under the light. This deceased behemoth bore a striking resemblance to an eel from Earth, towering over 3 meters in height, its length unknown as he gazed into the cavern's inky depths. However, Zhou could consult the biological compendium for further details. He located an area of unblemished skin and delicately touched it with his fingertip before promptly rinsing it with mineral water, mindful of potential pathogens associated with the corpse. After cleansing his hands, he opened the compendium and turned to the newly added page. Blade-toothed eel, length, 72 meters weight, 160 tons diet. Carnivorous description: a predatory eel that lurks within caves, poised to ambush passing creatures. Its razor-sharp fangs can pierce through flesh, tearing away a chunk of meat that is both dense and edible. These fangs can also serve as formidable weapons. 72 meters? 160 tons? After reviewing the fundamental information regarding the fangtooth eel, Zhou's expression became subtly complex. Given its formidable size, he pondered whether even the Leviathan could contend with a live specimen, fearing that it might suffer grievous injuries or even death from its sharp teeth. Surely, the Leviathan must be aware that the fangtooth eel is deceased, Zhou mused. Based on the previous echoes of the Leviathan's thoughts from the treasure cave, coupled with the resonances encountered in the fangtooth eel's lair, it became evident that while the Leviathan could not enter the cave, it possessed an understanding of the internal circumstances. Thus, Zhou was convinced that the Leviathan must possess a biological radar capable of exploring an extensive range. This was reassuring, as it ensured their safety. Subsequently, Zhou resolved to delve deeper into the cave to search for the items mentioned in the Leviathan's echoes. However, before embarking on that venture, he intended to extract the teeth of the fangtooth eel, as the introduction indicated that these teeth could serve as weapons, an opportunity he could not overlook. With a stone in hand, Zhou initially anticipated a laborious endeavor, but to his surprise, after only a few strikes, one of the teeth loosened and soon fell away. Upon inspection, he discovered that the root of the tooth was embedded in a bone resembling a hilt, which could be directly utilized as a weapon. This bone appeared to be firmly affixed within the fangtooth eel's tooth root, and excessive force would cause the root to fracture, resulting in the tooth detachment. This biological design of the teeth remarkably aligned with the description provided. The introduction noted that the fangtooth eel favored hiding in caves to ambush passing creatures. Smaller beings would suffice as prey if caught, yet a careless encounter with a larger creature could lead to the teeth becoming lodged in tough skin, resulting in the eel being entirely pulled along by the struggling giant. In such scenarios, the design of the teeth would allow them to detach, freeing the eel from the larger creature's grasp. I've struck gold, Zhou exclaimed after a while, having successfully dislodged all 30 teeth from the fangtooth eel. Though the teeth were not as formidable as iron blades, they surpassed fishbone blades in strength. After all, the fishbone blades were crafted from a 1-meter-long fishbone, which could not compare to the hardness of the 30-meter-long fawn-tooth eel's teeth. As Zhou gleefully stored the 30-tooth blades in his supplies box, the upper jaw of the fawn-tooth eel, having lost the support of its teeth, collapsed downward. In that instant, a foul gas erupted, enveloping Zhou in an overwhelming stench that assaulted his senses. He promptly retched, after hastily retreating a considerable distance to escape the noxious fumes. He gradually regained his composure post-vomiting. Good grief! Not only is it foul, but it also stings the eyes, Zhou exclaimed, wiping away the tears that had streamed from his eyes due to the acrid air. After a brief respite, as the noxious gas dissipated, Zhou recovered and, with determination, proceeded past the fawn-tooth eel's head, venturing deeper into the cave. After traversing nearly 100 meters in a short span, Zhou arrived at the end of the passage. However, apart from the elongated corpse of a knife-toothed eel, he found nothing else. Could it be that the entity the transforming Leviathan spoke of was merely the tooth? A sense of confusion enveloped Zhou as he stood at the cave's terminus, scanning his surroundings. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a fleeting glimpse of a golden reflection. He immediately lifted his head to investigate and discovered a small opening in the stone wall, approximately 4 meters from the cave's end, housing a supply box. A gilded supply box? Zhou's expression brightened with delight. The previous gilded supply box had bestowed upon him 3 blueprints. What wonders might this one unveil? His anticipation grew immensely. Chapter 71. The scale transformation period. With a swift leap, Zhou reached for the bottom of the supply box, yet found it impossible to extract. It was nearly within his grasp. Contemplating briefly, he opened the blueprint interface, intending to craft a wooden foundation. Standing upon such a base would facilitate the retrieval. However, to his astonishment, the wooden foundation proved uncraftable. Assuming it was a matter of materials, he subsequently attempted to create a stone foundation, yet met with the same failure. Could it be that crafting items externally was prohibited? That seemed implausible. On the 9th day, within the treasure cave, he had successfully constructed a small aquarium. Zhou endeavored to fashion other items. Wooden doors and barrels were easily produced, confirming that crafting was indeed possible provided the necessary materials were at hand. Yet, the foundation remained elusive. This indicated that bases could only be constructed within the transformed Leviathan, a clear restriction designed to tether survivors to the creature and deter thoughts of venturing into the outside world. Zhou considered this limitation inconsequential, aside from its slight inconvenience. The arrangement had its merits. The massive form of the transformed Leviathan could offer protection to the survivors and assist in locating supply boxes. Should one stray from the Leviathan, both life and resources would be jeopardized. Accepting the impossibility of crafting a foundation, Zhou opted to create a stone pedestal instead. The pedestal, standing half a meter tall and possessing substantial weight, served perfectly as a stepping stone. Retiring a few meters back, Zhou executed another sprint, landing on the stone pedestal and propelling himself upward with great force. Midair, he extended his arms like a zombie and successfully grasped the supply box, landing smoothly thereafter. "Ha! Bring me more essential blueprints," Zhou mused, gazing at the supply box in his hands, only to be struck dumb with astonishment. This was... Zhou's eyes widened, his face betraying sheer shock as he meticulously examined the entire supply box. The light from his headlamp illuminated the box, reflecting a golden sheen that seemingly dusted his face with gold powder. It was astonishingly a pure gold box. Zhou's heart raced. If a gold-edged supply box yielded 3 blueprints of considerable value, what treasures could this pure gold box unveil? With trembling hands fueled by excitement, Zhou slowly opened the golden box, a radiant light spilling forth from within, revealing a recipe amidst the brilliance. Ding! Obtain the ultimate blueprint for the scale transformation period of the transformed Leviathan. Unique. Ultimate. Zhou gasped internally. Although he was yet unaware of the specific utility of this recipe, the designation of ultimate, coupled with the uniqueness, suggested its extraordinary nature. He held the golden blueprint, unfolding it to glimpse its contents, only to be met with utter bewilderment at the first glance. What is this? Ultimate blueprint for the scale transformation period of the transformed Leviathan. Unique. Material 1 Golden Threadworm. Method of acquisition, found within the Golden King algal sea. Harvested from the bodies of gold crabs. Low discovery probability. Material 2. Material 3. Material 4. Upon a thorough examination, it became apparent that aside from the introduction of the first material, the remainder was riddled with questions. Alas, I shall focus solely on the initial material. This particular recipe is not feasible for creation at present. Zhou sighed, as he currently possessed only knowledge of the Golden King algae, with no clues regarding its precise location. Even if the subsequent materials were listed, he might not recognize them, rendering them as perplexing as the initial queries. Reluctantly, Zhou decided to set aside the recipe, just as he intended to return the blueprint to the pure gold chest. The chest suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, illuminating the surroundings with a warm glow. Ding! Acquired Golden Order X1. Ding! Golden Order can gild an item, enhancing its corrosion resistance. May also be utilized to augment character attributes, any attribute 1. To Zhou Wen's astonishment, the pure gold chest had transformed into an item. Initially, he had planned to take the chest back as a decorative piece. However, the transformation into a Golden Order was fortuitous, as it could be utilized immediately. At that moment, Zhou experienced a peculiar sensation of discontent, a feeling of being neither here nor there. Although the ultimate recipe for the illusory Leviathan scale transformation was exceedingly rare, it was of no immediate use. This expedition into the cave felt somewhat devoid of tangible gains, yet could not be said that he had emerged empty-handed. Rather, the future appeared promising. Fortunately, he had acquired a Golden Order, which, although its described effects were not particularly grand, was something he could employ at this moment. Zhou promptly activated the Golden Order, opting to enhance his character attributes, specifically adding a point to his intelligence. The Golden Order transformed into a beam of golden light, soaring into Zhou Wen's mind, causing his pupils to constrict as a golden glimmer flickered in his eyes. Ding! Golden Order used, Intelligence 1. In that instant, Zhou Wen felt as though his consciousness had transcended. With his eyes closed, he could manifest a version of himself within his mind, and the chaotic fragments of memories that floated therein began to coalesce under his conscious control. Soon, folders were constructed, categorizing his memories by type, akin to a well-organized computer. This was utterly remarkable. Zhou Wen experienced a refreshing clarity, his mind becoming exceptionally lucid. He could even follow along with the combat techniques from videos he had previously viewed, learning the fighting skills contained within. If his intelligence continued to increase at this exponential rate, he pondered, he might very well experience an out-of-body sensation in the end. Having gathered everything, it was time to depart. As Zhou Wen retraced his steps, he found that he no longer required illumination. He could navigate the route he had taken earlier solely by reconstructing it in his mind. Just as he reached the head of the Fangtooth Eel and was about to turn the corner, he glanced back at the decaying creature. At that moment, a question lingered in his mind. How had the Fangtooth Eel met its demise? When he had ventured deeper into the cave, he had examined the eel's entire body through the beam of his headlamp, finding no fatal wounds. Moreover, the eel's teeth remained intact, suggesting it had not encountered a creature of gargantuan proportions. In addition to these points, there exists a significant enigma. Why would an eel reside in an air-filled cavern devoid of water? Furthermore, a pure gold chest containing the ultimate formula was effortlessly retrieved by Zhou Wen, without encountering any peril. This scenario defies logic. According to Zhou Wen's conjecture, this 72-meter-long knife-toothed eel was essentially the guardian of the golden chest, yet it had met an inexplicable demise, which allowed him to seize the opportunity. It is rather eerie. What could possibly cause such a colossal creature to perish silently? A sudden chill crept down Zhou Wen's spine. Chapter 72. I shall no longer pretend Zhou Wen returned to the entrance of cave, stowing away all his gear into the supply box before plunging headfirst into the sea. The illusory Leviathan, aware of Zhou Wen's return, gradually opened its esophageal membrane, allowing the seawater in its mouth to flow into its gastric chamber, which was subsequently expelled through its digestive pool. Soon, the seawater receded to the level of the esophagus, and the illusory Leviathan lowered its head, creating a tranquil atmosphere within the space. There remained half a meter of seawater in the esophagus, and Zhou Wen waded through it, entering the gastric chamber. Concerned about the condition of the golden silk seagrass and the rock crystal leaf tree, he inspected both plants and, finding no issues, he felt relieved. The golden silk seagrass was unaffected, though some seawater had spilled from the seagrass planting box. The rock crystal leaf tree had tilted due to the softness of the burrowing worm's feces, but fortunately, upon his swift return, the roots remained anchored in the feces, and he was able to right it easily. It was already quite late, and the illusory Leviathan ceased its activities. Zhou Wen advised Jiang Haitao to retire for the night and proceeded to throw the 10,000 seagrass he had acquired that morning into the digestive pool, preparing himself for rest. However, the ground was too hard for comfort. Zhou Wen attempted to sleep on a rocky base, but found it excessively uncomfortable, prompting him to leave the resting area and place 2 wooden platforms within the gastric chamber. Henceforth, he would sleep on these wooden bases at night, and come morning, when the illusory Leviathan resumed its activities, he could simply stow them away. Cough. On the 13th day, the illusory Leviathan began to stir, and Zhou Wen slowly sat up from the wooden platform, feeling somewhat lethargic. Why does my body feel so weak? Is it due to sleeping late yesterday? He stifled a yawn, stretched his limbs, gathered the 2 wooden platforms, and commenced his inspection of the gastric chamber. Cough. Zhou Wen suddenly coughed softly. Could it be that I caught a chill from spending too long in the water yesterday? Yet, he paid little heed to it. As his physique had already reached a score of 15, a slight chill was inconsequential. Continuing his inspection of the gastric chamber, Zhou Wen confirmed that both plants and creatures were in good condition before opening the system interface to communicate with Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian regarding today's public performance. Shortly thereafter, the illusory Leviathans of other survivors entered their feeding phase, while Zhou Wen's little companion continued its search for sustenance. According to the system's prompt from the evening of the 11th day, it was expected that today he would enter the deep blue sea. However, since Zhou Wen provided food for the illusory Leviathan, it was not in a rush to leave the boundary waters. After a while, the illusory Leviathan consumed several white jade clams, the quantity exceeding yesterday's by 13. The scale metamorphosis. Zhou Wen examined a white jade clam, contemplating the scale metamorphosis mentioned in the ultimate recipe. This clam was evidently linked to the metamorphosis phase. However, it seems that this is not the opportune moment for utilization, as the illusory Leviathan currently resides in its infancy stage within the biological compendium. This implies that in order to absorb the alabaster shell and develop scales, the illusory Leviathan must transition into the scale transformation phase. The materials corresponding to the scale transformation phase have already manifested in the intersecting sea, suggesting that the subsequent stage following infancy is likely to be the scale transformation phase. Is there sufficient time? Zhou Wen recalled the multitude of question marks in the ultimate formula for the illusory Leviathan scale transformation, and uncertainty crept into his heart. He momentarily ceased pondering this matter, accessed the system interface, procured 10,000 units of seaweed, and subsequently produced 20 oxygen-generating algal tanks to list on the global trading channel. At this juncture, as the feeding phase was still ongoing, a staggering 99% of survivors were wholly engrossed in watching for anchor headworms within the seawater, rendering the global communication channel rather desolate. Nevertheless, there were still a few individuals engaged in conversation, leaders of various guilds, experimenting with the hypothesis proposed by Chen Xian the previous day, to determine whether feeding the illusory Leviathan a sufficient quantity of seaweed could indeed bypass the feeding phase. The results confirmed this notion. 6 individuals conducted the experiment, each feeding their illusory Leviathan varying amounts of seaweed, from 200,000 to 250,000 units, ultimately concluding that 200,000 units would successfully allow them to skip the feeding phase. Indeed, it has succeeded. President Chun Xin is truly astute. His previous notion of transporting seaweed was also brilliant, and I hope our two guilds can collaborate more in the future for mutual growth. Haha, President Zhao Tong. You are too modest. In this survival world, we must support each other as fellow humans. Indeed, President Chen Xian possesses great vision. I, Zhao, truly feel inadequate. For the sake of this noble cause, should President Chen Xian require spiked helmets, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I assure you, my prices will be more favorable than that Jiang fellow's. I sincerely thank you, President Zhao Tong. Haha, it is my pleasure truly. President Zhuo Junyang. Should you have any needs, feel free to contact me. My prices will certainly be reasonable. Zhao Tong diligently promoted his spiked helmets among the various guild leaders. Currently, his soaring guild boasted over 500 members. The initial 100 individuals who joined the guild were each gifted a spiked helmet by him. These 100 members ardently advocated for Zhao Tong within the World Channel, and with the allure of this benefit, an increasing number of individuals were inclined to join the soaring guild, swelling its ranks to over 500 in just a day or two. Never mind. As long as they do not provoke me, Zhou felt increasingly fortified with his growing arsenal of resources, no longer fretting that others might surpass his development. As long as they refrained from antagonizing him, he was disinclined to interfere. Time gradually slipped away, and the feeding phase of the illusory Leviathan concluded. The number of fatalities today saw a decline, totaling over 3 million. I'm immensely grateful for the great benefactor's rescue. I nearly met my demise upon encountering an anchorhead worm. Goodness, brother, how did you survive? That worm got stuck beneath a wooden foundation and took quite a while to emerge. When the tide receded, I boldly used a spike to slay the anchorhead worm. Your luck is truly remarkable. I must express my gratitude for the wooden foundations sold at a modest price by the esteemed individual. Without such fortune, our luck would be rendered futile. How infuriating it is that those who engage in the resale of wooden foundations were truly detestable. If they are so reckless, they might as well meet their own demise, for their actions have deprived us of the opportunity to acquire these foundations. Who could argue otherwise? It is indeed exasperating. Why does the esteemed individual not establish a guild? If a guild were to be formed, I would be the first to join. Yet, do you possess the qualifications for such an endeavor? It would hardly be your turn. The reason is clear. There is a fear of being exploited, with daily fluctuations in prices. Establishing a guild would only lead to further depletion of resources, and the esteemed individual is benevolent, not foolish. Oh, how I wish there could be a greater availability of algal oxygen-generating tanks each day. Alas, such is not the case. Attention everyone, align with me. I have an announcement to make. I am laying my cards on the table. The esteemed individual is my father. If each of you provides me with 10 units of basic materials, I shall persuade my father to increase the availability of algal oxygen-generating tanks. This is a promise made without deceit, absolutely genuine. As I perused the messages in the World Channel, I found them rather amusing when suddenly an unexpected son made his appearance. Who on earth are you? Chapter 73. Promotion of the small planting box. I am the god of wealth. Behold, this is divine gold. I am Kailun. Thus, I present to you paper. I am the director. Here lies the film. I am the sandpit owner. This is the sand. Upon witnessing the cacophony of criticism flooding the World Exchange Channel, Zhou felt a sense of reassurance. Nevertheless, he took a moment to convey a message of caution. In the future, there may be more individuals exploiting my name to deceive others. Please remain vigilant and do not fall prey to such scams. Haha, this kind of trickery only fools the gullible. However, esteemed leader, could you possibly increase the stock of algae oxygen generators? Indeed, esteemed leader. I have heard from various guild leaders that seaweed is about to enter a phase of significant trade. Zhou had long since exhausted the pretense of using seaweed as an excuse, yet few dared to voice their concerns, for such grievances would ultimately bear no fruit. It was Zhou who held the ultimate authority. Should he choose to withhold sales out of anger, the consequences would be dire. Furthermore, his prices were remarkably low, granting nearly everyone an opportunity, yet the supply was woefully limited. Success hinged solely on speed and fortune. As each day, survivalists competed fiercely for those 20 algae oxygen generators, as if their lives depended on it. While the survivors awaited Zhou Wen's response, a blueprint materialized within the World Exchange Channel. Blueprint for small planting box. What the heck? Can we finally start farming? Darn it. How did this guy manage to uncover it? If we acquire the small planting box, will we no longer have to worry about food scarcity? Brother Jiang, are you planning to sell this small planting box? The blueprint information posted by Jiang Haitao successfully diverted the attention of the survivalists. Nothing could rival the allure of a box capable of producing sustenance. Thus, Zhou Wen found himself momentarily relieved from the obligation to increase the number of algae oxygen generators. While he harbored no immediate fears of the survivalists catching up, he remained cautious about augmenting the supply too readily. The returns were simply insufficient. Zhou Wen had little interest in base materials, and the esteemed blueprints were treasured by the survivalists, who would be reluctant to part with them. Reverting to the original strategy of trading algae oxygen generators for fine blueprints proved to be a daunting task. What Zhou Wen sought now was prestige. To establish the persona of a benevolent benefactor. A solid reputation would allow him to influence the actions of most survivalists, serving as a potent tool in a situation where encounters among survivors were rare. However, merely increasing the number of algae oxygen generators without substantial reason would yield only fleeting gratitude. It was only when others faced genuine hardship that his decisive intervention would leave an indelible mark. The small planting boxes will not be sold publicly. Only members of our guild may acquire them through contributions. If you aren't selling, why announce the blueprint? Is it merely to show off? This is outrageous. How fortunate it would be if this blueprint were in the hands of a true leader. Indeed, your words resonate deeply. The once excited survivalists were swiftly disillusioned upon learning from Jiang Haitao that the boxes would not be available for public sale, and a chorus of grievances erupted as they began to voice their dissatisfaction. President Jiang, might it be possible for our guild to negotiate a trade? We are open to discussing the price. Many guild leaders have begun to send messages in the World Channel inquiring about Jiang Haitao, seeking to trade high prices for some small planting boxes. Some have even approached him privately. In the eyes of these guild leaders, there is no issue with external sales. It is merely a matter of insufficient pricing. Jiang Haitao, almost without exception, has acquiesced to their requests. This has incited a considerable uproar among the majority of survivors unable to join a guild, with sentiments echoing, "What does this mean? Are we, who cannot join a guild, not human? Are we even considered people? These guilds are utterly despicable. They gather a group of well-developed individuals. Do they regard us ordinary folks as anything more than mere tools for opening boxes?" The effect has been quite significant. Zhou Wen observed the righteous indignation among the ordinary survivors, indicating the success of his scheme. The guilds will undoubtedly gain more influence among the regular survivors. Surpassing Zhou Wen is merely a matter of time. Thus, Zhou Wen aims to stoke the resentment of the ordinary survivors towards the guilds, ensuring his own voice remains heard among them. President Jiang, I believe our Survivors Guild could maintain a long-term cooperative relationship with your Jiangge Guild. It seems President Shun is willing to offer a higher price. As long as the price is satisfactory, long-term cooperation is certainly possible. President Jiang, you jest. It is not merely a higher price. Rather, I possess an item that can shorten the growth time of crops by 1/10. Following this, Chen Xin presented low-grade fertilizer, which Jiang Haitao regarded with great importance. The two guilds announced a long-term partnership, concluding their public display with mutual flattery. Wengo, the promotional materials for the small planting box have been completed. Jiang Haitao sent the blueprint for the small planting box back to Zhou Wen, who, upon receiving it, dispatched 50 small planting boxes, a knife, and a piece of white jade clam meat. Although Jiang Haitao's guild could only standardly accommodate 30 individuals for the small planting boxes, Zhou Wen provided 50, with the remaining serving as rewards. After all, Jiang Haitao was not particularly adept at creating illusions. Hence, rewards would suffice. Boss Zhou, how did I perform? Was it satisfactory? It was decent. However, the flattery at the end felt rather forced. There was no alternative. To outsiders, there is little connection between Jiang Haitao and me. We could only engage in awkward compliments. Zhou also sent Chen Xian 50 small planting boxes, a knife, a piece of white jade clam meat, and information about a treasure cave. All these fine items were found in the treasure cave? You could say that. If you encounter it, do let me know so that we can look out for each other. Wow, what a great boss. Everything found in the cave must be reported immediately, lest you perish inside without bringing anything out. Heartless boss. After their exchange concluded, Zhou requested the two to send over the 250,000 seaweed collected that day, which he then fed entirely to the phantasmal Leviathan. The plan for cultivating fruit has gradually commenced. To meet the standards of the first method in the Accelerated Food Compendium, a total of 1,000 watermelons is required. Although the membership of the Zhang Haitao and Chen Xian guilds is sufficient, the daily mortality rate among members renders the situation rather unstable, and trust remains a scarce commodity. To expand the fruit cultivation, it is essential for these guild members to develop further and forge a deep bond with the guild. However, with the intelligence provided by Zhou won from the outpost, this task is not insurmountable. It merely requires the passage of time. Ahem, it is time to devise a way to secure the seaweed planting boxes. After experiencing two significant movements of the illusory Leviathan, Zhou has come to realize that this poses a serious issue. Vital elements must be anchored, particularly the golden sea grass and the crystalline rock leaf tree. Chapter 74. Radiant Splendor. Zhou placed a stone foundation on the ground, upon which he set a seagrass planting box, followed by another stone foundation on top. The two stone bases snugly encased the seagrass planting box, and when Zhou applied pressure to the box at the center, it remained utterly unmoved, as if it had melded seamlessly with the stone bases above and below. Excellent. Witnessing the success of his hypothesis, Zhou nodded in satisfaction. In the future, should he encounter a need to vacate the stomach wall space, he would first embed the seagrass planting box between the stone foundations, thus alleviating any concerns regarding the delicate golden seaweed. The most troublesome aspect was the crystalline rock leaf tree, which lacked a definitive method for stabilization. After pondering for a considerable time, Zhou ultimately resolved to plant the crystalline rock leaf tree in a wooden barrel. After much effort, he transplanted the tree into the barrel, then tore the hemostatic bandage into thin strips to secure the trunk of the crystalline rock leaf tree to the barrel, finally wrapping the entire barrel tightly with the bandage, ensuring that the excrement of the subterranean rockworms would remain contained. Very well. As long as the Leviathan transformation does not overturn, there should be no significant issues. With the stabilization methods for the two crucial plants resolved, Zhou commenced his weight training for the day. Just as he was about to begin his push-ups, a private message from Zhang Haitao arrived. Brother One, that Zhao Tong has approached me again for a collaboration. He wishes to trade for small planting boxes. Zhao Tong is quite adaptable. ISNT, if he wants to trade, let us accommodate him. Really? You're actually going to trade with him? He is not exactly a reputable character. He has gradually gained momentum. It's no longer feasible to suppress him. Just raise the price a bit and limit the quantity to 10. By the way, how do you determine prices with other guilds? It's 3 small planting boxes for 1 blueprint. Then with Zhao Tong, it should be 1 blueprint for 1 box. Let him take it or leave it. Understood, Brother One. Concluding his exchange with Zhang Haitao, Zhou resumed his exercises. As he found the training somewhat monotonous, he opened the global chat channel to see what the survivors were discussing. To his surprise, he noticed members of Zhao Tong's guild actively recruiting in the chat. Join Tong Fei and receive a spiked helmet. No need to surrender basic materials nor blueprints. Simply joining grants you a helmet. Is that true? I don't believe it. It's true. I joined the Tong Fei guild yesterday, and this morning the leader personally gifted me a spiked helmet. I am immensely grateful to President Zhao Tong. For during the feeding phase today, I encountered an anchorhead worm. Had it not been for the timely provision of the spiked helmet by President Zhao, I would not be alive now. Brother, you are indeed fortunate and have made a wise choice in joining the Tong Fei guild. Had you joined another guild, survival would have been uncertain. Indeed, I've heard that the guild leaders, unlike others, do not collect membership fees. So the spiked helmets are crafted from materials they provide themselves. Absolutely, it's far superior to other guilds. If only the leader had more basic materials on hand. You could have received your spiked helmet yesterday. Zhou gazed at the messages from the members of the Flying Dragon Guild, his brows furrowing in incredulity. It was undeniably awkward, yet undeniably effective, as more individuals opted to join the Zhao Tong Guild. This seemed akin to a Ponzi scheme. Zhou discerned Zhao Tong's intentions, to use the spiked helmets as bait, enticing survivors to join, all while publicly declaring that no membership fees were required. However, the words of the guild members hinted at a different reality. Due to the president's refusal to charge fees, the materials at hand were limited, resulting in delays in the provision of spiked helmets. Thus, joining would entail a wait, necessitating contributions to the guild. Not overly burdensome, a daily submission of seaweed would suffice, along with the recruitment of new members. In this manner, Zhao Tong could accumulate a substantial income by collecting the seaweed from a burgeoning membership base. Zhou conjecture was not misplaced. This was indeed Zhao Tong's strategy. He perceived other guild leaders as rather foolish. This method had proven effective. It was a lucrative opportunity. As long as there were members, a copious supply of seaweed could be amassed and sold for profit. Yet, those leaders remained fixated on the quality of their members. Had Zhao Tong not suffered a tarnished reputation in the past, his guild's membership might well have reached millions, with an incalculable daily intake of seaweed. A small fraction could then be allocated to provide spiked helmets to earlier members, creating a sense of anticipation for newcomers, compelling them to continue their daily contributions of seaweed. After finishing his training, Zhou found little interest in the ongoing exchanges and promptly closed the world communication channel. Before long, it was time for the resource box phase. As the illusory Leviathan lingered in the transitional waters, it could not locate a fixed resource box, relying instead on its own efforts to seek out supplies. After some time, the seawater surged into the stomach space, and as it rose higher, Zhou beheld a magnificent sight, numerous colorful lines darting through the water. These vibrant lines swam together beneath the surface, illuminating the otherwise dark waters with a kaleidoscope of hues. In that moment, the dark sea resembled the vast, inky cosmos, with the swirling, colorful lines akin to celestial rivers. What wondrous creatures were these? Zhou marveled at the enchanting spectacle. The luminescent beings were slender, measuring only 5 to 6 centimeters in length, and while small in size, there were many, over 100 perhaps. As the seawater gradually receded, the colorful lines became increasingly frantic. Many swept away into the digestive pool along with the retreating water. When the water had fully withdrawn, only a few dozen remained. Zhou hastily leaped from the rocky platform to observe these colorful lines more closely. He discovered that they were slender little fish, measuring approximately 5 centimeters in length. Undeniably the smallest of the small in this world. Glowing fish length, 5 centimeters weight, 10 grams food type, plankton description, a luminous and colorful fish, it is edible. The introduction is rather simplistic. However, it does mention edibility, implying that attributes can indeed be enhanced. Zhou seized a shimmering fish that was energetically leaping about and promptly tossed it into his mouth. Due to its minuscule size, Zhou chewed it a couple of times before swallowing, barely savoring any flavor. Ding! Consuming shimmering fish grants a speed increase of 1. Just 1 is sufficient. Zhou was somewhat taken aback. The creatures he had previously consumed to augment his attributes were considerably larger, often leaving him feeling quite full. Yet, with the shimmering fish, he even tasted it, and the attribute point had already been conferred. Chapter 75. The pioneer Zhou promptly fashioned a wooden barrel, then utilized a wooden cup to draw some water from the aquarium housing the boiling blood coral. He placed all 32 luminescent fish, small in size and radiating a captivating array of colors, into the barrel. After a flurry of activity, Zhou diligently cleaned the aquarium that housed the gelatinous flatworm, subsequently exchanging the positions of the luminescent fish and the gelatinous flatworm. The luminescent fish were introduced into the glass aquarium, while the gelatinous flatworm found refuge in the barrel, as it exhibited no particular requirements for its habitat. After a period, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to flow back into the gastric cavity. Zhou, upon careful observation and confirming the absence of large marine creatures, filled the aquarium for the luminescent fish. Ideally, for aesthetic appeal, the luminescent fish would have thrived in the aquarium alongside the boiling blood coral, enriching the biodiversity within. However, as the boiling blood coral's sustenance consisted of blood, the tank would be stained crimson during feeding, potentially affecting the luminescent fish. Thus, separation was necessary. Moreover, Zhou recalled the presence of the white jade clam. Noting the somewhat monotonous appearance of the luminescent fish tank, he decided to introduce one white jade clam, which measured 20 centimeters in diameter, to avoid overshadowing the smaller fish. Within the compact aquarium, the 32 luminescent fish swam in unison, their vibrant bodies leaving flecks of color upon the pristine shell of the white jade clam. Yet, the scene still felt lacking. The addition of aquatic plants would enhance its allure. Zhou's thoughts immediately turned to seagrass, though its size seemed unsuitable for the aquarium. He resolved to consider that matter later. Currently, the only aquatic plants he encountered were seagrass and golden seagrass. The latter's length was indeed fitting for a background in the aquarium, but he hesitated to part with it. As the seawater receded, it brought with it an additional 16 white jade clams, bringing his total to 30. This number felt excessive, leaving him with little storage space. Therefore, he decided to retain only 6, placing the remaining 24 within the gastric cavity. Given the flat nature of the white jade clams, the water flow entering the gastric space was likely insufficient to dislodge them into the digestive pool. In truth, Zhou could have directly listed them on the trading channel to exchange for items. However, should anyone take notice, it might lead to assumptions regarding his continuous discoveries. Furthermore, these white jade clams were species endemic to the transitional marine zone. Once other survivors ventured into this area, they would recognize that Zhou had significantly outpaced them. Thus, he resolved to retain the white jade clams for a time before offering them for sale, thereby creating a temporal disruption. Ding. Entering the deep blue sea. Ding. The first survivor to enter the deep blue sea receives the title of Pioneer. Ding. The Pioneer unique grants 5 to free attribute points, which can be allocated or returned freely among strength, constitution, and speed. The title of leading position will be revoked upon loss. Ding. You have entered the deep blue sea for the first time and received a deep blue treasure chest. Ding. You have attracted the attention of the Steel Leviathan. Ding. Please utilize the Steel Leviathan pest control voucher promptly, where you will face pursuit from the Steel Leviathan. A series of notifications echoed in Zhou's mind. Yet he felt no disarray. With an intellect of 12 points, he processed information with remarkable speed. This title of Pioneer intrigued him. Zhou accessed his character panel, where he noticed an addition to his name, Pioneer 5. According to the notifications, these 5 attribute points could be returned. Thus, Zhou allocated 1 point to strength, raising it to 12. 5. How does one return these points? After adding a point to strength, Zhou attempted to return it but found no icon to do so. Upon further investigation, he discovered that one could return all points at once simply by clicking on the Pioneer in the parentheses to revert the 5 points entirely. This design was splendid, enhancing the operability of these 5 points. In moments of peril, he could allocate all 5 points to speed, and if escape became impossible, he could click Pioneer to revert them to strength. Quite clever indeed. Zhou experimented by distributing the 5 points among the 3 attributes, and then returning them all to one chosen attribute. It was both convenient and flexible. Coughing softly, he took a glance at his attributes. Zhou 1, Pioneer 5. Normal human attributes are 10. Intellect, 12 Strength, 11. 5 Constitution, 15 Speed, 15 Evaluation. Infected with oxygen-rich bacteria. A person in poor health. What? Zhou paused after reading the evaluation, then promptly opened the biological encyclopedia to check for information on these oxygen-rich bacteria, but found none. Could that 72-meter-long fangtooth moray have perished due to this bacteria? Zhou quickly reflected on the events of the past 2 days. The oxygen-rich bacteria must have infected him in the fangtooth moray's cave yesterday. Recalling the moray's bizarre death without external injuries now made sense. What to do? A bacterium capable of killing a colossal creature was undoubtedly beyond Zhou's capacity to combat, yet he currently had no means to address it. Not even basic information about the oxygen-rich bacteria. Stay calm, Zhou murmured softly, suppressing the anxiety and panic within. After careful contemplation, he allocated all 5 free attribute points to Constitution. Based on Zhou Wen's speculation, the oxygen-rich bacteria were likely not particularly malignant, as he had been infected last night, and now, nearly a day later, aside from occasional coughing, he felt relatively fine. Were it not for glancing at his character's evaluation, he would hardly suspect any ailment. In the absence of any available treatment, he could only rely on his own resilience, striving to raise his physical constitution to 20, in hopes of slowing the infection rate of the aerobic bacteria. Naturally, this approach could only serve as a temporary reprieve. After all, even a 72-meter-long saber-toothed eel had succumbed. With merely 20 points of constitution, it was impossible for him to engage in a prolonged battle against the aerobic bacteria. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch, he sighed inwardly with a sense of helplessness. Setting aside the matter of the aerobic bacteria infection for the moment, there was another pressing concern. Zhou Wen retrieved from his storage locker the Armored Leviathan Pest Control voucher he had obtained on the 5th day. Today marked his 13th day in this world, and nearly 8 days had already elapsed. Chapter 76. Entering the deep blue sea, Zhou Wen originally planned to increase his strength to 15 points, allowing him to don a complete set of spiked armor and utilize the pest control voucher. However, he did not anticipate the difficulty in enhancing his strength. He currently stood at a mere 11. 5 points. At that moment, the Steel Leviathan Pest Control voucher displayed a countdown, 3 days remaining. This duration represented the final threshold the Steel Leviathan could endure. Should the 3 days elapse without Zhou when utilizing the voucher, the Steel Leviathan would pursue him mercilessly. Time was indeed of the essence. Zhou Wen retrieved the rock fruit he had previously set aside for cultivation. If all else failed, he would consume it, hoping to further augment his 3-dimensional attributes. The illusory Leviathan had only recently emerged, yet he had already encountered 2 exceedingly aggressive parasites, each more perilous than the last, and in considerable numbers. He pondered the implications of an adult Leviathan harboring a multitude of parasites within its stomach lining, especially without any long-term maintenance. The thought sent a shiver down his spine, evoking a sense of impending doom. Found it! How terrifying! We must return. The voice of the illusory Leviathan echoed, indicating it had discovered something. Ding! Entering the boundary sea. Why are we back again? Zhou Wen mused momentarily before realizing that evening was approaching, and the illusory Leviathan intended to rest in the boundary sea. Indeed, upon its return, the creature ceased its movements, and the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing seawater to flood in. Once the water receded, a deep blue chest emerged within the stomach lining. This must be the treasure alluded to in the notification about the deep blue chest. Zhou Wen contemplated, reaching out to open it. Ding! Obtained 2 sets of clothing. What madness is this? Why provide 2 sets of clothing? Zhou Wen scrutinized the contents, noting they were merely ordinary garments. Although his current attire was in tatters, with a gaping hole at the chest, clothing held little significance in the grand scheme of survival. Within the temperature-controlled confines of the stomach lining, he could easily forego clothing, frolicking freely as there were no prying eyes. However, in the context of the deep blue chest, which was a reward box, it seemed rather disproportionate to receive 2 ordinary outfits. Had these items emerged from a supply crate, he would have regarded himself fortunate. Nevertheless, since they had been obtained, he could not simply discard them and promptly store them in his storage compartment. Ding! Acquire dual voucher X1. Ding! Dual voucher. Designate any survivor. Slaying the opponent grants you all their resources. The anxieties he harbored had materialized. The deep blue chest was accessible to all who entered the deep blue sea, implying that every individual would possess a dual voucher. This inevitably heralded a scenario of mutual plunder. This was not merely a dual voucher. It was a catalyst for avarice, a pivotal element of risk and reward, and the genesis of chaos and madness. Hoping that other survivors possess self-awareness and refrain from challenging him to duels, Zhou Wen found himself amused by the thought, fully anticipating that many would indeed seek him out for such confrontations. Fortunately, He maintained a threefold distance ahead of most survivors and ample time to enhance his abilities, ensuring he would possess the strength to overpower all challengers. As for the few survivors who were slightly ahead, such as the leaders of various guilds and some financially affluent individuals, Zhou did not believe they would trouble him. They had sufficient foundational materials and could procure what they needed through trade, making it unnecessary to risk a challenge against him. The potential loss was far too great. No one would be foolish enough to take such a gamble. Ding obtained 10 cans of meat, 10 bottles of mineral water. Cans of meat. Zhou Wen's eyes brightened with delight as he examined the assortment, discovering 10 different varieties of canned meat. There were cans of beef, chicken, and pork, among others. But notably absent were cans of fish, likely due to the fact that fish was the only meat available to survivors in this world. Ah, splendid provisions. He swallowed hard and stored all 10 cans in his inventory. Ding obtained 200,000 units of seaweed. Upon hearing this notification, Zhou Wen's face displayed astonishment, not at the sheer quantity of seaweed, but at the astonishing capacity of this deep blue treasure chest, which could accommodate 200,000 units, while his inventory could only hold 10,000 items. With this deep blue treasure chest, he finally had a place to store his abundant supplies. Zhou Wen felt a surge of excitement, as he would no longer need to worry about insufficient storage space. Although the contents of the deep blue treasure chest did not significantly enhance the development of the survivors, they did improve their quality of life, providing sustenance and comfort. After the illusory Leviathan had rested, Zhou Wen, as before, tossed 10,000 units of seaweed into the digestion pool. The 200,000 units of seaweed in the treasure chest would serve as a substantial meal for the illusory Leviathan. If it could not find food by tomorrow, he would feed it the 200,000 seaweed, thus freeing up space in the chest. As he prepared for sleep, Zhou Wen set down 2 wooden foundations and lay upon them. Yet, barely closing his eyes, a torrent of chaotic thoughts flooded his mind, the perilous waters ahead, the 3-day deadline regarding the armored Leviathan, and most troubling of all, the infection of his body by hyperoxygenic bacteria. Unable to find rest, Zhou Wen opened his character attribute panel to examine his 20 points in Constitution. It appeared that the 5 points of free attributes from Pioneer had indeed made a difference. He had yet to cough, indicating that the increase in Constitution was effectively suppressing the hyperoxygenic bacteria. He resolved to reassess the situation tomorrow. Understanding that further worry would be futile, Zhou Wen cleared his mind of these disordered thoughts and fell into a deep slumber. On the 14th day, the illusory Leviathan began to stir. Zhou Wen immediately rose from the wooden platform and stretched his body to assess his condition. He felt a slight fatigue, yet it was an improvement compared to the previous day. It seemed that with a physique rating of 20, he could endure for a while longer. The fact that his body had not deteriorated further was indeed a piece of encouraging news. Zhou Wen's plan was to wait for 2 days, as he was about to venture into the deep blue sea, hoping to encounter new creatures that could enhance his strength. This way, on the 3rd day, when he employed the armored Leviathan pest control voucher, he would stand a better chance. As dawn broke, he commenced his routine inspection of the entire gastric wall space, finding that the cultivated plants and creatures were thriving without issue. Ding, entering the deep blue sea. Chapter 77, pursued as Zhou Wen ventured into the deep blue sea. A wave of anxiety washed over him. The Birth Sea served as a protective haven, yet dangers still lurked. What perils awaited him in the enigmatic deep blue sea? The Leviathan, in its illusory form, seemed equally unsettled, for upon entering the depths, the very walls of its gastric chamber trembled violently. Previously in the Birth Sea, the vibrations had been merely slight, indicating the Leviathan's steady movements. However, the current tumult suggested it was exerting itself to the utmost in a desperate race. A resonant hum suddenly filled Zhou Wen's ears, growing increasingly intense, sending painful shocks to his eardrums. Abruptly, the gastric wall space halted, propelling Zhou Wen sideways, crashing against the soft, yielding wall. Fortunately, he sustained no injuries, though the violent oscillations left him slightly dizzy. Boom! A muffled explosion reverberated, akin to a massive bomb detonating underwater. occurring perilously close to the Leviathan's flank. The sheer proximity of such a thunderous blast nearly rendered Zhou Wen unconscious. The sound eclipsed even that of the Leviathan's tail, striking a swarm of shrimp. Had his constitution not been bolstered to 20 points, he might have succumbed to the force. Hide! Hide! The frantic voice of the Leviathan echoed in Zhou Wen's mind. In the gastric chamber, he remained oblivious to the chaos outside. Yet the cacophony and the Leviathan's urgency suggested a colossal creature was pursuing them relentlessly. The ominous hum persisted, drawing nearer, a harbinger of impending attack. Zhou Wen's heart raced in tandem with the escalating sound. Once more, the gastric chamber jolted violently, flinging him away as the terrifying explosion resounded beside the Leviathan. Ignoring his spinning head, Zhou Wen quickly sought refuge beneath the wooden base where mangoes were planted, clinging tightly to the wooden posts, anchoring himself firmly. The previous displacements had resulted from the Leviathan's sudden shifts in direction, evading the onslaught of the monstrous pursuer, much like a small fish dodging a larger predator. The ominous hum continued to linger, as if a grim reaper were brandishing its scythe behind him. Each time the sound drew near, the Leviathan would abruptly veer, narrowly avoiding disaster. Zhou Wen clung tenaciously to the post, managing to avoid being thrown again, yet he could do nothing but pray for the Leviathan's successful escape. Almost there. Almost there. The Leviathan's thoughts rang out once more, imbued with joy and excitement. Bang! Moments later, a tremendous crash erupted from the rear of the gastric space, reminiscent of a colossal beast colliding with a mountain. Thunderous roars followed in rapid succession. The colossal creature seemed utterly unwilling to relent, relentlessly battering against the mountain, causing the entire edifice to tremble violently. Zhou Wen could not perceive the external circumstances. All of this was merely a scene conjured in his mind based on the sound around him, yet it felt remarkably accurate. Gradually, the thunderous noise receded, diminishing in intensity, and the vibrations within the gastric cavity subsided, allowing the Leviathan to swim at a normal pace. Was it safe now? Zhou Wen slowly released his grip on the wooden post, his entire body drenched in perspiration. The tension from earlier left his nerves and muscles taut, rendering his joints somewhat stiff. He exhaled deeply, releasing a breath he had been holding, as his body experienced slight spasms from having clutched the post too tightly. It seemed that the sea of birth truly was a protective phase. At last, Zhou Wen realized that this protective stage was not safeguarding the survivors like him, but rather shielding the Leviathan. For so many days within the sea of birth, the Leviathan had encountered no danger at all, gliding through effortlessly. And now that they had exited this sanctuary, it was immediately pursued by a gigantic creature. Finally a meal. After a while, the Leviathan's voice echoed once more, indicating it had found sustenance. Upon hearing this, Zhou Wen promptly climbed onto the rocky platform, retreating to the resting area, aware that entering a new marine domain meant the feeding phase would likely not be tranquil. Splashing sounds erupted, and after a moment, the tumult of water surged within the esophagus, followed by the diaphragm opening, allowing water to flood into the gastric cavity. Zhou Wen, fully alert, grasped his headlamp and illuminated the pitch-black surface of the water through the crevices, then utilized the reflective properties of the mirror skin to observe the conditions above. Apart from some seaweed, he found no signs of large marine life, which alleviated his anxious disposition. Having just witnessed the Leviathan's flight from a massive predator, he feared encountering a similar threat. What is that? Just as Zhou Wen began to relax, he observed a creature emerging from beneath the water, crawling along the gastric wall. Externally, it resembled a being with an oval shell measuring approximately 30 centimeters. Once it surfaced, it halted its movement, and Zhou Wen watched as a soft body gradually extended from the oval shell, akin to a snail. Ultimately, as the entirety of this creature's supple form emerged, a slender, 10-centimeter-long spike protruded from its body, plunging sharply into the gastric wall to commence siphoning blood. Another parasite. Zhou Wen furrowed his brow, wishing he could rush forth and slay the parasite with a single strike. Yet with the seawater still present in the gastric cavity, he could only bide his time. However, as he waited for the water to recede, more and more of its kind crawled out, and by the time the water had fully withdrawn, A dozen parasites were clinging to the gastric wall. This was excessive. Zhou Wen hastily descended from the stone platform, wielding a formidable iron blade and a wooden shield. Approaching a parasitic creature, he prepared to raise his iron sword to sever its head. However, the parasite's supple body abruptly recoiled into its elliptical shell. Undeterred, Zhou Wen gripped the iron blade firmly and struck down upon the shell with great force. A resounding clash echoed as he felt as though he had struck stone. Upon inspecting the elliptical shell, he noted only a shallow gash had been inflicted. Though it was damaged, the shell remained intact. Is it truly that resilient? A flicker of surprise coursed through Zhou Wen's mind. Resolute, he unleashed a flurry of strikes upon the shell, and after 5 or 6 blows, he finally cleaved it open, vanquishing the creature within. Without hesitation, Zhou Wen reached out to touch the exterior of the parasite, eager to consult the biological compendium. Chapter 78. Iron Dagger, Bone-Armored Leech Length, 30 centimeters weight, 10 kilograms diet, blood introduction. A parasitic creature residing within colossal organisms is encased in a formidable exoskeleton. When threatened, it retracts its supple body into the protective shell, which can be repurposed for crafting armor. This parasite exhibits no aggressive tendencies and is unlikely to attack proactively. Upon discerning the fundamental characteristics of the bone-armored leech, Zhou Wen turned his attention to the other leeches still siphoning blood. An ingenious solution to eliminate these parasites dawned upon him. He relinquished his wooden shield and iron greatsword, donning a pair of spiked gloves as he approached one of the bone-armored leeches. The creature, sensing danger, immediately withdrew into its shell. Zhou Wen attempted to pry the leech from the gastric wall by seizing its exoskeleton. However, the leech possessed 8 clawed appendages, each adorned with barbed hooks to anchor itself to the stomach lining. A forceful tug would inevitably inflict damage upon the wall. What to do? Zhou Wen initially intended to detach these leeches from the gastric wall and then concentrate them for a swift demise using a stone slab, preserving 3 specimens for further study without damaging the exoskeleton while eliminating the internal organism. After all, the introduction indicated that the exoskeleton could be utilized for armor crafting, and Zhou Wen had already tested its durability with his iron greatsword, finding it significantly tougher than the shells of spiked amphipods. Yet, the clawed appendages remained firmly latched to the gastric wall, and Zhou Wen was pressed for time. As a multitude of bone-armored leeches continued to drain the blood of the illusory Leviathan, he needed to act swiftly to eradicate them. Glancing at the aperture in the exoskeleton through which the body protruded, an idea struck him. He could penetrate the opening with a weapon to eliminate the creature within. He examined the hole, which measured merely 2 to 3 centimeters in diameter, rendering his iron greatsword ineffective for insertion. Nevertheless, he remained undeterred, for he possessed a blueprint for an iron dagger. Swiftly ascending the stone platform, he retrieved a block of iron and a piece of wood from his storage cabinet. Opening the blueprint interface, he navigated to the iron dagger design and commenced crafting. The 2 materials coalesced into a radiant blue light, forming a 30-centimeter dagger in midair. With a blade 2 fingers wide, 20 centimeters in length, double-edged, and boasting a sharp, pointed tip. Grasping the iron dagger, Zhou Wen twirled it a few times, noting its lightness, which would facilitate agile and varied attacks. Once more, he approached a bone-armored leech, the 2-finger-wide dagger easily penetrating the opening in the exoskeleton, subsequently driving into the flesh of the leech. As he felt the dagger pierce the flesh, Zhou Wen vigorously twisted the blade. The leech's body, inherently fragile, succumbed swiftly to the onslaught, shattering under the dagger's relentless motion. Recognizing the effectiveness of his method, Zhou Wen proceeded to replicate the process, methodically dispatching all the bone-armored leeches. After vanquishing the leeches, he meticulously dislodged the clawed appendages from the gastric wall, ultimately acquiring 12 intact exoskeletons. After the subsequent meals, the bone-armored parasites ceased to appear, and Zhou Wen resumed his usual task of transporting seaweed. During this time, Zhang Haitao and Chen Xian inquired whether seaweed was needed today. As they had already completed their own transport, Zhou Wen informed them that he did not require any, suggesting they either sell it or reward it to guild members. However, He stipulated that any future seaweed collected by the guild must receive his consent before being sold. The harrowing experience of being pursued by gigantic creatures made Zhou acutely aware that such situations might arise repeatedly. The illusory Leviathan might miss opportunities for sustenance while evading these formidable beings, necessitating that he ensure the creature is well fed with the seaweed gathered by both guilds. In the abyssal depths, the ability to satiate one's hunger is intrinsically linked to survival. Being nourished provides the strength to evade the pursuit of colossal beings, thus significantly increasing one's chances of survival. Therefore, Zhou must guarantee that the illusory Leviathan is not only fed but well fed. At that moment, Zhou recalled the 200,000 portions of seaweed contained within the deep blue chest, suddenly comprehending the profound significance behind the gift of such a bounty. After an hour of labor, he completed the transportation of all the seaweed and requested a head of anchorworm from Jiang Haitao, which he offered to the boiling blood coral worm. He then nourished the gel worms in the barrel with seaweed. After several days of growth, the 19 gel worms had matured to adult size. Zhou selected one to grind into a hemostatic gel, recognizing the escalating dangers and preemptively prepared for contingencies. He then divided the remaining gel worms in half, creating 36 more to expand the breeding population. With all tasks completed, the illusory Leviathan entered a state of digestion, and Zhou prepared to rest. The earlier harrowing experience had drained him of considerable energy, necessitating a period of recuperation. At that moment, a message from Chun Xian arrived. Boss Zhou, did you have Jiang Haitao sell a small planting box to Zhao Teng? Is he seeking to trade low-grade fertilizer with you? Yes, at a high price. No need. Sell it at the regular price. You have no conflict with him. It's best to maintain a good relationship, allowing him to see you as akin to himself. Boss Zhou, please don't slander me. Zhao Teng and I are not of the same ilk. I have my principles. Very well. Just maintain a cooperative relationship with him. Zhou had initially intended for Chun Xian to foster a good rapport with Zhao Teng to glean hidden information about him, but he reconsidered, realizing this might tarnish Chun Xian's reputation among survivors, which did not align with her persona. If Zhao Teng were to continue collaborating with Jiang Haitao in the future, it would be more fitting for Jiang Haitao to cultivate a relationship with Zhao Teng, aligning better with his character. Zhao Teng had now leveraged the Ponzi scheme to amass over 2,000 guild members. As the guild expanded, this would inevitably attract many survivors who had previously looked down upon the Tengfei Guild, causing them to follow suit and join. After all, it is indeed a complimentary offer for spiked helmets. Merely joining grants won the opportunity. It requires patience and the daily submission of 1,000 seaweeds, which is hardly a burden for the survivors. As the membership of the Soaring Guild continues to grow, it will inevitably attract more survivors, leading to an alarming expansion of Zhao Teng's influence. Should Jiang Haitao not consider emulating the strategy by recruiting en masse? After weighing the pros and cons, Zhou dismissed this notion. An excessive number of guild members would be cumbersome to manage, resulting in a chaotic mix of individuals that would undermine trust. It is far more prudent to gradually cultivate a select group of trustworthy individuals. Chapter 79. New Challenges During a Moment of Respite. Zhou retrieved the Crimson Locator card he had previously acquired through trade with Zhui Junyang. It had proven ineffective in both the Birth Sea and the Boundary Sea. But now that he had ventured into the Deep Blue Sea, he anticipated its successful use. Holding the Locator card, he softly uttered a command, yet it remained dormant. This unexpected failure left Zhou, who had been brimming with confidence, somewhat taken aback. He had hoped to locate the Crimson Kelp through the Locator card before the guild members cultivated a total of 5 tons of fruit, thereby accelerating the growth of the illusory Leviathan. According to the Food Compendium for accelerating the growth of the illusory Leviathan, aside from the first item, the remaining 4 were not sustainable sources. Only the initial 5 tons of fruit could be consistently supplied as the number of survivors engaging in agriculture increased. Ultimately, it was evident that the first method was the most stable. The other 4 relied entirely on chance. It seemed there were additional prerequisites for the Locator card's function, so he resolved to experiment daily. The inability to use the Crimson Locator card left Zhou when feeling somewhat disheartened. Yet he understood that patience was essential. After a period of time, the illusory Leviathan completed its digestion and began the phase of material acquisition. Zhou too had rested sufficiently. Donning his full set of spiked armor and arming himself with his weapon and shield, awaiting the day's material box. Suddenly, the illusory Leviathan emitted a sound akin to that of a whale, its reason unknown. "Damn it! Don't run!" The voice echoed in Zhou's mind, clearly laced with fury. Unaware of the cause, he suddenly felt a violent jolt as the entire gastric chamber surged forward, causing him to fall backward, his head striking the stone foundation. Fortunately, he was wearing a spiked helmet. Otherwise, he would have surely sustained an injury. What was happening? Zhou's face was a mask of confusion. Unable to see outside, he could only infer from the violent tremors of the gastric chamber that the illusory Leviathan was in fierce pursuit of some creature. As he speculated on the nature of the encounter, the section of the gastric chamber near the esophagus abruptly sank, while the tail end rose dramatically. This scene was all too familiar. It had occurred previously when the illusory Leviathan had struck a swarm of spiked krill with its tail. Fortunately, he had securely grasped a wooden post of the second floor, preventing him from being flung away. With a thunderous roar akin to an explosion, the seawater erupted, flipping the entire gastric chamber over in a motion even more vigorous than before. Zhou was relatively unharmed, as he was positioned between two foundations. Even with the gastric chamber overturned, the impact on him was minimal, save for the algae oxygen chamber, which had spilled its seawater completely. Before long, the illusory Leviathan righted itself, restoring the gastric chamber to normalcy. At that moment, Zhou was eager to check whether other items had been affected, but he feared that the Leviathan's tumultuous movements were not yet finished. "Oof, dare to steal from me? I shall crush you." The voice of the illusory Leviathan resonated once more. Upon hearing the whispers of the heart, Zhou deduced that the recent commotion outside was likely due to the Leviathan seeking supply crates, only to find them seized by other creatures. In an instant, it accelerated and struck the offending creature with its tail. Realizing the gist of the matter, Zhou understood that the incident had concluded, and promptly emerged from his resting area to examine his belongings. Most items remained unscathed. It appeared that as long as they were placed on a solid foundation, they were not affected by gravity. However, the wooden barrel containing the gel worms had lost some of its inhabitants due to the absence of a lid, prompting Zhou to hurriedly collect them and return them to their container. The most significantly impacted was the algae oxygenator, which had spilled its seawater due to the lack of a cover, necessitating a refill. Yet, these were minor inconveniences. Fortunately, he had previously embedded the seagrass planting box within two stone foundations, and the rock crystal leaf tree was secured with bandages, both of which remained unaffected. Zhou's initial plan had been to secure the seagrass and rock crystal leaf tree only during treasure hunts, as the stone foundations occupied a square meter of space on the stomach wall, potentially hindering the Leviathan's feeding. However, in the border sea, food was scarce, and he had not removed the surplus stone foundations. Following his entry into the deep blue sea, he encountered the pursuit of colossal creatures. Although not as dramatically as this time, the movements were still considerable. Therefore, Zhou resolved to retain the stone foundations for the seagrass planting box, recognizing that the deep blue sea was evidently perilous. Moving forward, as long as he could timely relocate the seagrass with each feeding cycle, it should not impede the Leviathan's nourishment. Moreover, should any issues arise, he could request additional seagrass from Jiang Haitao and Chenxian. Ultimately, he must ensure that the Leviathan's healthy growth is not compromised. The stronger the Leviathan becomes, the better his own survival. Had he been discovered? Flee, flee. The Leviathan's thoughts echoed once more in his mind. Zhou, now standing within the stomach wall space, sensed the urgency and clung to the wooden foundation beneath the mango tree. Indeed, the next moment, the Leviathan began to swim at an accelerated pace, continuing for a considerable distance before gradually slowing down. Zhou was aware that the biological radar of the Leviathan had a vast detection range. It must have been detected by a colossal creature, prompting its frantic escape. Now that the speed had diminished, it indicated that the pursuit had been evaded. allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. After swimming for a while longer, the Leviathan ceased its activity. "So tired, time to sleep," echoed its weary thoughts, tinged with a hint of bitterness, for it had spent the day swimming at full capacity and had been pursued twice. A stark contrast to its earlier days in the birthplace sea. Zhou was bewildered. What? Not a single supply crate today? Suddenly, he grasped the severity of the situation. Supply crates were fundamental to development. If he were to be chased daily, would he be left without any supply crates? Next week, one would inevitably have to consider whether to distribute small planting boxes directly, allowing numerous survivors to cultivate fruits, after which he would acquire them with basic resources to nourish the phantasmagoric Leviathan and expedite its growth. Just as when hesitated, the esophageal diaphragm opened, and with no seawater flooding in, he understood this was an invitation for him to exit. A treasure cave? Just like before, when gathered his belongings and entered the esophagus with his supply box, though he was perplexed, as the Leviathan's inner voice had not mentioned the discovery of any treasure cave. As he traversed the esophagus, when communicated with Jiang Haitao, instructing him to be ready to provide support with resources at any moment. However, upon emerging from the esophagus, he was startled, for the beam of his headlamp illuminated a large eye. This eye was as big as Wen's head, bloodshot and fixated on him, creating a truly terrifying atmosphere in the darkness of that space. Chapter 80. The white-scaled fish, however, Zhou quickly realized that the Leviathan's illusion would not harm him. Its emergence indicated that the owner of this eye posed no threat. Acknowledging this, Zhou boldly approached and observed the full form of the eye's owner. It was a large fish, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, adorned with minuscule scales that glimmered with a metallic sheen under the light. At this moment, the fish lay lifeless, its eyes heavily congested with blood, one entirely crimson, while patches of scales had detached from its body, with droplets of blood seeping beneath its skin. This must be the creature that had seized the supply crate. The overall condition of the fish suggested it had been struck with immense force, resulting in internal bleeding and death. Thus, the supply crate must be within its belly. Zhou directed his gaze at the fish's abdomen, convinced that his hypothesis was likely correct. Before attempting to extract the supply crate, Zhou touched the massive fish and opened his biological catalog to examine its basic information. White-scaled fish length, 8 meters weight, 4 tons diet, carnivorous description, a species that delights in swallowing objects that float upon the ocean surface. It is edible, and its scales can be utilized for crafting armor. Edible. Zhou eyes brightened at these 3 words. A fish of such size could potentially augment his attributes significantly. He felt a surge of anticipation, but first, he needed to retrieve the supply crate. Zhou approached the fish's abdominal area, where the scales were smaller and more delicate, representing the fish's weakest point. He wielded his iron blade and struck forcefully at the abdomen, producing a series of metallic scraping sounds, yet failing to penetrate the scales. Unable to cut through, he resolved to chop instead. Positioning himself before the fish's belly, Zhou spread his legs apart and squatted slightly, gripping the iron blade at waist height. He aimed at the abdomen and, with a powerful thrust of his legs, raised the blade above his head to the right before delivering a fierce diagonal strike to the left. Swish! The abdomen of the white-scaled fish was successfully sliced open by the forceful blow. Cough, cough. Zhou coughed several times. Having allocated all 5 of his free attribute points from the Pioneer into strength, which diminished his constitution and rendered him susceptible to the effects of the oxygen-rich bacteria, he promptly redistributed the 5 points back into his constitution, restoring his body to normalcy, though the situation was evidently less than ideal. He had not experienced such frequent coughing with a constitution of 15 points the previous day. Setting aside his discomfort, Zhou began to widen the incision he had made in the fish's abdomen, a task that required considerable effort. After laboring for a considerable time, he managed to create a 2-meter-long opening from which a torrent of blood surged forth, accompanied by numerous fragments of internal organs. The power of the Leviathan's tail was indeed formidable, having pulverized the internal organs. Zhou marveled at this as he plunged his gloved hand, equipped with spikes, deep into the fish's belly, searching for the supply crate that had been swallowed by its stomach. After a brief exploration, he extracted a square wooden box from the fish's belly. Yet, to his dismay, it was merely an ordinary supply box. Zhou gazed at the blood-stained wooden container, feeling a tinge of disappointment. After all, he had gone to great lengths to obtain it, being pursued by the Leviathan, and had exerted considerable effort to retrieve it from the fish's entrails, only to find it was an unremarkable supply box. Well, an ordinary supply box would suffice. He merely hoped for something valuable within. With anticipation in his heart, Zhou slowly opened the box. Ding! You have received 10 stones, 10 wood, and 10 soil. What a letdown! Zhou slammed the supply box onto the ground in frustration. How much effort had he and the Leviathan expended for this? To be so thoroughly defeated before opening the box. Zhou had been filled with hope, convinced he might acquire an armor blueprint, especially since he had already gathered 2 types of materials for crafting armor that day. Surely, receiving a blueprint was not too much to ask, but it seemed he had overestimated his fortunes. Alas, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. Shaking his head in resignation, Zhou turned his gaze to the carcass of the white-scaled fish. He decided to regard the fish as a supplementary reward for the supply box. Zhou began to skin the white-scaled fish with his iron dagger. The process was particularly protracted, as the fish was quite large, and its skin was tightly fused with the flesh, unlike the easily skinned mirror skin pike. However, it mattered not. The Leviathan had already rested, and it was nighttime. He had ample time. He could continue skinning throughout the night. With his current constitution, enduring a night without rest was no issue. Upon making this decision, Zhou suddenly recalled that Jiang Haitao was waiting for support. He sliced a substantial piece of fish flesh and sent it to him, instructing him to consume it and report which attributes it enhanced. Brother Wen, the white-scaled fish meat is unpalatable, but it adds 2 points to constitution. All right, have you finished the fish? If not, discard it. Do not speak of it outside, nor should it be shared as a reward among guild members. I haven't finished. I've already thrown the leftovers into the digestion pool. Good, go to sleep then. After concluding his exchange with Jiang Haitao, Zhou sliced another piece of fish meat, eating while continuing to skin the fish. As the fish meat entered his mouth, an overpowering fishy taste overwhelmed his palate, nearly making him gag. This was not merely unappetizing, it was virtually inedible. Zhou grumbled softly, steeling himself to consume it bit by bit. The promise of a 2-point increase to his constitution was something he desperately needed. However, he would have preferred a boost to his strength, especially since the Steel Armor Leviathan Extermination coupon had only 2 days left before expiration. Compared to the threat posed by oxygen-rich bacteria, he first needed to survive the onslaught of numerous parasites. As time passed slowly, Zhou reached the required amount of fish meat consumed, and a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Consumed white-scaled fish meat, Constitution 2. Finally, he had met the consumption requirement. Upon hearing the notification in his mind, Zhou immediately spat out the fish meat he was still chewing, feeling utterly nauseated. After 6 or 7 hours, Zhou finally managed to remove the fish skin from one side of the white-scaled fish. He then cut this skin into several pieces and stored them in his supply box. The introduction of the white-scaled fish indicated that the scales could be utilized to craft armor, rendering the integrity of the skin inconsequential. As for the skin on the other side, Zhou decided against removing it, as it had been struck by the tail of the illusionary Leviathan, causing most of the scales to fall off and the remaining ones to be shattered. It seemed utterly useless, and he deemed it not worth the time. He then cut off a large piece of fish meat and placed it in the supply box. Embracing both supply boxes, Zhou traversed the esophagus and returned to the stomach wall space. He chose to leave the remaining fish meat behind, for the white-scaled fish was quite substantial, and he lacked the strength to drag it through the esophagus. Chapter 81. Familiar, yet strange upon returning to the gastric wall space. Zhou took a brief respite before the manifestation of Leviathan commenced its activities, marking the passage of the 15th day. Although he had not slept throughout the night, Zhou felt rather invigorated and thus began his rounds for the day. Ah, has it blossomed? Approaching the wooden barrel he had bound like a zongzi, Where the rock crystal leaf tree was cultivated, he discovered that the three diminutive rock flower buds had now unfurled into bloom. The petals were neither of rock nor crystalline composition, but rather a soft, milky white, smooth to the touch, exuding a warmth akin to jade. The overall form of the flower bore a striking resemblance to that of the night-blooming cereus, each petal delicate as snow, layered in pristine whiteness. However, these blossoms were rather small, no larger than the diameter of a tennis ball, and under the illumination, they reflected a gentle radiance. Quite a sight indeed. It seems that fruit will soon follow. Zhou now hoped fervently that the rock fruit would emerge by tomorrow, allowing him to explore the possibility of enhancing its three-dimensional attributes before employing the pest control voucher. To ensure the successful fruition of the rock crystal leaf tree, Zhou unwrapped the bandages binding the wood and added 3 portions of the burrowing rockworm's excrement before securely wrapping it once more. Having blossomed, he could not afford any missteps. Turning his attention to the golden seaweed, it remained unchanged, growing approximately 5 centimeters each day, now reaching 30 centimeters. To bear fruit, it would need to grow to about 70 or 80 centimeters, aligning with the water surface in the seaweed cultivation box. With the inspection complete and everything in order, the next phase was to await the feeding period. One could only hope for a more peaceful day. The previous day had seen the manifestation of Leviathan almost entirely in retreat, adversely affecting both feeding and the quantity of supplies. Zhou could only wish for smoother sailing today. During the waiting period, Zhou sent to cut white-scaled fish meat to Chun Xian, just as he had with Jiang Haitao, advising her to allocate attribute points while discarding the remnants. After a while, the manifestation of Leviathan successfully entered the feeding phase, prompting Zhou to exhale in relief. It marked a promising beginning, at least indicating that the depths of the Azure Sea were not plagued by rampant beasts. Allowing for a moment of respite. Naturally, Zhou remained vigilant. Upon hearing the sound of surging seawater within the esophagus, he promptly retreated to the resting area, donned his protective gear, and grasped his weapon, ever prepared to confront any aggressive entities that might emerge from the depths. To his surprise, through the mirror skin, Zhou glimpsed 2 familiar parasites on the water's surface, the anchorworm and the razor disc worm. For reasons unknown, the sight of these 2 familiar parasites stirred a sense of warmth within him, as they posed no threat to him at this juncture. The anchorworm could easily be dealt with by force, while the razor disc worm had its vulnerabilities. This feeling of control granted Zhou a sense of security. Beneath the water, there was only a single anchorworm, identical to the previous encounter. Zhou employed the same offensive strategy as before, waiting for the anchorworm to approach the wooden platform. When the moment was right, he swiftly moved aside the oxygen-producing algae chamber before pouncing into the water like a hungry tiger. One arm wrapped around the elongated body of the anchorworm, while the other wielded his iron blade, swiftly dispatching the anchorworm with decisive strikes. Crimson blood gushed forth, staining the sea as Zhou as before, dragged the lifeless body of the anchorworm onto the wooden platform above. He then offered the blood to the boiling blood corals. Next, it was time to deal with the razor clams, which had a weakness for blood. Standing on the wooden platform, Zhou patiently awaited the inevitable, and soon, he observed numerous razor clams gradually congregating in the blood-tinged waters. Without hesitation, he leaped into the sea once more, brandishing his iron blade, and with a single strike aimed at the heart of the blood-soaked gathering, he swiftly dispatched all 8 razor clams. Having dealt with these 2 aggressive parasites, Zhou felt an unusual sense of ease, as he was familiar with these creatures and did not need to overly concern himself with their unique attack methods. How fortunate it was for everything to proceed so smoothly. He mused that it would be wonderful if every day were filled with familiar parasites. He collected the bodies of the razor clams from the water. Yet in that fleeting moment, a sense of dissonance arose within him as he gazed at the 8 razor clam remains in his hands. Zhou abruptly turned to look at the foundation. All 6 bases were wooden, despite his clear recollection of having replaced them all with stone. Why were they still wooden? Suddenly, as doubt clouded his mind, the sea behind him erupted violently. Zhou quickly turned around, but the water was serene, devoid of any significant ripples. The previous commotion seemed to have materialized from thin air. Feeling uneasy, Zhou grasped his headlamp and illuminated the water's surface closely. Everything appeared tranquil, and no creatures lurked beneath the surface. The entire environment felt eerily silent. Reassured that the waters posed no threat, Zhou shifted his gaze back to the foundation, which had now transformed entirely into stone. In that instant, a chill ran down his spine, and an inexplicable fear welled up within him. Am I dreaming? Given his sleepless night, Zhou's first instinct was to conclude that he was caught in a dream. However, he felt remarkably alert, suggesting he could not have unknowingly drifted into slumber. Realizing something was amiss, he sensed he had fallen into an illusion. Without hesitation, he swung his iron blade and sliced into his thigh. The sharp pain of torn flesh surged into his mind, jolting him awake, and the world around him transformed. Gone were the waters, the anchor worms, and the razor clams. Now, before him loomed a nearly 3-meter-long mollusk. Its head was adorned with numerous undulating tentacles, flailing about in chaotic rhythm. Zhou stood before this creature, its tentacles ensnaring his head, with slender tendrils probing into his mouth and nostrils, seemingly attempting to inject something within him. Witnessing this scene sent a shiver down his spine, and he fiercely swung his iron blade, striking at the slender tentacles. The slender tentacles were easily severed, and Zhou successfully extricated himself from the grasp of the mollusk. He gagged, using his fingers to stimulate his throat in an attempt to expel the substance that the creature had introduced into his body. A mass of viscous slime was regurgitated, teeming with a nauseating array of tightly packed insect eggs. Zhou continued to heave, striving to cleanse his stomach of the vile infestation. Suddenly, a piercing sound wave reverberated through the air, causing Zhou's mind to falter once more as the surrounding environment began to feel hauntingly familiar. At that moment, he found himself submerged in pitch-black seawater, his headlamp flickering intermittently, revealing the form of a flesh-colored, elongated body, partially concealed in the strobe of light. Realizing he was ensnared by an illusion, Zhou focused his mind and broke free from its grasp. Disregarding whether any eggs remained within him, he brandished a heavy iron blade and charged at the mollusk. Yet, as he approached, his consciousness became increasingly disoriented. Without a second thought, he closed his eyes and swung wildly, oblivious to whether he struck true, advancing with reckless abandon. At last, after a flurry of relentless strikes, clarity returned to his mind, and the mollusk lay in several dismembered pieces, devoid of life. Chapter 82. A life of little time left Zhou gasped heavily, gradually retreating beside the stone foundation. Leaning against it, the relentless barrage of strikes he had unleashed moments before had nearly drained him of all his strength. What manner of creature is this? Zhou promptly activated his biological compendium, certain that this soft-bodied entity, having made contact with him, would yield foundational information regarding soft-bodied organisms. Phantom Dream Sea Anemone Worm. Length, 3 meters. Weight, 40 kilograms. Diet, blood description. A parasitic worm dwelling within colossal organisms, it ensnares humans and illusions through its anemone-like tentacles, subsequently implanting its eggs into the human body. The larvae then absorb human blood to accelerate their growth, ultimately bursting forth from the host, rendering it exceedingly dangerous. Its bodily fluids can serve as a hallucinogen. Do I still harbor eggs within me? After perusing the description of the Phantom Dream Sea Anemone Worm, Zhou's greatest concern was whether he had expelled all the eggs from his body. However, at that moment, he had no means of discerning his internal state. Thus, he resorted to frantically drinking water and inducing vomiting, striving to eliminate any remnants of the eggs from his stomach. After a considerable time had elapsed, Zhou found himself utterly drained from retching. He ceased his efforts, recognizing that he would require some strength for the forthcoming rounds of sustenance, lest he encounter another aggressive creature. According to the description, the fluid of the Phantom Dream Sea Anemone Worm could act as a hallucinogen, prompting Zhou to meticulously collect all of it in a wooden barrel. During the collection, he experienced some effects, yet, having mentally prepared himself, he merely felt a fleeting sense of disorientation, quickly regaining his composure. Upon attending to the remains of the Phantom Dream Sea Anemone Worm, Zhou also observed an oval shell measuring 2 meters in length and 1 meter in width, with a neat fissure running through its center. At that moment, the shell had already split into 2 halves. The phantom dream sea anemone worm must have emerged from this shell. Zhou struck it with his iron blade, discovering that, despite its seemingly thin and transparent appearance, the shell was remarkably sturdy. Not a single mark was left from the forceful blow. He attempted to lift one half. It was relatively light, weighing perhaps around 30 jin, approximately 15 kilograms. Ding! Obtained Phantom Dream sea anemone worm shell X1. Is this a material? Zhou was taken aback by the notification in his mind. However, the system did not provide further details, leaving him uncertain of its purpose. Yet, he surmised it might prove useful in the future, so he stored both halves of the shell in his inventory. After a brief respite, the next feeding cycle of the Leviathan commenced, prompting Zhou to hastily find cover. This time, the waters were eerily calm, devoid of any peculiar creatures. After a while, the entire feeding phase concluded. Apart from the initial encounter with the Phantom Dream sea anemone worm, the subsequent rounds passed without incident. Zhou began to transport seaweed. Though unease gnawed at him, he was uncertain whether he had completely expelled the eggs, and perhaps it was merely psychological, but he felt something stirring sluggishly within his abdomen. Would the character attribute panel indicate a parasitic infection, much like it does for bacterial infections? Zhou pondered as he accessed his character attribute panel. Zhou, a pioneer, possesses attributes that reflect an ordinary individual. Intelligence, 12, Strength, 11. 5, Constitution, 22, Speed, 15. His evaluation reads, infected with affluent bacteria, afflicted by parasitic larvae from the dream sea anemone, a person whose time is regrettably limited. The reality of being truly infected by parasites weighs heavily upon him, and his predicament leaves him feeling helpless. In a desperate attempt to find a remedy, he opened the World Trading Channel, searching for anti-parasitic medication, but after an exhaustive search, he found nothing but some anti-inflammatory drugs. He had a box of anti-inflammatory medication himself, acquired long ago through a trade involving sharp spine krill meat. Aware of the futility of this medication, Zhou nonetheless swallowed a pill, seeking a semblance of psychological comfort. After consuming the anti-inflammatory drug, he resumed transporting seaweed, completing the task after an hour. Once more, he accessed his character attributes panel, hoping for a miraculous effect from the medication, at least to eradicate the affluent bacteria. Alas, the evaluation remained unchanged, as it had been before. He found the situation utterly unreasonable. Is my constitution of 22 merely a facade? Where's my immune system? Unable to conquer bacteria or parasites, Zhou's frustration mounted as he glanced at the cut on his thigh, inflicted earlier by a steel blade. At that moment, the wound had ceased bleeding, and its recovery appeared surprisingly rapid, prompting a bitter smile from him. With no other recourse, Zhou resigned himself to the circumstances. He retrieved a can of beef from his storage, opened it, and began to eat. This particular can contained a tomato beef stew with generously sized pieces of beef, marbled perfectly between fat and lean, resembling brisket. It was neither greasy nor dry, and paired with the tangy, fragrant tomato broth, the flavor was exquisite, transcending mere sustenance. Upon finishing the tomato beef stew, Zhou's mood remained dismal. The presence of affluent bacteria inside him was tolerable, as it did not provoke overt symptoms. But the thought of living parasites was unsettling. As the Leviathan's digestion concluded, he entered the phase of awaiting the supply crate. He could only hope for an anti-parasitic drug or a remedy for the affluent bacteria within the impending supply crate. While awaiting the arrival of the crate, Zhou sent private messages to Jiang Haitao and Shen Xian, inquiring about any issues faced by guild members who had received small planting boxes, particularly if any had left the guild post-acquisition. Indeed, a few had, though they were few in number. Short-sighted individuals remained a minority. After all, staying within the guild could lead to becoming a core member in the future. Such a precious small planting box entrusted to them implied that they would likely be assigned significant tasks later on, with the benefits inevitably extending to them. In a world devoid of legal constraints and rules, being trusted by the guild at the outset meant that, as long as one remained. They would likely become integral members since trusting newcomers incurs a cost. Zhou further inquired about the growth of fruits, and upon learning that everyone's fruits were thriving, he concluded the conversation. The plan for cultivating fruits can only be gradually implemented. Those who took the small planting boxes have since detached themselves from the guild. They are merely insignificant losses that will inevitably lead to their regret in the future. A few hours later, without any unforeseen events or being pursued by colossal creatures, the illusory Leviathan successfully engulfed the first supply box of the day. After a careful observation to ensure that no dangerous beings lurked in the sea, Zhou took a wooden barrel to change the seawater for the luminescent fish. After all, these fish feed on plankton, and refreshing their environment could provide them with a bit of nourishment. As the seawater receded, an ordinary supply box appeared, and Zhou approached it to open. Ding! Acquired Furnace Blueprint. Chapter 83. A Dramatic Decline Smelter Blueprint. Requires Stone X50. Zhou promptly utilized the blueprint to examine the materials necessary for its creation, which were not particularly extensive. The smelter is inherently designed for the purpose of metallurgical refinement, enabling the transformation of metal ores into pure metals, such as iron ingots and copper ingots. However, the smelting process demands an exceedingly high temperature, which in turn signifies a substantial consumption of oxygen. The gastric chamber is limited in size, possessing a naturally low oxygen content. Most survivors rely on the illusory Leviathan to consume and absorb resources daily, thereby augmenting the oxygen levels within the gastric cavity. Although Zhou has an algal oxygen generator, the oxygen produced is insufficient to sustain the consumption of a smelter. Furthermore, the combustion process may generate harmful gases like carbon monoxide. In a confined space, carbon monoxide is unequivocally lethal, rendering the use of a smelter for iron smelting an impossibility at present. Of course, perhaps due to the world system's characteristics, the smelting process may not produce harmful gases. Yet, this remains uncertain, and experimentation carries inherent risks. Should I get a try? Upon meticulous consideration, Zhou discerned that there exists a specific time frame during which the smelter could be employed. This coincides with the feeding phase, during which the illusory Leviathan engages in 5 feeding episodes, with brief intervals in between allowing for multiple exchanges of air within the gastric cavity. Conveniently, Zhou produces 20 algal oxygen generators daily, which could be utilized to generate oxygen during the iron smelting process, leveraging the Leviathan's feeding to expel any potential harmful gases from the gastric cavity. Thus, should the smelting of metal ore succeed during the feeding phase, the 20 algal oxygen generators could then be listed on the World Trading Channel, constituting a flawless plan. It might actually be feasible. Zhou felt that his proposed method was entirely executable, albeit contingent upon one crucial prerequisite. Everything must proceed smoothly during the feeding phase. A rather extravagant desire, given that this period is often fraught with peril, as aggressive creatures frequently accompany seagrass into the gastric chamber. Therefore, even if Zhou's hypothesis were to be viable, it would require a stroke of good fortune to encounter a feeding phase devoid of hostile entities. Nevertheless, today was evidently not the day to test this notion, for the feeding phase had already elapsed. Regardless, Zhou utilized 50 units of stone to construct the smelter. Standing 1 meter tall, the smelter features a trapezoidal structure, broad at the base and tapering towards the top, with a hollow center and an arched air intake at the bottom. Wei Zhou suddenly recalled a pressing issue. Where would the fire originate? Although he currently lacked for nothing, he possessed no means to ignite a flame, and the environment within the gastric chamber was rather humid, as copious seawater enters daily. Coupled with the chamber's constant temperature, it would lead to the evaporation of seawater, resulting in a high concentration of moisture. Even if Zhou wished to learn the fire-starting techniques depicted in wilderness survival videos, he would struggle to ignite a flame in such a damp environment. Alas, it seems I shall have to defer this matter for another time. After a thorough contemplation, Zhou ultimately concluded that it was currently impossible to smelt iron, and thus decided to store away the furnace. The next course of action was to await the arrival of the second supply box for the day. During this period of anticipation, Zhou continued to hone his physical strength. with a power level of 11. 5. He had been engaging in weighted exercises for 3 consecutive days and was determined not to relent. Perhaps, with another day of such training tomorrow, he could bridge that elusive 0.5, which might prove essential when utilizing the pest control voucher. As he exercised, Zhou Wen opened the global communication channel, perusing the exchanges among fellow survivors. Suddenly, he stumbled upon a rather disheartening piece of news. Ha ha ha. I just obtained the blueprint for the algae oxygen generator. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Why is it not me? What kind of extraordinary luck is this? Is a second big shot about to emerge? I feel unwell. Upon reading this, my heart feels constricted. Is there a doctor among you? Is my heart malfunctioning? I'm not a doctor, but I can assure you, you are not ill. You are simply envious and resentful. Damn it, I really want to rush over and snatch that blueprint. Scoundrel, this world is unjust. Why have I not yet discovered a single blueprint, while others consistently find valuable items? Ha ha ha. Do not be envious, everyone. What I find, we all find. My price is the same as the big shots. 100 units of basic materials per unit. However, I'm not imposing any purchase limits. As long as you can afford 100 units of basic materials, I will trade with you. The survivor who had acquired the algae oxygen generator blueprint ignited a firestorm in the communication channel with this declaration, causing Zhou Wen's reputation to plummet instantaneously. Wow, you are indeed a true big shot. That previous so-called big shot, what was his name? It's been days, and he hasn't even introduced himself. Clearly, he is not a person of good character. Indeed, he restricts daily quantities, claiming to be concerned about excessive seaweed consumption affecting the growth of the Leviathan. I once believed him, but once seaweed began to be traded, I realized he was treating us like fools. Who can argue with that? If it weren't for him possessing the algae oxygen generator, fearing he would cease sales, I would have berated him long ago. What is there to fear in scolding him? He is not a good person to begin with. All these restrictions are merely tactics to inflate prices for trading blueprints. No capitalist is as unscrupulous as he. Do not speak so harshly. Despite the various limitations, the price is not excessively high. Anyone can save up and have a chance to trade. What? Are you his son or grandson, defending him like that? Have you grown accustomed to being a lapdog? I am merely stating the facts. Without the big shot's baseline price, do you think he would set such a price? Would he genuinely price it at 100 units of basic materials? What are you barking about? What are you barking about? If you are willing to be exploited, go lick that previous fellow's boots. Do not come here barking. I am merely assisting everyone, urging them to exercise restraint in their words. There are 2 individuals selling algal oxygen tanks, which is indeed a positive development, allowing everyone to engage in transactions at a lower price. However, by disparaging the prominent seller, should he choose to cease his sales, he would monopolize the market, which would be detrimental to us all. The criticism persists, yet I have little faith that he would truly stop selling. After all, who would forsake profit? I find myself not only denouncing him as a heartless capitalist, but also expressing disdain for him in more colorful terms. In the communication channel, many have spoken in defense of Zhou Wen, yet they are mercilessly berated by a multitude of desperate survivors. Observing those who stand up for him being insulted weighs heavily on Zhou Wen's heart. Consequently, he clicks on their avatars and sends each of them 2 wooden foundations. Currently, the blueprints for the wooden foundations have yet to be unveiled, and Zhou Wen has halted their sale. Upon receiving the wooden foundations, they can retain one for themselves and sell the other to guilds, thereby securing items for their protection. As for those who criticize him, Zhou Wen remains largely indifferent. Such behavior is entirely typical. Human nature is inherently selfish, especially in this precarious world of survival, where individuals naturally support those who offer them the greatest benefits. Chapter 84. The world's best brother one. Should our guild step in to suppress this Wang fellow? At this moment, Jiang Haitao sent a message. The Wang he referred to was the survivor who had just unveiled the second blueprint for the algal oxygen generator, named Wang Xian. No need, it's futile to suppress him. The algal oxygen generator is a fundamental yet vital apparatus. As long as Wang Xian doesn't recklessly raise the price, any attempt to undermine him would be impossible. Yet, many are criticizing you, Brother Wen. It matters not. Ignore them. By the way, You might consider trying to establish contact with Wang Xian to see if you can recruit him into our guild. Ah, we need to bring him into the guild? Jiang Haitao, fully aware that his survival and rise to the position of guild leader were entirely due to Zhou Wen's guidance, found it hard to look favorably upon Wang Xian, who had usurped Zhou Wen's status. Indeed, the algal oxygen generator is an invaluable asset for fortifying our guild. Whoever secures Wang Xian will develop the most powerful and stable guild. Is it really that exaggerated? I believe that only by following Brother Wen can we cultivate the strongest guild. Haha, you've learned to flatter, have you? Nonetheless, you possess insight. However, appearances matter. Other guilds will undoubtedly extend invitations to Wang Xian, and both you and Chen Xian must be present. Understood, Brother Wen. After concluding his conversation with Jiang Haitao, Chen Xian also messaged him, inquiring whether to recruit Wang Xian into the guild. Naturally, Zhou Wen encouraged her to do so. Soon, today's weight training session concluded, and the time for the second supply box approached. Ding! Obtained 10 stones, 10 sands, and 10 hay. The second supply box contained basic materials, which Zhou Wen promptly collected. At this juncture, within the global communication channel, the invitations from various guilds to Wang Xian were nearing their conclusion. Ultimately, Wang Xian chose not to join any guild, but instead established his own, naming it the world's best guild. This decision was undoubtedly astute, possessing a blueprint of immense value. Why would he settle for being a subordinate in another's guild when he could establish his own and reign supreme? However, the name of the guild was rather ostentatious. Zhou Wen, who favored a more understated approach, couldn't help but frown. Although Wang Xian's possession of the algal oxygen generator blueprint justified the name, as a newcomer, what did he intend to imply about other guilds with such a title? Moreover, Wang Xian utilized the algal oxygen generator as a promotional tool, stating that those who joined the world's best guild and submitted 300 basic materials would receive one algal oxygen generator for free, with priority half-price supply for the second unit for guild members. He subsequently clarified that the previously promised unlimited supply of the algal oxygen generator was unattainable. While seaweed could be traded, seawater was finite. Even with the possibility of trading seawater, infinite supply could not be achieved due to the constraints of human time. Ultimately, Wang Xian established a limit, deciding to sell 1,000 units daily. This limited edition swiftly seized numerous members from other guilds, as many guilds were established using weapon or armor blueprints for promotional purposes. In comparison to the algae oxygen tanks, they were utterly outclassed. It was fortunate that Wang Xian did not impose restrictions on the quantity of algae oxygen tanks, allowing guild members to trade among themselves. However, once limitations were enforced, and with the enticing offer of joining the world's #1 guild, which not only provided algae oxygen tanks, but also allowed a second one at half price, many found it impossible to remain in their original guilds. Upon its inception, the world's #1 guild quickly became adversaries with all other guilds. Yet, these guilds found themselves powerless against Wang Xian. The algae oxygen tanks were paramount, and the major guilds sought to acquire them in large quantities. They could neither criticize Wang Xian nor refrain from congratulating him on the establishment of his guild, aiming to maintain favorable relations. Chen Xi's Survivor Guild lost over 20 members, all newcomers who joined today, with fatalities occurring almost daily. New survivors continually met the criteria to join the guild. Similarly, Jiang Haitao's brother Jiang Guild lost approximately 30 members, also newcomers, which was relatively minor compared to Chen Xian's losses, considering brother Jiang boasted a total of 2,000 members, while Chen Xi's Survivor Guild had only 500. The primary reason for this disparity was that brother Jiang Guild possessed this spiked helmet blueprint, a valuable asset, compared to the algae oxygen tanks. It was prudent to allow for some losses. One was a life-saving device, while the other increased the daily supply crates, both critical for survivors. However, if Jiang Haitao's guild could lose over 30 members, other guilds naturally faced even greater losses, with hundreds or even 200 members departing being commonplace. The most significant exodus occurred in Zhao Tang's Soaring Guild. Zhao Tang had initially placed no restrictions on recruitment, allowing members to join with little to no cost, leading to a substantial turnover. From a guild of 3,000, over 2,000 members suddenly departed. This nearly drove Zhao Tong to despair. After painstakingly nurturing his guild, he lost 2/3 of his members to the world's #1 guild. What was even more infuriating was that world's #1 had only recruited 3,000 members and imposed joining conditions. Few of those who left Zhao Tong's guild met these requirements, and shortly after their departure, most returned. Nevertheless, Zhao Tong remained unperturbed. He welcomed them back without hesitation, as these individuals were primarily there to acquire seaweed for free. Their loyalty was inconsequential. As long as they were willing to submit their seaweed, he was satisfied. He merely needed to ensure that the upper echelon of the guild benefited from his leadership, while the lower tiers were of little concern. Boss Show, I've encountered a mirror skin pike. Should I submit it? No need. You can trade it yourself or use it as a reward for guild members. What about fish bones and fish skin? Submit the fish skin. Keep the bones for yourself. Zhou pondered for a moment. Since Chan Xin had begun encountering the mirror skin pike, he decided to give her the fishbone blade blueprint. After all, he had superior knives and iron swords now. The fishbone blade was of little use to him. Once Chan Xin sent over the fish skin, Zhou promptly forwarded the fishbone blade blueprint. From now on, you shall craft the fishbone knife on your own. Yet do be sure to inform me of any sales. Understood. Thank you, boss. In truth, fish skin holds little utility. Perhaps one day it may serve as a mirror for sale. Zhou merely intended to collect a token amount of materials. A few hours later, the third supply crate of the day arrived. Zhou opened it to reveal yet more basic materials, which he promptly gathered. Overall, the transformation of the Leviathan proceeded rather smoothly today, unhindered by the pursuit of colossal creatures. However, Zhou's situation was dire, plagued by bacteria and parasites. Furthermore, someone had unveiled the second blueprint for the algal oxygen generator, tarnishing his reputation. Nonetheless, Zhou did not place great importance on his fame, initially. Circumstances compelled him to step forward, necessitating a good reputation. Now that his renown had dissipated, he resolved to retreat from the public eye, embracing the shadows. Chapter 85. The eve of the great battle today. The 3 supply crates have been secured, and the illusory Leviathan has found a safe haven, gradually ceasing its activities in preparation for slumber. Despite having endured a sleepless night, Zhou, buoyed by his robust constitution, remained invigorated throughout the day. This was primarily due to the fact that the illusory Leviathan had not encountered any pursuers, alleviating his concerns regarding its safety and allowing his nerves to relax. However, tomorrow marks the final day for utilizing the pest control ticket for the armored Leviathan, and Zhou needed to conserve his energy to confront the impending swarm of parasites. After feeding the illusory Leviathan its daily allotment of 10,000 seaweeds, he promptly succumbed to sleep. Upon awakening, it was already the 16th day. Zhou felt somewhat depleted. The previous night, he had dreamt of the dream sea anemone worms emerging from within him in a grotesque multitude. An inexplicable weight pressed upon him, evoking a sense of both internal and external turmoil, with the parasites within him causing considerable anxiety, while the vast number of parasites within the armored Leviathan awaited resolution. Regaining his composure, Zhou commenced his usual patrol. Today, the flowers of the rock crystal leaf tree had withered, giving way to rock-sized fruits at the tips of its slender branches. The sight of the tree bearing fruit brought Zhou joy, yet, given the current growth rate, he understood that the fruits would not mature today. In resignation, he retrieved the remaining rock fruit from his storage compartment, within the wormhole of the eroding rock. He had consumed 2 of the 3 fruits from the rock crystal leaf tree, each enhancing his dimensional attributes. Initially, he had intended to reserve the last fruit as a potential seed in case the tree failed to thrive, or to replant should it flourish. However, as he was on the verge of utilizing the pest control ticket for the armored Leviathan, his strength still lingered at 11.5, far from the 15 points required to adeptly wield the complete spiked armor set. If he did not encounter any creatures to augment his strength by nightfall, he would have no choice but to consume the remaining rock fruit, hoping it might provide a third enhancement to his dimensional attributes. After a brief period, his patrol concluded without incident. The mango tree had grown to a meter tall. Today marked the 6th day since its planting. aligning its growth timeline with that of the watermelon. Yet, the mango tree showed no signs of flowering or fruiting. Could it be that the mango tree required a longer growth cycle? Zhou Wen, lacking extensive knowledge about these plants, could only speculate. At that moment, the illusory Leviathan entered its feeding phase, prompting Zhou Wen to set aside thoughts of the mango tree and retreat to the resting area. Soon, the esophageal diaphragm opened, allowing a deluge of seawater to flow in. Through the mirror-like surface, Zhou Wen observed, and his brow furrowed immediately as he detected the distinct oil-slick shimmer of the razor disc worms within the water. Am I ensnared in an illusion once more? Zhou Wen, now fully concentrated, believed that even if he were to encounter the dream sea anemone worms again, he would not fall into their deceptive clutches. In an act of desperation, Zhou Wen resorted to gently slicing his thigh with an iron dagger, a wave of pain coursing through him. The razor-sharp disc worms in the water did not vanish, nor did he catch sight of the dreamlike sea anemone within the confines of his stomach. It appeared he had indeed encountered the razor disc worms. Hastily, Zhou Wen sent a message to Jiang Haitao and Chun Xian, requesting them to send over a specimen of the anchorhead worm. He had previously discarded the preserved blood of the anchorhead worm, having not encountered the razor disc worms for several days. Before long, both sent him a specimen. Zhou Wen grabbed one of the anchorhead worm carcasses and immersed its blood into the seawater, drawing all the elusive razor disc worms together. So many? Observing the densely packed razor disc worms in the crimson-tinged water, numbering at least 40, Zhou Wen felt fortunate to have uncovered the vulnerability of these creatures. Otherwise, when the tide receded, he would likely have faced a gruesome demise at the hands of the multitude of razor disc worms. At this moment, the esophageal diaphragm closed. The seawater reached its zenith and began to recede gradually. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Wen donned his equipment and plunged into the water, employing both hands with dexterity. With his left hand wielding the iron dagger and his right hand brandishing the iron broadsword, he navigated the dual operations with remarkable agility, as if both arms possessed their own consciousness, each executing its own tasks. The left pierced while the right slashed, a seamless dance of offense, racing against time to extinguish the peril before him. Before the seawater completely withdrew, he vanquished all 42 razor disc worms, meticulously collecting their carcasses. Suddenly, a sharp sound tore through the air. Zhou Wen instinctively responded, conjuring a shield to shield himself from the source of the noise. Thud! A razor disc worm embedded itself in the wooden shield. Almost immediately, another sound echoed. Zhou Wen swiftly adjusted the shield's direction, and yet another razor disc worm lodged itself into the wood. Subsequently, tranquility returned to the stomach's confines. The Zhou Wen of now was no longer the same as the one who had emerged from the sea. His intellect had increased by 2 points, and his reaction speed, along with precise control of his body, far exceeded his previous capabilities. He adeptly deflected 2 or 3 attacks without difficulty. In total, he collected the carcasses of 44 razor disc worms, storing them within his inventory. He then cautiously examined the stomach's interior, ensuring that no hidden razor disc worms would ambush him while he transported seaweed. Once assured of safety, Zhou Wen commenced the relocation of the seaweed. The first batch was swiftly completed, and the illusory Leviathan prepared for its second feeding. During this feeding, marine creatures continued to enter the water, but they were merely bone-shelled sucking worms, posing no threat to Zhou Wen. Their numbers were modest, totaling 7, which he easily dispatched with his iron dagger, acquiring 7 bone shells in the process. In the remaining 3 rounds of feeding, no further creatures appeared, allowing Zhou Wen to relish a moment of ease as he manufactured 20 oxygen-producing algae tanks and listed them on the global trading channel. Despite the scorn he had faced from many survivors the previous day, he knew they would not turn down the offer of these 20 algae oxygen tanks. After the algae oxygenation tank was installed, Zhou Wen resumed his training. Today marked the final opportunity, before utilizing the pest control voucher in the evening. He planned to consume a rock fruit, hoping it might once again enhance his dimensional attributes. Otherwise, all his efforts during this period would be in vain. Zhou Wen engaged in weighted exercises for an extended duration, continuing until the arrival of the fur supply crate. It was only upon its arrival that he concluded his training. However, upon inspecting his character attributes, he found his strength still at 11. 5 psi. So be it. For the remainder of the time, Zhou decided to refrain from further training. Instead, he intended to recuperate and restore his energy in preparation for the evening's parasite eradication. The first supply crate, emerging from the retreating seawater, posed no dangers. Once the waters receded, Zhou promptly opened the crate. Ding! Acquired 20 units of glass. He was pleasantly surprised by this outcome, as it indicated that the rarity of items within ordinary supply crates had increased in the deep blue sea. Zhou continued to await the second supply crate, hoping it would yield a piece of armor blueprint to upgrade his current armor. However, his aspirations were dashed, as no further supply crates appeared. The illusory Leviathan had been detected by a colossal creature, leading to a frantic escape that lasted until nightfall, resulting in the complete disappearance of the remaining 2 supply crates. Chapter 86. Leaving a way out, Zhou retrieved the Steel Leviathan pest removal voucher and noted that only 1 night remained. At that moment, the illusionary Leviathan had ceased its activity and succumbed to slumber. Prolonging the wait would serve no purpose, so he took out a rock fruit, shattered its rocky exterior on the algae oxygenation platform, revealing the translucent flesh within, and swallowed it with anticipation. Ding! Consumed rock fruit. Strength 1, Constitution 1, Speed 1. Astonished, Zhou felt a surge of excitement. The prospect of continually enhancing his attributes was a fortunate discovery indeed. He glanced at the newly fruited rock crystal leaf tree, an urgent desire brewing within him to ascertain whether the rock fruit could consistently augment his attributes. Yet, as the rock fruit was still unripe, he had no choice but to temper his eagerness. Even if the increments were limited to 3, it was still a boon. Not too shabby, Zhou murmured to himself, lowering his expectations to mitigate the potential for disappointment. However, all of this hinged upon his survival on this venture. He opened his character attribute panel. Zhou 1, Pioneer. Normal human attributes are 10. Intelligence, 12. Strength, 12. 5 Constitution, 23 Speed, 16 Evaluation. Infected with oxygen-rich bacteria, host to dream sea anemone larvae. A life teetering on the brink. With a mere thought, he allocated his 5 free points as a pioneer to strength, elevating it to 17. 5. The boost was palpable. The entire set of spiked armor he donned suddenly felt weightless, akin to wearing a mere cotton jacket. While it slightly restricted his movements, it was not cumbersome. Cough. The decrease in constitution made Zhou acutely aware of a newfound weakness. With only 18 points remaining, the dual infections seemed to take their toll. Nonetheless, aside from the occasional cough, the effects remained manageable. He proceeded to craft. Zhou produced 2 iron greatswords from 6 iron ingots, adding them to the one already in his possession, totaling 3. Wielding a pair of swords was now within his capability, and he stored the remaining blade in his equipment slot, prepared for any potential damage to his iron swords. From a wooden barrel, he extracted 6 gel worms, grinding them into 6 portions of hemostatic gel, which he placed into his supply box. With preparations nearing completion, Zhou secured an iron dagger at his waist, bound the boiling blood coral powder to his left wrist, and notified Zhang Haitao to be ready for support. He then grasped the Steel Leviathan pest removal voucher. Use. No sooner had he spoken than the golden voucher radiated a brilliant light, transforming into a resplendent armored fish, soaring momentarily before swelling in size and voraciously engulfing Zhou. In an instant, his body vanished from the confines of the fish's stomach. The next moment, Zhou found himself in an inky black expanse, the ground exceedingly damp, the air laden with a fishy scent that churned his stomach. He promptly opened the biological compendium and turned to the newly added page. Steel Leviathan stage, adult length, 300 meters weight, 200,000 tons diet. Carnivorous, iron ore introduction, a colossal fish that delights in devouring iron ore. Its scales and teeth composed of bone steel, which can be utilized to forge armor or weaponry. These materials allow for the transformation of Leviathan to absorb and grow bone steel scales. Zhou found this introduction rather detailed, elucidating the most valuable parts of the Steel Leviathan. However, He pondered his own inability to strip its scales or extract its teeth. Within this darkened chamber, he surveyed his surroundings and confirmed that he was indeed within the maw of the steel leviathan. Feeling relatively safe for the moment, he resolved to conduct 2 experiments. The first experiment aimed to ascertain whether he could craft items within the leviathan's body. He successfully fashioned a wooden shield, proving that creation was indeed possible. The second experiment was crucial. Could he establish a foundation? Previously, in the cave of the saber-toothed eel, he had been unable to do so. But the environment within the steel leviathan was different, prompting Zhou to test it again. To his delight, he discovered he could place a foundation. The successful placement of a stone base on the ground filled him with exhilaration, for this would simplify the task of eradicating the parasites. Suddenly, a particularly nefarious thought crossed Zhou's mind: to block the leviathan's esophagus with a stone foundation, preventing it from feeding, and ultimately starving it to strip its hide and dismantle its bones. However, this notion was evidently impractical, as even if the steel leviathan were a corpse, Zhou would lack the strength to move an inch. After gathering his belongings, Zhou began to explore within the leviathan's mouth. The sheer vastness of the space, coupled with the absence of light, necessitated a meticulous search for the location of the esophagus. After half an hour of probing, he finally discovered a cavernous void, reminiscent of an air raid shelter. Due to the limited reach of his headlamp, he could only surmise that the diameter of this cavity exceeded 10 meters. This cavity was the esophagus of the steel leviathan. As Zhou ventured inside, darkness enveloped him entirely. The light from his headlamp provided little illumination, allowing him to see only a brief stretch of ground ahead. He proceeded cautiously, pausing intermittently to scan his surroundings for lurking parasites in the shadows. To his relief, after traversing approximately 20 meters, he encountered no signs of danger. What's that? There is light ahead. Throughout his journey, Zhou had kept his gaze lowered, but upon raising his eyes, he was startled to see a glimmer not far ahead at the end of the esophagus. Although the light was not particularly bright, it stood out starkly against the oppressive darkness of the space. Rather than providing comfort, this illumination instilled a sense of unease within Zhou, for it was utterly unreasonable to find light within the steel leviathan's body. Yet, with his mission to eradicate the parasites and no path of retreat, he had no choice but to press onward toward the enigmatic glow. After traversing a further dozen meters, Zhou arrived at the terminus of the esophagus. He did not hasten to enter the gastric wall space. Instead, at the esophageal endpoint, he meticulously constructed a stone wall using a foundation of stones, effectively partitioning the connection between the esophagus and the gastric wall space, akin to a diaphragm. This wall, composed entirely of materials acquired from Jiang Haitao, consisted of 5 segments, and during the stacking process, he discerned the precise diameter of the esophagus to be 15 meters. Each segment of the foundational wall required 180 stones, totaling 900 stones for all 5 walls, necessitating an aggregate of 90,000 stones. These 5 stone walls served as an escape route, with a wooden foundation placed at the lowest middle position of each wall, providing him a passage for his flight. With the retreat adequately prepared, Zhou officially exited the esophagus and entered the gastric wall space, only to be met with a scene that left him utterly astounded. The gastric wall space was not shrouded in darkness, for numerous sunlight ball insects clung to the walls, emitting a radiant glow. Atop the gastric wall space, a sunlight ball insect of 10 meters in size cast a gentle luminescence, illuminating the entire area. Zhou then beheld a multitude of bizarre and grotesque parasites within the gastric wall space, densely packed and layered upon one another, inducing a profound sense of physiological discomfort that evoked a strong aversion to the gastric wall space. Chapter 87. The Purge begins. Zhou spent a considerable amount of time fortifying his psychological resolve before once again gazing impassively at the vast expanse of parasites before him. At this moment, he had entered the gastric wall space, which was significantly larger than that of the phantasmal leviathan, measuring approximately 50 meters in length and width, and around 30 meters in height. Upon entering this gastric wall space, Zhou glanced at the walls flanking the esophagus, where a multitude of parasites clung tenaciously. Among them were familiar species, such as the anchor-headed worm, the armored fluke, and the razor-scut parasite, alongside many others he did not recognize. They varied in length, shape, and appearance, some elongated, some distorted, some thin, and others round, all exhibiting bizarre forms. They were all latched onto the gastric wall, siphoning blood, leaving the surface pockmarked and riddled with decay. It was nearly impossible to find a single intact area. Some parasites had even burrowed directly into the lesions of the gastric wall, creating holes through which they could insert their soft bodies, thus securing both sustenance and shelter. How on earth can this be cleansed? No matter how much psychological preparation Zhou Wen had undertaken, he could not withstand the grotesque scene before him. Just as he was about to retreat into the esophagus to contemplate a more prudent strategy, he suddenly felt a momentary disorientation as the scene before him morphed back into the gastric wall space of the phantasmal Leviathan. Sensing an imminent danger, Zhou Wen quickly focused his mind, and the haze dissipated, restoring the scene to normalcy. Yet, in that fleeting moment of recovery, a flesh-eating worm with razor-sharp teeth appeared before him, its maw opened wide, poised to snap down upon his head. In a flash, with lightning reflexes, Zhou Wen evaded the attack of the toothy worm, swinging his iron blade with precision, severing the creature's head in one clean stroke. However, the peril was far from over. The parasites had evidently detected this unwelcome intruder. After he dispatched the flesh-eating worm, 3 anchor-headed worms charged at him with alarming speed. These worms were notably larger than those Zhou Wen had encountered previously, each nearly 5 meters in length, exceeding the descriptions found in biological compendiums. The swiftest of the anchor-headed worms lunged at him first, curling its body and launching itself, its hardened head aiming to clamp down on Zhou Wen's skull. Yet, Zhou Wen was all too familiar with the anchor-headed worms, and his current strength surpassed that of his former self. Gripping the hilt of his blade tightly, he swung the iron weapon with great force, striking the hardened head of the anchor-headed worm. Bang! Crack! The collision of 2 formidable entities produced a resonant clang, followed by the sound of something shattering. The powerful strike cleaved through the hard head of the anchor-headed worm, and Zhou Wen felt the blade slice through flesh and sinew. In the next instant, the worm's body was bisected, and a torrent of blood gushed forth, splattering Zhou Wen from head to toe. With no time to concern himself with the blood covering him, Zhou Wen swiftly rolled to evade the attacks of the 2 remaining anchor-headed worms, quickly rising to his feet and dashing forward. With both hands wielding a blade, he struck at the soft bodies of the 2 anchor-headed worms, decapitating them in a swift, decisive motion. Thud! 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 Having just slain 3 anchor-headed worms, unaware of the direction, 3 blobs of white viscous substance suddenly flew toward him. Although Zhou Wen was unclear about the purpose of this white goo, he knew it was best to avoid contact. He retreated several steps, evading the 3 blobs. And soon a large white beetle, approximately 3 to 4 meters in size, covered in armor, approached him like a war chariot, its 8 short pincers moving menacingly. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Zhou Wen knew that his current strength was inadequate for confrontation, so he continued to retreat, opting to withdraw into the esophagus and take refuge against the stone wall. However, just as he had barely moved back a few steps, he witnessed the beetle's pincers stepping onto the white goo, becoming ensnared and causing the creature to stumble and crash to the ground. Zhou Wen seized this opportunity without hesitation, opening the supply box on his back. 10 pieces of stone transformed into a radiant blue light, materializing into a stone pillar positioned 20 meters above the beetle's head. With a resounding crash, the pillar descended swiftly, striking the beetle with tremendous force, shattering its white carapace and resulting in its instantaneous demise. Suddenly, 3 more blobs of white goo shot toward him. As Zhou Wen retreated, he identified the location of the parasitic white goo creatures, which were clinging to the gastric wall above him. Their flesh-colored, soft bodies dangled like strands of noodles from the ceiling, and upon noticing Zhou Wen's pause, they expelled white goo in an attempt to ensnare him. Although Zhou Wen had discerned their positions, their elevation made it challenging for him to retaliate. At that moment, the familiar sound of slicing air filled the space as several razor-blade disc worms attacked. Reacting swiftly, Zhou evaded their strikes by discerning the direction of their approach. Whenever an attack was unavoidable, he wielded his iron blade to slash at the discworms that posed a threat. A few unfortunate discworms met their demise from his strikes, yet the sheer number of them forced Zhou to remain on the defensive. Meanwhile, the dangling noodle worms above him were restless, intermittently spewing white goo in an effort to ensnare him. As more parasites detected Zhou's presence and descended from the gastric wall, he found his retreat into the esophagus impeded by both the razorblade discworms and the noodle worms above. In a moment of desperation, Zhou glanced at the corpses of the discworms and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. In the brief respite between attacks, he picked up a discworm's body and hurled it like a flying disc toward the dangling noodle worms on the gastric wall. The sharp discworm's corpse effortlessly severed a noodle worm's body. Seeing the effectiveness of this tactic, Zhou quickly gathered several more discworm corpses and hurled them at the remaining noodle worms, eliminating them all. With the noodle worms no longer a threat, Zhou seized the opportunity to craft a wooden door from 10 pieces of timber in his supply box. Fortifying himself, as numerous razorblade discworms embedded themselves into the newly created barrier, the number of attacking razor discworms has significantly diminished. Granting Zhou a moment of respite, he promptly retreated into the esophagus, where a multitude of parasites pursued him relentlessly. They were densely packed, bizarre in appearance, and utterly repugnant. Zhou squinted, furrowing his brow at the sight before swiftly burrowing beneath the wooden foundation at the base of the stone structure, concealing himself behind it. Before long, a vast swarm of parasites surged into the esophagus, crashing against the walls of the stone foundation, yet failing to inflict any damage. Some smaller parasites managed to navigate through the lower wooden foundation, but Zhou stood resolutely at the forefront. As soon as the parasites revealed themselves, he did not take the time to scrutinize them. With a swift motion of his arm, he struck with precision. Indeed, he was like an indomitable force. As he dispatched nearly all the smaller parasites that emerged from the wooden foundation with a single stroke, and those that survived met with another decisive blow. Chapter 88. The Rockfall Plan. Zhou stood at the entrance of the wooden foundation, tirelessly hacking away for 10 consecutive minutes, his arms weary from the exertion. The carcasses of various small parasites gradually accumulated around him. Yet, from within the opening, a relentless stream of parasites continued to burrow in. The rustling sounds emanating from the stone foundation wall indicated to Zhou that it was likely teeming with parasites on the other side. He realized that maintaining this vigil was untenable. The parasites kept flooding in, and his stamina was waning. Furthermore, there might be types of parasites capable of eroding the stone. The stone walls, it seemed, would not necessarily withstand their assault. Contemplating the stone foundation walls behind him, Zhou conceived a permanent solution. With 5 walls in total, he decided to retreat to the second wall, burrowing beneath it through the wooden foundation, and subsequently dismantle the wooden support to seal off the second stone wall entirely. Once assured of his rear security, Zhou pivoted and began to retract the remaining 3 stone foundation walls, transforming them into a stone passage. This passage measured 10 meters in length and 5 meters in width, its height seamlessly connecting to the apex of the esophagus. The ground was laid with a layer of stone foundation, and all excess gaps on either side were sealed with stone, leaving only a straight path of stone in the center. With a sigh of relief, Zhou stood at the entrance of the stone passage, the stone walls behind him serving as a barrier against the multitude of parasites. After taking several deep breaths, he removed all his gear and stored it in the supply box. He then allocated his 5 points of freedom from the Forerunner to enhance his speed, finally sending a private message to Jiang Haitao. Upon completing these preparations, Zhou placed the supply box at the end of the stone passage and returned to the entrance, facing the stone walls that obstructed the oncoming swarm of parasites. With a swift motion, he dispelled the 2 walls, which transformed into blue light and integrated into the system interface, sending them to Jiang Haitao via private message. In an instant, as the 2 walls vanished, the parasites clinging to the stone walls lost their support and tumbled down, colliding with the surging tide of parasites flooding into the esophagus, resembling a tumultuous wave. As the stone walls were removed, Zhou turned and sprinted away, his scalp prickling as he stole a glance back. He ran with all his might, akin to an arrow shot forth, racing towards the end of the passage. At that moment, a multitude of parasites surged into the stone passage, charging toward him. Zhou's speed had now reached an impressive 21 points, allowing him to cover 10 meters in merely a few strides. He seized the supply box and flung it open. Within, the stones transformed into blue light, materializing into stone pillars suspended high above, and Zhou created 7 in one breath. Though he was separated from the parasites by a distance of 7 to 8 meters, obscured by darkness within the esophagus, the sound alone sufficed. The 7 stone pillars plummeted from the heights, crashing down upon the parasites that had surged into the stone passage below. Boom, boom, boom. The air resonated with the muffled thuds of the stone pillars striking the foundation. The bodies of the parasites, predominantly soft, stood no chance against the weight of the 500-pound stone pillars descending from above, being crushed into mere pulp. At that moment, Jiang Haitao sent back the stone foundation that Zhou Wen had previously provided him via private message. Zhou Wen meticulously disassembled the stone foundation into individual stones, subsequently crafting them into stone pillars high above. In a flurry, the stone pillars cascaded down like raindrops, relentlessly crashing onto the stone foundation. The parasitic creatures that surged into the stone passage were utterly incapable of offering even the slightest resistance, being crushed to pieces under the weight of the falling stones. Bang! Bang! The dark esophagus echoed with the sound of heavy impacts. After some time, the entire stone passage was filled with stone pillars. With a swift motion, Zhou Wen directed all the stone pillars back to Jiang Haitao, clearing the stone passage to allow the parasites to enter. Upon hearing that parasites had infiltrated the stone passage, Zhou Wen resumed crafting stone pillars high above, repeating this process until the sounds of the parasites' movements within the passage ceased. Had he succeeded? Zhou Wen felt a tinge of uncertainty. After all, he had never attempted this before, yet the results seemed promising. He had also devised an escape route in the event that a horde of parasites charged toward him, the wall beside him. If overwhelmed, he could carve a path through the stone wall, retreat behind it, and buy himself some time to create another stone passage. Fortunately, the rockfall plan proved remarkably effective. The parasites could not withstand the immense pressure of the descending stones, and many were crushed underfoot. Only a handful managed to reach Zhou Wen, but he was not one to be trifled with. With a boost to his strength, he wielded his dual blades with precision, dispatching the approaching parasites in just 2 or 3 swift strikes. Zhou Wen opened his supply box and donned the spiked armor from his inventory with haste. The main event was about to commence. He removed the accumulated stone pillars from the passage and proceeded towards the entrance. However, after only a couple of steps, he found himself treading upon a vast expanse of flesh mud. Shining his headlamp around, he was confronted with a gruesome sight. The stone passage had transformed into a gruesome corridor of blood and flesh. As he neared the entrance, the accumulation of gore grew increasingly higher, until he was forced to wade through over a meter of viscous flesh to exit the stone passage. During this time, he encountered numerous parasites that were not yet lifeless. With a swift motion, he dispatched them, sending them to join their deceased companions. At long last, Zhou Wen re-entered the gastric wall space, only to be greeted by a multitude of parasites still clinging to the wall. These creatures posed no threat. They merely latched onto the gastric wall, feeding on blood. However, they were the most numerous and required Zhou Wen's attention one by one, a task that seemed endless. How long would this take? Zhou Wen gazed at the still thousands of parasites and felt a headache coming on. Yet, there was no alternative. He had to act, methodically eliminating them one by one. This endeavor consumed the entire night. The parasites at lower levels were relatively easy to dispatch with a single strike, but those higher up required the construction of a wooden foundation, complicating matters considerably. As the parasites were nearly eradicated, the space within the stomach wall dimmed considerably. Numerous sunlit orbs were dispatched by Zhou Wen, who pierced them with his dagger, with the smaller orbs extinguished. Illumination now relied solely on the radiance emitted by the colossal 10-meter sunlit orb at the apex. What purpose do these iron ores serve? Zhou Wen ventured to the innermost recess of the stomach wall, where a towering 30-meter mound of iron ore had accumulated. He had observed it while eliminating the parasites. Yet the allure of the iron ore was minimal for him, prompting him to prioritize the extermination of the parasites. Now, with the parasites largely vanquished and only the large sunlit orb remaining, whose light he still required, he refrained from destroying it and proceeded to investigate the purpose of this iron mound. The positioning of the iron ore was peculiar, effectively obstructing the location of the digestive pool. Since he was already present, Zhou Wen felt compelled to clear it, especially since he had yet to encounter anything of value. This endeavor against the parasites could not be in vain. Although Zhou Wen was not particularly invested in the iron ore, the absence of other benefits compelled him to consider taking it back. Suddenly, as he prepared to excavate the iron mound, the entire structure trembled violently. Following this disturbance, a massive worm, its skin gleaming with a metallic sheen and measuring over 2 meters in girth, emerged from the mound. What shock! Chapter 89. Invincible. A colossal worm writhed violently, causing the entire iron mine to tremble. Its fury was palpable. Zhou Wen sensed impending doom and contemplated fleeing, but the enormous creature had already opened its gaping maw, lunging at him with ferocious intent. The monstrous worm, nearly 2 meters in diameter, was armed with a mouthful of metallic, glistening teeth. Should it sink its fangs into him, Zhou Wen would undoubtedly find himself akin to flesh thrown into a meat grinder, reduced to mere fragments in no time. He hastily retreated several steps, narrowly evading the worm's assault, and immediately swung his iron blade with all his might, aiming to cleave through the creature's flesh. Zhou Wen fervently hoped this strike would bear fruit. Only by inflicting harm upon the monstrous worm could he hope to vanquish it. If he failed to even breach its skin, his fate would be sealed. Clang! The iron blade met the worm's body with a metallic clash, sending sparks flying. A wave of despair washed over Zhou Wen. Though he had discerned the worm's metallic sheen, he was reluctant to accept the grim truth that its skin resembled iron. After all, as a parasite primarily reliant on blood for sustenance, it seemed improbable that it could possess a carapace akin to that of a steel leviathan. Yet, this strike revealed his lack of understanding regarding the creature. The colossal worm, unperturbed by Zhou Wen's musings, twisted its body and charged at him once more. Zhou Wen swiftly dodged and conjured 3 stone pillars in midair, sending them crashing down upon the creature. At that moment, the worm fully emerged from the depths of the mine, stretching nearly 20 meters in length, its entirety cloaked in a dark, metallic sheen, leaving no apparent vulnerability. The 3 pillars, each weighing 500 pounds, plummeted towards the worm. Yet upon impact, they merely caused the creature to sink slightly, inflicting no discernible damage. In fact, the colossal worm violently contorted its body, flinging the stone pillars aside with ease. Witnessing this, Zhou Wen's spirits plummeted. He felt that this extermination task was far beyond the capabilities of any current survivor. However, the giant worm afforded Zhou Wen no respite. After dispatching the stones, it charged at him once more. As the massive creature barreled directly towards him, Zhou Wen hastily sidestepped, narrowly escaping the head-on assault. Just as he evaded the worm's jaws, it unexpectedly swung its massive body in a sweeping motion. Zhou Wen's expression shifted in alarm, yet he instinctively leaped over the 2-meter girth, eluding the sweeping blow. Nevertheless, Zhou Wen fell into the creature's trap. As he landed, the enormous maw of the worm loomed ominously before him. The dark cavern of its mouth, lined with countless gleaming, sharp teeth, was now alarmingly close. Standing before this gaping maw, Zhou Wen's slender frame seemed utterly helpless, with no chance of evasion. Crack! 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 The colossal worm's jaws snapped shut, beginning to chew with frenzied intensity, the sound of bones being crushed reverberating in the air. However, it was not Zhou Wen himself, but rather the spiked armor adorning his form. In a moment of peril, Zhou Wen allocated 5 points of freedom to enhance his speed, swiftly shedding all his equipment from the gear panel. With unparalleled swiftness, he evaded this fatal strike. Exhaling deeply, Zhou Wen found himself drenched in cold sweat. Having narrowly escaped death, he realized that he could no longer afford to continue in this manner. With his armor now lost, although he could summon a set from Jiang Haitao, it would be futile against the colossal worm. Even donning another set of spiked armor would bear no significance. At that moment, Zhou recalled the earlier effect the stone pillar had on the gigantic worm. While it failed to inflict damage, its weight of 500 pounds could indeed exert a certain level of suppression. If there were enough of them, even if he could not slay the enormous creature, he could immobilize it, rendering it incapable of movement. However, this approach necessitated a confined space. The vastness of the stomach wall meant that even if Jiang Haitao and Chen Xian sent over every stone from their respective guilds, it would be impossible to fill the entire stomach cavity. Thus, leveraging his current speed of 21 points, Zhou began constructing a 10 by 10 space using stone foundations within the stomach wall. Meanwhile, upon observing Zhou sprinting swiftly, the gigantic worm realized that what it had crushed in its mouth was merely a pile of shrimp shells. After swallowing the shells, it resumed its pursuit of Zhou. Presently, Zhou's speed had surpassed that of the colossal worm, which could only trail behind him. Recognizing that the gigantic worm could not catch up, Zhou started to lead it in circles within the stomach wall, occasionally darting to the center to place a few stone foundations. Unfortunately, the relentless pursuit of the worm forced Zhou to continuously circle around, searching for an opportunity to lay down the stones without them being destroyed. Thus, he ran at full speed for half an hour, only managing to construct half of the 10 by 10 space. Perhaps, with another half hour of effort, he could complete it. However, Zhou had overestimated his stamina. 30 minutes of strenuous running had drained much of his energy, and fatigue began to slow his pace. In stark contrast, the gigantic worm seemed to possess boundless energy, maintaining its relentless chase. Accepting the reality, Zhou acknowledged that he was nearing his limit. Continuing to complete the 10 by 10 space was no longer feasible. His original intention had been to create a hollow prism measuring 10 meters in length, 10 meters in width, and 30 meters in height, but the incessant pursuit of the massive worm had sapped too much of his strength. Now, he had constructed a cubic space measuring only 10 meters on each side. Although it fell short of his intended height, it was time to put his plan to the test. Zhou swiftly changed direction, charging straight towards the cubic space formed by the stone foundations. To prevent the gigantic worm from damaging the stones, he intentionally left a 4-meter gap, allowing the creature to enter the cubic space with ease. Zhou, like a gust of wind, swiftly traversed the 4-meter gap and entered the cubic space. The colossal worm followed closely behind, however, with a length of 20 meters. Its vast form could not possibly be contained within the confines of the 10-meter cubic chamber. Thus, Zhou was compelled to undertake an exceedingly perilous maneuver, guiding the massive worm in a circuitous path within the cubic space, allowing its body to coil within the area. Thud, thud, thud. Zhou entered a state of intense concentration, executing sharp turns at unprecedented speed as he navigated the 4 corners of the cubic space. The resounding impacts of the enormous worm colliding with the stone walls echoing behind him. At last, Zhou reached the 4-meter gap from whence he came, unhesitatingly dashing through, before swiftly sealing the breach behind him. Chapter 90. Death. A resounding crash echoed from within the stone wall, causing it to fracture under the immense force. Zhou realized that the stone foundation could not withstand this assault for long. Above the cubic space lay emptiness. Should the colossal worm regain its senses, it could easily burst forth with its 20-meter-long body. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Zhou concentrated his thoughts, transforming the stones sent by Jiang Haitao into stone pillars. Hundreds of stone pillars plummeted from above, crashing down upon the massive worm, which began to writhe violently in an attempt to escape the confines of the cubic space. Yet, the weight of the pillars continued to increase, soon filling the entire area. Deprived of mobility, the gigantic worm could no longer twist its body, gradually falling silent as it was completely engulfed by the stone pillars. But what to do next? This plan merely provided a temporary confinement for the colossal worm, granting Zhou a brief respite. However, his mission required the extermination of all parasites. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. In other words, he needed to slay the immense worm. Yet the iron blade could barely pierce its skin, rendering it incapable of inflicting any damage. After a moment of contemplation, Zhou turned his gaze towards the iron mine, where the digestion pool was located. If he could lure the colossal worm into that pool, it might just lead to its demise. Previously, the digestion pool had been obstructed by the iron mine, but fortunately, the worm's earlier emergence had already destroyed much of it. All that remained was to clear away the debris. Amidst the rubble of the iron mine, Zhou found an abundance of iron ore, which he began to collect in his resource box. When confronted with larger boulders that he could not move, he created stone pillars in the air to smash them apart. After some time spent clearing the area, Zhou ventured into the depths of the iron mine, where he stumbled upon a square resource box adorned with golden edges. Joy surged within him as he rushed forward to open it, only to be startled by a dark, swift creature lunging at him. Alarmed, he dodged quickly. Without his spiked armor, a bite from this unknown entity would surely result in injury. Having evaded the attack, Zhou finally discerned the creature as form. It bore a striking resemblance to the colossal worm, albeit much smaller, measuring merely 5 to 6 centimeters in diameter. Could this be a spawn of the gigantic worm? Zhou raised his iron blade, prepared to deliver a fatal strike. If he could not contend with the larger one, surely he could handle this smaller variant. However, just as the blade was about to descend, he hesitated, contemplating the possibility of examining this creature's information in the biological lexicon. Perhaps he might uncover some weaknesses that could increase his chances of success. Thus, he requested Jiang Haitao to send him a pair of spiked gloves. Once donned, he swiftly captured the small worm, which, despite its size, exhibited considerable defiance, writhing and attempting to bite him. Zhou then opened the biological lexicon to inspect the fundamental information about the colossal worm. Steel worm, length, 20 meters weight, 230 tons food type, iron ore introduction, a worm that coexists with the steel leviathan. It consumes iron ore to produce steel. The steel is then fed into the digestion chamber, allowing the steel leviathan to absorb steel elements and grow bone steel scales and teeth, which can be utilized for crafting equipment. Wait. Coexistence? Does this count as parasitism? Upon reviewing the basic information of the steel worm, Zhou realized he had made a mistake. The steel worm was not a parasite at all. He promptly discarded the juvenile steel worm in his hand. Since it was not a parasite, he was left with only a 10-meter sunlight ball worm to deal with. Once that was cleared, he could return home without the need to engage in battle with the adult steel worm. Boom! Boom! Zhou was about to open the gilded supply box to retrieve its contents and then slay the 10-meter sunlight ball worm, after which he could depart. However, at that moment, the cubic space confining the steel worm began to tremble violently, the stone walls cracking under the strain. A roar, filled with unrestrained fury, erupted from the cubic space. The next instant, the cubic chamber, filled to the brim with stone pillars, exploded with a mighty force. The steel worm's body twisted wildly, resembling a spiraling ribbon, sweeping away all the stone pillars in its path. It then leapt out of the shattered cubic space, charging towards Zhou with an astonishing speed, much faster than before, as if it had entered a frenzied state. Realizing the peril of the situation, Zhou seized the gilded supply box and fled the iron mine. Just as he exited, he felt a shadow loom above him. Looking up, he saw a metallic gleam descending directly towards him. Zhou quickly activated his speed boost, narrowly evading the strike. Yet the steel worm's assault was far from over. It twisted its body again, sweeping toward Zhou once more. As before, Zhou leapt to evade the sweeping attack of the steel worm, but to his astonishment, the creature suddenly began to spin wildly, mirroring its previous escape from the cubic space. Just after Zhou dodged the first sweep, the steel worm twisted back, launching another sweeping attack mere seconds later. Zhou had just landed when a massive body approached him again. Without any armor on, a direct hit would surely shatter his bones. With a thought, a 3x3 stone wall materialized before him. Thud! The steel worm's sweeping body collided with the stone wall, shattering it instantly before crashing heavily against Zhou. He was sent flying through the air like one of the stone pillars previously hurled by the steel worm, tumbling several meters before crashing to the ground. An overwhelming pain engulfed him, leaving Zhou gasping for breath, unable to utter a sound. In that moment of impact, he felt as though his very soul had been jolted free, as if he had been struck by a freight truck. Zhou paused for a few seconds on the ground, then summoned every ounce of willpower to rise. At the moment of impact, he had managed to elevate his physical resilience to 23, barely avoiding unconsciousness. Cough, cough, cough. With a sudden onset of violent coughing, he expelled a copious amount of fresh blood. In the next instant, dizziness enveloped him, and he felt utterly drained, aware that his internal organs were in distress. However, the steel worm, relentless and unforgiving, surged towards him with its gaping maw. Without hesitation, Zhou tore through the bandage on his left wrist and consumed the boiling blood coral powder. In an instant, his blood coursed with renewed vigor, his skin flushed slightly, and a surge of strength revitalized his body. He deftly dodged the steel worm's attack by sidestepping, then turned and sprinted towards the esophagus. If the cubic space formed by the stone foundation could not contain the steel worm, he would instead exploit the esophagus of the armored Leviathan, with sufficient stone pillars. It could similarly ensnare the creature. Yet, just as Zhou was about to enter the esophagus, his body suddenly faltered. A coppery taste filled his mouth, and he spat out another mouthful of blood, while uncontrollable blood began to flow from his nostrils. His body had reached its limit. Behind him, an enormous maw, larger than any human, loomed ominously, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped him. Crack! Crack! The sickening sounds of flesh and bone shattering echoed from the steel worm's jaws, and crimson blood splattered across the ground. Chapter 91. Wealth and Danger. Crack! Crack! The steel worm gnawed relentlessly at Zhou's flesh. Suddenly, his vision flickered, plunging into darkness, and his mouth was left empty, as if it had merely been chewing on air. Everything that had transpired seemed illusory. At that moment, the steel worm found itself within the esophagus of the armored Leviathan. It scanned its surroundings in confusion, realizing it had entered this unfamiliar realm. Unaware of how it had arrived, it instinctively turned to retreat back to the gastric wall space. However, as it pivoted, a cascade of heavy stones began to fall from above, striking it repeatedly, and their numbers only increased. In desperation, it exerted all its strength to break free from the crushing stones, accelerating towards the entrance of the gastric wall space. Just as it neared the threshold, the creature that sought to steal its meal stood directly at the entrance, igniting a surge of fury within the steel worm. It yearned to rush forth and end its rival. Yet, with a mere wave of the adversary's arm, an even greater quantity of stones rained down from above, pinning the steel worm firmly in place. As it struggled in vain, a wall of stone arose, severing the connection between the esophagus and the gastric wall space. Surely, this would contain it. Zhou, positioned at the entrance of the gastric wall space, had erected 3 walls in succession, supplemented by a considerable accumulation of stones to suppress the creature. The steel worm could only hope to escape if it could demolish the esophagus of the armored Leviathan. Previously, the steel worm had believed it had consumed Zhou, but this was merely a figment of its imagination, induced by the hallucination